Nathan MacKinnon being good at hockey before because he is very good at this.
His goal, like, he had the puck on his stick for like what? A second and a half?
The little backhand
Yeah,
flip.
if I'm the goalie, I'm like, how did you even get it? What?
There were a lot of those, like, the Avs were working last night and working hard. And that was battle for the puck. And then MacKinnon just turns and flips. And remember, this is Ottinger. Like, this isn't a bum that they got between the pipes. His season isn't as good as it was last year or the years prior. He's having a little bit of a struggle this season. So last year in 61 starts, he was 37 and 11. 37, 11, and 11. There you go. And this year, he's already has 11 losses, which ties the season total from last year in 36 starts, as he's 21, 11, and 4. He's given up around 3 goals a game, which is, he's at 2.37 last year. His save percentage is similar. He's still above 900, but we know this guy's good. For you to solve him 5 different times last night, huge. Not to mention, I think there could have been more had he not made a couple of big saves in the first period. Because the Avs, ever since they gave up the first goal, were just, all right, we got this now, not looking back. It's the exact type of performance that I want to see from a team that is getting a very big reinforcement here in just a few days. And we'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. He'll give us the true read on when Val is going to be coming back, but also everything else that comes with talking to Bednar, what the goals are for the near future here. You got a game at Chicago, at Nashville before you come back for another 3-game homestand.
I should look back to see what the Avs are on Tuesdays, because I feel like we always talk to Bednar after a nice little win.
I know. I don't remember talking to him after an L. All right, so I'm just going through it right now. I see it. They're 1-0, 2-0. This is just on Tuesdays. 3-0. Come on, where's the next Tuesday? 4-0, 4-1. They lost against... No, that's a Thursday. 4-0.
They lose to Chicago Tuesday, December 19th.
4-1.
Then they beat the Islanders on January 2nd.
5-1.
Beat Ottawa.
6-1.
Lose to New Jersey.
6-2.
Beat Washington. Beat
7-2.
Vancouver and beat Dallas.
9-2. 9-2 record before he talks to us. Okay. Well, that's got to be a question for him later. You know you don't want to disappoint us. So you get W's before you jump on the show. A 9-2 record. Wait, wasn't one of those in overtime, by the way? I feel like one of those was an overtime loss. Maybe I'm making that up.
It was an overtime win against the Islanders.
Overtime win, okay. 9-2 record. I mean, that's got to be the highest win percentage of any day of the week this season. Has to be. Bednar knows what's up. He knows he doesn't want to walk in here and talk to us about, well, here's what went wrong and here's what we need to fix. No, you just get the win. Again, from a very, very early point in that game, what Bednar asks from his offense is very simple. Work. Just work. Do whatever you can to make life hell for the opponent and never feel like you're out of the play. When you get an opportunity, take advantage of it. They didn't feel like they were getting too cute last night, which I appreciated, because that feels like it's been one of the bigger issues is let me look for the perfect shot or the perfect pass. And last night, they just got after it. 1 for 2 on the power play. But that goal that was scored by Mikko. So Kiviranta, 68 seconds later, he ties the game 1-1. And then there's just chaos at the front of the net on the Mikko goal. It starts with Leckie. MacKinnon gets a rebound. He throws it in front. Then Mikko parks himself in front. He knocks it in as he's getting cut down at the knees. once I saw that, I was like, okay, if they do that for most of the 60 minutes, they aren't going to lose this game. Dallas, very good. I told you guys yesterday heading in the standings, they were 4 points ahead of you. You had a game in hand. You get within 2 with a game in hand now. You're challenging for the top of the division standings, which I don't know if he's ever laid out his exact goal, Bednar, and what he wants to see. But I would imagine winning the division is one of them. That's the funny thing. Between him and Micah Malone, I don't know how concerned either of them are about being the number 1 seed overall, but they want to be at the top of their division. Now, Nuggets Road, very tough because they have 2 of the top teams in the conference. But Dallas is a very good team, and so is Winnipeg. And Winnipeg's got a whole bunch of games in hand on both the Avs and the Dallas Stars. But when I watch that offense work that way, you just know good things are going to happen. And you got it from the very jump. A lesser goalie than Ottinger would have had that score maybe 3 or 4-1 at the end of the first. But all they did was carry that momentum into the second and just start burying dudes. They played a pretty damn clean game outside of that first minute, where it's just mistake, oopsie daisy, you find one in the back of your own net. Georgiev, was that the first shot that he faced in the first minute?
Had to be. It was just 59 seconds in.
I'm going to assume that it was. So he gives up a goal on the first shot and then makes 33 consecutive saves. 33 out of 34. I feel like he's starting to elevate his game a bit too. I think the defense is also helping with that. It's a tandem effort here. When Georgiev was struggling, I thought it would have been unfair. And I thought it was unfair just to throw all of that at him and say he's got to be better and nothing else. No, defense wasn't helping him much. A lot more solid play here in the last few games in both of those departments. But you start to get some contributions from guys a little bit down the forward group. Wagner battles in the neutral zone for a puck, and then Cogliano jumps out 2-on-1. He finishes to make it 3-1. We talked about that McKinnon backhand. Druin with a sick feed to Lehkonen to make it 5-1, and then it was just kind of put it on cruise control. No big mistakes. Hang on to this game. Get out of here with a W. And again, the best part of all of this, reinforcements coming with Val Nichushkin. Now, where you got guys that are going to be playing in their similar roles now, it's going to push guys into places that they should be once Val comes back. A nice little bounce back after a couple of disappointing finishes with Detroit and Toronto. Because you felt like you had both of those games too. Both tough games, but late leads that were given up in each of them. So now you go and take on Chicago. Do that tomorrow, as Chicago is awful, 15-39-5. You win that one. I doubt that Val's going to be in on that game. What do you think? Do they put him on the road at Nashville on Saturday, or do they wait until Monday for the home game against Chicago?
I would bet the home game, right?
That's what I'm assuming. Give him a
Be
few
interesting
more
to see
practice
if he
days.
travels, though. You think he'll travel?
I wonder that too. Nashville's still a decent team. Not like they were maybe a few years ago. But they can challenge you. I would assume he's probably going to make the debut back at home, though next Monday would be my guess. And you got a real opportunity in the 2 games prior to that to rack up a couple of more W's and then really show out on Monday with a new look lineup. But like I said, we'll get a full sort of breakdown of that with Jared Bednar, who's going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. I also want to keep in mind something else. The Nuggets, who are playing great basketball right now. 39-19, rattled off 3 straight wins post All-Star break and looked fantastic in all of them. They got a back-to-back. First game at home tonight against Sacramento. Sacramento gives them fits, and I think it's just Sacramento plays quickly. Sacramento's a well-built team that nobody seems concerned about, and I'll admit that I'm not either, but they're tough. De'Aaron Fox, incredibly fast. Sabonis is the Diet Coke to Jokic's Coke. I mean, he does sort of the same things that Jokic does, just at a lesser level. And then they got shooters on that team. Like, it feels like Malik Monk always has a big game against the Nuggets, and Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. So that's the first game. The second game, which is going to be tomorrow, is against Miami. That's a national TV game. So that's going to be on TNT. We have tickets that we will give away to the Nuggets in Miami
Who told you that?
Our boss. So here's how we're going to do it. It's not going to happen today. It'll be tomorrow in the 7 o'clock hour. I want to give you guys fair warning, though. We always give away tickets late in the show, and I always feel bad for guys who, like, if your job starts at 8 and you can't listen to the show, then you miss out on some opportunities. So if you're an early bird and you listen to this show or the 7 o'clock hour, we'll have a pair of tickets for a chance for you to win for tomorrow's Miami and Nuggets game. Again, national TV, TNT. So 303-504-0925. A lot of things said yesterday by George Payton and Sean Payton. One thing was abundantly clear. And again, we were like all 99.9% sure. But there was a quote from Sean Payton yesterday that gave you a real clear indication of what the next few weeks is going to look like. We'll get to that next.
Later this morning at 8, we have Avalanche head coach Jared Bednar of the official home of the Avalanche. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Wipe away the winter blues at the Colorado Garden and Home Show, February 24th through March 3rd at the Colorado Convention Center. Visit coloradogardenfoundation.org.
Brett Kane for Zero Res, and February is the month for love. And when's the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it deserves? If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. And what's worse? You're going to be stuck inside, breathing this nasty stuff in for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Call the pros at Zero Res. They have 9,000 Google reviews with a 4.9 rating. And get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at just $109 plus a free hallway cleaned. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. Take an additional 20% off all other services if you call my friends at Zero Res right now, 303-471-5150, or go online at ZeroResDenver.com and say you want the Altitude Special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Denver sports fans, have you heard the news? Colorado's renowned sports writer, Mark Kisley, is taking his talents and coverage to the Denver Gazette. Broncos, Avs, Nuggets, Olympics, you name it. Kiz covers it. With unparalleled experience, there's no one that knows Denver sports like Mark Kisley. Kiz joins forces with the Denver Gazette's Woody Page and Paul Cleave to deliver the best sports coverage in Colorado. See for yourself. Visit denvergazette.com for the best sports news in Colorado.
Men, this is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And though I generally talk about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues, today I want to talk about love. Because love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. You see, ED can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and even contribute to divorce. But the good news is that if you're like most men suffering with ED, you can be successfully treated at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and put a stop to the relationship stresses that ED can cause. I say this with all confidence because we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Truly, it's likely you'll find you're performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and get the love back in your life. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Sandy Lindahl here with my friend Jerry Jones out at the shop at Colorado Off-Road. And if you're a truck or 4x4 enthusiast, you've got all the major brands, don't you, Jerry?
Yes, we do, Andy. We have brands. Weston, DZ, Laverne, WeatherTech, Husky, you name it, we got it. WeatherGuard toolboxes. Come down, see what we can get for your vehicle today at Colorado Off-Road.
Colorado Off-Road is located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street.
303-761-1264, COOffroad.com.
Keep it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Bounce pass, the Joker dunked it home!
For John's 60th birthday, his family planned to drive down Old Route 66. But the trip took a detour when his wife got sick with RSV. It's a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems and hospitalizations.
This year, we don't want to cancel our plans. We're protecting ourselves with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine.
Abrysvo, a vaccine to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. It's not for everyone and may not protect all who receive it. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had an allergic reaction to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may decrease your response. Most common side effects are tiredness, headache, injection site pain, and muscle pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com.
So don't wait. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, because every breath matters.
Spring will be here before you know it. Get a head start on a beautiful EV or hybrid at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. It's Moj telling you that Silterhar is your headquarters for all things EV, including Ford, Volvo, Mazda, Lincoln, and more. Over 25 different models, and the best part is the staff. They answer all questions on range and charging. They're the best. They are the experts. So get to Silterhar Motors, Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
We got our highways starting to fill in the standard spots this morning, and we do have one early crash out here. This report sponsored by Staples. There is a wreck westbound I-76 after Sheridan, blocking up the right lane. We're already jammed back to Federal Stop and Go. Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers and learners, even teachers and parents. Explore more at your local Staples store. I'm Aaron O'Neill with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brett Kane.
All right, so a lot happened yesterday with George and Sean Payton speaking, and one thing became abundantly clear, if it wasn't already. Russell Wilson's gone, and I have a few different reasons for that. It almost felt like when they were asked about, they knew they were going to be asked about Russell Wilson, but it almost felt like they were annoyed by it. Certainly, George Payton sounded annoyed. You know, he's discussing Russell Wilson, and he's like, yeah, we've moved on, is what he said. And it was in reference to the comments that were made about the injury clause guarantee and all that stuff. But still, when somebody drops a, we've moved on, you know what's up. Yeah, let's go ahead and hear it.
No, I appreciate that. We've moved forward. We've addressed that. We've moved forward. You know, everything we did was above board. But, you know, I appreciate Russ. But we've moved forward. We have a lot of work to do. You know, we're here at the Combine. We have free agency around the corner. We're focused on bettering our team and winning football games.
Yeah. I'm not talking about this anymore. Leave me alone. Thank you very much. The other one was Sean Payton. And I really want you guys to hear this because I was shocked by two things that he said. And I've been wondering for a while, like, why are we dragging our feet? Just say that you're going to cut Russ. You cannot trade him. Like, Russell is not going to be traded. I don't know what the secrecy in all of this, like what game they're trying to play. They stand nothing to gain here. Nobody's going to take him and give up an asset because Russell Wilson, first of all, has a no-trade clause. He can veto whatever he wants. So if that's the case, why wouldn't he just want to be a free agent? He can sign a vet minimum deal and still make his money and go wherever the hell he wants to go. I just don't know why they're playing coy. So Sean Payton was talking about how they got to get, well, you just hear it.
So the question was finding the right solution to quarterback in this league, which is obviously very competitive in our division. I think it's vital. I saw this like humorous meme the other day where there was a Bronco fan with a shirt on, and there was like 8 quarterbacks' names with a cross through it, and he's drinking the quarterback Kool-Aid, and our job is to make sure that this next one, doesn't have a line through it.
So 2 things on that subject, Marty. First of all, our job is to make sure the next one doesn't have a line through it. You just said he's gone. I just want them to say it out loud. But secondly, and I think more shocking, you guys have any idea? I want you guys to think for a second. That clip that I played, what would be the shock in that? I'll tell you exactly what it is. Sean Payton knows the word meme? Did you ever have on your bingo card Sean Payton using the word meme in a sentence correctly? He doesn't strike me as an online guy.
Nah, he's got kids, though.
I guess his daughter, we talked to his daughter right after he got hired. What does she do?
Yeah, she's in like sports betting.
That's right. Yeah, she works for, is it FanDuel or something like that?
I got to tell you, I saw this humorous meme the other day.
Yeah,
that's just.
See, but dropping the humorous in front of it is like most memes, that just means humor, right?
Typically, if they're done right, yeah.
Well, yeah, there's like ones, but they're
Humorous meme the other day.
They have the intention to be funny always. There's not a meme that's like, I saw this meme that made a great point. I don't think that's ever happened. Like, you know what doesn't meme well? Serious politics. It's always kind of a joke, isn't it? And
You've got memes.
That's what I would more expect them to say. But this guy's dropping memes on us? Anyway.
I know how many memes are going to be out there.
Who was that?
Apparently that's Bryce Harper. Come on, Bryce.
No, that's not Bryce Harper, is it?
I know how many memes are going to be out there.
Is he being sarcastic?
You've got memes.
Stephen A. is not. Bryce Harper had to be sarcastic on that.
Probably. He should know. He should know better.
Everybody's under this assumption, by the way, because, and I don't know exactly where this stems from. They're doing their due diligence, obviously, on the quarterback part of the draft because you have to, because you're in the top half of the first round, and you have one quarterback currently on your roster. You have to do your due diligence on this stuff. What I don't know, and people were convinced of this after hearing these guys speak. Oh, they're taking a quarterback, dude. It's pretty clear and obvious. It's all they talked about. Well, they're answering questions. And if you had to ask Sean Payton or George Payton a question heading into this free agency and draft period, what are you going to ask? Do you feel solidified at the long snapper position? No, it's going to be about quarterback. That's what it's going to be. So, of course, the bulk of their time was spent discussing guys like that. If you really, truly listened to them, though, Sean Payton said I keep confusing this. George Payton said in multiple answers, yeah, we don't really have the ammo to move up. And he's right. Thank God he thinks that way. I don't want to be giving away more draft picks. Unless, this is a big, huge Kim Kardashian-sized butt in the middle of this. You think that dude's Mahomes, okay? So if you think that guy exists, then I guess do what you got to do. But you better be convinced. I actually heard another GM. It was the Bills GM, Brandon Beane. So I discussed this in a different way. The idea that I had was, I don't care about positional value in the draft. If you find somebody that plays for your team for 10 years at a Pro Bowl caliber level, you're not going to care where that guy was drafted. All you're going to care about is that you got the pick right. And it doesn't matter if that pick is Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy or if it's Trevor Lawrence, number 1 overall. If you take a linebacker at number 1 and that guy is Ray Lewis, if that guy's Brian Urlacher, if that guy, whoever it is, it's not going to matter if he's first overall or not because he's really good and he's impactful and that's all that matters. But another thing about it, and I hope they don't feel this way, because this is a completely selfish way to do the job, but also I think everybody would in this position. Brandon Beane, the Bills GM, was asked about when they traded up to go grab Josh Allen. Here's what he said.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up.
Pause it. I don't know if you heard through this. I think he drops an S-bomb at the end. Good save, Brett. Nice memory, I think. I want to see Marty's face. Am I correct? Yes, he does. All right, so go ahead and get that bleeped first, and then we'll run this audio.
Who swears at a press conference? You're a professional. I hope he gets fined for that.
I wish more. Press conferences would be better with curse words, and I would love to see TV people who are airing that live scrambling to try and get that together. That's why last year when they were talking about player coaches being hired, like Antonio Pierce and guys like that, and D'Amico Ryans, I'm like, somebody give Marshawn a job. Let Marshawn be the offensive coordinator for the Raiders. And let me tune in live every week to that live press conference. And just watch Marty's finger hover over that dump button. Peppering that thing. But again, just to set this up, this is the selfish approach that I think everybody would take if they're in the position of general manager. But it's not good for a fan because if you get it wrong, it can be catastrophic. Go ahead.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh. And I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway. And if he does work out, nobody's going to give a shit.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right, isn't he? Think about that, Marty. If George Payton and those guys, they use a whole bunch of draft capital again to move up and take McCarthy, whoever. If it doesn't work out, he's gone regardless. Doesn't matter to him. And if it does, then nobody cares how much you gave up to get the next Patrick Mahomes. I honestly, Marty, I completely forgot that the Bills traded up.
When he said that, I was like, did they trade up? I thought they just had that pick, no?
So the Bills changed the trajectory of the franchise for the price of the 12th overall pick and 2 second-rounders to move up and take Josh Allen.
Okay, so they were at 12 and they moved up to 7.
Okay, so you know what? This is actually a pretty good reference point. They're picking at 12. They move up to 7. It costs them 2 second-rounders. If the Broncos love J.J. McCarthy or whoever, and they go, we'll give up, we'll do a little pick swap in the first, and in 2 seconds to go take him. Doesn't sound totally unreasonable, but if you were to give up second-round picks, it would have to be next year's in the year after that one's because you don't have a second-round pick this year because Sean Payton's your head coach. So that'll be how many consecutive years without a second-round pick would that be? At least originally. Because they made picks. Was Benito a second-rounder? Was he like the last pick of the second round? Because Mims was like the last pick of the second round this past year, but I think they moved up to get that, didn't they?
Benito was a second-rounder, pick 64.
Okay. But they would be out without their original second-round picks for at least 3 straight years, maybe more than that. I can't remember which picks the Benito and Mims went.
Yeah, he was the last pick, the second round. Does that really count?
Yeah.
So if you were the Bills traded with Tampa, do you like that trade as a Tampa fan? Like you're dropping from 7 to 12 and getting 2 second-rounders?
What year was Josh Allen drafted?
2018. With all the other quarterbacks, Baker and Sam Darnold, Josh Rosen.
I would say Tampa liked that trade because, Marty, they ended up getting Tom Brady anyway, and I think they used that second-round pick on, like, Antoine Winfield, which worked out pretty well for him.
They used the 12th on Vita Vea, which is good.
Vita Vea is very good. I think that one of those second-rounders was Antoine Winfield. Maybe the last.
MJ Stewart, and then they traded their other second round.
Okay, never mind. But I think they're okay with that just because they won a Super Bowl anyway. Because remember, that team was very talented. They just had incredibly inconsistent quarterback play with Jameis Winston. But again, I don't think the Broncos are in the business of trading up. Just because they're talking about quarterbacks over and over and over again because they're being asked those questions means nothing to me. Zero. But God, you know what, Marty? As much as I hate that as a fan, I would take that exact philosophy that Bean has. What do I care? Like, I don't know who the Clippers GM is. It's harder to keep track in the NBA. I'm assuming the guy who made the trade for Paul George is no longer there. And I'm being dead serious. That trade was like 7 first-round picks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George.
Especially George Payton, like, this is pretty much the last rodeo here.
Right? I thought it was last year, but
he's definitely on thin ice. Just grab whoever you want. If it works, you have to hit a home run to stick around, really.
Well, I want to know, and I don't mean this in the way it's going to exit my mouth, but I'll just say it. I want to know how castrated George Payton is in this decision-making process. Like, how much of a say does he have over Sean Payton? You know, about a month ago, I was talking about how the timelines just don't match up for these guys. Because you're right, Marty. This could be, like, George Payton could be walking the Green Mile right now. And Sean could be the prison guard that is got the nightstick to his back pushing him along. Like, it could be that. Because Sean's not going anywhere after this year. Almost no matter the result. And Marty, I'm like, if this team finishes 2-15, like, I don't know if Sean Payton gets fired. I don't think they're going to do that all over again. They already did that once. And this guy is making insane cash. Like, I know the Walton Penner Group, deep pockets. But they don't just go out and be like Dumb and Dumber standing outside the Lamborghini. Here you go. Here you go. Here. They don't want to do that. So philosophies between the two is what I wonder about. And how many guys do they have that you really trust and believe in that'll, you know, you ask that question. Let's say the Broncos in 3 years they turn it around. Stink this year, improve next year, and then are competitive in the third year from now. How many guys currently on the roster are going to be there for that? Because I don't think it's too many. Because the team's older. Like, you'll have, Surtain, Quinn Miners, anybody else?
Cushenberry.
You think the Lord?
I don't know.
I don't even know if they're going to keep him this year. But again, if I ask that question, 3 years down the road, the Broncos are competitive. How many current players on the roster now are still on that team? Surtain is, I think, the only guarantee that you got. Him and Miners. I think Miners, too. Miners is good. Outside of that, like, Simmons is going to be in his mid-30s. I doubt it. Bowles will be in his mid-30s. I doubt it. McGlinchey, Maybe. Javonte, I don't think will be. I mean, he's going to be on his second contract, and unless he drastically improves, I don't think they're going to play that game of the second contract for him. Dude, if Saquon and Josh Jacobs can't get second contracts, she's not a good bet. So I don't know how many guys would still be here. Like, you'd probably have some Benitos or Baron Brownings or guys like that mixed in, but I mean, it's not going to be all that many. Which is exactly why I'm saying why not hit the restart button and just go from there? But the ways that they're talking, they're very coy in a lot of their plans moving forward, which they should be. They don't need to reveal anything at this point, but it's going to become clear here in about a month and a half, what that plan is going to be.
Oh, you said it's lying season. Did you detect any lies, these pressers yesterday?
No, I detected attitude. And it was all about, if you said the name Russell Wilson, they're like, shut up. I'm done with this convo. I think to them, they're just like, I wish it was 2 weeks from now where we're just like letting him go and we don't have to worry about those questions anymore. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. A lot to get to. Stick around.
What's the key to the Denver Nuggets down the stretch?
Tyler Columbus.
It's pretty dang simple. Look, you got the best starting five in the NBA. You want to make a run at this thing, just be in the spot to compete when it matters.
PhD.
Like, does seeding matter for this team right now? I would argue no. What matters is having your guys healthy.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAT. Today at noon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Spring will be here before you know it. Get a head start on a beautiful EV or hybrid at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. It's Moj telling you that Silterhar is your headquarters for all things EV, including Ford, Volvo, Mazda, Lincoln, and more. Over 25 different models, and the best part is the staff. They answer all questions on range and charging. They're the best. They are the experts. So get to Silterhar Motors, Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
Hit up Fuzzy's Taco Shop to try their new authentic Baja Fish Taco. And when you order that or any Primo Baja item, get a famous OG taco for only $1 for a limited time. Awesome tacos, fresh ingredients, and a stellar dollar taco deal. That's Fuzzy's Taco Shop.
I was in a car accident that wasn't my fault.
The insurance company doesn't care.
I'm hurt and have medical bills.
The insurance company doesn't care.
Does anybody care?
I'm Kyle Backus. At Backus & Schenker, we do care. If you've been seriously injured in a car wreck, you need a law firm that will fight to win. We'll take your case, and you'll never have to deal with the insurance company again. Call 222-2222. Backus & Schenker.
Welcome to the Winner's Zone at Century Casino and Hotel Central City, just 1 mile from Blackhawk. Win Love That Cash drawings each weekend in February for cash and progressive prizes up to $250. Or win the daily progressive finale up to $1,000. Earn entries all week for each weekend's drawings, just 50 points each. Enjoy a romantic getaway and win only at Century Casino. Take I-70 to exit 243 to the 4-lane Central City Parkway. If you believe you have a gambling problem, please call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Apply stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Dan, this house is freezing. It's gotta be these old windows.
The windows are fine. Put on a sweater.
It's time to text renewal by Anderson. Otherwise, I'm cranking up the thermostat.
No, our heating bill is already huge.
My point exactly. We need new windows. We need to text renewal by Anderson.
You really think so?
Dan, our windows are over 10 years old, and they're letting out all the warm air and wasting money.
Wait, you're saying we could actually save money and the house would be warmer if we replaced our old windows?
Yes. And if we text now, we can save hundreds of dollars.
I should have thought of this sooner. I'm texting renewal by Anderson.
Text REPLACE to 200-300 right now and schedule your free consultation with Renewal by Anderson online today. Plus, text now and get $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Don't wait. Text REPLACE to 200-300 for no dollars down, no payments, and no interest for a full year with Renewal by Anderson. Text the word REPLACE to 200-300. Text REPLACE to 200-300.
Basketball is back, and when you're cheering on your favorite team, you make sure you're stocked up on Redbird Farms chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is the perfect assist to your game day. With no additives, preservatives, or hormones, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. From juicy chicken burgers and tender party wings to flavorful chicken breasts, every bite is a slam dunk. Find Redbird Farms chicken at King Super, Safeway, and City Market.
Redbird Farms.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Don't put baby in a corner.
For John's 60th birthday, his family planned to drive down Old Route 66. But the trip took a detour when his wife got sick with RSV. It's a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems and hospitalizations.
This year, we don't want to cancel our plans. We're protecting ourselves with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine.
Abrysvo, a vaccine to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. It's not for everyone and may not protect all who receive it. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had an allergic reaction to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may decrease your response. Most common side effects are tiredness, headache, injection site pain, and muscle pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com.
So don't wait. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, because every breath matters.
Looks like they're mostly cleared out of our accident here westbound I-76 is Sheridan. All lanes reopened. This report sponsored by the 2024 Colorado Garden and Home Show. Still seeing some pretty good delays if you're coming down from Federal through there. Southbound I-25 backed up north of 104th to 84th. Wipe away the winter blues at the Colorado Garden and Home Show, February 24th through March 3rd at the Colorado Convention Center. Visit coloradogardenfoundation.org. I'm Aaron O'Neill with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I would like to take on a texter who is challenging me.
Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
303-504-0925, or you can jump on the Shop Mazda text line.
Shop Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour.
I'd like to take a moment to discuss a topic that we don't talk about very much, which is the sons of superstars, okay? A very big deal in Hollywood. You ever get those TMZ reports about Tom Hanks' kid that I've never heard of, but they're always reporting on this guy? I'm like, I don't know him, but he's constantly in the news. Or Jackson Mahomes or Brittany, like family members. I got a couple different things I want to discuss, both surrounding NBA players. Number one, LeBron James had a tweet the other day because he was responding to a report that ESPN has removed Bronny James from his 2024 mock draft and now projects him to be selected in 2025. Here's what LeBron said. I'm going somewhere with this. Stick with me. Can y'all please just let the kid be a kid and enjoy college basketball? The work and results will ultimately do the talking no matter what he decides to do. If y'all don't know, he doesn't care what a mock draft says. He just works. Earned, not given. That from LeBron. Marty, good sentiment, right? Good idea. If I was as famous as LeBron, I would do my damnedest to try and insulate my child from all of the Hollywoody stuff. Like, I want you to have a normal childhood. It's one of the things about Arch Manning that actually blows me away, Marty, is that he's famous because he's the son of football royalty. But I think they did a pretty damn good job, like, keeping him insulated from a lot of that stuff, right? How often do you see Arch Manning? Not a lot.
Well, he doesn't play, so yeah, not a lot.
But I'm saying just like at all. We haven't heard Arch Manning like we've heard Bronny James where he's...
Right.
And here's the point I'm getting at. I think that's a great idea. LeBron, you didn't let him be a kid. He was in a movie with you. Wasn't he in Space Jam? Or was that another actor? Doesn't matter. He's been in the Hollywood scene. He goes around, he hangs out with all these celebrities. And LeBron himself said, this is on March 6th of last year, less than a calendar year ago. You ready for this one, Marty? Man, Bronny definitely better than some of these cats I've been watching on League Pass today. Bleep, lightweight, hilarious. You don't get to proclaim that your kid who is in high school is better than NBA players and then be like, guys, let the kid be a kid. Why don't we, huh? I don't think you get to do that. And I'm trying to figure out if that's as funny as what I'm about to play you. I know you guys are over the Melo thing, but trust me, you'll want to hear this. What is this, by the way? What is this thing, this audio? Where did this stem from? Because it's Carmelo's kid and his mother, Lala. She's asking questions. And I want you to hear, as he's talking about his favorite basketball players and who he thinks is the greatest ever. I have two questions based on his answer, but listen.
Basketball player. Mine is this kid I know named Cayenne Anthony.
Mine? Oh, you gotta explain why.
Because for 9 months of my life, I threw up every single day, 9 times a day, laid on a cold bathroom floor because I had the worst and most difficult pregnancy ever. That is why seeing you now on the court and being so amazing, you make your mom so proud.
Pause.
And you are.
Good answer. What every mother should say. Who's my favorite basketball player? It's you, son. I carried you. You're the joy of my life. Her second favorite player is probably her ex-husband, Carmelo Anthony. That would be the assumption. So he gets to answer now. Go ahead.
My goal? I appreciate that. My goal is Paul George.
Are you? I'm leaving.
Paul George is the best player ever. Kobe, Paul George.
When are you gonna say
Carmelo
your
Anthony.
The fact that you didn't say your dad first is crazy to me.
Look, Marty, I'm a father now. If my daughter doesn't think I'm the greatest, if I was a basketball player, and look, a pretty good one, like Hall of Fame player, Hall of Fame career, if you don't say that I'm the best ever, then I feel like I failed you. And the backup question to this is, God, I've been sounding so old on this show lately. You know, we started yesterday's show with Ice Spice. And why do the youths like her music? And now, Marty, I have to transition over to what's up with their obsession with Paul George?
He's got a spell on this generation. Well, I do not get it.
Can somebody...
He's the best player. Kobe, Paul George?
In that order? And I need people with kids who were, I would say, how old do you think he is?
He's 16.
16. If you got a kid around 16 who's a sports fan and likes Paul George, can you guys explain this to not only myself, but also Marty? What is it about Paul George that my GOAT is Paul George?
Does he just have the best YouTube highlights or something? Like, why is he the best player in their eyes? I don't get it. He's great. He's a good player.
He is a good player. But Marty, I'm trying to think of like a single Paul George play.
Two come to mind. One where he snapped his leg when he was playing for the Olympic team.
I didn't want to be rude about it, but that's the first thing that I think of with Paul George.
And then two, when he hit the side of the backboard.
That's my other one. Like, those are the two things that... It's the only two things that pop into mind. Like, he's a good player. We all acknowledge that. But he broke his leg and he hit the backboard, and that's it. My GOAT? And how much would that sting, Marty? Like, Carmelo is already a little bit upset that Jokic, who is obviously better and has a better career than him.
His own son now.
is like seen in a higher regard than he is in the city of Denver. His own son's like, Paul George is my GOAT. Like, what? Texture says, if you guys don't think that's a troll job for clicks, you're crazy. No, dude, there is a young contingent of NBA fans who are like teenagers who think Paul George is the greatest player who's ever lived. And none of it makes sense. Like, the best PR team in the world. Marty, who's my GOAT? Tell you exactly who that is. Jeff George. That's the greatest quarterback I've ever seen. What if people just did that? Like, who would be the equivalent of that for a quarterback? Like, a teenage kid right now who says, that guy is my GOAT. Kirk Cousins? Is Paul George Kirk Cousins?
Dak. Being like Dak.
Dak.
Dak is...
That's
he's
a great one.
Man.
Because Dak's good.
He's my GOAT.
But not even close to, like, I don't know, 20 other guys that played in the last 10 years? But, God, that would hurt. Jesse, what if your kid said you weren't the greatest do-it-all radio person in the history of mankind? And they said, no, you know who I think is? Cole. What if they said Cole? And then what would you do?
Cole is the smoothest producer, radio man out there.
Marty, you ask your dog.
He's cold as hell.
Rocky's in a wheelchair. And you go up to Rocky. You say, Rocky, who's the greatest radio producer of all time? And you know what he says? Mick Lovin from the Dan Patrick Show. That's what he says to you.
No more wheelchair.
And then your wife goes, excuse me, Summer, what did you say? He goes, what? He's the GOAT. Him and the other guys that are the Danettes. I can't think of any of their names anymore. It's McLovin, and then that's all I got. Paulie, there you go. Needed one. God, I would love to do that show. Hey, guys, welcome to the Dan Patrick Show. Paulie, what you got? That's a lot of Dan Patrick now.
Yeah, Paulie, what's up?
Yeah, Paulie. It's always so quiet, too. Yeah, Jesse, what you got? Huh? Yeah, Marty.
Fritz, go ahead.
Hmm? Oh, Fritz!
Seton and McLovin. McLovin's gone. He's got his own show now.
Oh, wow, he big-timed him? Well, that's why Summer called him the GOAT. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Huge win for the Avs yesterday. Outside of a bad minute to start, dominant the entire way. We'll discuss that with Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Mark Springer here for Bet365, and at Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in Colorado. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's another February, Colorado. I hope yours is filled with a decent football game, the courage of a groundhog, Valentine's Day love, and at Johnson Auto Plaza, a President's Day sales event with savings on new Jeeps and Ram trucks. There is only 29 shopping days available this month, so don't hesitate to visit Johnson Auto Plaza and explore the impressive selection of new Jeeps and Rams we have on hand right now. It's car buying made simple at Johnson Auto Plaza or online at JohnsonAutoplaza.com. The Johnson family strives to make buying a new vehicle easy. They're great people, and their huge selection are just a couple of reasons why the Johnson family turns first-time buyers into lifetime customers every day.
See for yourself what makes Johnson Auto Plaza the best place to buy your new Jeep or Ram during this President's Day sales event. Johnson Auto Plaza, north of E470 on Highway 85, johnsonautoplaza.com, and now in Laramie.
Men, this is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you've heard me talk a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But today I want to talk to you about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction, and if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. The good news is that if you're like most guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Bobby.
So, tell us what happened, Bobby.
When my wife passed away, she did all the finances. She took care of everything. At the time, I needed all the help in the world.
And how did your banker help?
I didn't expect all the help I got from Sierra. It was much needed.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Headed up the hill for some fun and excitement? In Central City, guests come first. Want to play craps? They'll make room for you at the table. Don't get sports betting? They'll teach you. Like steak? They'll cook it just right. There's lots of casino options too. Colorado owned and operated, Asian themed, craft brewery focused, and casino hotels too. So next time you're going up the hill, take the quick and easy drive to Central City, I-70 to exit 243 and the Central City Parkway. Your 4 lanes to fun.
This is Brett Kane, and Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. And for the month of love, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $109. Plus, they're throwing in a free hallway and 20% off additional services. Call 303-471-5150 and say you want the Altitude Special.
Right now at Wendy's, kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito. With 6 strips of bacon, seasoned potatoes, fresh cracked eggs, and more. All in a warm flour tortilla. It's a complete breakfast in one hand. Ready to go anywhere you go. Only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
And we're up all night to get lucky.
KKSE FM HD1. Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Tic-tac-toe. Hey, Mumbo. The move. Forget a heart attack. It's the Mac Attack.
Home of the Colorado Avalanche.
And Dallas is drinking from a fountain that's poured like an avalanche. Let's go.
Coming down the mountain. This is Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5. Denver, Colorado.
I'm going to make it very easy here.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like to tackle Derrick Henry.
And Altitude TV.
You got the best player in the world on your team. Your superstars playing like superstars.
I like geology, so get off my back.
It's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
Let the boy shoot. Don't look at me with your face.
Here's Vic, Mark, and Brett.
Being broken up, can't get to it. Delangelo will skate the other way. 3 seconds to go, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn. And at the horn, Bo Byram has had just about enough of Mason Marchment. But it doesn't matter because if you look at the scoreboard, Colorado creams Dallas. The Stars fall again to the Avalanche, this time by a final score of 5-1.
All right, Vic, are you with me on this? I mean, Mosher has come in here like Yosemite Sam. He has been hopping up and down. He's been shooting bullets at our feet, and I don't know why. And I think I have at least...
I know why.
I guess.
I know why. He didn't get to do the game last night.
Well, and it was a great game, right?
Yeah, it was a great game. He didn't get to call. It was an Avalanche game in which they won and exploded for 5 unanswered.
Yep.
And he didn't get to put his voice on that game.
That's exactly what it is.
And so now he's taking it out on us.
You guys have. I wish you guys were here for the last 3 minutes. Like the microphones on. It's just like he's been yelling about TV commercials. He's been yelling about, why is this power strip in my area? I'm
Small
like,
people on television?
I mean, seriously.
My password doesn't work.
Well,
Keep at it, son.
what is my password doesn't work?
You know what
mean?
else didn't work last night? Your voice on television because it wasn't on.
What is the password here, Martin? Just say it in my ear, please.
The same as it was the other day when you logged in.
Is your caps lock on?
No, it's not working.
I do have your
If I come in there and do it the first time, you're off for the first segment.
Sounds good.
Do it.
Well, no, it's thinking now. It's thinking. It's got the think thing going on. Oh, anyway, here's you know why I'm perturbed a little bit. Before we get into the Avalanche.
No, be honest though. Be honest. You get upset when you're not able to call a game, especially a win. It lingers on.
I had a
for
good time last night at the game.
Yeah, but
so
I guarantee you were at the game having a good time, calling it in your head.
okay, maybe a little bit.
Yeah. So what? What's
Okay.
going on?
All right,
Please.
Marty, give it a shot. Hang on.
Step aside.
Move.
Excuse me.
Move. All right. Marty, let's see. It's his first attempt. Here it comes.
Whoops.
Oh. He's going to retype. Retype.
Hey, what about that sun glare you get in the
And
morning?
immediately he's in. Immediately.
Oh, I was doing the Zoom one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Sorry,
Can
my
I
bad.
speak to all listeners before we get going on a great Avalanche game? We've got some good stuff about the Nuggets tonight.
And a coach coming up today?
Yeah, I got all of that. All right?
Everything.
Before we get into that, for all of my east driving listeners, the east driving, you have to drive east for this. Tell me how the sun glare beat you up this morning. Because I'm going to tell you something. There could have been some major damage done with the sun glare. And I am surprised that there aren't accidents every morning.
You guys are all freaks of nature that you have found a way to battle through sun glare.
You laugh. Like, see, look how he's
Dude, even coming into the parking lot,
he scoffs.
I
I'm
had
dead
to come
serious.
eastbound
Wear
county
some
line.
shades.
No. I put
no.
shades on.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. You can't see at all.
I like how your shades were like the ones that old ladies
The
get
big
after
one, the
LASIK
blind-
surgery.
Yeah. No, listen. And I think
It's Harry
people,
Carey shades.
I'm going to reach out to our listeners right now. A lot of the East driving listeners, those of you who have to suffer what I suffer. We got to do something about this.
We got to
About the
fix the
sun.
earth. We got to fix the
No,
earth.
I'm not joking.
I agree. Brett, this is the best way I can explain it to you.
The Avs won big, so yeah.
You're a nitwit, so let me explain this to you
All right, go ahead.
in a way that you'll understand.
Uh-huh.
You're playing ball. All right, let's say you're at third base. They popped you into left field for whatever reason.
I told you, by the way, he's on one. He's called me a nitwit for no reason already this morning. I mean,
That's fine. Let him
They
talk. Let him
popped
cook.
you into left field for no reason.
okay.
But you got your shades on, right? Like the late innings. Put Kane in left, fine. And you lose a ball in the sun, a pop fly in the sun.
It's happened before.
It's like that's what driving east on 6th Avenue is like.
Or on C470.
470.
Exactly. So someone
It's
said
like
here,
it's like you're constantly losing a ball in the sun, yet you're driving at 80 miles per hour with 1,000 other people driving at 80 miles per hour.
someone said here, wear sunglasses maybe. I was wearing sunglasses. I was wearing sunglasses. That did not
Let's figure this out.
that did not solve the problem. You could have put blinders on my car, and that would not have helped.
Wait a minute. Did you guys kill a couple cats on the way here? Did you
maybe.
go full Jamie Lynn Spears?
We
Oh,
gotta
that's
do
so
something
funny.
about this sun.
All right.
Number two. Okay, this is very important, and I need everybody out there to understand where I'm coming from. I am a courteous coworker. In fact, I did the dishes, all the dishes.
The
the
lie
other
detector
day.
determined that was a lie.
You stick it.
What does do the dishes mean? You hit start on the dishwasher?
Yeah, because it's sitting there for a week and a half and nobody would hit start. I did. I walk in and the coffee machine is bone dry. Bone dry.
You see me with coffee?
I have coffee.
What you cannot do in an office setting.
Maybe he did it.
I brought it from home.
He brought it from home. What you cannot do in an office setting is when you have a Keurig or Keurig or whatever the hell you call it, and you take the last of the water, you can't leave it bone dry. Because then the next person, they don't just get to put their pod in and get their coffee and get started with the show.
Now I've got.
Hold on. Now you've got to. I got to fill the water up. Hold on. Then I got to wait for the mother trucker to heat. Then I got it.
Can you guys talk about the hockey
I know,
game?
like there's a big win last night.
All right, we're getting to that.
And you guys are getting to
I
sun.
just have one last one because see,
right.
I look for solutions. Scott writes in, we should take the mountains and move them east of Denver.
That'd be great. Well, then Yeah, but then the drive home would be even worse.
I feel
Just
like
move them in the afternoon.
I'm going to be honest,
Move it in the
guys.
afternoon. Yes, that'd be great.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think that the city has the budget to move the mountains.
If we can't get a flipping train going on up to the mountains, how are we going to move the mountains?
Okay, now.
Driving east right now. Right, hold on. Driving east right now. Vic, it's like John Cougar Mellencamp. It hurts so good. The sun is right in my eyes. I cannot see. I can only hear. So let me guide you.
But you can text.
All right. Outside of what, Moj, the first minute, that was cool. Like, the first minute of the game, you're like, are you bleeping kidding me with these starts again? Down 1-0, but Kiviranta immediately answers, 68 seconds later, and then it was all Avs for the next 59 minutes.
What I liked best about it last night, and again, I was down low, it's so much different to watch the game from down low than up top. But boy, as the game went on, and I would say, especially from the start of the second period on, in my opinion, I thought the compete level was very good. Like, they competed last night.
You saw that, well, right after they scored, Dallas scored first. Moj, it's one of the first things I wrote down. I'm like, they are working their asses off right now. The couple of goals that they scored immediately were direct results of just hard work.
Kiviranta comes right back. I thought Rantanen's 31st. Boy, I mean, he busted his butt, did he not?
Rantanen looked good last night.
I mean, that was a butt-busting goal.
Yeah. That entire sequence was chaos because Lehkonen starts at the front of the net. Matt gets the rebound, can't finish, but it was just like there was constantly somebody parked in front just waiting for, and then Mikko gets cut down basically at the knees.
Correct.
On the way in.
You're not going to be pretty. You're not going to be fancy all the time. Sometimes you got to get ugly. Vic, sometimes you got to get nasty. Sometimes you got to get dirty.
The sun was in the eyes of Dallas after the first minute.
That was a powerful response to all the criticism the Avs have taken on. They just basically flexed after that goal given up. They just said, okay, let's go.
This kid, Logan Stankoven, you're probably going, who the hell is Logan Stankoven, right? Brand new kid to their lineup. Brand new dude. And he's not the biggest dude in the world, but obviously he's got some skill. He's 5'8", 170. Career games, 3 career games. 2 goals and an assist. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
In 3 career games. Former second-round pick, 21 years old, parked himself right in front, exactly a minute in, bam, on top. And I'm like, oh, and it happened right in front of me. I'm like, oh, my God. Top shelf kid with a great shot. Okay. They worked hard. I mean, they kept busting their tails, and they were rewarded for it. Cogliano comes walking in. It's a little 2-on-1, bam, top shelf. And I think Dallas at that point knew, all right, we're screwed. Then McKinnon just basically marches off the wall to the front of the cage, backhand, top shelf. And at that point, I mean, at 7:58 of period 2, game over.
Yep.
Right then.
Did you hear McKinnon last night? I don't know. You were at the game, so you did not see it. He was on the postgame show with Kevin Weeks, and I'm not sure who the other gentleman is. And they're talking to him. He's sitting there, and he's got that broken nose now. It's all bent out of shape.
All bent out of shape.
It's all bent out of shape. He's got the hockey nose. And they said, hey, Nathan, great game. You guys really answered him, and you're back. And his answer is Joker-like. He and Joker are the exact same person. So they're all excited that the Avs came to play and put up 5 unanswered. And Nathan McKinnon's answer was shrug of the shoulders. We didn't play that great. We just scored a lot of goals. We weren't that great. We just got it in the net.
I thought they competed hard.
I mean, I'm just telling you what he said.
They gave up some grade A chances, by the way, and when they did, Georgiev was great. Yeah, but he's going to downplay it. He's not going to go, oh, yeah, we were awesome. Oh, yeah.
By the way, a nice little stretch here. Georgiev in his last 5 games, this is from Arif Dean. 4-1 in his last 5. He stopped 133 of 145 shots for .920 save percentage. Definitely better and improved from what we saw maybe pre-All-Star break. And we'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Funny thing is, Ottinger, they solved him quite a few times last night. And Ottinger, I was looking up his numbers, Moshe. He's not quite as good as he's been the last couple of years, just from a straight statistical perspective.
The Avs have had his number as of late.
I fear Hellebuyck more than I do Ottinger.
Well, he's really good. I mean, that guy's a witch too, which is why you would love to win the division. Winnipeg's sitting there tied, and they've got, 18 games in hand? I mean, I don't know. How many games in hand do those guys have? It depends on the night. It's 3 or 4, depending on the night, at least on the Avalanche. Maybe 2 on the Stars, something along those lines. But let me see. Check it out.
I'll do it for you. I'm there already. Winnipeg has played 57 games.
They got 3 games in hand on the Avs, 4 on Dallas.
Yep.
So
and they lead the division.
And they've won 4 in a row now again. Man, they had that little scuffling stretch. Now they've won 4 in a row again. So, yeah, they're a pain in the butt.
We'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Also, I want to let you guys know now, for a lot of, we do ticket giveaways on this show. A lot of times we do it at the end of the show. And I always feel bad for people who listen in this hour because they never have those chances. Let's say you start work at 8 o'clock and you can't listen anymore.
They get no goodies. They get nothing.
Tomorrow, when the Heat come to town to play the Nuggets, it's going to be the Nuggets' second game on a back-to-back. We're going to have a pair of tickets to give away at 7:45 tomorrow.
Wait, what?
So if you're listening now, and this is sort of your drive into work, a pair of tickets to the Heat game tomorrow, we will give away tomorrow at 7:45.
So that's for the game tomorrow night.
So a friendly reminder to anybody going into work now that when you're tuning in, you'll have a chance to win. Boom.
So, Vic, why are the Nuggets, why do they have this such long stretch off? What's going on there?
Just 2 days.
Feels like forever.
Yeah, it's just a couple days.
When's Sacramento in town? Tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tonight's Sacramento. Tomorrow night is Miami.
Welcome to Miami.
Bienvenidos a Miami.
Yeah, I like that.
A lot to get to today. 303-504-0925.
Can we agree, though? Can we agree that people who don't refill the water in the Keurig at work are evil?
I would say it's very rude.
Those are the worst people on planet Earth.
I'd say it's rude.
Because I'm dying for a cup of coffee, and I'm running a little bit behind. Okay, that's my fault.
And look, hey, I'm gonna say it. We got 2 other stations here. Nobody else is in the office right now. There's no salespeople. There's no nothing. There's just radio people.
So it's one of them for sure.
They don't got 3-minute breaks. They're playing song. Like, you got plenty of time. You go out there to get coffee.
Dude was napping the other day in between tunes or during tunes, taking a snoozy.
Just saying. You got the time. 303-504-0925. So when we return, there's a lot that we didn't hear because it happened in the middle of the show from Sean and George Payton yesterday. One of them from George I thought was pretty interesting, and a takeaway that a lot of people had after they heard them speak was, they're definitely taking a quarterback. I'm not sure that's the case based on a couple of the comments I got from George Payton yesterday. We'll get to that next.
Later this morning at 8, we have Avalanche head coach Jared Bednar on the official home of the Avalanche. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
That's the sound of luck, and that's the sound of Tulotero. Lottery lovers, why wait in line when you can play online? This is Brett Kane. Tulotero is a mobile app that you can download from your app store. Register, play, and start winning some jackpots with a little luck. Tulotero provides official state lottery tickets safely and securely straight to your phone, and you will be amazed at how easy it is. Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, Colorado Lotto, and more. They got all your favorite games. We got a code for you to give it a try. Use the code MAGIC and check out the world of online lottery. If you are a new registration with the code MAGIC, MAGIC, you'll receive a nice welcome gift from us. We wish you good luck.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Carol. She's more focused on hitting a high note than the car in front of her. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Craig Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we understand the importance of keeping your family comfortable. With over 35 years of unwavering commitment, our experienced team is here for you when you need us most. Our qualified technicians, with thorough background checks, cover all your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust Craig to keep your home cozy and your family at ease. Contact us today at craigplumbing.us. Craig Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your first priority for comfort. craigplumbing.us.
Brett Kane for Zero Res, and February is the month for love. And when's the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it deserves? If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. And what's worse? You're going to be stuck inside, breathing this nasty stuff in for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Call the pros at Zero Res. They have 9,000 Google reviews with a 4.9 rating. And get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at just $109 plus a free hallway cleaned. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. Take an additional 20% off all other services if you call my friends at Zero Res right now, 303-471-5150, or go online at ZeroResDenver.com and say you want the altitude special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
There are trucks, then there's the truck. GMC Sierra, with available features like the V8 engine, the ultimate luxury interior, and of course, the available world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra, not just any truck, the truck. GMC's continued commitment to professional-grade engineering is on full display at your Colorado GMC dealers. Come take a test drive today and see for yourself. We are professional-grade GMC.
It's basketball season, and Denver fans, that means it's party time. Applejack Wine and Spirits is the place for all your parties and events, big or small. With low prices, great service, and the best selection of wine, spirits, and beer, Applejack's roster goes deep. Stock up before tip-off and never miss the action. Here's your winning game plan. Shop online at applejack.com for free delivery on orders of $150 or more. And shop our stores in Wheat Ridge, Thornton, and now in Colorado Springs. Always Applejack.
Got a new crash working. This is end of the ramp, northbound 225 to westbound I-70. This report sponsored by WeBuyAnyCar.com. It's got the left lane of that ramp blocked up, and the flyover is backing up towards Colfax. You also have a fire truck in the right lane at the crash scene assisting. Avoid the hassle of selling privately or dealing with a dealer. We Buy Any Car is the fast and fair way to sell. Get your car's valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. I'm Aaron O'Neill with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
Oh no, Vic, look at the TV, look at the glare. Oh.
Did you guys see how CSU lost last night to Nevada?
Yeah, they are inventing ways to just kind of break your heart, aren't they?
I mean, they battled back. They tied up on a pair of free throws by Isaiah Stevens. Looks like it's going to overtime. Then that Lucas kid pops in a half quarter. Just a little half quarter. A little half quarter off the backboard to win it for Nevada at the buzzer.
What a little Max Strusian way to do things.
Yeah, if you missed that, Max Strus went ballistic in the final quarter. It just wasn't that final shot. It was his final quarter. What do you have, like 15 in the fourth?
Yeah. And then just
to beat
almost
Dallas?
three-quarter court, it felt like.
We saw 2 half-court or farther shots last night.
You know what? I want you to keep that in mind because I got a question about those.
Well, the problem, real quick though, the problem is now the Rams have lost 3 straight and 4 out of the last 5.
Losing at home hurts at this juncture.
So, and these are, I mean, you lose at the Pit. That was a heartbreaker.
You'd like to think that
you
they're
lose
in
at
the tournament,
UNLV, but it's a close one, and then you lose on a half quarter. I mean, that sucks.
We're going to talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock. Is today his birthday? Bedsy's birthday today? Texters are saying it's his birthday.
Good for
Well,
him.
it must be. If the texters say it is, it's his birthday.
That's true.
And that's what we're going with. You could tell us anything and we'll believe it.
By the way, first thing I'm going to ask Bednar, and I think this is the truth, guys. I haven't done all the math on all the days.
Wait,
but
wait, real quick. Is today leap day? Is today the 29th?
no,
What's today?
it's the 28th.
Well, he was born on leap. He was born on the 29th. I know that. He's a leap baby.
So what is he, like 11?
So tomorrow is his birthday then.
Well, yeah, but then next year he won't have a birthday. For the next 3 years, he won't have a
That's
birthday.
his problem.
Well, that's what I said.
That's what you get.
Did you guys know that the Avalanche record on Tuesdays, the day before he appears on our program this year, is 9-2?
That's how we roll.
I mean, I don't think he wants to disappoint us before he jumps on the show. And that's got to be the best winning percentage of any day of the season. So we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock. Couple things here from Sean Payton and George Payton. I want to start with Sean. And we mentioned this, but I want you guys to hear it because I got two takeaways from Sean Payton discussing the meme that he saw of the guy with all of the Broncos names of quarterbacks crossed off on the shirt.
Right.
Listen.
So the question was finding the right solution to quarterback in this league, which is obviously very competitive in our division. I think it's vital. I saw this like humorous meme the other day where there was a Bronco fan with a shirt on and there was like 8 quarterbacks names with a cross through it, and he's drinking the quarterback Kool-Aid, and our job is to make sure that this next one, doesn't have a line through it.
So if anything was clear yesterday, the clear thing is we were already 99.9% sure.
Listen.
He said our job is to make sure the next one isn't crossed off, which is, okay, Russell's gone. We get that.
The code words are out there. The code interviews. When Russell did his interview with Brandon Marshall, the code was, I'm gone. This is my goodbye. I want to give you my side of the story.
Right.
Those words uttered by Sean Payton is they're on to the next guy. We know this is going to happen. We know it. The question comes up, why hasn't it happened?
That's what I
What's
don't get
the
either.
delay here? Why are they waiting to announce this? What could it be? And I can't for the life of me understand what's taking so long.
Just saw a thing on TV. Well, the Chicago Bears, whatever their GM is, what's his name?
Ryan Poles.
Poles.
I think it's Polis.
That's our governor.
That's our governor.
I think it's pronounced Polis, though, isn't it?
I think it's Poles.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, he says we'll decide on our quarterback in the next 2 weeks.
How do you know that Jared Polis isn't part of that front office?
Well, maybe he is. I don't know. But I'm like, dude, if you haven't already decided if you're gonna trade Justin Fields or not and draft Caleb Williams overall number 1, then what's your problem, Jack? Like the Bears, they already know what they're gonna do.
You have the number 1 overall selection. There is nothing to wait for. You make the decision.
The Broncos already know what they're going to do. You know what Tom Petty once said, the late great Tom Petty? The waiting is the hardest part.
So what he's trying to say is the next 3 months.
Stop waiting, let's go.
The next 2 months, because 2 months before the NFL draft.
Yeah.
The next 2 months are basically a study in surreptitiousness. That's what this is. A study in surreptitiousness. And every team does it.
See, but you guys missed the main thing that I got out of that clip. He knows the word meme?
Yeah, I don't think you're giving him enough credit. I heard you go off on that this morning.
I didn't go off on it
the other day where there's a.
I didn't go off on it. I was just surprised. He doesn't strike me as an online guy. That's all.
I think memes have been around long enough for people to know what it means.
memes.
Well, I'm watching.
That's Stephen A. Smith. He is online.
What does Channel 31 say?
Peyton hints at moving on from Wilson.
Are these people at Channel 31 in the friggin' Stone Age?
Hey, man, they aren't sports reporters or news people. They're talking to the mom
Peyton?
before she takes the kids to school.
Peyton hints on moving on from Wilson.
Well, that's what he did. I mean, they're not.
He didn't say it outright.
Yeah.
He hinted.
I'm trying to figure out what is motivating.
I got your back, Fox 31.
What is motivating the Broncos? Because it's not on Russ, it's on the Broncos now. Why haven't they simply announced their intention and moved on? What is taking so long? And I need you guys to tell me what you may think it is.
What do they ask yourself this question? And I don't know what the answer is, so that's why I'm asking both of you. What do they gain by waiting? And what do they gain by letting it out right now what they're going to do?
Well,
Like,
here's the game by letting it out.
What are you gaining?
The game by letting it out right now, I guess, would be to have other teams jockey in place to make their move. And it would cut ties, and you don't have to answer the question anymore. You don't have to worry about he's no longer on your team. That is no longer your problem.
Okay, Brett, then can you tell me what they would gain by waiting?
No. I have no idea. I don't.
Neither do
they
I.
aren't
That's why I'm
trading
asking.
him. He's got a no trade clause. He knows he's getting cut. He can choose wherever he wants to go. Like, I don't see any purpose to this. But what's funny, Mike Kliss this morning, he said that the Broncos had a formal interview with J.J. McCarthy last night. They're scheduled to meet with Bo Nix and Michael Penix today, and they will meet with several more prospects this week, including Tulane's Michael Pratt. So they're talking all these different QBs. But here's the question I have, and it sparked something when I heard another GM talk about this. Bills GM Brandon Beane, he was asked about them trading up for Josh Allen, and you know what's funny? I totally forgot they traded up for him. I thought they just had the pick and they took him, but they were actually, ironically, at number 12 overall. They traded up to 7 to take Josh Allen. What do you think that cost? 12 to 7.
It cost a first-round swap and a second and a third.
A first-round swap in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Is what it took to go from 12 to 7.
And that's
in which
5
they
spots.
They took Josh Allen. But he said something in the middle of it, which is, look, if you're a GM, we would all think this way, but as a fan base, you probably don't like to hear this. But Marty, go ahead.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh, and I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway, and if he does work out, nobody's going to give a shit.
Isn't that as plain and simple as you can put it?
It's funny. It's funny. Rick George said the same thing when he hired Dion.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, it's my last call anyway. I'm done.
So I know you don't want to give up draft capital, but if you think you got a guy that you like, if I'm George Payton, I'm like, well, if it doesn't work, I'm gone no matter what. It feels like George Payton's already kind of walking the green mile to start.
Hold on. Is that George Payton's call?
That's what I've wondered.
Or is that Sean Payton's call?
We're getting some good feedback, though, on the question, why wait to make this announcement? And that's why I appreciate all of our listeners who are smarter than we are, because when we look at this, I think we wear certain glasses and we can't see. We're myopic a bit. Will in Fort Collins writes in, maybe they're just letting Wilson's camp talk to other teams to see if there's a market. If it's not what they want, maybe they'll want to come back. I don't think so, but that's all I can think of. So perhaps it is a chance for the Wilson camp to delve into the market. And perhaps the market isn't what he thought it was.
Mose, you want to throw your headphones and push your chair back. Come up with a better answer than that one. I don't think that's the case either, but that's at least one idea.
Yeah, don't start poo-pooing every answer that people give us, because I haven't heard an answer from you.
Okay. Because I don't have one. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. No offense to that listener and that texter. There is no market. If you're talking about trade, there's no.
He's not talking about trade market.
I understand. Let me lay it all out there. There is no trade market for Russell Wilson. And number two, if you don't think he's already been talking to other teams this entire time, knowing what's coming down, I'm sure he's been given full permission for a month or more. So I get what you're saying, and I appreciate that. It's wrong. It's false.
That's your opinion. I sort of understand where that person's coming from. Dwayne writes in, maybe they're just waiting on, to see what this draft class looks like, and you get a good look at it at the combine.
Russell's not coming back. So what the hell difference does it make?
That one is funny. It's like, I tell you what, we talked to all these prospects. I don't like any of them. Russ, you want back in? I don't think that's going to happen.
That is not happening.
I just think there's got to be a legit reason, and I can't for the life of me put my finger on it. And it's not a contractual reason. There's no contractual stipulation that says they have to wait till the last date It's got to be done before March 17th, the end of the calendar year for the NFL. But there's nothing else that's tied to that date. Nothing. They could do it right now.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Look, and I know that
6569 writes in, simple, spite.
That may
how is that even being spiteful, though?
I don't know. That may be the most obvious sign. I don't
delaying his
know.
ability to openly shop because he's currently under contract.
Oh, yeah, because would it be like tampering at this moment?
Yeah.
Is that what it would be?
Okay. You think they really give a rat's rip if he's talking to the Steelers or anybody else?
No.
They don't care. They couldn't care
That's
less.
the second person who just wrote in, Sean Payton seems petty. He wants Russ to wait.
Look, all of these are answers that I will say is better than mine, which is nothing. So I'm not going to
Actually,
rip these too much.
Actually, I don't know.
Well, at least these are answers.
Maybe
you guys
the best
don't even
answer.
Have,
No,
you
that's
guys
what I'm
don't
saying.
have
I'm giving them credit.
Yes, at least our listeners are brave enough to give us an answer. Mosier, I asked him, he has nothing.
No, I don't. I think it's stupid.
You're vacant in between those years.
I'm vacant because I think it's dumb. I think this whole waiting around is asinine and wasteful. Cut bait and let's go.
This one says 9750 potentially could be working on a restructure for Russ, and maybe he's warm to it. And now Moj takes off his headsets again.
Hey, Marty, can you play George Payton being asked about the Russell interview with Brandon Marshall? Just to get a clear picture. If you think a restructure is coming, here's what Sean Payton said.
No, I appreciate that. We've moved forward. We've addressed that. We've moved forward. Everything we did was above board. But, I appreciate Russ. But we've moved forward. We have a lot of work to do. We're here at the Combine. We have free agency around the corner. We're focused on bettering our team and winning football games.
We appreciate Russ, but we've moved forward.
Do you have a contact? Do you have a contact?
I have the answer.
Did they text you?
No, I didn't get the text. This is just me, Investigator Vic, putting everything together. I know the answer.
All right, Sherlock, lay it on us.
I've been in this business long enough to know how the PR game works, and I know exactly why the Broncos have waited. There are certain things the Broncos are required to do via NFL policy. And one of those things is to provide their coach, GM, certain members of the organization to the media during the NFL Combine. The NFL Combine is a media mouthpiece more than anything else. It's where players, organization people, they get to talk to the media during this week. They're waiting for that to end. That way, they make the move and everything is silent. And they don't have to talk about it.
Talk to anybody.
They don't have to say a word to anybody about it. I mean, imagine if they had made the decision today. All week long, members of the Broncos are in Indy for the Combine. That is your answer.
Victor.
That is what I've deduced, and that is how it works.
Victor, that's it.
That is it.
That's got to be it.
That is it.
They just don't want to talk about
That's
it.
exactly it. They don't want to relive it. They don't want to relitigate it. They don't want you to they don't want it resurfaced. So you can throw your challenge flag all you want. I'm going to pat myself on the back after listening to all the answers that came in and deducing that's what it is. It always comes down to the media. It does. They don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Maybe they don't. The fact is, they're going to have to talk about it sometime.
Yeah, but
Sure.
Moshe, think about
You might
this.
as well talk about it now and
No,
say,
no.
say we're done and move on.
Let me back up Vic's case. They don't do it now, okay? The next time we're going to hear these guys is probably after the draft.
Before the draft. They usually have a pre-draft press
Okay,
conference.
fine.
That won't be
2
until
months from
late
now.
April. And by then, all the smoke is cleared. I'm telling you right now, every move these organizations make, especially in the NFL where there are required settings, required by the league office, they paint a photo. They make sure to wait till those days are done before they publicly do anything. And in Sean Payton's role, hey, dude, if there's ever a coach who doesn't want to do this, it's him.
Yep.
Well, too bad.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's the answer.
I think
Let's
that's right.
end this show. There's no reason to go on. We're done.
All
We're
right.
done here.
All right, Marty. Okay, see you.
Didn't you try and end the show 3 minutes in yesterday,
Yeah,
too?
well, I mean, there's really nothing else to talk about. I mean, regarding the Broncos and Russell, that's it. As you're going to work today and somebody brings it up, hey, what's taking so long? That's your answer. Now you have something.
Well, Mosier's leaving.
You can leave. I'll give you full permission. Leave the show. There's no reason for you to be here.
Okay. You sure you're off camera for that one?
Positive.
I hope so. It's funny, though, because they talked exclusively, it felt like, about quarterbacks, and we all understand why. It's because everybody's asking them that question. I still have some question marks about, are they really dead set on taking one of these guys? It could be all smoke and mirrors, all these different meetings. I'm sure they're pushing to look at it. I just don't know if anybody's going to be available by then. But anyway, we'll get to that later. 303-504-0925. We got Bednar coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Vic, I know you got some KCP audio that you want to get to with the Nuggets, who are back in action tonight against a team that gives them fits for whatever reason, the Sacramento Kings, and you can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But that audio from KCP, set this up for us. What is he going to say?
He's going to talk about what's going to motivate them in the second half and a little something he got from Nikola Jokic. The entire team got it. And if you look at Nikola Jokic as a leader, this will support that argument. Well, then move. Sorry. We're talking about Winnipeg, and now they're having trouble in Winnipeg. They're a first-place team. First-place team. Most points in the Western Conference. And they can't sell out a game. They can't keep a season ticket base. They're having trouble filling the arena. Get out of there.
Yeah, why is that?
Get out. I mean, it's not. Listen, man. Every year the NHL. Oh, we got to feed Canada. Got to feed Canada to keep those markets happy. Well, they can't support it. That's their problem.
Yeah, it's tough. The economy's bad, obviously. And
put that sucker in Omaha, Nebraska right now, and they'd have every sellout every game. I guarantee it. No, not probably.
No,
not probably.
They would.
This man lived there. If you put an NHL team in Omaha, Nebraska, and you may think, why Omaha? They would sell out every game.
Do you know what Creighton basketball is averaging per game this year, attendance-wise? 16,500 people.
They would sell out every game. Oh, well, we can't do it. We can't take it away from Canada. Sure you can. Hey, Canada, this is your sport. Support it. If you can't, you lose it.
It's a small building, and they can't fill it. The people are suffering. The economy's tough. It's a tough situation for the Jets.
They have the second lowest attendance average in the league behind Arizona.
I know.
And Arizona plays in a freaking, what do they play? What is that?
Little college arena.
College arena. So they have no choice. So, and I know that you're sympathetic to Winnipeg's cause. I'm not. I've never been to Winnipeg. I have no reason to go to Winnipeg. Why would anybody want to go to Winnipeg? Everybody hates the Winnipeg road trip, correct? Everybody hides when it's time to go to Winnipeg. Move the team out of Winnipeg.
I don't know.
It's kind of right, though. You should be able to sell that thing out.
Hey, time out, though. Time out. First of all, number one, you don't stump for Omaha.
Oh, I think Omaha's a great sports town. I think I've been to the
they got what they got.
I've been to the College World Series.
They glom onto Lincoln. They've got the College World Series. They've got Creighton.
No, I'm going to defend Nebraska.
They got UNO. That's fine.
I'm going to defend Powder's people. All right, because I've been
a lot of milk.
There is a lot of milk. That's a really good sports market in terms of passion and loyalty. That College World Series.
It's not all about that, dude. It's about corporate dollars. It's about revenue.
Berkshire Hathaway is right in
Union Pacific.
Okay, so there's two.
Okay, give me all your.
You got two
dollars.
luxury suites.
Right, go ahead, Winnipeg. Shoot me on corporate dollars in Winnipeg.
I can't.
That's
do that.
what I thought.
Yeah, well,
the cat shelter's up there.
That's actually a good point, Vic. Give me the billionaire companies in Winnipeg.
What a joke. You know the very reason they're trying to make it work in Winnipeg? Because there's this guilt in the NHL that the sport is from Canada and they got to appease Canada. And I'm here to tell you, tough, Canada.
Yeah.
If you can't support your teams, you lose them. Tough. Like any other place. Hey, Arizona, if you can't support your team, you lose it.
Well, one team is getting support, and that is the Nuggets here in town as they play at home tonight against Sacramento. And, Vic, you said you had something with KCP and Joker. What is it?
Yesterday, KCP revealed to us that Joker is much more communicative than we all imagined. We have this thought of Joker just being to himself, never uttering anything to his teammates. Au contraire. Listen to KCP and the text he received from Joker right after the All-Star weekend.
Any more something different?
I mean, we already got a text message from him right after the All-Star game, so we already knew what his mindset was and how he was going to come in at the All-Star break. So, and for us and him being one of our leaders and our true MVP, we just had to follow. Like, we knew what his energy and his mindset was, and we can see it on the court. He's proven it, and for us, we just got to continue to pick him up, help him out, and just do our thing.
Was the text just like, all right, it's time to go, it's that time of year?
A little personal text right there, but it got everybody motivated, and we're looking forward to winning another championship.
A motivational text, group text, from Nikola Jokic to his teammates. And I asked around, it was just to his teammates. It wasn't to the entire organization, just his teammates. What do you think Nikola Jokic texted his teammates? I'm so curious to hear.
I want to be on parade.
I want to be on another parade.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. You want Cat?
You want Cat?
That's two. Most you have a.
I was going to be serious.
I mean, what do you think?
I was going to try to be serious.
What do
in
you
my
think
response.
his thumbs dreamed up there? I mean, he's sitting there. You're Nikola Jokic. He's got his thumbs on his phone.
It's probably not a very long text. I mean, it's not like he typed out one of these War and Peace type of things, but it was probably something along the lines of, I am ready to go. We all need to be ready to go. Enough screwing around. You know, it's time to be serious. I love you guys. Let's go kick ass. Something like that.
You know, I can't remember which game post All-Star break did Jamal go off at. I don't even know if it was at home. He was doing a post-game interview, though, with Katie. And he said something that was, and I don't have the exact quote, so maybe this is just sort of a paraphrase. He said, "We were desperate for the All-Star break," I think is what he said.
Yeah, I remember that.
Desperate.
I remember that, yeah.
Here's some of the...
And just real quick, Vic, I think we all kind of saw that pre-All-Star break, right? With some of the games that they had leading up to it, we're like, what the hell is going on here? They don't look nearly the same. And ever since then, they came out post-All-Star break and was like, it's go time, at least in the first three. And I want to see it tonight against Sacramento because Sacramento gives them fits for whatever reason they do.
Again, this should not be a big deal, right? I mean, texting's been around a few years. I think we all text each other.
Just a couple.
We sometimes text each other motivational quotes. Mosier does not. But the fact that Nikola Jokic is on board with that and is sending his teammates a message that it's time to dig in, whatever it is. The candidates,
they got it. Message
They got the
received.
message.
Yeah.
But some of the, we're asking you, what do you think he wrote on that text? Some of these coming in. The lightning is coming. You saw that little video that the Nuggets released, Nuggets 360, with him running down the hallway. Let's see. Win another championship. I buy all you guys a horse. That's from 3042.
I would love that.
My horse wants another party.
What would Colin Gillespie do with a horse?
Yeah, are they trotters or are they like EJ's horses? You know what I mean?
Nathan in Cheyenne writes in, I hate all these other All-Stars. Let's stick it in their stick hole. That's stealing a line from Mosier.
That could work, yeah.
I don't think anybody else in human history said stick it in their stick hole other than Mosier.
Somebody asked me the other day.
My brothers are coming. Shape up.
Okay.
That would be a good one. If we don't win, I'm sending the brothers after you.
Somebody asked me the other day, what is a stick hole? And I said, a stick hole is whatever you want it to be.
I think we know what that is.
Well, I mean, it's your own interpretation.
3202 says, simple text to all teammates, let's ride.
Oh, for God's sake. You know, I swear to God, if anybody ever even utters that phrase
I'm
ever
with you,
again.
Moshe. I don't want to hear that ever again in my life.
It's a visceral reaction now to it. Can this
I
era be overplayed?
cringe.
Can we just be done with this era of Broncos football? I want to erase 2 years from my brain. I need that friggin', what's that Total Recall thing? The Schwarzenegger thing where they cut your memory out. Anyway,
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
with you. Uh-huh.
Yeah, go ahead. That's right.
I love how this is just
That's
turning
right.
into Jokic listens to our show and just takes Mosierisms. Get your stingers up.
Amato writes in, good stuff, Amato. Oh, sorry. Wrong group. I meant to text that to my horses.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cute.
You know, there's something else here. Just quickly, Michael Malone was on with Jim Rome either yesterday or 2 days ago. And he was clarifying like he doesn't care about seating comment that he made. And I took this in another direction. Marty, can we hear a little bit of this, please?
I want everybody to understand because I think maybe people misinterpret what I'm saying. We would love to be the number one seed again. You know, last year that proved to be very beneficial for us, having home court advantage throughout the Western Conference and the NBA Finals. We only lost one home game in the entirety of the postseason, and that was Game 2 to Miami in the Finals. So we're not shying away from the one seed. If we can attain the one seed, we will take it. We feel, the best home crowd in the NBA, and we've proven to be a very tough out at home. For me, the bigger and most important thing is when our starting five are healthy and available, we have almost a .700 winning percentage. So we have to make sure come playoff time that we have not put ourselves at a disadvantage of running guys into the ground or overplaying them, maybe when they should not be playing to deal with their injuries.
Okay, so cut it right there. Here's what I heard in that. I know the words that he said. But Vic, am I wrong on this? His number one goal is starting five when they're healthy, .700 winning percentage. I think that's kind of like, I'm not worried about the bench, guys. I'm just worried about our starting five being healthy.
Well,
like we get obsessive about, well, can Peyton Watson really be the number one guy off the bench? And is Reggie Jackson going to be good enough to be the backup point guard? And do you need another backup big? And should they have gotten somebody at the buyout mark? And I think Malone's like, dude, if I got my starting five healthy, I'm good.
Because that's how he rotates his bench. Because once the playoffs roll around, and you see it in big games even now, he leaves a couple starters in there with his bench unit.
And
so
it's
not
not
a true bench. It's not a true reserve unit.
Right.
It's just a couple dudes helping with the starters. If your starters aren't healthy, you don't have those guys helping the bench. So therein lies the dilemma for the Nuggets.
It's not going to look like it did last year, Vic. And here's the other dilemma that they'll have to work through. He's talking about, hey, listen, we want the number one, but we want guys to be fresh and ready to go when the postseason rolls around. Maybe he feels he might have to rely on his starters for a couple extra minutes per game or whatever the case may be. That may be a different tact that he has to take this postseason. But believe you me, I put my full trust in Michael Malone to do what he thinks he needs to do to get his team another championship. So I'll throw my full weight behind him. Run your starters, whatever it is you want to do, I'm on board.
Well, it is meeting number 4 against Sacramento tonight. They lost the first 3. And 2 of those.
I don't like this, Vic.
You don't like what?
I don't like all this losing to Sacramento crap.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give you reasons perhaps why they lost those a little later in today's show, because I'm not going to make excuses for the Nuggets. I could tell you that tonight is a little different in the way it's set up to play Sacramento than the previous 3.
Oh, it's time.
Okay?
It's time to eat.
No, I'm going to tell you
It's time
why.
to eat, Vic.
I'm going to give you reasons perhaps why in the previous 3 they lost and why tonight there's no reason to lose, no excuse to lose, and I don't expect them to lose.
I don't either. You okay?
Cuban Benny, by the way.
Wait, what just happened to you?
Hello, Burpee. Cuban Benny, when I ask what did Nikola Jokic text his teammates, he's probably got the best answer here. Cuban Benny says, probably texted him, what do you guys think the Broncos will do about Russ?
Oh, my God.
Okay, so Vic, here's what I want you to do. Save what you were going to talk about with this game for a little bit later. We got to get to Jared Bednar, our weekly combo with the Avs head coach coming off a big win, 5-1 win last night. Jared Bednar next. Circa Sports available right now in Colorado, and this is Brett Kane. Circa it's just the best. And you take a look at the lines tonight. The Nuggets 8-point favorites despite losing their last 3 this season against the Kings. 8-point favorites at home. Also tonight, Lakers, Clippers, the battle for LA. The Clippers 3.5-point favorites. You can check that all out yourself. Circa Sports. Download the app or circasports.com as they strive to have tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. It's available now. Download the app, Circa Sports, or go to circasports.com. Let's go to the Ramos Law Hotline and talk to the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And all conversations with the coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union and Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Coach, congrats on the win last night. I got a couple of just housekeeping things to take care of. First of all, is today your birthday?
Yeah, it is.
Well, happy birthday, Coach. Most said it was on a leap day, though. Is it the 29th or the 28th?
No, 28th. Yeah, it's the 28th.
Oh.
False information from the broadcast of the Avs? How about that?
I think what we're trying to get out here is that all cool people are born in February.
That is true.
I think that's the bottom line that we're getting at.
Well, the second piece of housekeeping that I wanted to bring to you, Coach, is that I know this is a giant impact on how you guys played last night. Did you know on the day before you joined this program, your team is 9-2 this season? I think you know you don't want to come in here disappointed. That's it, right?
That's part of it. It's always better to talk about a nice win and a great team effort than to come on and be all depressed. And so no question, it's definitely got a part to do with it. But that's a good record. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a good record, Coach. And it's interesting, too, because I went to the game last night as a fan, national TV. I see every game from up top, right? So I consume the game, and I see it, and I get a feel one way, but then when you're down close, it's something totally different. And I thought for the most part last night, your team, especially as the game went on, for me, the compete level looked very high level. What did you feel about your team? And it seemed like everything, obviously in terms of the goals, flowed off the compete.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think since we got home from that road trip that our compete level has been really good, and our conscience has been really good. We have, and so the 5-on-5 part of our game since coming off the road, that's what killed us on the road. And since coming home, I felt like it's in a really good place and building to a good place. So pretty happy with that. But there's more to it than just that, right? Like our special teams struggled a little bit when we got home. You got to put the whole package together, especially this time of year, to be able to win on a nightly basis. And we had some struggle scoring goals, even though we were producing some nice chances in those games. And it's a fine line, right? So last night, everything comes together. I thought we got an outstanding goaltending performance. The game was, for as hard as both teams competed, there was still a lot of really good chances, and the chances we gave up were really good ones. Some of them brought on by ourselves. I thought our execution and especially, in the first half of the game wasn't great. We just had trouble putting a couple passes together, and they're a team that can press you and create those turnovers, and they came in on some really good scoring chances. And I just thought Gorgie was outstanding. Special teams won that battle, even though the game was played mostly 5-on-5, and the guys competed hard with a really good defensive conscience, and that defense led to a bunch of really good scoring chances that we capitalized on. So I liked their game. There's lots to take out of that game that was really positive.
Well, you're not the only one who thought goaltending was the difference. Last night, McKinnon was interviewed by the national folks, and he said goaltending was the reason we won that game, and he gave all credit to Georgie. Hey, what were your thoughts on Rance and Mikko's play? And I thought he picked it up a notch last night.
Yeah, I did too. I think that's been building too for a couple games. Obviously, he went through a little bit of a slump and some struggles, and we've been talking to our team about this, in a lot of areas about having the second and third effort and being relentless and making sure we're not doing any resting on the ice, and trying to give our guys some specific examples of that. And he was strong on the puck last night. He was moving his feet early, made a bunch of really nice plays. He's been a little bit snake bitten here recently, so I think that there's a little bit of frustration, but he worked through it last night, gets rewarded with a goal and an assist, and the line was really good. I think they all had a goal and assist, actually. So it was good to see those guys get rewarded, so they can feel good about it and get on a roll.
Coach, I know that last night was great, but when you get a guy like Val Nichushkin back in the lineup, and I don't know when your guys' plan is to get him back on the ice, maybe you can tell us, but just getting him back within the team and knowing what he brings to every aspect of offense, defense, special teams, what's that feeling like when you got the news that he was coming back?
That's huge. It's huge news for our team, and our record indicates that, just how big of a part of our team he is. And like you said, like he's involved in all aspects of our game. And when you get a guy that's big, long, strong, and fast like he is, and has the finish and the ability to bolster a line and just make a whole another line just that much more dangerous, it's huge. So. Yeah, when we got the news, everyone was really excited because there's not a lot of communication while he's gone, especially on. You're not given any timeline, right? It's just the news that he'll be flying back in a couple of days and joining the team, and you guys can start ramping him up to play. So he won't come on this road trip for us. He's going to stay back with Toby Peterson, our skills coach, and he's going to skate here. And just get prepared to play, but he's not a guy that this. Val keeps himself in really good shape. He's been working out hard. He looks good on the ice, but he is going to stay back on this 2-game road trip, settle in, make sure he's doing all the work he needs to. It's 2 a days, so he'll skate and work out, and in the evening or vice versa, and just ramp him up as hard as we can here for another 4 or 5 days, and then we'll target one of these first home games when we get back for him to jump back in the lineup.
Sweet, that's going to be great. I mean, he does so many things, Coach, that don't even show up on the stat sheet. I mean, how do you measure a 150-foot back check to stop a scoring chance? You know what I mean? So it's great to see 13 happy, healthy, and able to come back. And as we make this final push now, I mean, this is it. You're into the final push, and the deadline comes up a week from Friday and all that kind of thing. What do you start doing as a coach right now to get your team physically and mentally prepared for that push? And what kind of message are you sending this particular season as you're locked in a 3-horse race for the top of the Central? What are you saying to your club all right, let's go get it right now?
Yeah, well, physically, number one, we want to make sure that our whole team is playing well, trying to get all 4 lines going, 6D, so we don't have to overtax people. That's not something we want to do going into the playoffs. There's going to be nights in the playoffs when you have to lean on guys like McKinnon, Ranton, and Lekin and Val, our D-core, and you don't want to overtax them going in. You do, if you look at, especially looking at the numbers this year, our home record is exceptional, right? Our team has played really well at home. They really enjoy playing in front of our fans. I think that it's important to push and try to get home ice, but we're not going to put ourselves, in a bad position going into the playoffs to get that. We're trying to chase down Dallas and Winnipeg now. Home ice would be great. The division would be even better. If we're in a position where we can, grab the number 1 seed or grab the 2 seed to get home ice in the first round, we'll push a little bit to do it, but we don't want to, again, just hinder ourselves going into the playoffs with our energy level. So rest and making sure that our whole team is going so we can play everyone. Last night, perfect example. We come out of the gate, the 4th line is buzzing right away. They score early. We keep playing them, which spreads the minutes out. It's important. And then they go get another one. Nights like that you can't even measure how much that means to our team. So hopefully we can continue with that. And then on the tactical side, mental side of it, it's honing in on the details, really setting a high standard for the way we want to play, how we want to manage the puck, our checking game, putting the whole package together like we did last night on as many nights as we possibly can. So everyone is really clear on exactly what it's going to take this time of year, from playoff time, the toughest time of year, in order to win, just dialing that in. And there's a lot of season left to be able to do that. We've been talking about it all year long, but you see on good teams, you really see the guys start to dig in and hone in on that, because they know the importance, especially our guys, because it's where we got to the year we won after failing in the second round for a number of years. Like it's super important. We talked to our leadership group about it, that they're spreading the right message around the locker room, that the accountability is high, that we're pushing to play our best. And then hopefully we can spread those minutes around through our lineup so we're rested and ready and feeling really good about where our game's at going in the playoffs. It's about peaking at the right time for this team, in my opinion.
This might be a dumb question, Coach, but I've heard both you and Michael Malone use this, for this post All-Star break portion of the schedule, that you want to get the best seed possible, but it's not a top priority. You want to make sure you're playing good hockey. You want to make sure that your team is healthy going in the postseason. Does that mentality stem from you've watched this team win a cup before? If you guys didn't have a Stanley Cup already, would that mentality be different?
Yeah, I think it's changed for our team a little bit over the years. Like, we failed a couple times in the playoffs, didn't play great on the road in some of those series, and so we did push for a couple years to get that highest seed. And obviously it helped us in the year we won the cup. The previous year it didn't. I think the mentality of our guys is just like I explained. It's about, making sure that our game is in order at the right time of year. Like, the division is won, the conference is won, the league is won by just being so consistent all year long that you are hopefully sitting in that spot and can, not overtax guys and still keep it, right? Well, that's not the case this year. We've been inconsistent at times. We've played some really good hockey. We've played some poor hockey at times. It's been pretty good, and we're in this 3-horse race, and if our team is feeling good about where we're at, and we're mentally in the right place and physically we're rested and everyone's firing on all cylinders and we're a 4-line team and everything's rolling, we got a good rhythm to our game, we do feel like we can win anywhere. So, the confidence in our team is within our room is high, and we just want to make sure that we're earning that confidence. It's not a false confidence. That we're doing all the right things and feeling good about it, and then off we go for the playoffs. So the home seed would be really nice. Obviously, winning the division would be really nice. So we'll see how it goes down the stretch. If we can play consistent hockey, I think we're going to be in a position that we can attain our regular season goals and feel good about it going into the playoffs rested.
All right, little team housekeeping real quick. I'm thinking, okay, Val's coming back, and, who knows what's going to go. As a coach, do you think to yourself, okay, well, I got to start mixing and matching a little bit here. I saw that 62s now playing with 29 and 96. Okay, good. As a coach, it's a good problem to have, but do you start going through all those motions now of what you envision it's going to look like that first game that 13's back? Yeah,
absolutely. I think because of injuries and guys missing, Lehkonen and Nichushkin at times, we've played with a bunch of different line combinations. For the Colton line, for instance, they've played with Lecky now. They've played with Drouin now. They've played with OC now. We've matched them up against some tough lines and made their checking job very difficult. We've seen what we've gotten out of them. We know what they can handle. I think we've experimented quite a bit through the course of the regular season. It's important to go with some of those matchups and line combinations down the stretch, though, so it's fresh in our guys' head. They know what to expect from their, different line mates. So when we go into a series, if a line's struggling, we can make a minor adjustment that could make a big difference, right? And the guys feel good about it. So, yeah, this is the time of year for me. We want to find a consistency and a balance, but we also want to make sure that we're trying a few different combinations so everyone has a real good familiarity with who they're playing with going into the playoffs.
Well, loved your game last night. Loved the fact that the squad reacted to your impending birthday. Happy birthday once again. And I got to ask you, Coach.
It would have been a lot cooler if you were a lead baby, though.
Well, whatever. But I need to get your reaction, and I want you to be honest because you're the kind of guy that doesn't come across as a dude who likes receiving gifts. If I got you a tie for your birthday, would you wear it?
Well, that would just depend. From you, I like your style.
Thank you.
I'm assuming it'd be a nice, cool tie, so I'd probably wear it. Yeah, if you give me a tie that's questionable, then I might wear it once when I'm around you, like at some baby shower.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
wedding that we go to. But
who wears
then
a tie to a baby shower?
Well, it's a very fancy baby.
Then I'd tuck it away.
What if I already know the answer, but I got to ask. What if I gave you a tie?
All your ties are my old ties.
Well, kind of, yeah.
No. It's more about me. What about my style,
Oh, yeah,
Coach?
good, yeah.
The 2 ties that I own. What if I gave you one of those?
I'm not throwing a tie on unless I have to either, so I'm more of a jeans and T-shirt type of guy. So, yeah, if I don't have to wear one, I'm not wearing one.
By the way, mine's a clip-on, Coach.
Yeah, I know it would be. I'll take care of you, brother. I got you. I'll go deep into the closet on this one. I'll get one of those extra wides we wore in the 80s. All right? I got you.
Hey, those might come back one day. You keep those.
They already are.
I know you've had them for a long time.
I know.
So.
Coach, congrats on the win yesterday, and happy birthday, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar, and all conversations with the coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union and Quantum Fiber. Better banking starts with Premier Members Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit becomepremier.com to learn more about the artisans of banking.
Fair to say, Coach Bednar is one of those guys where no matter the tie, the suit, the shirt, whatever you give him, it looks good on him.
Yeah, it's unfair, right?
Right?
Just one of those guys that's unfair.
I could give him something that I consider trash. You put it on him and woo, he
Isn't
wears that well.
Isn't that a confidence factor too? Remember when Russell Westbrook was showing up dressed in construction outfits on his way to games? You're like, how does he pull that off? Is it just like he walks with a confidence? Is that all that takes?
I suppose, yeah.
Cuban Benny writes in on the Twitch feed, Kaner's tie is a cowbell.
That would be so funny.
That would
what
be
if
awesome.
I showed up to the charity gala that KSC throws every year
Just
with a
cowbell.
cowbell as a tie?
It would be so apropos of you, though. Why wouldn't you do that?
I got to keep that. I got to file that one away.
Share
That'd
your
be
culture.
so funny.
That's your culture. That's your heritage. People wonder why you wear a cowbell. This is who I am. This is my blood.
Well, I'm from Nebraska. That's what we do. All right. Big win for the Avs, and good to hear from the coach, and I cannot wait. So he didn't really give us a definitive answer on Val when he's coming back, Moj, but it sounds like when the homestand starts. He's not going to go on the road trip, so when they get back Monday, right, against Chicago, maybe.
That would be the target.
Maybe.
I think that would be the target date. Like he said, and here's great news. Val's in great shape. He's been busting his butt. All right, let's get it on.
By the way, you guys want a chance to win $50 to Altitude Authentics? You got to play our little game. We're going to play a clip from the Bednar interview. We'll leave it up to the texters. If you answer the question correctly, you're automatically entered to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. So stay tuned for that clip next. All right, as we do every week following the Jared Bednar interview, we will give away $50 now to do Authentics, and all you had to do was listen. It's not that hard. And so fill in the blank texters.
Oh, really? Tell that to Vic.
True. Fill in the blank texters. We will play a clip. Something will be bleeped. You need to tell us what the word is that's missing. Marty?
If you give me a questionable, then I might wear it once when I'm around you, like at some baby shower.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the missing word? 303-504-0925. If you get it right, you're automatically entered to win.
It's
And
too
Marty
easy.
draws somebody at random.
Why do you guys make it so easy?
Well, look. We're trying to go for funny as opposed to difficult.
It's already look at the slot
with
machine
Vic.
going off.
But that's the thing. Like, everybody's still got a chance. It's not like the first
know,
guy that gets
but,
it wins.
I was on the way to the airport
Make
last
people
week.
think.
Yeah, I was on the way to the airport when this was going down. And
Why is
it was
everything
legs. It was Sammy G using his legs.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like the easiest answer in the history of radio.
Something. Like, make things hard in life. Things aren't supposed to be this
at least
easy.
people-
Let me be in charge of this.
People
All they
like,
had to do was listen.
you don't need to make it incredibly difficult, but people like a challenge.
He said cowbell. Somebody said cowbell
It's a
and a
friggin'
thong.
layup, dude.
And
It's a
thong.
layup.
You wore a thong in a baby shower. There's something going on there.
Well, why would you be at a baby shower? First of all, is there anything worse? Can I ask right now? I'm so glad that Coach Bednar brought this topic up because he's obviously been to a baby shower. Is there anything worse than getting invited to one of those couple baby showers? I'm going to lay down the law right now. I want no part of that. And I don't know
What is
who
a
you
couple
are.
baby shower? What do you mean about
You know
that?
exactly what I mean. There are couples. A baby shower, when I grew up.
Oh, it's for women.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
Go to
I
a
got
baby
you, I got
shower
you.
and I'll go play golf. Right? Oh, yeah. You go. Where are you going? Baby shower. You bring the kids? Yeah. Great. I'm playing golf. Awesome. Go to the baby shower. But now, the new trend, hey, we're having a baby shower. Everybody's invited. Everybody. I'm like, why?
I had mine, 2 years ago probably now?
Yeah.
I was there. It was all women there.
Why were you there?
Part of it, we were in Nebraska. I didn't know where else I could go anyway. I wasn't at my house.
They don't have golf courses in Nebraska?
It was like early February in the Midwest, bro.
I knew I was
They don't
gonna-
have bars in Nebraska?
I knew
they
I was
have
going to get
bars.
this. John Rock writes in, Vic, a baby's for the couple, not just for the female in the couple. I'm aware of that.
But the
but
party is not.
I'm
with Vic on this.
I'm not playing little games at your baby shower.
Yeah.
I'm not playing these little games. And I'm not going to the shower. And if you want to call that whatever you want, that's stupid.
You know the good part of
T. Willie's
Let me-
got a bar in the basement anyway. We just sat down there.
Perfect. The best part about getting a little bit older than, like, let's say you, because you still have to do it. You got buddies, and your wife has friends. You're still going to have to go through it. And at my age, that's all done, Jack.
You know what I'm really waiting for?
Ain't no 50-year-olds getting it on to have a baby.
Now, Jen has a great answer. Jen says, listen, I'm a mother. I didn't want to be tortured by myself, so I forced my husband to attend as well. Now, there's a fair answer. You know it's a torture chamber, Jen. Baby showers are torture chambers. Everybody's smiling.
I didn't participate in the games.
Everybody's wearing pastels.
Can you imagine going to a
They
place?
are?
Hey, Brett, this is Vic's big complaint. And I agree. It's boring. It's, blah, blah. Everybody's smiling. Oh, what a pain in the butt. I have to go to a place where everybody's smiling. This sucks.
Okay.
Listen to you.
All right, let me be.
Listen, but just listen to yourself.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let me be the organizer of the baby shower. Because here's how I would organize it if I had a baby shower. 5 foursomes. We're going to do 5 different foursomes. We're going to have a little golf tournament.
Done.
Maybe a dunk hoop afterwards.
Perfect.
All right, have a little pony keg for you beer drinkers. That's the baby shower. Is that
Perfect.
fair?
I'm in.
Is that a good baby shower?
Yep, 100%.
So whoever invented the baby shower where you're doing all this this games, I'm not doing those little games.
So your baby shower is guys' day out. That's what it is.
It's my baby shower. I get to invent it.
Can I give you guys just a couple of random tidbits that I think are interesting about what's happening in baseball or what has happened in baseball? Let me give you just a few. First of all, there is talks of expansion in the MLB. I don't really see the purpose to it, but let's just assume they're going to because you can make more money, okay? What do you think, if you had to guess, is the top cities' favorites for an MLB expansion franchise?
Number 1 has got to be Vegas. Number 2 has got to be Nashville.
Vegas is already in, so they aren't part
Hold
of
on
that.
a second. Right now, I don't know whether you guys have been seeing this.
Yeah,
or
there's
not.
some unrest about whether or not
there are forces aligning in Vegas and in Nevada to keep the A's out, and I don't get.
Is it because they want their own? Is that what it is?
I do not know,
it's an
bro.
ownership situation.
But they want a team. They just maybe don't want the A's. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, but Nashville has got to be right there. Nashville, if it's not Vegas, Nashville has to be number one.
Nashville's
Okay,
number
there
one.
you
They're
go.
3-1 odds. Okay. After that, it's Charlotte. After that, it's Portland. After that, Salt Lake City. And I want to get to a few of these. So it goes New Orleans, San Antonio, and then Mexico City.
That would be
10 to
cool.
1.
That would be cool. I would love that.
Montreal is at 33-1 odds, long shot. To get a team back.
The sad part about it is people in Montreal, they really supported their Expos. I mean, they did.
Yeah.
God, what a bummer. They just never had the money. They just never had any money.
Here's the longest shots, at least on here, and I'm getting these from Patrick Lyons, who tweeted out this screenshot. The longest odds that are listed, Buffalo is at 75-1. Do not give Buffalo a baseball team. That'd be a disaster.
Let me guess. Grand Forks, North Dakota, 800,000 to 1.
This is a long shot, but I think this could work.
Sacramento?
San Juan, Puerto Rico?
No, there's not enough population.
The problem is the attendance.
Yeah, there's not enough
Is there
population.
enough an economy to support it there?
And then there's the last two that I see here is just like, why is this even listed? There's no way they can do this, especially in baseball. Seoul, South Korea,
Not
and
a chance.
Tokyo.
Not a chance.
Stop it.
No.
You weren't making a team.
Slap your face.
You weren't making a team fly to Korea and Japan.
Slap your own face for suggesting that.
Slap your face.
just said it was stupid.
I just slap your own face.
I just said it was
You brought it
stupid.
up.
Slap it.
I'll do it for you if you don't.
Slight slap.
If you're going out of the country, I would kind of be in on Mexico City, though. I think that'd be cool.
That's
Mexico City would be cool.
that's an way easier flight. I thought about going, like the Bear and I thought about going to Japan at some time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what has stopped me from going to Japan? Because I would really like
I've been
to go
to Japan twice. I love it there.
I know. I really want to
beautiful.
go. I really want to go.
Go to the
I
Roppongi
love,
district.
the language sounds cool to me. I want to go. But the problem is to go to Japan, it's like 22 hours, bro.
It's not that long.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
How can you be so sure?
I'm sure because I did it.
Oh.
It's not that long.
Well, anyway, South Korea is even further, probably.
Huh?
Anyway,
Technically,
no,
it's not.
Oh, would
Denver
you
to
shut
Tokyo
up?
flight time is 11 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Calm down.
What about coming home? Crossing. If you have to cross an international
go
date
the other
line.
way?
No, if you've got to cross the international date line, that's going to screw you up, man. Ain't happening.
Anyway, here's a couple other ones, and I think you guys. Something about baseball. If I give you guys old players and stats, it's just it's fun. Mariano Rivera's career.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking all-time best closer ever, no doubt about it, right? Nobody ever touches Mariano
I
Rivera.
think I saw this.
Mariano Rivera in his career pitched 1,283 innings. He had 1,173 strikeouts. He gave up 998 hits. Nolan Ryan, after turning 40, threw 1,271 innings with 1,437 strikeouts and allowed 55 less hits than Mariano Rivera.
I've always, and hear me out on this because you're the baseball guy. You played the game. I'm always amazed at how much credit relief pitchers get versus starting pitchers because the starting pitchers are the horses. They're the pack mules. They do all the damn work. Their arms are worn. And then a relief pitcher, especially a closer, will come in, pitch an inning, and get all the...
some pretty boy closer.
And the amount of work they do...
Let me make a comparison you'll understand.
There's a pressure situation, I get it. But to me, it's a specialist versus a workhorse.
How about this, Vic? Maybe you'll understand this. You're playing in the Masters. You drop one 300 off the tee.
Mm-hmm.
You need a birdie to win. Great approach shot. You put it within, let's say, 15 feet. Now here comes the closer. You got a specialist putter.
Yeah, see, I
He
don't
comes
like
in.
that. That's not the way the
But
game
if
is
he
supposed to be
comes in
played.
and he's nails every time, then it's incredibly valuable.
Yeah, you're going to stick to the specialist.
Yes.
I get it. But when you view pitchers in the eyes of history, when you look at pitchers, I'm going to give I'm going to give more credit to the starters over the relievers every time.
Okay,
because they did more work.
What they do. I mean, look at the Hall of Fame. They're littered with starting pitchers and not a lot of relievers.
But now it's become a specialized sport. Do you agree with me? It's become middle relievers.
I just saw
late
this, though,
reliever.
Vic. Vic,
You know what it's even starter relievers. What the hell is this starter
that's
reliever?
where you come in. You pitch the first 3 innings, and then
there's more of an
it's
emphasis because they
ridiculous.
don't let them go deeper into games. Yeah, I got you.
I'm going to say that I realized Nolan Ryan was built different. I mean, his numbers, he threw no
I
hitters.
would put Nolan Ryan up in the built different category up against almost anybody in the history of sports.
He's like a Gordie Howe. There are certain players that have played that. Gordie Howe's one,
but I just
Nolan
saw
Ryan's another.
I just saw where there was a guy complaining, a pitcher, and I forget who it was. How many Tommy John surgeries were done in 2023 for Major League pitchers?
Well, now they say it's not a matter of if, but when. I mean, you're
So how
going
many?
to have one. I don't know.
30.
Okay.
3-0. There was, the Tommy John surgery used to be an incredibly rare thing. And obviously, Tommy John was the first guy to have it, and they put a piece of a dead guy in him, and he was able to continue his career.
That's medical advancement, too.
Understood, but I'm saying
now.
the need for it now is way more per year than it ever has been.
How many valve replacement surgeries are there today versus
pig valves?
30
I
years
know, I
ago?
dig. But the guy was talking about, hey, man, we can't move the pitch clock from, down to 15 seconds. The guys need time to is there a theory as to why so many guys are getting their arms busted up? Is it technique? Is it trying to overthrow?
I think they're throwing harder now. Everybody's throwing
Everybody's
less.
in the 90s, hardcore upper
I think
90s.
the human body at some point it's going to get taxed to a point.
That's
going to wear down.
That's
gone.
what I said. Like National Football League, guys can get big and strong and total studs, but the connective tissue, while you can strengthen it, there's a tearing point that's just a tearing point on the connective tissue. And when you have that much inertia with that much mass of human being, no wonder guys are getting busted up and their knees are blowing out.
I'm going to get very esoteric about this because we're all golf nerds. This guy's becoming one. He got himself a new driver.
He really is. I mean, look at you, man.
All right. So on the PGA Tour, today's golfers, here's what's happening today because everybody hits it 300 plus now. If you don't, you're not on the tour. You're just not. And what you're seeing, like your baseball story,
back injuries,
but the way you see these guys swing, if you look at a Chichi Rodriguez, a Lee Trevino, if you look at people from the 60s swinging golf club, they're standing straight up. It's a vertical swing, and today's guys, they're bending their knees, they're getting their butt involved, their legs involved. They're almost squatting as they're coming through the ball.
No more Jamie Moyers?
It's a power swing. It's a power swing. Like, watch Rory swing. He is squatting. It's like he's squatting freaking three weights up there. And that's how they're getting through. That was never the case.
Let me give you one more thing before
But
we
a lot of back injuries now. I mean, guys are dropping off the tour to have surgeries and at the age of like 32, and you're like, dude, what happened? Well,
hold on.
You rinsed that back enough.
One more thing real quick. We're all aware of 6 degrees of separation, right? This is 8 degrees of separation. Ryan Spader has picked a player right now in the MLB that within 7 other guys he can trace back to the first player to ever get a hit in the MLB. Justin Verlander was in the league with Julio Franco, who was intentionally walked by Jim Katt, who allowed a pair of hits to Ted Williams.
Wait. That's a huge... You went from Julio Franco to Jim Katt?
Yep.
Dude, I thought Jim Katt retired in the 60s.
I was going to say, how did they play against each other?
Who made his big league debut against Lou Gehrig, who hit 4 home runs off Walter Johnson, who once beaned Cy Young, who debuted in 1890, the final season played by Deacon White, who had the first hit in MLB history.
Deacon White. Who's the first player on the list? Number 1 off the top?
Verlander.
So Deacon White.
Hey, you know what?
Verlander to Deacon White in 8 different players.
I'd be much more impressed if you could trace it back to Jack Glasscock.
Yeah.
Well, Jack would have been in the middle of that somewhere.
Well, he's before Deacon White.
No, he's after Deacon White. That was the first MLB hit.
Pebbly Jack. When
Pebbly Jack was in like the 1880s,
brother.
1870s.
No, Pebbly Jack was in
Cy
the modern
Young, who
1800s
debuted
era.
in 1890, the final season played by Deacon White. The final season played by him.
Pebbly Jack was wearing a glove.
Was not wearing a glove.
I thought he had one on
Sometimes
one hand.
he tells he took it off. Sometimes he didn't like it.
No, he played shortstop without a glove.
Martin, you're the expert on
man.
Glasscock. What's the story?
He hated gloves. He also, not as much as he hated pebbles, though.
All right, back after this. Vic says, I have something on the Nuggets. What is the something?
I told you why tonight's matchup against Sacramento was important and why they're off. They're out to get something back, something that is rightfully theirs, and that's pride. They've lost 3 straight to Sacramento this year, 0-3. But in each of those losses, the Nuggets were missing pieces. And I'm going to tell you, not to make excuses here, but let me tell you how the Nuggets played the Sacramento Kings earlier this year. They played them once in Sacramento early in the season. On the second game of a back-to-back, they had just played the Phoenix Suns, won in Phoenix, went to Sacramento, and in that game, they did not have Jamal Murray. So they lose. Then they play them again later in the year. Second game of a back-to-back. They had just beaten the L.A. Lakers in L.A. Do you remember that most recently?
Yep.
They go in to Sacramento and played the Kings, second game of a back-to-back, without Jamal and without MPJ.
They got smoked.
Bad.
And we weren't super, if I recall, we weren't super bummed about it. It was a scheduled loss, but I didn't like the blowout nature of it.
Then they play the Sacramento Kings again at home, a game that they were leading the entire game, up by 16 at one point, and they lose in the final seconds. De'Aaron Fox took over the game, a game in which the Denver Nuggets were missing their entire starting backcourt, Jamal Murray and KCP. Tonight, and by the way, all three of those games, the Kings were perfectly healthy. Their entire rotation was healthy and played. Tonight, different story.
It's time to go,
Tonight,
baby.
the Nuggets are perfectly healthy. Starting five's intact. No back-to-back business. Let's see what happens tonight.
You like Sabonis.
I think Sabonis is great.
I do too. I like
Sabonis is Diet Coke to Jokic's Coke.
Okay. I like Sabonis as well. And I heard somebody recently...
Diet Yoke, if you will.
Okay. I heard somebody recently say, hey, he's getting closer to Joker. Maybe he is.
Closer what? Closer
in terms of the overall game.
Okay.
Like his game is modeled.
He is producing triple doubles. He has the second
if anybody's
most.
going to model a game after Joker, Sabonis looks the closest. Can we agree on that?
He's a phenomenal player.
Okay.
Sorry, Marty was talking to me. I didn't hear your question.
Hey, Aleskowitz. So
he just wanted to say the winner of the $50 Altitude Authentics is Justin Naranz. Justin Naranz, congratulations. $50 to Altitude Authentics.
Way to go, Just.
All right.
But the point is this, and I like Sabonis as well, but there comes a time when Coke tells Diet Coke, you ain't getting served at this banquet. This is full-leaded Coca-Cola tonight, baby.
Raw sugar.
So raw sugar right in your sugar hole. That's what needs to happen tonight. I think, and again, he won't say it. It's not like Joker will come out and say, I need to keep the kids at bay. But I would like to see Nikola Jokic. I mean, and we know Sabonis is terrific. He's going to get his. But say, there's one alpha dog in this situation, and that's
True.
me. I want to see that happen tonight.
Now, I'll tell you this about him.
Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay.
Here's the thing about Sabonis, though. I think if Jokic doesn't exist, Sabonis is seen in a much higher light. I really do.
Yeah.
I think the
You're
way that
probably
he
right.
plays in his game is super similar to Jokic,
You
but
could
you
say
have
that-
a god that's in front of him.
You could say that about anybody, but Joker's won a championship and he's won 2 MVPs.
But I'm saying nobody plays Jokic's style. Sabonis is the closest thing to it.
Şengün sort of plays that style. Not to the extent, but he
not
plays.
nearly as good
All
as
right,
Sabonis.
I've got another reason why tonight's game is very important if you're into stats.
Lay it on me.
Are you into stats?
Well, it depends on the stats. Lay it on me, though, and I'll let you know.
Okay, are you into stats, Powder? Are you into them?
I'm not a geek about it, but I respect
Milestone
them.
numbers.
Okay.
All right, I want to thank one of our texters who so aptly texted early in the show and made light of this. I remember about this and it comes into play tonight because tonight's the decision. Have you guys ever heard of Phil Jackson's 40-20 rule?
Yes. If a team doesn't get to 40 wins by the time they have 20 losses, they're not going to win a title.
In fact, in the last 44 NBA championships, 44.
So, Brett, to clarify, you must have your 40th win
Before you get your
20th loss.
Okay.
Yes.
The last 24 NBA titles handed out. More than that, 34 NBA titles handed out. Only 5 of the 34 have gone to teams who have not aligned with the 40-20 rule.
So the only teams remaining on that list, are you getting to it, or should I?
So
read
let
them
me
real
tell
quick?
you where the Nuggets are tonight. The Nuggets are 39-19. You
Big game.
lose, you fail the 40-20 rule. You win, you're in. Phil Jackson likes you. It's that simple. Tonight is the night. Tonight's the game that determines whether or not Phil Jackson's prophecy comes true for the
There's
Denver
only
Nuggets.
there's only one team in the East, in my recollection, that has accomplished that. That's Boston.
Well, just to go through the list, I'll let you know, Moj. It's Boston's 46-12, so they're in the list.
Mini, OKC.
Cleveland still has a chance. They're 38-19.
Okay.
God, Cleveland is number 2 in the East.
Well, it took a miracle shot last night for the to get 38.
Minnesota's already there. They're 41-17.
Oklahoma City's there.
Oklahoma City is 41-17. They're there. The Nuggets have a shot at 39-19, and the Clippers are 37-19. They technically still have a shot according to this Phil Jackson rule. Now, I would think, Vic, that there's some room for there's some wiggle room if it's a game. If you go 39-20, I don't think that totally excludes you from the club. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, but I mean, I just think history lends itself to, hey, if you get 40 before 20, you are more likely than not to win an NBA title, because the guys that don't get there only 5 times, as I just told you, 5 times since 1980. I did the math all jacked up. That's 44 years. 5 times has that gone untrue.
So I guess we could say, quantify it this way. It's a rarity. If you don't hit Phil Jackson's 40-20 rule, there's about a 95% chance you're not going to contend for a title.
What this translates to is like you're a top 2 seed in your conference, pretty much.
Yeah.
Also, just come down that Darren Fox, who beat the Nuggets almost single-handedly last time around, he is listed as questionable tonight with a knee.
He's so fast. How's he so fast?
Well, you know what? He hasn't had KCP guarding him
That's
the last
true.
2 games
That's
either.
true, but he's so fast, guy.
This is the thing about that dude. And that team, like Sacramento is kind of freaky to me. Like, it really is.
I'm not worried about Sacramento.
I'm not worried about him, but
they don't bother me. They're like a little fly. And I hate to be that way, but
well, De'Aaron Fox, this is why I love watching this guy play. Doesn't he feel he's moving so quickly, it feels like he's out of control, but he's always in control.
Great player.
Like,
Great player.
We've seen Bones Highland was a guy who played really fast and would get out of control. De'Aaron Fox never, ever looks like he's about to lose it. And he moves at a million miles an hour.
Outside of De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, they have nice pieces, not great pieces.
Yeah, Herter,
yeah, all right.
Barnes.
That's pieces.
Yeah.
Pieces.
Isn't Malik Monk the guy who
he kills
beats up the Nuggets every time?
Yes.
There's always that guy, right? Like, you know what's funny? I was just watching ESPN the other day, and they were saying that Brandon Crawford signed with the Cardinals. Crawford kills the Rockies. Kills them every time. It's not like he's this
played them a
amazing
lot. Same
player.
division.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying every time it's like, oh, there's a base hit to left center.
How amazed are you that Joe Pavelski did not score last night against the Avs?
Yeah. Yep.
I know.
It's another one.
You know, honestly, watching it was hard for me to notice Matt Duchene and Joe Pavelski last night. I didn't really notice them on the ice that much.
Yeah.
Dutchy was a -3, by the way. Hey. So, I mean, but just these guys that kill the other teams. Yeah, Monk. Rodney Hood. I mean, just dudes out of nowhere, dudes doing stuff that you're like, why does that dude always get up for the Nuggets?
So some other Nugget stuff that's happening. You know, they've won 3 straight games now out of the break by 15 points or more. 3 straight blowouts, right? You know the last time they've won 3 in a row by 15 or more? The
last year
time they
on their
did
way
this.
to the championship.
Nope.
When?
Nope. 2017.
Jeez.
What?
It's been 7 years since the Nuggets have blown out 3 straight
crazy.
teams.
I know he did it on purpose.
Uh-huh.
But he did sound like the old lady from
course I did.
Titanic right there.
Marty?
It's been 7 years since the Nuggets did it.
It's been 84 years.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It was pretty close.
It's pretty close.
Either way, look, it's time for a reality check tonight. It's time to say, enough, little kings. Pat, pat, pat. You're cutesy. Cute little Western Conference kingies. Blam. 7.5. Hold on. 7.5.
Can I just
7.5.
ask you guys a simple question?
Yeah.
You watch Rose throw that thing in the water.
Mhm.
You're putting her at home, right?
How much is that thing worth?
Well, like hundreds of millions, right?
What about our kids? I mean, doesn't
gonna
that help
be-
our
That's what I'm
kids?
saying.
I'm going to be
If I'm her granddaughter, remember that her granddaughter was with her, right?
Oh.
If I'm her granddaughter, I push her right off.
Listen, I'm going to be as honest as I can.
It wouldn't take much. Just
No, you know what you say? You know what you do? You strap her to a friggin' you strap her to an air tank and you throw her and say, "Go get it."
Oh, really?
Or don't come
Scuba
back.
gear?
Go,
Scuba gear?
You go get it or you don't come back.
She comes back with Jack. You're like,
Rose,
what the hell?
Rose, we've invested $375,000 so far in this expedition.
Yeah.
Not to mention the millions we've put into gear and submersibles. And you're going to take the diamond and you're just going to chuck it 2 miles deep?
How dare
Are you out of your old lady mind?
I
don't care how personal it was. I don't care. Rose, these people busted their butts, man. A lot of sweat, a lot of planning.
Like, Bill Paxton's never going to get that
money.
opportunity back. All right. I have another very important question. This stems...
It makes me mad that you said that, though.
This stems from...
And by the way, dude could have been saved. There's plenty of room on the door.
Okay, yeah. Last night, we watched 2 different buzzer beaters. One of them hurt really bad, CSU. But also, Max Strus from like 3/4 court knocks one down to beat the Dallas Mavericks. I want you guys during the break, rank these for me. Most exciting to least exciting. Buzzer beater in basketball. Walk-off homer in baseball. Hail Mary in football. Game winner at the buzzer in hockey. I want those ranked 1 to 4. Most exciting to least exciting. Throw them on the text line. 303-504-0925. We'll get to it next.
This makes me happy. Hold on a sec. This makes me happy.
You know what this song?
It's happy. Happy song.
This sounds like warm weather.
It does.
It sounds like you're outside, you're on a patio somewhere having a beer. Like that's what this song is giving me vibes of. I need 65-degree days.
I'm watching What's Her Face.
Her name is Kylie.
Anyway, she says it's
She's
going to
the
be
meteorologist.
It's going to be 51 today.
Fox 31.
And tomorrow it's going to be like what, 60? Like that snow's going to be
Yeah,
gone.
but see, February, March, even early April. This is tease weather.
Yeah, no, it'll
Is
tease
it
you.
a tease if I'm going golfing tomorroro?
Well, is the snow going to be off the course by tomorrow? I mean, is it going
Wouldn't
to
it
melt?
be a little sloppy?
Yeah, where do you play all the time? That
Are you flying to Costa Rica behind our
Sorry,
back?
guys. Boy's got connections now.
Fancy boy.
Mm.
All right.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah. he's wearing actual pants.
I know.
That's right.
He's actually got
All
pants and a new driver.
So let's get to this. So last night you had 2 buzzer beaters, one that really hurt, the one against CSU, and then you had the Max Strus buzzer beater. So I'm just curious, because I have one that's dead last on my list, and it's not even close. How would you guys rank as far as most enjoyable, most exciting finishes to a game in the major sports? Walk-off homer, buzzer beater in basketball, Hail Mary, and game-winning goal in hockey.
One to 4?
By the way, game-winning goal in hockey, I'm not saying like second period, that game win. I'm saying like
overtime,
3 seconds left.
Or
Yeah.
overtime, breakaway.
All right, so
okay.
buzzer beater, half-court buzzer beaters like the one we saw last night. CSU loses. They were all tied up. The Lucas kid for Nevada takes it out and shoots it from beyond half court to win it for Nevada. Heartbreaking loss. Heartbreaking. You hope those kind of losses don't cost CSU a shot at the tournament because those are going to add up. All right, winning that game would have benefited them greatly. So heartbreaking loss.
I think circumstance. It depends on circumstance.
Well, I think those half-court
too.
shots, like the Strus shot, the Lucas shot, a lot of that is so much luck off the backboard. So skills involved, yeah, you got to get up, but that's largely luck.
I'm not necessarily talking about a heave either. Like it could be
Brett,
like,
how about this? Not all hockey game winners, like let's say, they're not all buzzer beaters are created equal. Like the Darren Helm goal to eliminate the Blues
insane.
Was friggin' insane.
Let's
right?
say all of these are to win a playoff
Doug
game. How about that?
Doug Flutie's Hail Mary to beat Miami was
I don't think
insane.
I don't think you can beat a walk-off. I think walk-off's
That's my number one.
I don't think
Especially
you can
if
beat
you're
that.
there, a walk-off homer is so damn cool. It's so fun.
It's pretty awesome.
You get your own victory lap. You can
Yeah.
take as much time as you want. Everybody's looking at you.
Yeah. It's the
And again,
walk-off is
I'm
the
qualifying this. All of these are going to be playoff winners, okay?
Oh God, that's hard then. I guess
No, it's a
walk
walk-off.
off
I
Hail
think it's a
Mary,
walk-off homer.
walk off Hail Mary buzzer beater, game winning goal. That sounds weird, but the Darren Helm goal was better than any walk off I've seen from a team that I love.
True. Let me tell you what I think is last. I think the Hail Mary's last on my list, and it's kind of something Vic said. There's not
It's
like
luck.
skill that goes into
Vic,
it.
hold on
It's
a
just
second.
like
Vic.
It's also how the referee calls it. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's
Vic,
a bunch of crap that goes
Vic,
on.
You're in the big house. You're in the big house,
Yeah.
Colorado and Michigan. You tell me, what was that like?
I wasn't there, but I remember the game. I remember
if you're
Michael Westbrook ended up with that ball.
That's what I'm saying. If you're a Colorado fan, dude, there's no better play in sports.
I get it, but it was largely luck. The ball had to bounce a certain way. It bounced
that
down.
factors to
I
me.
mean, there's luck.
That's a factor to me.
If
When
Jarrett,
you hit a walk-off, there's no fortune there. You put
Dude,
the ball on the bat
if
like you
Jarrett
always do.
Stidham, the Tebow walk off to DT, dude, that's
not a
friggin-
Hail Mary, by the way.
I know,
that's
but
not
it's
a Hail Mary.
But it still was. It functioned as one.
Yeah.
I mean, that was pretty awesome. And listen, if Jarrett Stidham heaves a ball 60 yards through the air to put the Broncos into the AFC title game, I mean, we'll remember that. I mean, that'll be the biggest thing forever. It will.
Yeah, if you there's also the difficult thing with hockey, Moj, is if you get a walk-off winner, you don't have, and this is the only thing that's missing, and it's why I have it third. I would probably go walk-off homer, buzzer beater, buzzer beater in hockey, and then Hail Mary. The problem with hockey is there's no threat of losing if you don't get the shot. Other sports, there's threats of losing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're down 2 and you hit a buzzer beater in basketball, it's like you saved a loss, turned it into a win.
That is correct.
If you're 2 men on, you're down a run in baseball. Like you saved it.
You forgot one, by the way. The final kick of a World Cup penalty shootout that wins it is pretty damn exciting.
I was just going to four major
I know,
sports. Yeah.
I know. But I mean, in fact, did you guys see that meme that was circulating today on Twitter? It's so funny watching the Avs game last night. Before the game, you're like excited to watch your team. During the game, you just want to die. And then if they win, great, they won. Next, it's just that's how the body works. That's how the mind works, right? You go through these emotional roller coasters. When you're watching, if you're into a specific team, a World Cup shootout,
oh, sure.
A penalty shoot. Dude, I don't know if there's anything that captures emotion like that.
Yep.
You just sloughed it off.
I saw this humorous meme the other day where there's a
No. You're right, Vic. I just never had the feeling of the team that I love being in that position in the World Cup, so I have no reference point to that. If the U.S. ever got there, then yeah, I would totally buy into it.
Absolutely. Wendy is talking right now about which team is scarier, Celtics or Nuggets, with Stephen A. We may want to get into that. But, Vic, remember that time that Italy was in the World Cup?
That time, many times.
Yeah. What about the last two times?
They've missed the last two, but
okay. I just want to clarify.
They've also won 4 World Cup titles.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Moj, I said that Tebow, that throw to DT was not a Hail Mary. And our buddy Dan Fellman said, correction, everything Tebow did was a Hail Mary.
I knew that was coming. Golly, I knew. Okay, I guess it's right. I don't know. Walk off to win a World Series. The only guy that I can recall that's ever done it was Joe Carter against the Phillies in '93.
Yeah, that wasn't a Game 7, but it was still a walk-off win. I think it was 6.
Was it off Mitch Williams? I think it was off Mitch Williams.
You guys need to change the hockey game winner to overtime game winner, where there's no coming back in the playoffs. Overtime game winners. It is sudden death. It is the last.
Well, I'm sorry. Remember when Kadri put that in with like 0.2 seconds left?
That's rare. I'm talking about when you're watching a playoff hockey game and they go to overtime. Next goal wins. I mean, that is like, oh my God.
Hey, dude.
That's a different deal.
There's pure joy and there's pure pain. When Nino Niederreiter scored in Game 7 for Minnesota against Varley and the Avs in overtime at Ball Arena. 2013, I want to say. Yeah. Was it 2013, right around there? 2014?
I don't do dates.
Either it was Nathan McKinnon's rookie year.
I don't. I'm not one of these freaks that knows every date. I don't do it.
All right.
I just say a few years ago.
The point
it's
is
a lot easier to say that.
Brett,
did say 5 years ago CU beat Kansas, and that was like 15
years
ago.
I don't do dates. I've lost the ability to track time.
Sorry, Mosh, go ahead.
Well, it hurt really bad. I mean, it hurt. Like I mean, it was like
there is something to
it just
what
like
I said earlier, though,
your
right?
whole body feels achy and sad.
The only thing that hockey is missing is that there's not a threat of if we don't get a goal, we lose,
bro,
because the game is tied,
bro. A country.
Hear me out, Moj. A 2-goal shot.
All right, calm down.
Hear me out.
Let me tell you
2 pucks.
Let me tell you how big a late goal is, especially a sudden death goal. A country in Europe made a postage stamp out of a game-winning goal that came in a penalty shootout. Mm-hmm. Do you know who that is?
Messi.
Hold on. In fact, just
right,
the
we're
other
talking
day,
hockey here.
I thought you said Europe, and then you were talking about game-winning goals. Okay, sorry.
First of all, I said Europe, and Messi's from Argentina. So your geography ruined you already.
True.
You
that is true.
Good point. You were ruined by your geography.
Point.
So you're done.
It was 30 years ago, I want to say yesterday that it happened. 30 years ago yesterday.
Peter Forsberg in Sweden, they developed a postage stamp based on
Pele.
Yeah, you're so stupid. You thought Messi was from Europe. That's error number 1.
I just didn't put it together. Look, if you're not from the U.S., you're from Europe. That's what it is to me. Continue.
That's all I got.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, it was such a good shootout winning goal that they named the move
Neymar.
Actually, Brett, you're about to get pummeled. They named the goal. They call it the Forsberg. The dude did the Forsberg. That's how big it was.
Facu Campazzo.
You're like Kyle when I was doing the show with Kyle and they announced that the Avs were playing in Finland, and he said, "Why are they going to South America?"
Nelson Mandela. Have I gotten European yet?
Oh God! Name one European, just one.
Anybody from Europe?
Yeah, any European person. Name one. Go ahead.
Your mom.
You're right. Hey, you got it.
100%.
You got it. One. What did you just tell
say it
Mike?
out loud. You got to say it out loud.
Say it out loud.
It's not an insult to you. Nothing like. I just can't. I'm not
Say
saying.
it.
Say
I'm
it.
not.
How
I'm
about
not
that? Your
insulted.
mom joke that actually works as an answer. That's wonderful.
It actually did work, yeah. Oh, boy.
All right. 303-504-0925. So, Avs, big win yesterday.
Dude, it was a big win. And again, I know that Dallas is coming off the back-to-back. They did what, but dig this. They did what the Vancouver Canucks had done the week before, Brett. They threw the number one in the second of the back-to-back, okay? They lost 3-2 in overtime at home to the Isles. They threw their number one Ottinger last night, and the Avs beat them up. The Avs did what they should do in the last two situations. They beat Vancouver, and they beat the Dallas Stars. It just means more because it's a 4-point game inside the division, and now you sit 2 points back of Dallas, but you have a game in hand. So you win that, and you've won every game against Dallas this year. All you have to do is win that next game.
And you jump them.
And right, correct. You're tied, but you have the tiebreaker. Correct.
If you guys missed it, by the way, we talked to Bednar earlier in the show. He broke down the game last night. Check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. He also gave us a tentative window of when they can expect Val to be playing his first game back since returning from the player assistance program. If you missed that, we'll replay it next. If you all would like to go see the Colorado Rapids, it's very simple. Text the word Rapids to 303-504-0925. We got plenty of pairs of tickets to give away, so go ahead and do that now. Get them while they're hot. 303-504-0925. Text Rapids if you'd like to go to the Rapids. Jared Bednar joined the show at 8 o'clock. Discuss the game, good effort, all that. Also, sorry, I got distracted by what Marty calls putting a quarter in the screaming machine on ESPN. Mad Dog was right in my face. He talked about Val coming back to the lineup. And when can we expect him back? Here's the coach.
You guys can start ramping him up to play. So he won't come on this road trip for us. He's going to stay back with Toby Peterson, our skills coach, and he's going to skate here and just like get prepared to play. And then, but he's not a guy that Val keeps himself in really good shape. He's been working out hard. He looks good on the ice, but he is going to stay back on this 2-game road trip, settle in, make sure he's doing all the work he needs to. It's like 2 a days, so he'll skate and work out in the evening or vice versa. And just ramp him up as hard as we can here for another 4 or 5 days, and then we'll target one of these first home games when we get back for him to jump back in the lineup.
So they got the game tomorrow at Chicago, Saturday at Nashville, and then the first home game is Monday, playing Chicago again, but at Ball Arena. It's probably going to be either that one or Wednesday against Detroit at Ball Arena. Correct, Moshe?
Yeah, I would think that if things go the way they should, Monday night at home against Chicago.
Yep.
Get Val back in the lineup. Get Val back in the lineup and let's go. And a healthy, happy Val. They have a real opportunity here. Chicago, despite having Bedard back, and he's dangerous, and they've lost at Chicago already once this year. But if you go to Chicago and you get the job done tomorrow night, you have a chance to string some things together here is what I'm getting at.
Yep.
And it's time to start doing that. It's time to start putting – you're going to be the better team in a lot of the games coming up. You're going to be favored against Chicago, Nashville, Chicago, Detroit, and Minnie.
Yep.
You're going to be favored at Calgary. You'll probably be a dog at Vancouver and Edmonton. You'll be a favorite at St. Louis, favorite against Columbus, favorite against Pittsburgh, favorite against the Habs, probably a favorite at home against the Rangers. I mean, you're going to be the favored club in the vast majority of your next 10 games. So it's time to pick it up, I think, if you're the Avalanche, and let's go. Val will be back. You'll be healthy. Put the trade deadline behind you, and let's go get it on.
And much like
Michael
Malone, Jared Bednar said, listen, you're going to push for the best possible seeding, but it's not number one or nothing. You don't want to hamper or hurt your chances in the postseason by getting to that top seed.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to kill yourselves to get there and have nothing left to show for it once, or not enough to show for it once the playoffs roll around.
Well, I thought that was interesting. That's why I prefaced it by saying, I don't know if this is a dumb question or not, but I've heard both Jared Bednar and Mike Malone say this, and these are both winners of championships the last couple of years. The mentality for them is health and playing well towards the end of the year. It's not necessarily where they're seated. You hope the seeding comes with playing well, but they aren't going to push it in a way that they might have pre-championship level. And it's funny how that mentality changes, doesn't it? Once you win a championship, you then have the confidence of, okay, well, if we just get in the dance, then we got a really good shot to win it. It doesn't really matter where we're at in this. But I will say last year, I think Vic, you would agree with me, the Nuggets having home court every round was a huge factor.
Of course.
And then ultimately winning a championship.
Of course you prefer home court. No team out there would not prefer home.
But the question is, what's the balance between, are you willing to give that away in sacrifice for X, Y, and Z, or the risk of it?
Okay, well, let's just compare the two sports. Are we in agreement here that home court in the NBA playoffs is far more important than home ice in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs?
Seems that way, yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
I mean, history already proves it. It just not seems that
But
way.
what about, in your guys' opinion, in your guys' eyes, what about the way the Avs have played on the road this year as opposed to at home? Now, Bednar addressed that.
Yeah.
He did address it, but I think he feels confident enough in his team that when the time comes to get it done, no matter where you're playing, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go get it done. The Avs have the best home record in the National Hockey League, and I think that's a factor. It means something. And we haven't even talked about this. You know what else happened last night? You know that Cale Makar became the all-time leading scoring defenseman in franchise history? Were you aware of that?
I was aware.
308 points.
Brendan McNicholas gave us a nice tweet giving the history of the Avalanche organization and where he stands.
I was drinking beer watching the game, so I didn't see that.
No, but it's quite remarkable how he's gotten this good this fast, right? And he's gotten to this level already.
Well, I mean, it's like, it's remarkable how Nikola Jokic has gotten so many triple-doubles and done all this stuff.
It's remarkable that Nathan McKinnon's home point streak continues to 29 games now, is it?
28.
Yes, it's 29.
29 games. There's a lot of, that's pretty remarkable what these players are.
Dude, I mean, seriously? He had an assist? Okay, fine. And then he just goes on out and backhands top shelf. I mean, come on, man. I mean, dude, it's just so good. It's just so good. 29 straight home games. The only so we've gone away from. In fact, I'm sure next time we're at home Monday against Chicago, we'll show it again. We've gotten away from streaks to open a season on the home ice. Right now, only Gretzky is there at 40. Okay, and they only played 40 games that year, so he had a point in every home game. We've gotten into all-time home streaks, period, forever in the history of the league, no matter when they started or ended.
Hang on a second. I just thought about this. There's only 12 home games left?
Is it 29? We play 41? 13. No, 12.
12 home games left.
12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Dude,
almost March.
There's only 22 games left, period.
We're almost in March.
I know.
That means there's 10 road games.
It's creeping on me. It's just creeping up.
Open your calendar, or this is what happens when you get to the end of the season. There are fewer games left. And,
you know the tone that I said that in? It was a surprise tone.
Yeah,
I'm not discounting the fact that it's real. It's just like, there ain't that many left. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Also, the Preds have won 6 in a row. I don't like that. Are they home against Mini tonight? Is that what it is?
Listen, everybody remembers championship seasons. Obviously, they have their own. You have an affinity for championship seasons in whatever respect of sport. One of the most memorable runs I will go to the grave with was when both teams were playing every other night at home in 2019.
My first year here.
Avs home game, Nuggets home game, Avs home game, Nuggets home game. Huge implications. Every game meant something. That was crazy. Remember that? Deep into May.
I would love that again. I mean,
that'd be fun.
I would love it. If both teams could make a run to a final. Oh my God.
Because that's what Miami did last year, right? Because they had both the Heat and the Panthers.
Panthers, correct, yeah. Although they don't play in the same building. I mean, the buildings are 45 minutes away from each other. They don't play in the same joint.
By the way, Moj, I know you're not going to say anything about this, but I'm going to say it. I missed you on the call last night.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so did I.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Who was doing the game for ESPN? Do you know?
I actually don't know who it
ESPN
was.
Plus. I have no idea who was doing the game.
I don't.
You miss me?
Yeah.
Well, people like familiarity, right? And that familiar voice.
Yeah, even if I stink, the fact that it's just me doing it, it's a sense of familiarity.
Yeah.
I wore a wig last night. My dog didn't know who I was.
Why'd you wear a wig?
I ordered a new one for LA.
Just trying it on?
Well, when I'm in LA this weekend, I'm not going to go as myself. I fear for my life.
It's probably smart.
Mm-hmm.
When are you leaving?
Friday.
Do you think all of that? Nobody cares. Yeah, is all of that put aside by now?
I don't know.
I mean,
we'll
isn't
soon
it?
Find out.
Isn't it? I mean, are there going to be people?
Oh, hang on. What kind of wig is it?
It's a curly one. It's
Curly?
like who's that white rapper? The white rapper.
Eminem?
No, the white rapper that plays basketball too. He was in the remake of Wine
Jack
Man Can't
Harlow.
Jump. Yeah.
Do you still look Italian with the wig on?
I don't know, but my dog didn't recognize me.
You ever get hit in the little thingy?
That's what you should do. Vic, we tried to get you to do this at the Super Bowl. You didn't. How about this? You put on that wig, you throw on whatever that Italian accent was, and you start asking people, the Nuggets are in town. What do you think about that guy who said the Lakers daddy? What if you
I'm
did
not
that?
going to specify anything, but I'm going to ask.
Do you think the Lakers are the Nuggets are the daddy?
No.
Like, don't want to do that?
Not doing that.
Why not?
I'm not a clown, dude. This is serious stuff. We're in the
Serious
throes-
stuff wearing your wig.
We're in the throes of a playoff race here, dude. Don't quit trying to minimize and act stupid.
Hey, I think the time to poke the bear would have been an earlier trip to L.A. This is serious time now.
Yeah. This is about
Oh, it
winning as
is.
many games as you can.
But I don't think there are mobs of people walking around
No.
Crypto.com seeking out Vic Lombardi
I'm
to
not saying
beat
there
you
are.
up. So I don't think you need to go in friggin' disguise. I think it's not like LeBron is going to go, oh, there's the MF who said it right there. Let's get him.
Well, this is just another reason to order a wig. You know my penchant for wigs.
What did you feel, by the way? Oh, yeah, the Lakers weren't out for the banner raising thing. So did LeBron not see you with that opening night?
I have no idea.
Were you around him?
I didn't sit in his lap.
Were you close enough to where he could make eye contact and make you out as the guy?
Pre-game, yeah.
Okay. Didn't feel any animosity?
Dude, that's all overblown stuff. I mean, we're in the throes of the season. That team right now is just trying to get out of that play-in situation.
Yeah.
Real quick, the stat that you gave the other day about Joker against LeBron and Steph since, January 1 of 2023
Yeah, I'll pull it up again.
is remarkable, but I'm just looking at it now.
What's remarkable is that it could come down, if things continue at this pace, either LeBron or Steph will miss the playoffs.
Oh, just quickly, because I'm on the subject.
Who would you rather have miss the playoffs?
The Lakers.
Yeah.
They're always number one. But I would say Sud's bucket.
Can we do both? A couple of things here. Speaking of LeBron, did you guys see that ESPN has removed his son, Bronny, from mock drafts of this upcoming, and they're putting him now in 2025 because Bronny hasn't played all that well or all that much for USC. And LeBron said, can y'all just let the kid be a kid and enjoy college basketball? The work and results will ultimately do the talking no matter what he decides to do. If you all don't know, he doesn't care what a mock draft says, he just works. And I think that's a great sentiment to have, especially for somebody who's uber famous. You try and insulate your child and make sure that he's not, he lives as normal a childhood as he can. You know, like, I think the Mannings did a pretty damn good job with Arch Manning. I didn't know a lot about him until he became this recruit at 16, 17 years old.
But wasn't it LeBron? I mean, did he actually say it? That he wanted to play in a league long enough to play with his kid.
Oh man,
is that not accurate?
He said last year, Bronny is definitely better than some of these cats I've been watching on League Pass today.
Okay, so then that being the case, he's put it on it that his kid is good enough to play in the NBA.
Yeah.
So don't do all this. You don't say that and then come back with all the, hey, lay off and you
At the
protect,
same time,
protect.
though, at the same time, I don't like people taking shots at a guy's kid. That's just not cool.
No.
Just come on,
This
man.
isn't taking a shot at Bronny. It's not what this is. It's not. It's. How about this, Vic?
Nobody had any problem taking a shot at the human shield. What's the middle kid's name? The ball middle kid. Not Lonzo, not
LaMelo,
LaMelo.
or no, LiAngelo.
LiAngelo.
The guy got arrested in China. Remember that?
The human. Basically, he's the family's human shield. That's what he is. I mean, nobody was. I mean, he brought some of it on himself. You don't go to China with UCLA and get busted for stealing, but the point is that nobody cried about that. And the kid plays for USC. He's a college player. When his father put the expectation of him being an NBA player on him already, is it not fair to start judging him in those eyes?
Well, can I try one more of these? And I just think this one's funny. And I know you guys are tired of Melo stuff, but let me just do one Melo thing quickly because his son
I saw it.
was being interviewed by Lala on, I guess, his Complex Sports.
That's his mom.
Yes. And so, Marty, let's just go ahead and run this, who he thinks his GOAT basketball player is.
GOAT basketball player. Mine is this kid I know named Cayenne Anthony. Because for 9 months of my life, I threw up every single day, 9 times a day, laid on a cold bathroom floor because I had the worst and most difficult pregnancy ever. That is why seeing you now on the court and being so amazing, you make your mom so proud.
My GOAT is beautiful, right? Mm-hmm. How nice. Wouldn't every mother want to say that about their child?
Mothers always root for their children.
Of course. Who is his all-time greatest basketball player?
Got to be Dad.
My GOAT is Paul George.
Are you? I'm leaving.
Paul George is the best player ever. Kobe, Paul George.
When are you gonna say
Carmelo
your
Anthony.
The fact that you didn't say your dad first is crazy to me.
That would hurt, wouldn't it?
I think he's just playing it up a little bit here.
But here's another thing. This, he's not playing up. Me and Marty discussed this. This happens. There's something about kids around you said he's 16, Marty? Kids who are teenagers are obsessed with Paul George. Why are they obsessed with Paul George?
I don't get it either.
Kobe, Paul George.
Kobe and Paul George are the GOATs?
How is Paul George thrust into this conversation all the time? I mean, Paul George is a damn good player. He's damn good. He's never won a title, and he's been known to lose his shot in key games.
Why do teenage kids think that Paul George is the greatest player?
Are we missing something here? I don't know.
I mean, me and Marty were on the exact same wavelength when I asked this question. I can think of 2 things, highlights, surrounding Paul George. What do you think they are?
Hitting the side of the backboard against the Nuggets in the bubble.
That is one. That one's sad. It's breaking his leg, but it's like, I remember that when he was on the Olympic team and he broke his leg. It was gruesome. But you would think for this is my favorite player ever, there would be some sort of highlight reel that I could point to, be like, oh, remember that shot, remember this moment.
I'm not even sure Paul George is better than Melo all time. I think Melo's better than Paul George.
I do too.
That's a legit argument.
I'm not even saying I think. I'm sure he was better than Paul George.
I'm trying to wonder the same thing. I think that was a troll job by the kid, but good job. You got it done. If we got Brookie on the radio right now and asked her favorite all-time NHL play-by-play announcer, God, she could troll you pretty good right now, Moj.
Nick Nixon.
We got to ask her.
We should.
She's in school.
Get her out.
Yeah. Let's have her take one little break.
Let's call her to the principal's office. Get her on the phone.
Well, why don't we call... Well, I'm trying to think which kid would give the best answer.
You only have one kid.
I'm talking about your 3.
You have most kids?
You have 3. Which kid would give the best answer?
My kids don't even know what I do for a living.
That's okay. Who's your favorite on TV, on radio person of all time?
They don't even know where I work.
That's what I told Marty. I was like, Marty, if you went to Rocky in a wheelchair and you said, who's the greatest radio producer of all time? And Rocky says, probably McLovin from the Dan Patrick Show. Yeah, Fritzy. Go ahead.
Oh, that's funny.
303-504-0925. Reminder, Rapids tickets. 303-504-0925. Just text Rapids if you would like a pair of tickets to the upcoming game that the Rapids got. Tough one, by the way, for them. Open up the season. They kind of jumped on in the first half, a little better in the second. But everything's new.
What is the NFLPA doing with these surveys, these report cards that they have now? All players fill out these report cards, and they just unveiled the latest about every single franchise and where they rank in certain categories, like food, cafeteria, weight room, locker room setting, team travel, strength coaches, all that. And so the Broncos just got their latest results. They did better than last year, but is this a thing? Does every league do this? I've never heard the NHL or NBA do this. Why does the NFL
grading their own team anonymously like that?
Yeah, the anonymous poll about where the Broncos rank.
How good is the chicken parm? That kind of thing?
Well, here's just to let you know, they're among they're 5th overall when it comes to ownership. They get an A in ownership. That's how it's called, ownership. Head coach, what do you think they ranked? These are players doing the voting.
B plus.
B plus, yeah.
A minus.
Almost the same.
Is that head coach or coaching?
Says head coach.
Gotcha.
Head coach. So the notion that they don't like Sean Payton,
Yeah.
false. They gave him an A minus. The lowest scores for the Broncos, locker room, a D, 26th in the league.
I don't think it's that bad.
Nice locker room. I
thought
thought it
so,
maybe could
yeah.
be bigger, and they are making improvements. They are making major changes, but
Is that the Mile High Stadium locker room,
I
or
don't
is that
know.
the
It just says
Dove
locker
Valley
room.
locker room?
I would expect it to be the one that they spend most time in,
Yeah.
and that's their Dove Valley one. The other lowest grade, they get a D plus in treatment of families. What does that mean? What does that mean? Treatment.
Maybe it's like how many tickets you can get for a game or something like that. Maybe that's what it is. You know,
I want my family to have a salary.
Do they have like a family?
Like we go into
area?
training camp, they
I
got
don't
that
know.
family spot
Yeah, they got
that's
the tent.
tented underneath there.
I mean,
Maybe there's not
probably
food, drinks
probably on
in there.
game
I
day.
don't know.
Probably on game days. There are family meeting areas where families get together.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Strength coaches, they get a C. The other grades are all Bs. Training staff, weight room, everything else is a B. Food, cafeteria, B. I've never heard of other leagues doing this. The NFLPA
Me
really
neither.
pushes that out there.
Is it tougher because there's 53 dudes on that roster? It's got to be almost impossible to keep everything.
Can't
tip-top
keep
shape.
everybody
Yeah.
happy.
Like a basketball team, it's like I get 14, 15 dudes to worry about. All right, I can take care of that.
Well, I can tell you the Nuggets eat well, and they travel well.
That I know. Yeah. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
Oh, yeah.
You know, back to this list, if you did this with the other franchises in town about these anonymous what they like most, how would they grade facets of the organization, I can confidently say the Nuggets would get high marks in everything but training facility.
Yeah.
Because they need another gym.
Can I ask a question about
Well, it was a good idea when the Nuggets built, when Ball Arena was built, it was a very in vogue thing to have your practice court attached to your main gym. That's what they have.
No, but it's not big enough. And
It probably is not. The weight room and all that. You're right.
It's not big enough.
It should be bigger.
And
Agreed.
same with the Avs. I think they would vote the same way.
Yeah, then you have to tear the building down and build a new building.
Or just do training facilities like most of these teams do.
I suppose, yeah. Well, the Avs have one out of Family Sports. They've had, yeah.
I mean, it's not theirs.
Correct.
Can I ask you a question, Vic? And this is a dumb question, but it's a question of I ask out of ignorance, and I feel like a whole lot of people would agree with me here. I watch Gordon Ramsay shows. He says, never eat on an airplane. And I see, especially the Rockies, like every time they leave for a road trip or something like that, they'll tweet out like the menu that's on the plane.
Why can't you eat on an airplane?
He just thinks in general they don't take care of the food very well. Okay? But I see the menus that they tweet out, especially the Rockies do every time they go on a road trip, and I'm like, that all sounds delicious. How did they do that with the food?
It's catered from restaurants. It's not. They don't.
So they
make
just got it in like hot plates in the back.
They don't make it on. They don't make it on the plane.
I knew that. There's not some chef back there.
Well, no, but I'm saying like
frying up eggs,
like a regular. Let's say you're flying from Omaha to Fort Lauderdale,
right?
And you get a meal, or like Seattle to Fort Lauderdale. It's at night. They're going to serve you dinner or whatever, or you pay for it now, unless you're in first class. They have pre-made meals that are loaded onto the plane. I'm telling you, for sports teams, it's all catered from restaurants. Specifically,
so did they do like an RSVP before we get on the plane? You have to choose this so we have the exact amount. No.
They just give you a couple options.
Yeah, they're fine. They got a full slate. Like we normally get on Nuggets trips. Hell, we get everything from Elway's. I mean, we get good stuff. I mean, we eat well. I mean, if I did every Nuggets trip, dude, I'd be Mosier size.
Hey,
sorry,
I do weigh 182.
Well, I'd be that.
Hey.
I'm a small man.
Hey.
Let me share this story from Ireland.
Hey.
This is courtesy of the New York Post. A woman in Ireland sued an insurance agency, RSA Insurance.
I saw this.
After a 2017 car crash, Vic, she claimed caused her debilitating neck and back pain that prevented her from holding down a job for 5 years.
So she got in a wreck, okay? Now she's all busted up. She can't work.
She sues the insurance company, and she made $800,000 in the settlement. Okay? You following so far, Vic?
800 large, Vic. I'm trying to explain. Yeah. 800 large.
She lost that.
How?
Because a year after she won the settlement, this photo of the woman, and I will try and show it on Twitch and Altitude TV as best as I can, emerged of her in a Christmas tree throwing competition.
So she's supposed to have a debilitating injury that
can't
does not
hold a
allow
job.
her to...
She can't move. She can't. Yes, and now she's participating in Christmas tree throwing
Do you
competitions.
think she's the only person on earth who's taking advantage of a situation
I
like
do
that?
not. I think she is by far the dumbest one to have photographic evidence of throwing trees. Yeah. If you give me an $800,000 settlement and my plan was to scam you, you'll never see me again, okay? I'm going somewhere where these photos will not emerge until that money is dry.
What do they make you pay it back?
Yeah, you can never be normal.
Yeah, you're going to have to be in bed for the rest of your life.
That's the price you give. Like, you can't play golf ever again.
Ever. No golf. Nothing.
I move in the middle of the woods. You know, I go in the middle of like Wyoming.
Like Kaczynski?
Oh, yeah.
With social media today, you would be screwed, man.
You just can't really have friends. That's the problem.
Or photos. You are in the witness protection program, essentially.
Think about it. Vic, I buy a nice simulator. I put it in the house. I start ripping that thing. I go outside of the grocery store and I go like this.
It reminds me, who was the guy? Do you remember the movie Something About Mary? And he played He played
Tucker.
Tucker.
Yeah, Tucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Name's Norm. From Pompano, man. I love my folks in Pompano, man. So good. I love Mary, man. I'm a phony, same as you.
Dude.
I've only seen that movie 8,000
So
times.
but when he puts on the British accent and goes,
Healy, you better come clean right now or I'm going to kick your...
Harvard, you must have known Jada Smith.
I've said this forever, man.
What?
Ben Stiller is such an underrated genius. How many amazingly funny movies he has. There's something about Mary, I could watch that over and over and over again. Never get tired of it.
When he gets hooked in the mouth by the brother when he was fishing.
That's funny. No, but when
Healy gets the fake teeth, that movie just takes off, man.
Yeah, when Matt Dillon when he strips the light to shock the dog back to life.
Yep.
In the movie theater, I swear to God, dude, I laughed so I couldn't breathe. And he's, stay away from my puff. Stay away. And he strips the lamp. Remember, he's like zoing and he catches the dog on fire.
Like, think about it, dude.
Dude,
There's something about Mary.
I laughed so hard in the theater, I couldn't breathe.
Dodgeball, come on.
Dodgeball.
Right.
Meet the Parents. Tropic Thunder. Like,
you couldn't do Tropic Thunder today.
I don't buy that. I think you can.
I'm the dude playing the dude who's the other dude.
The ones where he's a model.
Nah, Zoolander. Yeah.
Zoolander was fun.
Yeah.
He infinitely quotable movies though.
What was the one where he Along Came Polly?
I was just thinking of that, yeah.
Yep. Well, that brings you Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Let it ride!
Yeah. That whole scene.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that guy doesn't miss. Every movie is amazing. I haven't seen Night at the Museum, but I guess it's good. Is that a kid's movie, right?
Yeah, I really liked him. Robin Williams was great as Teddy Roosevelt. I really liked it.
I can't read that, but that was a line. Yes.
Yep.
What?
8993.
Oh yeah,
Can't read that, but that was a line. Yep.
Well, that's what I said.
That is like howling laughing when I first saw that because I'm like, he's trying to be nice. He thinks this is what's nice to say.
Who's been to Santiago, Chile twice in 1 year, man? I'm a fraud.
Anyway.
Phony, same as you. Who's been saying Peru? So good, dude.
Vic, give us one last update here. Preview of the Nuggets and Kings.
Darren Fox is now listed as questionable with a knee. This will be the fourth and final meeting between these two unless
I
they
don't
meet
want
the
him to
playoffs.
miss. I want him in.
So do I.
I want the Nuggets.
So
Listen,
do I.
When you lose, and it's got to be a personal thing inside that room, too. Not only playing well after the break, but you've lost 3 games to the Kings already. This is your last chance.
Hey, if you don't think the Nuggets are very much aware of their record against the Kings this season,
you go get those
very,
guys
very
tonight.
aware.
You
And
prove that you're the
darn
big dog
right.
on the block.
And
Bam.
this is the first time this season. Again, I am not here to make excuses because I think teams shorthanded, if they're championship caliber teams, there's no excuses for any of them. But the Nuggets in 3 matchups against Sacramento this year. First time they lost in Sacramento. Second game of a back-to-back. They did not have Jamal Murray for that game. Second time they met. Second game of a back-to-back. They didn't have KCP or MPJ for that game. Third time they played, they didn't have their entire starting backcourt. They didn't have Jamal or KCP for that game. Tonight, they're intact. No back-to-backs. No excuses.
Yep. Get after them.
Yeah, maybe. But hell, no one's going to tell me who I can and cannot work with.
Exactly. One last thing here, because I'm looking at these TVs and I get these reminders that it's an election year. And I want to make a request of one of you two, if you could please. Could one of you two run for some sort of local office and let me be your marketing director so I could direct some of these commercials? Because they look amazing to actually sit down and plan.
You're going to get a lot.
Dude, let me tell you something. I don't know which ones I love more. The attack ads that you do on the opponent, because those seem like a blast. Or the ones that I just saw, I didn't see who the guy was.
I would run if they had a mayor of North Denver. I'd run for it. Just North
listen,
Denver, though.
Listen.
He's walking along the woods with his family or something?
I just want North
He
Denver.
was walking through the woods, talking. He's leaned up against a fence post at a ranch, being like, yeah, dude, cows. I totally get it. Yep. I know what your plight is like. Like, I want to make those commercials to make Vic feel like a field hand around the
All right, so if I'm running for mayor in North Denver, how would you make my commercial?
Hey, you ever get hit in the little thingy?
Vic Lombardi, the man you can trust. Once, the Lakers' daddy, and now
No, you can't.
Denver's daddy.
No, it's just North Denver.
Oh, North Denver's daddy. Okay.
I'm only taking it apart.
You know what? This country needs a father. Vic Lombardi can be North Denver's daddy.
What do you want to run for? Mose, you look like a
So,
secretary
no,
of some
I don't
sort.
want to deal with politics, man. It's brain damage. I just want to quote something about Mary.
I just like how in attack ads, they can take a small little statement and turn that into the most evil thing
Dude.
that somebody's ever said. It's like,
Dude.
you know what? My baby wouldn't eat her food. She was really annoying me last night.
He refuses to feed his child.
Yeah.
If I were running for a political
Does
office,
Vic Lombardi's opponent hate babies?
dude, no, I'm dead serious.
Just got to ask questions.
If I were running for political office, I would do smear campaigns of people I'm not even running against.
That's awesome.
Just any smear campaign. No, about anybody.
If you were running for the mayor of North Denver, I would run attack ads on LeBron. Be like, LeBron never criticized China. Vic Lombardi will get to the bottom of this.
Hey, well, you've heard of mail order brides? Well, they go that way too.
All right.
I think I still want to look her up. Who? Oh my God, dude!
Vic Lombardi, Comptroller 2024. It's starting right now.
What does a comptroller do?
That's the point, Vic. That's why we're running for that office. All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane. Nuggets, Kings tonight.
Dude, I want to win.
Right here,
I want
Altitude
this
Sports
win so
92.5.
bad. They're a 7.5-point favorite now. Nuggets win by, I guarantee you, Nuggets win by 10 or more.
Well, shall it be said? Shall it be done? Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1 second. Sound the horn. And at the horn, Bo Byram has had just about enough of Mason Marchment. But it doesn't matter because if you look at the scoreboard, Colorado creams Dallas. The Stars fall again to the Avalanche, this time by a final score of 5-1.
That was Connor McGahee on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 last night. Avs, a huge Central Division victory, 5-1 over the Dallas Stars as we welcome you into Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emy. Y'all know me better as Raj, joined as always by super producer Steve Nelson behind the glass. And
Pitter patter, let's get at her.
Better believe it, my co-host, the namesake of the program, he's Christopher A. Dempsey.
What's up, fellas? What a day. What a night for the Avs. What a night.
Great night for the Avs. We've got a really good show for you guys on tap. Mike Sanford is in studio. He's about to head out to the NFL Combine later tonight, so we'll sit down with him at 10:15, talk about the latest trend in NFL mock drafts, which is J.J. McCarthy to the Broncos. We will pick the coach's brain on that trend. The latest NFL draft mock expert, Mel Kiper Jr., has them taking McCarthy at number 12, so we'll get into a head coach's mind on that thought process. Obviously, Avs with the 5-1 victory. Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings this evening, looking for a big win. There's the 40-20 rule that's floating around. Can the Nuggets get to 40 wins before they hit their 20th loss? They're currently 39-19. Demp sat down at Pindustry yesterday with a few Nuggets. We'll see what intel you got out of Zeke Naji and Peyton Watson there last night. And obviously it's a Wednesday, so we'll get into shout-outs at 11:45. Just text those into 303-518-1. I was about to give out my cell phone number on the air.
It's easier than you think. When I did the same thing about a week to 10 days ago, and everybody was laughing.
Let's try that again. 303-504-0925 is where you can text those.
Yeah.
I get enough text messages and emails on my phone, so don't blow up my actual cell phone. I'll hate you for that. Before we get into all that, 5-1 victory for the Avs last night. Multi-point effort from Nathan McKinnon. 29 straight games at home with a point. The Avs get their league-leading 23rd victory on home ice. They're now 23-6 at Ball Arena. Goal differential is now the second best in the Central Division. They're 2 points behind Dallas and Winnipeg. They're right there in the thick of this thing. You need to have victories against Central Division opponents, and you need to have them happen in regulation. They go down a minute into this game to Logan Stankoven in goal, his second career goal, back-to-back nights in which he's scored. They bounced back really quickly, tied that thing at 1. They get a 2-1 lead going into the second period. They withstood a good 25 minutes of Dallas pushing hard.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks to, I would argue, he's had 5 really, really, really good games this season for the Avs. It might have been the best / most important victory of Alexander Georgiev's season thus far.
I was going to say, it's when I think about Georgiev, I think he's he's a good goalie. He is. And there have just been these moments, obviously, this season where in front of him, the defense hasn't been what you would like it to be. Then he goes all kind of ballistic with slamming the stick onto the goal. But he really does more often than he doesn't rise to the occasion in real high leverage circumstances, high pressure circumstances. Do you really need this save right now? Did you guys? He's going to do that for you, and I just hope that Raj, I'm very excited about this because we know Nichushkin's coming back. And it seems to me that obviously they're playing really well against Dallas this particular season. What this can be is very exciting to me. And it really does start with Georgiev and his improved play and for him, kind of staying away from catastrophic goals that you let in. If he can just stay away from that, I think everything else takes care of itself.
His last 5 games, 4-1-0 as he gets ready to take on. I assume he'll be in the net against Chicago. He's got a .918 save percentage, a .242 goals against average, and is 4-1 in those five starts, right? Like the only loss he has was to Toronto. And while both goaltenders in that game, you could probably look back and say, hey, you won a couple of them. I wouldn't say you lost because of Georgiev. You lost because you took a badly timed penalty at the end of regulation.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, you should have gotten a point out of that game. If he puts up .918 and a .242 goals against average, that is good enough to win a Stanley Cup here with this team. If he puts up a sub .900 save percentage and a goals against average that peaks into the 2.8s or the 2.9s, then it's not good enough, right? So what this whole season has been ups and downs and peaks and valleys and inconsistencies, not only from the goaltender, which he has been. He's been inconsistent. Mm-hmm. I will say that on its face. But the team's been inconsistent in front of him. Those are the numbers that can win you a Stanley Cup. And dating back to his last 5 starts, I'm going back to the Washington 6-3 game, right? Mm-hmm. He's been more than good enough to win you games. And 5-1 yesterday against Dallas, the scoreboard lies to you as to how close that game actually was. Dallas goes up 1-0 really, really early. Mm-hmm. Obviously, a minute into that game, and everyone in Ball Arena is like, holy crap, here we go again. 1 shot, 1 goal. But Kiviranta scores a minute and 8 seconds later. You could argue it was a little leaky on Ottinger, but it was a quick paced 3-on-2, bad turnover from Ryan Suter. Mason Marchment has to make a decision whether or not he's going to feint the pass to Cale Makar in the neutral zone. He does that. Taves snaps a puck far side to Cogliano, who's posting on the offensive blue line, and then Marchment and Suter don't figure out whether or not they want to take the trailer or the weak side guy, Kiviranta. So Ottinger has to go the full length of his crease. Probably a save he wants to make, but it's still a very difficult one to have. Avs strike back quick. But it's not like that was just the end of the push from Dallas. For the next 20 minutes, man, it was a grade A scoring factory for the Stars. Colorado didn't defend particularly well in the first half of that game. Alexander Georgiev had to make 3 separate 2-on-1 saves, 2 of which on Wyatt Johnston. He was excellent. He makes a blocker save, 3 glove saves. He stones Jamie Benn early on in the second period while he's on his belly to keep that 1-2-1 lead. Like Colorado had to hold on for dear life to get out of the first period with the lead. And for the Avs to get Georgiev to outduel a guy like Ottinger last night means the world. They haven't gotten those games where like Georgiev is clearly outplayed the other netminder, and he clearly outplayed Ottinger last night. And now you get a 5-1 victory. That's the difference of Georgiev at the height of his powers and Georgiev being inconsistent as he has been for much of the season.
All right, so do we think he is... I mean, I hesitate to ask this question. I think might be a little bit rhetorical, but is he in a better space that he can stay in? I mean, what's the confidence that he rides this into consistency for the balance of the season?
I mean, the trend says that he's there. The trending number says that outside of Toronto, which is one of the highest scoring teams in the league and has been the hottest goal scoring team outside of the Detroit Red Wings over the last 15 days. Outside of that team, he's been good enough, right? He's got an 890, a 900, a 960, and a 971 save percentage in 4 of his last 5 games, if you don't count that Toronto game. Mm-hmm. Like he's been really good. I think the team has defended better as a whole. I still don't think they're there yet. I still think they're a little bit porous in their own defensive zone. I don't know if they pick up sticks well enough net front, right? Like they're in position, but it just seems like they don't pick sticks up. Like I don't even know if they're getting out muscled. It just seems like, yeah, hey, we're in the area and that's good enough. They're getting better. The habits are starting to form. And again, that's been the big conversation around the Avs is, at least for me, do I really care until the middle of April? And I think I'm getting closer to the answer of that being no, I don't.
Mm.
If they get there by the middle of April and they start defending better with more consistency, then I don't care about what happened at the beginning of the season, because they do seem like they're in that mode of we just got to be right by the time the playoffs roll around. And their spring pointed it out, with 22 games remaining in last year's season, the Avs had 4 fewer points than they do right now. They won the division.
Here's what my only concern is for the Avs right now. And I think they'll have a long playoff run. But I think in the playoffs, I think we are seeing the team that probably they are. And the only caveat I can give to that is that they have had just kind of numerous guys in and out of the lineup all season long. And so if you are trying to create better habits and really calm down and have consistent lines, and then they haven't been able to do that for the majority of the season, just because guys have been in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. But I am a little bit worried. I do think that there's going to be an element of the playoffs where this is what we're gonna have some defensive games where it's kind of like, okay, and they're going to have to survive those, because I think with 22 games left, can you still create the good habits that have you going into the playoffs playing in the space that you want to play? Yes, you can. But it's also 22 games left to the end of the season and going into the playoffs, and probably you are who you have shown to be to this point. And so I just think that there are going to be moments in their playoff run where they're just going to have to overcome some of that stuff and win the games anyway.
And you did hit it. You're getting more and more defensive sound players coming back. Arturi Lehkonen coming back from the neck injury. You signed Zach Parise, who's now played 11 games for the Avs. I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's just happenstance that Georgiev in his last 10 games, which coincides with Zach Parise and Arturi Lehkonen, 200-foot players in the middle of your lineup. Georgiev is now 6-3-1 in his last 10 games, the .250 save percentage and a .915 save percentage and a .250 goals against. Again, those are numbers that you can win a Stanley Cup championship with, and it coincides with getting better 200-foot defensive-minded players back into the lineup, and they're about to get another one in Val Nichushkin coming up on Monday as the Avs host the Chicago Blackhawks.
Which is the best news possible. Because then everybody that can come back outside of Gabe Landeskog, everybody that can come back will be back. And I think for the Avs, this is the perfect amount of time to get everybody back into the fold, to go together as a unit and solidify yourselves for the playoffs. So we'll see.
I still think they're going to make a deal or two at the deadline. They'll probably kick the tires on a second line center that will be here not only for this playoff run, but for deeper into the future. Like Adam Henrique was thrown around on the ESPN broadcast last night, and I don't necessarily know if that's a great fit. I like the player. I really do. I just don't know if he's fleet of foot enough to be in your top 6. I think they'll go after a younger guy, a Morgan Frost, a Casey Middlestat that can be here for many years to come and be cap controllable. I think they'll kick the tires on a backup goaltender because I see the text right here. Who just sent it in? Ryan sends it in. I think that they need to get another solid goalie at the deadline to put some pressure on Georgiev. That might be good for him to keep up that pace, not only to get off of his legs, but to be pushed for that true number 1A spot. I think those are the two things that McFarland and Sakic will go after. On the other side, Coach Mike Sanford, who's headed out to the NFL Combine tonight, will join us and talk about the latest NFL mock draft trend with the Broncos. J.J. McCarthy to the Broncos at number 12. No. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Dempsey and Company on a shout-out Wednesday. Text those into 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. We'll read them out at 11:45. Nelly's Notes coming up at 11:20 as well. But right now, we welcome in our NFL Combine expert who's about to head out to DIA and get himself on a jet to Indianapolis. Part of the company, Coach Mike Sanford.
Excited to get out there. My first combine. I've never had time as a coach to get to a combine. I've always watched it.
Yeah.
My dad did coach in the NFL for 3 years at the Chargers, so I got his stories from the combine, and I'm really excited. Let's just say that I have a phenomenal assortment of fluffy white lip pillows ready to go for this because I plan on
just
doing
a log
big work.
of them.
I mean, I'm doing big work. I got to be fueled.
I'm excited to see it, man. Yeah, if you guys want the most in-depth and in-tune analysis of players that you're going to get here in the state, Coach, you're going to be dialed into specifically the quarterbacks there. You'll be there tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday when the quarterbacks are on field going through their progressions, their on-field workouts. We'll get into that later on. But what I need to pick your brain on here is there is, for some, an alarming trend in mock draft land. The Athletic, The Ringer, ESPN, all of them have the Broncos taking J.J. McCarthy, not just at 12, but moving up and taking him at 9.
I think there is a world that exists where that is a reality, but I just think there's so many question marks surrounding J.J. McCarthy as a top 12 quarterback. And if you move up to take J.J. McCarthy, that would be a major mistake, in my opinion. From having studied J.J. McCarthy, he's got a long throwing process. And I think of the top 5-ish guys, I think that both he and Drake May are the ones that concern me because the windows are so tight in the National Football League. And open in the NFL is a lot different definition than open in college football. And so I do think it's really important to see what he looks like at the combine. Like, he is going to throw on Saturday. It was reported, I think 3 days ago, that he is going to be throwing, as well as Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr. I think Spencer Rattler was a guy that got some buzz at the Senior Bowl. I was there. I didn't quite see it the same way. I think people overstated what he did in the actual Senior Bowl itself. But I want to see if J.J. McCarthy's is he able to make the throws that I keep questioning that I haven't seen on film, which is the out route, which I know sounds so simple, but that 12 to 15 yard area of the field that breaks at the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge part of the National Football League game. And you play against teams that play cover 3, which means they have 3 deep defenders. You have to be able to make those throws. And I have not seen consistent accuracy on that type of throw. And I'm going to have a chance to see that on Saturday. I'm so excited.
Why do you think his stock has kind of caught fire here? And I know we talked about this yesterday. I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan. But admittedly, I'm not going to sit here and say I know all there is to know about what he can possibly do at the next level. And maybe it's just a situation where he'll be a better pro quarterback than he was in college, and he was a good college quarterback. Why do you think everybody seems so sold right now?
I think there was a wave of momentum, and there's probably an overselling of winning the national championship. And he did it against Michael Penix Jr. And so I think the media side of things is saying that J.J. McCarthy, certainly can't be argued with the fact that he's a winner. And then after winning that national championship, soon after Jim Harbaugh gets the job at the Chargers, what does he say? He says that he should be the first quarterback drafted.
Yeah.
And so, of course, just from a media perspective, the narrative is definitely that there is momentum. But I think a lot of that momentum is either going to be validated at the combine this weekend, or it's going to be, it still has a long throwing process, still looks slight. He's 6'3", last measurement, last weight, and I haven't seen the updated numbers. He was 202 pounds, and that's not an NFL quarterback body type right now to be your franchise quarterback. I think that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but you can't argue with the fact that he's a winner.
When you hear Sean Payton kind of tick down the list of things that he's looking for in a quarterback, can he process it? Can he? Does JJ fit in that box? In his box?
I think so, because it was a very well orchestrated offense there with Sherrone Moore at the University of Michigan. Sherrone did a really good job of of blending the run game, the play action game, even sometimes the quick game off the run game, which is really behind the line of scrimmage RPO, which I do think leads to the inflated completion percentage numbers for JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, like 74%.
Yeah, and everybody's like, oh, he's a 74% completion percentage guy. He wasn't making the throws down the field that Michael Penix Jr. was doing on the regular. That's the question that I still have is, can he consistently make those throws? Is that throwing process tight enough to be successful in the National Football League? And then lastly, like I said, is how does he check out, body type wise? Like, does he look like a guy? Does he pass the eyeball test of a guy when you stand him up next to Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr.? Because you're talking about that, really pick 10 through early second round.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's all being determined here, because 1 through 3 is determined. But I think 1 through 3 after the combine is actually going to be Caleb Williams 1. I think it's Jaden Daniels 2.
Yeah.
And I do think it's Drake May 3. I think that's going to be solidified, not by how they throw, but I think all the things and all the meetings that are going to happen, I think that's how it's going to play out. Now you're looking at the next group of quarterbacks, which is where the Broncos are most likely going to be having the opportunity to select from. They may pass on that opportunity. And I think that yesterday's press conferences with George Paton and Sean Payton did, cast some doubt as to if they are going to draft a quarterback early.
Well, certainly what George Paton said, and it's easier to trade down the draft. We all know that. He knows that they have to get younger and cheaper and more cost controllable, and the way to do that is in the NFL draft. I think what George Paton said yesterday spoke volumes as to what their thought process is. I don't think there is a world in which the Broncos utilize more draft assets to get up into the top 9, the top 7 to guarantee themselves the shot at the 4th quarterback coming off of the board. I think, and again, I'll say this constantly, as D-Mac's ears are burning, they will wait to see if their guy is there at 12. If he's not, they'll either select best player available, or what I hope they do is trade that pick down, get deeper into that first round. Hopefully Penix is there. Hopefully McCarthy continues to fall and you can get him later on so you have that 5th-year option. But what the GM said yesterday felt like it was, we know we're cutting Russ. We're not cutting him now because we don't want to have the media circus that's going to come at the NFL Combine of us cutting Russ today. So don't ask that question. But we're done with him. Our quarterback of the future is somewhere in this draft, but we're not going to hemorrhage first-round picks like we have for the past 2 seasons.
I totally agree with that sentiment. There's no way that the Broncos can afford, as a roster, and the construct of their roster, can't afford to trade away either draft capital or current star players from this roster.
The only way to do that is Surtain, right? The only way to get up there is, here's Patrick Surtain, or I don't even think you can get up there with Justin Simmons because of his age.
No.
He's really good. He's a top 3 safety in the league. He's too old to get you up into the top 5.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely no questioning that. And I do think that from my perspective, in watching college football, for the first time watching the entirety of all of college football in 20 years, because I've been so dang busy and watching just, game planning whoever I'm getting ready to play against, I love the top 6 in this quarterback class. I love it. Next year's quarterback class is scary. I'm talking mortifying. If you look at the names, you are not going to be excited. Do not punt to next year. Because if you punt to next year...
You don't like my option of going nuclear and taking $80 million off the cap and selecting number 1 overall next year?
My opinion, it's probably going to be a receiver, because I don't see even close to a finished NFL product in this rising class of potential draft picks for the 25
So
draft.
It's quarterback this year or veteran retread number, 6 now since Peyton's gone?
So if you go veteran retread, then that individual's probably going to be here for at least a couple of seasons.
100%. You have to.
Yeah.
Because, unless, and there's always quarterbacks that do emerge, right? I'm not saying that but I'm saying if you're banking on next year,
right,
and you're like, I'm holding out for that guy, there's a lot of development needs to take place for the guys that I've studied. And I think there's talent, there's no question, but this group of 1 through 6, and I would certainly define it as the Williams, May, Daniels, Penix, Nix, McCarthy, those 6 guys, I think that there are wow moments when you watch them play throughout the course of their college careers. Holy cow, that guy is a NFL quarterback. I don't see that right now with next year's crop. I think Shedeur Sanders is certainly a guy that certainly here in Colorado that we're excited about. There's some wow throws, but there is a lot of that development that has to take place for him to be a surefire NFL franchise quarterback. And I think it could happen, but it's just right now I wouldn't bank in your stock on going that route.
Is there a particular quarterback that you are really excited or intrigued to see when you get there to Indy? Like, not necessarily, you know, I know you're a Penix guy, but is there someone that you've got your finger on the pulse of, like, if he does X, Y, and Z, that's who I want the Broncos to select?
I'd say from the combine perspective, knowing that this will be the first event that Sean Payton has been to.
Yep.
He was not at the Senior Bowl, and he was addressing issues within his own current roster and was waiting to go evaluate these quarterbacks in person until they had their draft meetings, which he did have several weeks ago. So I do think that, like, the first impression piece of the interviews, which we don't have a chance to watch, but certainly the on-field workouts.
And those are happening today, right?
The interviews are going on last night into today.
Yeah, they met with JJ McCarthy yesterday.
Right. And don't put too much stock into who met with who. I'm not trying to cut down that point, but pretty much all of these quarterbacks are interviewing with all the teams that even have a shot to draft them or even trade up within reason. They're meeting with everybody.
Yeah.
So it's not like JJ McCarthy's meeting with Sean Payton. Woo, he's going to come to Denver. I mean, everybody wants to do that for clicks on Twitter. But what I do see is that I think the three top guys, meaning McCarthy, Nix, and Penix Jr., will all have the ability to make a great first impression on Sean Payton, both in their interviews and what they do on the field. And I'm excited to watch them all be in the same group back to back to back and seeing how the ball jumps out of their hands, the accuracy, handling the scrutiny. And that's what I'm really excited for.
It seemed that Michael Penix, you know, he had national stock rising all the way to the national championship game, and then it has cooled off kind of considerably, it feels like to me. Why?
I think the pending unknowns of his medicals is I think, the probably within league circles, not media circles, the league circles, that's probably why get so worked up over this when it all depends on that bit of information. And then I just think from a national perspective, I think there's too many eyeballs watched his worst game of the year. And frankly, it was the University of Washington's worst game of the year, going against a team that was stacked on defense and held everybody they played to very minimal points. And Washington's defense couldn't stop Michigan's run game. So I do think that there was a big emphasis placed on JJ McCarthy's performance in the national championship versus Michael Penix Jr.'s championship performance. But like I keep saying, how many national championship winning quarterbacks have panned out to be phenomenal quarterbacks? Usually it's a sum of the parts that make those national championship quarterbacks have that opportunity to shine.
And it wasn't like Michigan really put the game on his shoulders. I mean, he had average stats in that game, and the run game was the reason. But they got him another victory in his 27-1 as a starter. They got him to that, got him to the winner's circle. I don't know. It's interesting to me how this ebbs and flows. And I think for me, JJ McCarthy, of those top six, to me is the most unknown quantity, just because they emphasized the run so much when he was on the field. And I just don't know that you do that if you have full confidence that your quarterback can go out and throw you to a victory. I'll say this is a little bit of an extreme example with Harbaugh, but he also had Andrew Luck, and he wasn't running the ball like all the time. You could just put the ball in Andrew Luck's hands and say, "Can you just pass us to victory in this game?" In a way that I think they were very hesitant to do on a regular basis with JJ McCarthy.
No, I agree. And I think that watching Michigan play, certainly in the postseason and the playoffs, you were watching the mid-season Denver Broncos when it was run the football, play good defense, get turnovers on the defensive side of the ball, and then just ask your quarterback to perform in play actions, bootlegs, and then, convert a few third downs. And that's really what JJ McCarthy was asked to do. Do the Broncos want to bring that identity back? It sure seems like they don't, because it's almost like the Broncos ran from that identity on the latter quarter of the season. And you can clearly tell.
It certainly didn't start in that space, right?
No, and Sean Payton, he's going to want his quarterback, because his success was with Drew Brees. He's going to want his quarterback to be a guy that, hey, I'm going to put the game in your hands. Go win the game because you've been trained and you're talented. And I don't think that necessarily that's J.J. McCarthy, but I'm going to have more information when I get back, and I can't wait to share it, both on the socials and, I'll be dropping into, I think, all the different shows over the next couple days. But I'm going to share that information as it becomes available to me in real time.
He is Coach Mike Sanford. He'll be out in Indy starting tonight for the NFL Combine. Follow at Altitude SR on Twitter, Altitude Sports Radio on Instagram to check out everything that he has to offer there. Obviously, a lot of focus on the quarterbacks, but you'll be checking out all different players: edge rushers, corners, wide receivers, and the ilk. Actually, last one before we get out of here and get to break. As a talent evaluator, right? This is your first NFL Combine, but it's not your first skills and testing combine type of thing, right? Like you've seen a billion of these where guys go through underwear Olympics and show you what they can do. What's the one position group that can benefit the most from having a good showing at a combine?
I think it's probably the offensive line. And I know that sounds crazy, but just the movement skills. You see a wide variety of different testing numbers, and it shows agility, which, like, the outside zone run game is so driven by athleticism, length, being able to pick your feet up and get them up and down. And I think that NFL O-line coaches love the combine to see a lot of that movement that you don't always see within the scheme that they play in college.
Coach, get out of here. Have a safe flight. We'll talk to you tomorrow. On the other side, we will hear from Coach Bednar and Coach Malone. Is the number one seed the be-all, end-all for both your Nuggets and Avs? We'll hear from the coaches. We'll get Dempsey's reaction on Dempsey and Company. Altitude 92.5, Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Chris Dempsey. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line. Send in your shout-outs. We'll have those coming up at 11:45. As always, you guys can watch us twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Safeway now offers drive-up prescription pickup with your drive-up and go groceries. Save time while Safeway brings your prescriptions to you, plus get $30 off your first drive-up and go order. See Safeway.com for details. Jared Bednar was on with Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane earlier today, as he is every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. after his 5-1 victory against the Dallas Stars. A big Central Division win. They still trail by 2 points in the Central. Winnipeg, however, 4 games in hand on Dallas, 3 games in hand on the Avs. There's about 4 teams in the Western Conference that can truly go after the number 1 seed. This is what the head coach had to say about that goal.
If our team is feeling good about where we're at, and we're mentally in the right place and physically we're rested and everyone's firing on all cylinders and we're a 4-line team and everything's rolling, we got a good rhythm to our game, we do feel like we can win anywhere. So like the confidence in our team is within our room is high, and we just want to make sure that we're earning that confidence. It's not a false confidence. That we're doing all the right things and feeling good about it, and then off we go for the playoffs. So the home seed would be really nice. Obviously, winning the division would be really nice. So we'll see how it goes down the stretch. If we can play consistent hockey, I think we're going to be in a position that we can attain our regular season goals and feel good about it going into the playoffs rested.
Feels like a general feeling. If we are playing well, if we feel as though our game is in the right spot, the 1 seed doesn't truly matter. I mean, he would go on to say they struggled in the postseason. The 3 years that they lost in the second round, they struggled in the postseason playing away from home. What are they right now? They're the best home team in the National Hockey League. Away from Ball Arena, however, just 13-13-5. So while the sentiment of like, it's just a feeling that we need to have going into the postseason, the data would say differently.
Yeah, it would. And honestly, I think they need to have home ice for as many rounds as possible. I when I look at the Avs, I just see a team that I would rather them get the majority of swings at Ball Arena than anywhere else. And the talent suggests that of course they can go in and win in anywhere. Like if you're just going to drop them in somewhere and say like we have to have this game 5 here tonight, they can go out and get that dub. But I do worry a little bit about this regular season kind of personality cropping up again in the postseason, and because of that, I would just rather that they have home ice for as long as they can possibly have it. And that doesn't mean, there's always this balancing act down the stretch of a season, which is, how hard do you push for the highest seed possible? Versus making sure that all of your players are healthy going into the playoffs. I mean, that's when you're as good a team as the Avalanche or the Nuggets are. That's the reality. You want your guys to be healthy because you can steal games on the road anywhere else. But of the 2 teams, and I'm speaking of Avs and Nuggets here, I would much rather see the Avs push as much as they feel like is within reason to get the highest seed possible, because I think home ice is going to matter more to them than home court will matter to the Nuggets, and I think home court will matter to the Nuggets as well.
This is what Michael Malone had to say in the Jim Rome show about that same question.
We're not shying away from the 1 seed. If we can attain the 1 seed, we will take it. We feel, the best home crowd in the NBA, and we've proven to be a very tough out at home. For me, the bigger and most important thing is when our starting 5 are healthy and available, we have almost a 700 winning percentage. So we have to make sure come playoff time that we have not put ourselves at a disadvantage of running guys into the ground or overplaying them maybe when they should not be playing to deal with their injuries. I want player availability. I want Jamal, KCP, Michael, Aaron, Nikola, those 5 guys to be ready, healthy, and available to go come playoff time, because I think with that group and the guys off of our bench, we can go to any gym in this NBA and beat anybody on a given night. And I have that much confidence in our group.
Right. The feeling from both head coaches is the same. If we are playing the way that we want to play, if we're completely healthy, we can win anywhere. It's coach speak to a certain extent. It's odd, though, that you say the Nuggets having a 1 seed and having home court advantage matters far less than it does for the Avalanche, when the overall, if we're just going to look at the numbers, the overall numbers of the NBA screams at you. 12 of the last, or going back to the year 2000, so the last 23 years.
Yeah.
There's been 12 number 1 overall seeds to win a championship. That's far and away the most over the 4 major sports. Is if you're the number 1 seed, you're going, more often than not, you're going to make an NBA final, right?
Yeah.
2023, the Nuggets. 2020, the Lakers. 2017, the Warriors. 2016, the Cavs. 2015, the Warriors. 2014, the Spurs. 2013, the Heat. All 7 of those championships going back in the last decade have been number 1 seeds, right?
Yeah.
It matters in the NBA, so why doesn't it matter for the
Well,
Nuggets?
it matters in the NBA because you get the worst team right off the top. And, it's... So if you're the number 1 seed and you're playing the number 8 seed, cool. And then you're going to get, the 4-5 matchup before
but
you...
the 4-5 matchup this year could be like Phoenix or the Clippers.
It could be. But as the number 1 seed, you continue in the NBA playoffs to get the most advantageous matchup for you until then you get to the conference final. And then if the conference final, then all bets are off. Maybe you're playing the number 2 seed, and you just got to get through that, but you got home court advantage. So you're going to have game 7 at home, which usually propels the number 1 seed into the NBA finals. I think for the Nuggets, the reason why I'm saying I would want home court advantage for them too. I just think that they could probably get away with it if they didn't have it for multiple rounds. Just because when they are healthy, it's not even a question of, well, they're playing wishy-washy basketball. It's like when those dudes are on the court, they always win, and that's it's kind of their superpower. But and so when Michael Malone says I want player availability because we can go anywhere and win anything. Well, then the numbers do back him up in that respect. When those 5 guys are on the court, they just win the vast majority of the games. And it's only when you start picking off 1 or 2 of those starters that their play starts to get wishy-washy, and especially on the road. So for the Nuggets, it really just is a player availability question. Now, for me, I have questions about young players playing on the road. So when you're bringing off Reggie Jackson as basically the only veteran, and then it's like Christian Brown and Peyton Watson and Zeke Naji and just younger players who haven't gone through, enough playoff experiences, then they start to get uneven on the road versus home, and that's when you would rather play more times at Ball Arena than not.
It's odd because the numbers are working against conventional wisdom right now, where we know it's easier to win a championship in the NHL as a low seed than probably any other sport. The NFL could sneak in there and be like, hey, we've got a bunch of wild card teams that have done this in recent years. Not so much. Like typically the cream has risen to the top across the NFL. But the NHL, you have 8 seeds that get there all the time, right? Florida made the Cup final last year as an 8 seed. You had the years where the Kings ended up winning a championship. The Nashville Predators got to a Stanley Cup final as a 7 or an 8 seed.
And that's because of the goalie. Right?
It's because of the goaltender typically, but up until last year and the year prior, where both the Vegas Golden Knights and the Avalanche had the best record in the Western Conference. Do you know how many years it had been since the top seed in the West had won a championship? 14 seasons.
Yeah,
it had been 14 years since the number 1 seed in the Western Conference had won a championship. It's happened the last 2 years. Vegas won the West last year in the regular season. They got healthy at the right time. They won our championship. Colorado wins the West a couple of years ago, didn't win the President's Trophy either year, and I know Scotty's probably jumping up and down being like, I told you so!
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Boston wins the President's Trophy last year, bounced in the first round. Florida wins the President's Trophy a couple of years ago, bounced in the first round. The Avs win the President's Trophy 3 seasons ago, bounced in the second round, right? For many years, the conventional wisdom of NHL playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs is get into the dance and you can win. But now we're in this mode of, well, the Avs are so good at home and they're so mediocre on the road that they have to get it this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's weird, man.
It is weird. I just think it exists more with this edition of the Avs. It's such a stark contrast, and I don't think that it's always just due to, well, we're missing this particular player or not player. I think they just don't play well. They just play uneven on the road. And if that is just your personality, then you have to get as high a seed as you possibly can, have as many rounds as you possibly can where you have home ice advantage. And I guess that's how I see the Avs versus the Nuggets. And so, I think they should go for it as much as possible. Their personnel seems to be coming back and with some sticking and staying power from injuries or whatever else. The Nuggets, the only variable here is Jamal Murray, man. Like that, Jamal Murray, his situation with his tibia, that could go awry on the Nuggets pretty quickly. And I think that they are going to go for as high a seed as they possibly can, but they're not going to do so at the expense of Jamal Murray. And I think that he's going to sit out some games, as we get toward the end of the season, so that he can actually be ready for the playoffs.
We'll break down a little bit more of the Avs 5-1 victory over the Stars on the other side. Also, if you could go back in history and pluck any Colorado sports figure to put on a team right now, who would it be? Let us know. 303-504-0925. It's Dempsey and Company. Dempsey and Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line. If you could pluck any athlete from Colorado sports history, you just get one athlete that you could pluck on today's teams, who would it be? No, you don't get to choose one Av and one Nugget and one Bronco or one Rocky. You get one guy that you can put on today's team. Who is it going to be? Let us know, 303-504-0925, or you can hop in twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream and join our friends there in the chat room. Avs 5-1 victory over the Dallas Stars last night. Little touch and go at the beginning. Early goal against, 1 minute in. They jump back. They score a minute and 8 seconds after that to tie the game at 1-1. They would have a 2-1 lead going into the second period of play. They scored 50 seconds apart, Andrew Cogliano and Nathan MacKinnon. Couple beautiful goals. Chris Wagner, a little neutral zone play where Dallas is going off on a change. He beats 3 guys with a wall chip to Cogliano, who scores a nice little 2-on-1 wrist shot over the glove of Jake Ottinger. Then under a minute later, Nathan MacKinnon doing freakish Nathan MacKinnon things. He's got 98 points, 2 away from 100. Had he had a 4-point night last year, would have been the fastest player in Avs Nordique's history to reach 100 points. Would have been done in 60 games. Hopefully he can do it tomorrow night as the Avs take on. Who are they? They play Nashville on Thursday. Who do they got? I think it's Nashville. I could be completely wrong, but no, Nashville Saturday. Who they got Thursday then? There's someone in between now and Nashville. Who they play? I don't know it off the top of my head.
They play Chicago tomorrow.
They play Chicago tomorrow and Chicago on Monday. It was touch and go because of how they're defending right now. I don't love how they defend in their own zone. I think that while they're in the right position, I don't know if that they defend with enough purpose, enough intent, and maybe you could look at the D-core and be like, well, they're built to be offensive and move pucks, and you can look directly at the Joel Kiviranta goal and go, yeah, that's because of your defense. Right? Suter rims a puck around. Taves is close up on the blue line. He's not giving up that gap so that Dallas can just get out of the zone. You just live to fight another day. No, he's got a close gap, picks up that puck as a lefty on his right side. He feints the hinge pass over to Cale Makar and then zips a puck over to the far side to Cogliano. That all happens within like a second and a half where Dallas now has to get up into the neutral zone, realize that they're going to have to defend again, and now it's a 3-on-2, right? That's why the Avs have built this D-core the way that they have. Quick strike opportunities. They have the most points in the NHL from their blue line this year and over the course of the last 5 seasons for a reason. But while you get that, there is a little bit of a defensive meltdown that has been it's been stewing this year. And I asked the question to a lot of you, and I see these answers. Ray Bourque, Rob Blake is the player that they would like to pluck from Avs yesteryear and put into this team to give them a little bit more snarl, physicality on the D side. I like that pick. I don't know if it's the most impactful one you can make to a team right now.
I like all the Peter
Forsberg's good, man.
Forsberg's, yeah, and the Patrick Waz.
Patrick Waugh is good, right? I see a lot. I see a lot of you guys in the text line telling me that Patrick Waugh is the guy, right? Like if you put prime Patrick Waugh in here, 2001 Patrick Waugh, this team could win 4 cups, 5 cups, right? You get arguably the greatest goaltender of all time between the pipes with the best offense in the league. I think that's probably my pick right now. The other obvious ones that we're seeing, Peyton Manning, John Elway, but as we look at the teams currently constituted, what does the most, right? If you put prime Elway or 2013 Peyton Manning on the Broncos right now, what are they?
They're a Super Bowl contender.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Because what were the Colts all those years when Peyton Manning was at his true prime? They were Super Bowl contenders, but who was on that team? Dallas Clark, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, they had ballers on the squad. There's no doubt.
Edgerrin James, Dwight Freeney.
Yeah.
Any of those names on the Broncos right now? The answer is a hard freaking no.
No.
They would make the Broncos way better. They would be a bona fide playoff team. But you're telling me with this roster right now, while Peyton Manning couldn't get over Tom Brady when he was in his heyday with all of those players, and I just rattled off 3 Hall of Famers on those Colts teams, he won a Super Bowl. You're telling me that the Broncos are Super Bowl contenders with Elway or Manning at the helm right now? I don't think so.
Yeah, because each of those quarterbacks also had the ability to lift up whatever receivers were on the team and have them perform above their pay grade. And that was their superpower. And I have no doubt that Peyton Manning or John Elway could do it. Look, for me, the answer is John Elway, because I watched him do it over and over and over again, Raj. I'm not saying, I mean, I loved those skill position players around him. I mean, they're kind of cultish heroes around here, but you're not talking about all-time greats. And John Elway's ability to lift those offenses up with the Three Amigos and with Sammy Winder and, players of that ilk, he would take this crew and make it much, much better.
Joey on Twitch goes, Brady isn't playing anymore. Yeah, you know who is? Patrick Mahomes. And he's in your freaking division, man.
Yeah, but Russell Wilson beat him.
No, God, please, no.
Yeah, Russell Wilson beat him. Well, Russell Wilson
I get it. Those two guys were freaks. They were amazing, right? We saw the greatest offensive season in the history of the league from Manning here in 2013 after we thought like he might not be able to grip a football ever again in his life. Elway dragged Broncos teams to Super Bowls in which they were crazy underdogs and obviously got blown out in a couple of them. Could he drag this team? Probably. But you're telling me,
especially this season, Raj, when we saw the, this is really, I'm air quoting this as I'm saying it, the worst edition of the Kansas City Chiefs that we've seen.
And they still won.
Right. But it doesn't mean that you couldn't have picked them off. That's where Elway had his superpower. Like if you gave him a team and you told him, and that team was maybe not the best version of themselves that we'd ever seen, and like the Kansas City Chiefs have won some Super Bowls where we're like, whoa.
Yeah, but like Elway got there. He never got it done. The team wasn't good, just like the team right now is not good. So you're telling me that the greatest impact you could make is getting Elway back to Super Bowls in which he's getting blown out, right? Elway didn't win the Super Bowls until he had McCaffrey and TD on this team and Smith on this team, right? Like he never won the Super Bowls until he had a great team around him. So you're saying if you could pluck one guy, you would take a guy that would be able to yeah, you can get to the Super Bowl, but you're going to get beat by 28 points every single year. Screw that.
By these 49ers?
Give me Patrick Waugh net, and they're guaranteed to win 3 or 4 cups.
Raj,
is there a nugget that you could bring in?
Raj, the issue is with the Broncos is that the 49ers, this edition of the 49ers wouldn't. The edition of the 49ers that beat the tar out of John Elway was Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, John Taylor. That's the version of the 49ers that beat the tar out of him. The Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, like they're very nice players, but that's a beatable football team. Yeah. John Elway could beat any team in these playoffs and win the Super Bowl, I believe. Now look, I see a lot of fun stuff on here and a lot of sentimental stuff. You just asked about a Nuggets player. If I was going to take a Nuggets player from the past and plop him on this team, it would be Alex English. Just because, in this era of keep your hands off the offensive player, his scoring would just go through. He was already great. He scored the most points out of any player in the decade of the 80s.
Would he make the Nuggets unbeatable?
Yeah. He would.
So that's my argument here is while Elway certainly, and I know I'm not the guy that grew up watching Elway when I was in my 20s. I was a kid when I got to watch Elway at the latter half of his career, and the vast majority of my case studies on Elway has been going back through NFL films and actually watching what he did in the late 80s and throughout the 90s, right? Like that's what I've had to do. I'm sorry, I was born in 1993. Right. Bummer. I apologize to all these psychopaths on the text line that are like, you never watched him. Like, I'm sorry I wasn't, sorry I'm not a boomer. I understand I understand the greatness of Elway.
Yeah.
But when we're looking at the impact of what that player can do, Elway could bring Elway could bring the Broncos the farthest, but I don't think he could have the greatest amount of success as a player that you would drop into a lineup right now. I think you would have to drop those players into the Avs or into the Nuggets. English is a fantastic option where you could outscore any problem you would have on that court. I think Waugh is another great option. You put that dude in net, this team's winning 3 or 4 cups. Forsberg or Sakic as your second line center, you put those guys in, you fill that hole with arguably the greatest captain of all time and maybe the greatest power forward that's ever played the game, certainly top 3 at his position. I think you would not guarantee as many cups as Waugh, but you'd be looking at 3 or 4.
Let me ask you, Waugh with the defense presently, let's just say it's got its struggles on some nights. If they're struggling in front of Waugh, is he stopping on the pucks anyway?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, he was good.
Okay.
When he was in his heyday, he was good. And if you put those big old pads that they got to used to wear in the late 90s and early 2000s before the NHL started shrinking goaltending pads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although those things, those Kohos, man, back in the day, those heating pads, those things were heavy.
I love the Waugh suggestion. I really do. I think
there's not a single Rocky that you could put on the team and say like, yeah, they're going to win the NL West.
No,
my favorite text that came in was put Helton on the Nuggets so he can actually win a championship. Hey!
I also saw one go by, and these are coming in fast and furious here, that said, put Chauncey Billups back on CU's basketball team. They could use him. Yes, they could. Yes, they could. I actually love that. I love that.
What about Chauncey Billups on the Nuggets right now? Not as much of an impact as a guy like Alex English, or like maybe like if you could throw Dan Issel at the 4, that'd be nuts.
Yeah, that would be nuts. That would be nuts. If you, given the way the Nuggets are constructed right now, if you took any of their really great players and just put them on the team, and even if you just said, hey, this player comes off the bench for you and scores all the points, that would be crazy, Raj. I think that this question is very fun because the Nuggets are the one team where you can pull, if you just pluck any of their great players and put them on this team, it makes them almost unbeatable, pretty much unbeatable. And I don't know that any other, given the way that maybe the Avs would be second in that respect, that would be a lot of fun.
Keep them rolling in. If you could pluck one player from Colorado sports history, you just get one player and put him on today's team. Who would make the greatest impact? Who would it be? 303-504-0925, where you can get your answers into Dempsey and Company. Nelly's NFL Notes are next. Altitude 92.5, Dempsey and Raj with you guys up until noon. PhD noon to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl 3 to 6 p.m. Nuggets and Kings tonight. What time is tip?
7 p.m.
7 p.m. tip, 6:30 pregame right here on 92.5. So you'll have an abbreviated Birdo's Blitz with Mark Springer and Mark Bertinoli from 6 to 6:30. It's time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Steven Nelson, bring us through the gridiron. What you got?
By the way, for however many years Birdo's been doing games, no one at this station can emulate Birdo's tonight. It's like the sky hook. You know, only Kareem could do the sky hook.
I think Brett's got a decent one. I'm not an impression guy, but like, tonight. Nah, I can't do it.
But it's more like TAH, tonight.
Yeah, I don't have
You know
it.
who's actually pretty good at is Kaz.
Really?
Yeah.
Him and Scotty they've logged a lot of hours. That is true.
I don't have the talent of impression.
Yeah, me neither.
On any sense of the word.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I'll try sometimes. That's not going to stop me from trying.
Nelly, what up?
Well, the NFLPA gave us impressions of all 32 NFL teams because they released the results of their annual survey. Now, for those of you who don't know, once a year, the Players Association sends a survey to all the players on all the NFL teams, and they have them grade their teams, just like any other report card, A to F, in 11 different categories. Those categories are treatment of families, food/cafeteria, nutritionist/dietitian, locker room, training staff, weight room, strength coaches, team travel, head coach, and ownership. And then when they release the survey, each one of those categories, the teams are graded from A to F, and then they also get a rank 1 to 32 to see how they stack up amongst all the teams. So what I've done is I have grabbed the categories where the Broncos got the highest grade, the highest rank out of 32, and then the lowest grade and the lowest rank out of 32. And I figure we can start there, and then after that, I have all the survey results pulled up. We can dig into it deeper. So the highest grade and the highest rank out of 32 were both the same for the Broncos, and it was ownership. They got an A grade and ranked 5th overall out of 32. And according to the survey results, club owner Greg Penner received a rating of 9.6 out of 10 from Broncos players when considering his willingness to invest in the facilities.
Well, he is, right? I mean, we saw the mock-ups of the new what's going to happen out there at Dove Valley, and it's beautiful, quite honest. So, look, they immediately came in and dumped, $100 million into the stadium, right? Upgrades, scoreboards, all the things at Empower Field. And then the very following year, they are going to completely revamp what that campus looks like in Dove Valley and add all the bells and whistles Yes, it's a 10 out of 10 for me with this ownership group. Like, I think they've been great, and I think, for them, I hope for them that the football piece of this really does get sorted out in a way that gets the Broncos back to being a contender and makes them happy and proud to be owning this team, because I think that they are invested in their showing it.
Right. It's an ownership group that seems invested in winning and winning at any cost, right? Like, they're going to cut ties with Russell Wilson and they're going to eat a whole bunch of millions of dollars to do so. They know that they're tied into this stadium for many years to come. Mile High, as it stands right now, right? Empower Field is not the future home of the Broncos, right? They will tear that thing down and they'll either build up on the current spot, or what's more likely is that there's going to be a monster stadium / mini city built toward DIA, just like any one of the other monster facilities that we've seen put up over the last decade. They've got the money to do so, but I do like the fact that they poured in a bunch of money to what essentially is a lame duck stadium.
Okay. How many hundreds of millions of dollars do you put in a stadium if you're going to ultimately move on from it?
Well, I mean, if money's no issue, which it really isn't, 100 million is I wouldn't say it's couch cushion money, but it's damn near couch cushion money to a Walton family.
That's a lot of money.
Well, they also own a mint now. They own an NFL team. It prints money.
Are the Broncos printing money?
Yes.
They're giving it
They're
away
like a
too.
top 50.
They're giving it away.
They're like a top. I think they're a top 40 valued franchise in the world.
Okay. I just wonder. I mean, look, the lease on the stadium is what? It has got 8 more years, right? Is that 8, 9, something like that?
They'll pump more money into it by the time it's done. But
okay,
it's,
but
they're not.
if you
They're
pump
not just going to
$600 million
continue.
into the stadium, why would you get rid of it?
So you can build up a brand new one that's worthy of a Super Bowl and a Final Four and monster concerts. And so that you can build a miniature town around it like they did in Arlington and in Englewood, California. Like it worked for the Cronkies. It'll work for the Penners.
Your cousin is Stan, right?
No doubt, man.
Well, okay, so here's my point. Your cousin is Stan. Could you just build up the places? Could you just get into business with him and build up everything on either side of I-25?
Well, they'd have to tear down Elitch's.
Which, okay, they'll do that. They'll just move it out to Commerce City.
Would that hurt you? Yeah. You're from the northern side. Like would that hurt you?
It hurt me when they moved from 38th and Tennyson to downtown. I am definitely not married to this location. Get it out of here. As a matter of fact, get it out of here.
I'm not a theme park roller coaster guy either.
Yeah.
It has always seemed nifty to me that Denver has a park just in the middle of the city. But every time I go past it, I go, who's going there?
Unfortunately, a lot
Which is
of people,
nuts.
A lot of people are going. I just think it's interesting. I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit here, obviously with the stadium piece of this. But I do wonder if there is a number that you get to, even as a uber rich person, that you look back and you go, okay, but I've dumped now $600 million into the stadium. Am I just going to tear it down now, or and do something different? Or am I just going to keep dumping money into the stadium and make it what I want it to be?
I mean, but you've been in these other stadiums, man. It's night and day.
It is.
Walking into SoFi or walking into Allegiant and then going to a Bronco game. And listen, I love the feeling there. I like the open rooftop and the atmosphere, but like I want a Final Four here in Denver and I want a Super Bowl one day here in Denver. And the only way that you're going to do that is to be able to build $1 billion stadium somewhere near DIA. And that's happening, man. The ownership group will do that, but they also this is not the last time that they'll put $100 million into Empower Field. They will do it at least one more, probably 2 more times by the time the lease ends. And that's the reason why they're getting such high grades. Their players understand that it is an endless supply of money and they want to be successful. Has it been successful yet? No. But if they continue to throw money at it, eventually it will be.
Oh, yeah. Maybe just put a dome on the stadium, though.
I don't know if can you retrofit that to all the wavy.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all engineering.
There's a
right?
smart
all,
engineer out there that can do it. It ain't me, Nelly.
It's technically the same story, so I don't know if I get to hit that. But
no,
I like
you
making...
get to hit Nick Sirianni button whenever you want.
Yeah, and also, we like clowning Nick Sirianni. Before I give you more Broncos grades, just weird side note: can you guess who got the worst ownership grade, coming in at F-, which I don't even think exists on actual report cards?
Would it be Washington? But Washington
they got rid of that
has
guy.
A new owner.
Yeah.
Neither of those guesses are correct.
Shut up.
It would be the Kansas City Chiefs.
Worse.
Shut up.
Worse than Carolina and
Club
Washington?
owner Clark Hunt received a 4.9 rating out of 10 from Chiefs players when considering his willingness to invest in facilities.
No way.
No way. So the word's kind of a dump too, man.
Arrowhead is a dump. No, it is. It's a dump.
The worst owner just won the Super Bowl, folks.
Aren't they doing... There's upgrades. So that sits in the same kind of parking lot with the Royals Stadium. And so I just think that there's upgrades happening there, but that's wow. The Super Bowl winning Chiefs.
If you asked Greg Penner right now, would you trade the Chiefs' success right now for your players and your staff to hate your guts? To give you an F-? You're the worst owner in professional sports, but you're going to the White House in a couple of months. Do you think he says yes? How bad does he want to win is the question mark.
Well, look, I could walk down the road of how many Walmart employees love him. And if the answer is no, then he would take that. He would take the dub over,
Kick rocks.
Yeah, for sure. But he wants to be loved, Raj. I think he wants to be loved. I think they all do.
Not more than winning. I like
I see
being
somebody-
loved, but man, there's no feeling like winning. There's no feeling like it.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
I really
loved.
hope my wife isn't listening to this right now. It's a great way to kick off the second half of my first year of marriage.
That's what your wife is saying right now. So,
what's next,
in
Nelly?
terms of report card grades, where the Broncos got their lowest grade, coming in at D, locker room, which ranks 26 among NFL teams. Only 61% of the players felt like the locker room is big enough, and only a nice 69% of players feel like they have enough room in their individual lockers. The top area that players would like the team to address is the locker rooms. They feel like overall it's too small and they do not have enough space.
Raj, aren't you surprised at how many players actually think it's okay? 61%? That seems like even high for that locker room needs to be replaced. And it's going to be.
It will be. It's
Yeah.
got to be a kick square in the nads to see like the University of Missouri unveiling a new locker room and you making 22 sheets a year in the NFL and being like, the poli-sci major gets more room than I do.
They
They
do.
went 2-8 in the SEC. I know Missouri was better this year, but you get my drift.
Yeah, no, it's true. Which is why they're redoing that whole thing. I think they did a really nice job, and I'm talking about the Walton Penner group here. They did a really nice job of just coming in and assessing everything. And then and this is what you can do when you have the monetary resources. They moved on it fast, right? They moved on the stadium stuff fast. They moved on the eventual construction of everything that's going to happen at the Broncos practice facility so fast. I mean, there's just not even this. I think wait until these grades next year. Oh, I don't know actually when that facility is going to be done.
It's not going to be done at this time next year. I think it's a 2-year process.
It's a 2-year process. Okay.
Nelly?
Before I tell you where the Broncos ranked lowest out of the 32 teams, I got to remind you that this segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Out of 32 teams, the strength coaches for the Broncos ranked 30th. Only 80% of the players feel like they're getting an individualized workout plan, and the players only feel that the strength coaches moderately contribute to their success.
Well, look, how many injuries, soft tissue injuries, were there this year? Not as many as last year, right? And I think we got to look at this football team by the end of the season. I mean, the offensive line, did any of them miss a game? McGlinchey maybe missed one. I guess I get it, but they seemed to be fairly durable outside of a couple of injury-prone players.
They were a B in 2023 in training staff and strength staff. And this year, they are now what? What are they at?
An F.
Sorry, they were an A- at strength staff.
The strength coaches got a C grade this year and ranked 30th out of 32 teams.
Coincides with Lauren Landau not being with the program.
But they were durable.
That guy was really well respected in
He
that
was.
organization for years. And he leaves in February of 2023 and is now what? Is he at Notre Dame?
I don't know
Landau?
where he is. Yeah, that's a good question.
He's not with the Broncos.
No.
And they go down to now into the C's and possibly D's into the future.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay.
Personnel
I
matters,
understand.
man.
Yeah.
Personnel matters.
Well,
and that guy was here for years. He was
Yeah.
here for 5 years. He was a stud.
Yeah,
and people loved him.
They did.
Ask Tyler about him.
I know.
He
It's
gets
just
the boot, and now it goes down. 2 and 2 equals 4.
I know, but the Broncos were not like. How many didn't they have 20 plus guys on injured reserve last year? I just that wasn't the case this season. to me, the results matter more than you love the person. But I mean, I get it too. I do.
One more, Nelly.
I'll give you the overall ranking. Out of 32 teams, where did the Broncos come in overall? 16th. And boy, if that isn't representative of the Broncos the past 8 years, they are exactly in the middle of the pack. And the players' survey did acknowledge the fact that a lot of the problems with the locker rooms and the facilities will be addressed in 2026 when the new place opens. And they did give the Broncos some props. They hired a new dietitian, and 97% of the players feel like they're getting personalized plans there. But they did admit that some issues the players voiced will not be fixed by new facilities. For example, they reported that there were multiple cars stolen from the parking lot of the mandated team hotel during training camp.
Got it. From the hotel.
I mean, they can't. That's not on the team.
No.
That's on the security of the parking lot of wherever they're staying.
Right.
And where are they staying out there?
I don't know.
Motel 6, they left the light on for the
I don't know.
Broncos.
Wouldn't you just stay at like the...
They left the light on for the thieves,
Yeah,
apparently.
they left too many lights on, exactly.
That's not on the team.
No, that's not on the team.
Come on.
No.
That's like our boss got his laptop and his phone stolen out of his car like the week that we moved into the new studios.
Yeah.
That's not Altitude Sports Radio's fault.
No.
Kevin just didn't lock his car. Be better. Come on, Kevin. Shout outs are coming up next. It's Dempsey and Company, Altitude 92.5. Shout outs in a couple minutes on Dempsey and Company. Get those into 303-504-0925. I just got shouted out for having the cojones to call out my boss and having apparently great job security. So,
in a related matter, this is Raj's last day.
Oh, man. We've been talking, obviously, a whole bunch about the Avs 5-1 win over the Dallas Stars last night. What we haven't gotten into much, however, Demps, Nuggets on the court tonight, 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 pregame show against what could possibly be a Western Conference playoff matchup in the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, it could be. And, the Nuggets kind of owe these dudes. They're 0-3 against the Kings this year. And look, there are a ton of variables as to the reasons why they have lost these games. Jamal Murray's only played in one of the games. KCP's only played in one of the games. A couple of the games were second of the back-to-backs for the Nuggets. So there've been a lot of weird circumstances that have been swirled around games in this series so far. But I think I'm very interested to see the full Nugget squad, take down one of the up-and-coming teams, and Sacramento's playing better over the course of the last few weeks. So it'll be interesting to see. And look, if beyond personnel matters, the one thing that they do against Sacramento that they do not do in large measure against anybody else is they turn the ball over a ton against the Kings. A ton. I mean, the Nuggets are one of the best turnover teams in the NBA in terms of they don't actually commit a lot of turnovers, just over 12 per game. That's approaching 15 per game against the Sacramento Kings. And that is just far too many. And Sacramento's so good at collecting your live ball turnovers, usually as some sort of steal. De'Aaron Fox running the court, getting downhill, and finishing at your rim. Domantas Sabonis the same way. That there's just a lot of points off of turnovers involved. And if they can just cut that one stat down, they probably would have won 2 of the games in the series anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here tonight. Sacramento, very dangerous basketball team. And the Nuggets, another chance to just show the basketball world that even if you think these teams are good, they're not as good as we are.
You sat down with a packed house at Pindustry yesterday for a Nuggets season ticket holder event, Nuggets Bowl 2024, where you had the likes of Zeke Naji and Peyton Watson on a 4-player panel with you. It was like standing room only. It was nuts. It's tough to pack out Pindustry. That place is massive. Did you learn anything yesterday? If so, what was it? How are the guys feeling? Does it feel as though, and I'm going to focus on those 2 players because they are the firmly entrenched roster players on the team right now. What are they feeling like going into the stretch run?
They feel really good about it. It was a lot of fun last night. I've never been to Pindustry. Quite honestly, never even heard of Pindustry, but it's a fun place. I don't get out much, people. But it was a very fun place. They loved all the guys. Obviously, Peyton Watson was, kind of the star of the show there. But the players I think they're excited about the stretch run. I think they are very eager to show what they are made of. They I asked a question, kind of in jest, but kind of not. And that question was, do you feel like this team is getting the respect that it deserves? To which you got a couple of guys kind of gave the wry smile, and then it was just like, no, we are not getting the respect that we deserve. And so I think that there is a chip on this team's, the players on this team's shoulder that I think is great, because usually as the champion, you could be complacent, you could be just kind of putting it in coast mode and just waiting to get to the playoffs. And I think this basketball team feels like it has a lot to prove. A couple of guys yesterday at that event articulated that, and I'm looking forward to seeing them put that on the court.
Again, Nuggets and Kings tonight, 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 pregame show right here on Altitude 92.5. Some of you guys have been texting, actually not some, a bunch of you guys have been texting in if you could pluck one player from Colorado sports history to place on one of the teams right now. You don't get to select a Nugget and one Avs player and one Bronco. You get one guy who's going to make the biggest impact on today's team. The overwhelming response have been Peyton Manning, John Elway, or Patrick Waugh. We've seen some other ones thrown in there, the Terrell Davises. Ed McCaffrey got thrown in there because maybe Christian would want to come play, and you get 2 for 1. Adam Foote was thrown in there for the Avs. Rob Blake, Ray Bourque to give a little bit of bolstering to the defensive core. You mentioned the name Alex English for the Nuggets. The question has been who would make the greatest impact, right? Elway would likely impact, or Manning, either one, pick your poison, would likely impact the Broncos greater than the impact would be for a Waugh to the Avs or an English to the Nuggets. But I don't believe that they would be perennial Super Bowl champions. I think if you put Patrick Waugh on the Avs right now, or if you put Peter Forsberg or Joe Sakic as the second line center, they are a overwhelming favorite to win a Stanley Cup championship every single year. If you throw Alex English in at the 3 for the Nuggets, I think they would be able to outscore any problem that would present itself if they're completely healthy. So my final question to you, you have to make your choice. Is it Elway to the Broncos or is it English to the Nuggets? You gotta choose one. So is it the Broncos? The Broncos are relevant again, but not necessarily guaranteed winning championships, as I stated a couple of minutes ago. Or is it the Nuggets just win like 5 of these things over the next 10 years?
I know. That's what Alex English would do. He just would do that. Okay, but you know what? I love the Broncos, man. I just want them to try to be the best versions of themselves. I'm going with John Elway.
All right.
I am.
Just want to see the Broncos back.
Yeah.
You would then get 3 championship level teams here in the state.
Right.
Because Nuggets aren't going anywhere. Avs aren't going anywhere. The Broncos would be back up there. I see some Todd Heltons on the text line. Guys, Todd Helton on the Rockies, even in his heyday, they're not sniffing the NL West. Look at what the Dodgers have.
Right.
There's not a Rocky in the history of that organization that is bringing them to the playoffs this year. It's also very difficult to impact a baseball team with just one player.
That's the thing. It's you can't just parachute anyone. And how do we know this, Raj? You know how we know? Because the Angels had Shohei Ohtani.
Dude homered yesterday. The Dodgers are going to be so good.
I know. It's like you just need multiple players on a baseball team. So I'm sorry, Rockies.
My guy is. It's tough for me to choose between Waugh and Forsberg because the Avs have such a need at second center.
Waugh.
It's Waugh.
You
You give me Patrick Waugh. That dude has what, 4 Conn Smythes?
Yeah.
And how many Vezina? 5 Vezinas, something like that. You give me arguably the greatest goaltender ever to play the game, and you put him behind McKinnon, Rantanen, Lehkonen, Nichushkin, Makar, Taves. Yeah, the Avs win. The Avs win at least 4 cups before everyone's retired.
And he's gonna fight too. He's gonna fight.
Yeah, he's my guy. Waugh is my decision. All right, it's Wednesday. It's time for shout-outs. All right, shout-outs as we close out Dempsey and Company on a Wednesday. Shout-out to MSU Denver's club hockey team for making the ACHA Nationals this year. Go get them, Roadrunners. Nationals for men's D1 and D2 in club are starting on March 7th, so hopefully the Roadrunners can go get one for MSU. My shout-out to all of the Class 3, 4, 5, and 6A basketball championships that are currently underway. We've only got like 10 days left in basketball season across high school. If you want to go see 4A, 5A, or 6A for both girls and boys, you can watch those at the Denver Coliseum. Quarterfinals currently underway. Semifinals coming up in just a week from right now, and the championship games will be held March 8th and 9th, if I'm correct. So best of luck to all of the athletes out there.
All right, I have one. Speaking of high school basketball, I'm going to go with a young man by the name of Deshaun Fox, and this happened about a week ago or so. He is a player for Manual High School in the DPS. He scored 76 points in a game, 76 points in a victory for Manual last week, and that set the state record for points in a game that he broke. In 1987, a player by the name of Chucky Sproling scored 74 points. He played for Manual as well. And that was a player, actually, I almost crossed over and was able to play against. Chucky was maybe a year. No, I'm sorry. He was like a senior when I was coming in as a freshman. But Chucky Sproling was amazing. For somebody from his own school to be able to break that record, that's crazy. Deshaun Fox, 76 points. Congratulations to you.
That'll do it for us on a Wednesday. For Chris Dempsey, for Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer behind the glass. Love and appreciate you, fellas.
How about that D, baby?
I'm Alex Ryanemi. Nuggets 7.5-point favorites at home against the Kings. 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 pregame show right here on 92.5. Mike Sanford headed to the Combine. He'll join all of our shows starting tomorrow from Indianapolis. PhD is next.
We'll get to the Avs' big win last night, that's for sure. I don't care if the Stars were tired. Who cares? Beat the crud out of them, so that's awesome. Break down some of the players that the Broncos are into, like Mims. Like, they don't use their own guys, which is kind of interesting. Pumped for the Nuggets tonight. Pumped. Love where they're at, and Jokic with the text. That is fantastic. Can't wait to get there. But the grades are in terms of how the Broncos feel about themselves.
Oh.
It's always great when you do a work survey. How honest are you guys whenever you have to do a work survey?
Am I submitting it electronically or on true paper?
I don't know. I is there paper used for anything?
If you're submitting it electronically, nothing's anonymous. They'll tell you it is, but there's an IP address on that thing. Yep. You can't do that electronically.
Well, Scotty, how you feel?
He came in hollering. Is he not hollering?
Does
it not feel like he's hollering right now?
Good to go.
I don't know.
Good to go.
I self-evaluate every single day.
And how's that going?
Terrible.
Sorry.
I read my daily lesson. They say, quit judging yourself so harshly. You always say these things, right? In faith-based stuff. Don't judge others. My lesson today was, quit judging yourself so harshly. And I said, where were you 35 years ago? Where were you at 85 when I was stinking as a player?
Were you looking in a mirror when you were reading this evaluation?
No.
Why were you having down thoughts about yourself?
No. But do you not feel that you judge yourself harshly all the time?
So that goes to the argument you're your own worst critic.
Yes.
No, I think I'm pretty good.
You're great. Hey, here's D-Mac. Everyone, you're great.
I curse myself out in the mirror.
What's the dude? You're good. You're great, and people like you. Are you?
That's right, Stuart Smalley.
Stuart Smalley.
I'm Stuart Smalley.
Are you Stuart Smalley? Everything. You're great. You're good looking, and people love you.
Doggone it.
People love you.
You just scream at yourself in the mirror, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, I just got to get it all out. I just stare at myself. I get it all out. I say, blank you blank an idiot, and then I just go take a meditation and self-forgive.
Broadcast news. Holly Hunter breaking down for 10 minutes to cry every day.
That's right.
Just okay.
You know what? I didn't get that when that movie first came out. And then now being in broadcasting for 30 years.
You get it now.
I understand.
The Broncos grades are out. This is the players. Did you guys used to do this, Tyler?
No, I don't think so. I think this just started 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
I do not recall ever participating in this.
All right.
Is this an outlet giving it to him, or is this a team giving it to him and then the team releases it?
I think this is NFL mandated. I think this is sort of like a new initiative of they're trying to do self-evaluations of their own teams, of their own programs.
Then why if it's an internal thing dedicated or started by the league, and it's for self-awareness and self-improvement for you, why are you now releasing it to the slugs?
I don't know.
I think it's a media people that are going, hey, could you fill this out?
Well, it's the players doing it. It's the players doing it.
It's definitely through the NFL, though, Scott. It is.
No, your question, though, like how this is released, I think is excellent. I don't know the answer to that.
You know what I think the answer to it is? It's like, why are the S2 scores always released? Like, why was who was the last score? C.J. Stroud was it?
C.J. Stroud was an 18, and somebody else was a 97 or 8.
I always assume that it's other people that release it.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. That's a good question. I don't know how.
Because I haven't found an article. I've been looking for an article with all. Everybody's tweeting out all these answers, and I haven't seen the article.
I don't even know where people are getting it from, but I like it. It's like graphic.
Well, you know what they used to say in World War II?
Duck.
I would not do good in more. Trench warfare is not for me.
That's more one, but no. Loose lips sink ships, right?
Is that where that comes from?
I believe so.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You got to be quiet about. We're coming over on that beach in France.
Right.
Oh, I thought that was your drug dealer.
No, easy. By the way, my favorite little squirrel moment, very quick. One of my favorite World War II stories is the fact that they did not want to reveal what beach they were going to land on. So they set up inflatable balloons, like inflatable fake tanks and inflatable things. And they set it up so that the German spies would think that they're coming to a different part.
North of England, and they put Patton and his stars and everything. They set up as George Patton's Third Army.
And they had mostly people that were drafted who were in the arts and entertainment industry.
The band.
Basically, it was band camp.
It was Glenn Miller.
At war.
If they had great audio surveillance back then, they would have heard Glenn Miller's orchestra
More
marching.
than half of the soldiers in that unit were all artists and like entertainment type of people. And while they weren't supposed to face any combat, they had nothing to defend themselves. So had the Germans decided to attack for whatever reason, there would have been no way to protect themselves whatsoever. And they would just move these inflatable things around to troop movement. It's one of my favorite World War II stories that I think is dying for a movie to happen.
It was in a movie.
What movie?
Patton.
That was in Patton?
Yeah.
Oh, we can remake it. That was like 100 years ago. Let me get to the Broncos grades. Okay. Treatment of families. The Broncos gave themselves or gave the organization a D+.
You know, that's an interesting one because when I was playing, I didn't ever really think about like families because back then it just wasn't a part of the experience, you know. But then I went to Atlanta, and Seattle had a decent little family section. Washington really didn't have anything. I went to Atlanta, which was like my briefest stop in the NFL, and they had all this daycare and everything in the building, and you know, on game days they had childcare, and you know, it is a huge thing that. I don't think when I was playing, Denver had like the family tents during training camp and everything, but I didn't really have like a family experience when I was playing here in Denver.
Well, it's a D+, and that's a little bit rough. I'd be curious, like, what goes into such a low grade. That ranks 21st in the league. Food cafeteria, you get a B. Okay, they like the food. The food's okay.
Food's a big deal, man.
But you know what? That's still. I mean, if you want to be a number one franchise, do you want a B?
No, you do not.
Yeah.
No, you want an A+ there.
Yeah.
You do. You want to make this place as comfortable as humanly possible to be at.
You know,
True.
I always wonder what goes into the food evaluation though, because when I was in Washington, the one thing that they excelled at was their food.
Yeah.
And they brought in this 5-star gourmet chef, and honestly, it was kind of worthless. Like we'd get served these plates with a 5-star meal on it, right? Which was all gourmet and delicious. Don't get me wrong, but like. Sometimes I just needed some calories in me, you know?
Yeah, like the Chiefs got, like, they ranked 32nd, like an F on, like, facilities. Seriously, the Chiefs gave themselves an F on facilities. They just won a world championship. So, I mean, you know,
back to back.
What are we complaining about? Nutritionist, dietitian, B+, 7, pretty good. Locker room, a D. And I get that. I think the Broncos probably have one of the worst locker rooms, but I don't know if there's much they can do about it except what they are going to do.
Yeah, they're building a whole new facility probably to address all of that.
They're going to build everything to the field house.
Yeah, which is smart.
Everything's going over there. The whole area there is going to look completely different in 2 or 3 years.
I mean, the problem, they did redo the locker room over there in Denver right after I retired. I think it was in 2016 when they redid the locker room. And
the slob just retired. Let's clean this place up.
That's right. And it was nice. The problem with the locker room is they just don't have the square footage.
They do not.
It's just not big enough. They don't have the real estate to make it work. But I'm telling you, I've been in way worse locker rooms than that. Way worse locker rooms.
Speaking of locker rooms, did you happen to, I don't know if you stayed and watched any of the post game of the Avs last night? And they did a cut-in, or maybe it was an interview of the Avs locker room. Maybe it might even be between the second and third period.
Okay.
And I haven't been in there since they've redone there.
I was in there last night.
Dude, is that locker room nice in
there?
there?
They have 2 locker rooms.
Well, the one with the leather, it was fabulous because I've not been in there.
You got to take a little tour.
Oh, well, it's right there. I walk by it 20 times a night.
You probably don't walk by it because it's on the other side of the building.
No, because
the Nuggets are actually a little closer to everything. Like that arena is just set up, just a pinch, just a little bit better for the Nuggets than the Avalanche. However, dude, what they did to that locker room area, because now there's an area where the players can just take their gear off and then they go get naked and shower in another room. So you don't have to see the players walking around naked. What a genius idea.
But it's nice.
Oh, it's so nice. Yeah,
I liked it when you were in there when I was getting naked.
I hated it. Well, except when you were changing.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
We always knew who the Gazers were, by the way.
Yeah.
There were always Gazers, and we knew who they were.
Do you call them Gazers or comparisors?
One of the two. It depends on. Hold on. Depends on what sex they are.
Yeah. Well, D-Mac.
There were female Gazers. There were.
D-Mac would walk by a certain locker room, and he'd go like this. He'd stop.
I'd be like Brandon Marshall talking to Russell Wilson. Aw. Training room B-. I've never seen the Broncos training room actually. I don't know. Good, bad?
It's fine.
I know where it is. I've never seen it.
again, it's limited square footage, but it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, facility for them. Let's see this in 4 years, 3 years.
It'll be so
people always talk about the Broncos facility like it's garbage. It's not garbage. It's not elite. It's not state of the art. But I mean, if they wanted to get by with this on another 10 years, they could. They easily could.
Here's the interesting training staff B. Okay. Weight room B. All right. I mean, I don't know what more you want, but they got that there.
But still, if a training room, I wouldn't want to be.
Strength coaches C.
Yeah.
How about that?
I mean,
they like
this
Lauren.
one's fascinating because Lauren was crushed in a public forum. Crushed.
He was
because of all the
unfairly.
soft tissue injuries and everything. Fans wanted to run him out of town. And when you talk to anybody that's ever had hands-on experience with him, you get nothing but 5-star ratings of Lauren Landau. I mean, nothing but 5-star ratings. Players love him. He's innovative. He's not stuck in the mud. He uses science in his approach, all those sorts of things. And then Sean Payton, the reason why he brought in, I'm drawing a blank on the current strength coach right now.
I
if you can
am
help me
too.
out.
I don't know.
But he brought
Bill.
in this guy
Right.
because
Not
he was
Lauren.
supposed to be innovative, right? So
Yeah.
this guy brought now the guy currently in charge of the Broncos, he's supposed to be in charge of the training room, in charge of the nutrition staff, in charge of the weight room, all of it, right? So he's like the overall guru. And Sean Payton brought him in because he was this whiz kid.
Mhm.
And lo and behold, it's the one category that they significantly dropped off on. I did pass that along to Lauren, by the way.
I bet he enjoyed that. In a very professional, working for the
Lauren's
Notre Dame.
doing all right. He's out of Notre Dame.
Doing Notre Dame. You're doing all right. Get Rudy ready. Team travel B-. I don't know what you're complaining about.
I don't even know how you could compare and contrast team travel.
Yeah, like
we
who-
all stay at the Ritz-Carlton. We all go to the Four Seasons.
Or they don't.
I mean, I've never been on a team that didn't.
Here's what's interesting, though. I'll do owner first. Owner's an A. It's the highest rating they gave anything. Highest rating.
Suck-ups.
Bunch of D-Max.
So they probably. I was going to ask you guys, where do you think that comes from? You think? Is this really secret?
Well,
Is
no,
this,
it's either kissing up a little bit, whatever, or there's more work being done that we don't see.
All right.
No, I think it's very real. I don't think it's authentic. You've got guys that have been in that building, and they see these guys come in, and year one, they put $100 million into the stadium.
Yeah.
That's probably going to get blown up in a few years anyways.
Right.
They commit to this $200-some million project on their facilities. I talked to somebody inside the building, not football operations, just asked about what it's like working for the Broncos right now. He said, it's amazing. I mean, you have to come in with a business plan, and you have to explain why you need what you need. But if you come in and you say you need $20,000 and you lay it out, and this is why I need it, and this is how it's going to prove us, boom, done, over. You got it.
But probably the most fascinating grade is the player's grade of the head coach. And we'll tell you what that is coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Founded in 1976 in Boulder, Colorado. Old Chicago is an amazing Colorado success story. For me, living in basically the same area for the past 24 years. Hey, Old Chicago, Parker and Arapahoe. I don't know how many times I've been there. But listen, so what? There's an Old Chicago near you. I guarantee it. But I love going to Old Chicago. I mean, the food is incredible. They're so creative with their pizzas. This chicken bacon ranch pizza, where ranch is the sauce, absolutely spectacular. But if it's salads, fish and chips, burgers, calzones, the menu is spectacular. All sorts of great choices for you and an awesome neighborhood atmosphere. So you take some of that delicious food, you put it with one of their 100 or so legendary and local beers. And man, you have a meal and flavor explosion that you just can't pass on. It's Old Chicago. And whether you go to Old Chicago or get takeout, they got you covered. Go to the Old Chicago app, oldchicago.com, find the nearest location, get takeout, get yourself set, and you download the Old Chicago app, $5 off your first order of $25. It's all there for you. And try that chicken bacon ranch pizza. Trust me, it's great. It's Old Chicago. Get more information at oldchicago.com.
Yeah. Well, look, we better. So the question was finding the right solution to quarterback in this league, which is obviously very competitive in our division. I think it's vital. I saw this like humorous meme the other day where there was a Bronco fan with a shirt on, and there was like 8 quarterbacks' names with a cross through it, and he's drinking the quarterback Kool-Aid, and our job is to make sure that this next one, doesn't have a line through it.
Next one. Oh, all right, okay. Next one.
He's got 2 names on that shirt, doesn't he?
He's talking about Russ.
Yeah, next one.
I mean, the next version of Russ.
You know,
the next Barbie.
You know, right. Technically, the Broncos haven't gotten rid of Russ yet. But next one. Here it is. The survey about the coach from a player's perspective. And we are anticipating Jack Johnson of the Avalanche joining us sometime in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Look forward to talking to Jack. A- for Sean Payton from the players. Is that sucking up, or is that really who he is to them?
See, I think the owner's one is very legitimate. I do think the coach one, I'd be interested. You'd have to give me all the other coaches, because it'd be fascinating to see what coaches got a really low grade.
Excellent question. It ranks 17th.
Okay.
So an A- is actually slightly below average.
Yeah. I mean, this one's definitely too close to home. Ain't nobody giving an honest answer on a non-anonymous survey.
If you're not getting an A or an A+, that's what it says about you.
Right.
Interesting. You're probably right. 17th. Whereas the A for Greg Penner is 5th.
Yeah.
So these are guys just sucking up.
There's enough.
Well, but that means also there's probably a whole lot of teams that didn't rate their owners very high.
Well, right, but I think there's enough separation between player and owner that you're going to give an honest opinion of it. It's not like you're seeing them face to face every single day, but you've got that fear of God from your coach at every single moment, right?
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I've done some of these work surveys. I always figured the anonymous stuff was crap. I always figured they knew who was doing all this stuff, and perhaps that's that. So while it's maybe a suck-up grade, it is a reflection in terms of this whole thing. Like, he's just kind of, it's middle of the road.
Yeah.
Middle of the road sort of guy.
Some
guys like
do you
him,
have all the
don't.
coaches' grades?
I do not. I wish I did.
Because wouldn't it be interesting to see if somebody who got a C, who got a D?
I agree.
Is there a head coach that got a D?
The 7 guys that were fired, right?
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe not. I don't know. Like, I see that Monte Williams up there, and I know you say he's not a very good coach, period, but like,
great man.
Okay. All right.
I will always throw that caveat there. I don't think he's a very good coach, but I think he's a great man.
Well, we're not doing, that'd be a fun show if we were just trashing people for as they were as human beings.
Right.
I mean, we're just trying to look at people in sports.
We're doing sports talk.
Yeah.
Well, I tend to Joey. Yeah, that's a good point.
We could do that show. Maybe that's a podcast. We're just going to trash people.
Which one of the 12 you're going to put yours on? Put that
conversation.
Yeah. Hey, wonder which one of the 12 he's going to put that on.
I'll make
not those two, but maybe that.
I got a 3 a.m. spot for that one.
Like, he's literally got his podcast down to like the time of the day. Like he's got like a morning, noon, night, afternoon.
What do you need to know?
Like, goodness gracious, take a minute to just breathe. Like, say hello to your wife.
My wife actually hit me with that today. We got to spend time together.
I see you coming.
You know
home
what?
from
That's
these...
good. She says that though.
Because I was talking to her about helping me with the podcast. That's true.
Well,
can I say something?
Did you pull the? This is how we're going to spend time together.
This would be a get if you got your wife on with the Avalanche. I think that podcast would work.
She doesn't want to do it. I've already asked her.
I think that would work.
She's already turned me down, and my older son's turned me down. Who's in love with the Avalanche too. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it. The younger son's just a knucklehead. I just need him to just get through the day. So I don't want to distract him whatsoever.
Hey, Dad, I'm going to bed now. I'm okay.
There was something about yesterday that was interesting. We didn't get into, and I think we should. And we'll have Jack Johnson and the Avs here in just a little bit. But wasn't it interesting when you think about it, how they admitted they blew it with their young players?
Without making a comparison first, I'd say
Marvin Mims.
With Mims, we saw him flourish as a returner, and I really think the only thing that really stopped his progress as a receiver was us. And trying to find roles. He's playing the same position as Jerry, and so I've said that a number of times. I think you're going to see a lot of growth with this player. He's tough. He can run, and we're certainly excited we have him. But I think the key is for us, and I say us as coaches, game planning, evolving, and every time we've kind of put his name on a certain play, he hasn't disappointed. That doesn't mean the ball always went to him, but the point I'm making is I think his progress was hampered a little bit more with the depth in the room and what we were able to do, and sometimes trying to balance that out. I think we'll see that expand.
How did they blow it with their own players?
Well, he just told you. I mean, how many times did we sit here counting Marvin Mims snaps over the entire game when we come out with 9 snaps on the game? It's like, what are we doing? easily the most explosive guy that you've got in the wide receiver room. And then I roll my eyes big time on the depth in the wide receiver. What depth? What depth in the wide receiver room are we talking about here? I mean, Jerry Jeudy, the problem with Jerry is he's just in the way. He is in the way.
He's in the way.
He's in the way of everything. He's in the way. And
wow.
He's you drafted him number 15. It's your quarterback theory. It's you're pot committed. You can't walk away. You're going to give him every opportunity in the world year after year after year. You're just the talent is there. We see he's the greatest route runner in the NFL. Cool. When are you going to produce, right? And he's in the way of other guys actually stepping up and realizing their own potential.
I remember when they drafted Noah Fant in the first round, I was like, okay. And then they didn't use him. I'm like, what's the point?
Didn't they the first game his rookie year do a tight end reverse?
Yes.
He just got slammed.
Lost 4 yards first play ever. Yeah, but if you looked at the game, you're like, well, based on the value they're giving you, you got to get 6 to 8 passes thrown you a game, and it just wasn't happening.
Here's the one bad thing I would think in a season where the Broncos do not make the playoffs again. You had a guy who makes an all-pro as a return guy, so you know he's got a little wiggle. And you know this time, not all return guys turn into great, receivers. I think Devin Hester
it's
just got
pretty unusual. It really is.
Well, Devin Hester just got into the Hall of Fame, and he did some receiving, had a couple okay years, but he was mostly
he was
known,
a solid wide receiver, though.
But he was mostly known as a return guy and all the stuff he did. You needed to come into this year, or it'd have been nice. It would have been a luxury maybe coming into this year and knowing, okay, Mims is penciled in starter here. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. Now we can trade Courtland Sutton, or we can trade, Jerry Jeudy or whatever, because we know Mims penciled in here. And you're right, because we did a show, and I think it's before D-Mac got here, and we were talking about it, and Mims had 2 catches, and he had 0 targets after that. Remember, he had 2 catches and like 75 or 95 yards or something, had a touchdown, and he had 0 targets the rest of the game.
Yeah. A lot of times with young guys like that, you can't tangibly see why they're not getting the opportunities. And I blame it on whoever you want to blame on. But I'm going to tell you, there were at least 4 or 5 times throughout the season where I saw Russell Wilson and Mims just not on the same page. And you know what? More times than not, I actually default towards the quarterback probably being right in those situations, because the quarterback really does have a very good understanding of it. And Russ is certainly not innocent. He certainly is not blameless. But there were at least 4 or 5 times that they were on different pages. He breaks right, Russ goes left, whatever, right?
But it's also not Russ's fault that Mims gets 6 snaps. That's not on Russ. And I think that's,
but my point is,
but that's more what we're talking about to me right here. Is you need to get this guy needed
Play.
snaps this year.
But my point is, despite the productivity, if in theory those 4 or 5 times that I'm talking about, let's say it was Mims' fault. Well, then you do understand as a coach, like, hey man, you can't be going out there and not understand it's cover 2. I need you to do this, do that, right? And if you're not running the right route, it does explain it a little bit. Now I don't know who's at fault. All I know is that I saw it.
But see, you're still. I think you're missing a big picture. You're talking 4 plays. That's great, and that might be a reason you don't play. But I think there's also, and I've seen this for 30 years. Heck, I've seen it for 40 years because even when I played, a lot of coaches don't like young players.
That's right.
They won't play. They won't play young players.
Trust, right?
I think this is a challenge year for Michael Malone. I think he is having to learn how to trust and let go and let younger players play. Because you remember the first year Michael Porter was healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, there would go games he wouldn't play, and everybody's like, "What about him?" You
know. Right.
So I think Sean Payton's in that boat. I think he's a more old school guy that the rookies sit around and you're just a little bit of the action early, and then here you go.
How often do you think games just get away from coaches, seriously, and they get caught up in the moment and they just forget about balance totally?
I think it is the old school Mike Tyson line of everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And that goes for coaches, it goes for players, it goes for everybody. And coaches come into the game plan and they want to run the ball. And we're committed. We talk about it all week. We're staying true to this thing. Then you get punched in the mouth a few times. You get a -1. You get a gain for yard.
Forget
whatever.
it.
You know what?
That's
I hate
it.
this. It's not working. Let's go.
And like you talked about, some coaches will get up there and go, dude, I got this big giant play sheet. I haven't called this whole half over on this side. What do we do? And I still go back, and I think it was that Washington game, because we talked about it, Tyler, where you're crushing them first half. You have 6 carries the second half. 6. That's like going, oh, we got this done. Let me get in the playbook and start doing.
When you were calling games back in the day with Dave, the glory days, How many different plays did it look like the offense was even running when they won 2 Super Bowls? The same basic 4 or 5 plays over and over and over
That's the beauty
again?
of the Shanahan system, though, is it looks like it's 4 or 5, but that's why it works, is that you've got 4 or 5 plays that look – no, you've got 12 or 13 plays that look like 4 or 5 plays.
Yeah, and there were certain plays you were trying to get to that didn't even look like anything you were doing. So, yeah, I was going to say with Shanahan, they wanted to get to this, and they might be throwing – but it got down to this, right here. You had the best offensive line in football.
I think you knew at a certain point with the Broncos what they were basically going to do back in the day. You just couldn't stop it.
Well,
the 2-man game with Jokic and Murray is coming down your throat with 5 to go.
The one thing I
what you
heard
gonna do?
about Peyton, the rub with Peyton and
Russell Wilson?
No. When Peyton came in quarterback, and all of a sudden you get rid of Fox, you bring in
Coops. Okay, yeah.
That the rub with Coops was this, and this might be back Shanahan. You could talk better on this, Tyler. That Peyton liked to get to the line and go, bump, bump. We got this play called. Okay, let me get you into do the play that's going to best work for the coverage I see.
Correct.
Yep. My
Correct.
truth. With and Coops was, I don't care. Run the play. It's going to, and that was the initial rub. Coop says, "Yeah, they got a good defense. Beat it." And that was a little bit of rub where Peyton Manning said, "No, I don't want to be in anything that they're already game plan for. Let's go do this."
Yeah, that might be true. I mean, I do know though. By the time I got there, week 4-ish, I think. By the time I got there, and this was probably part of the middle ground that they found, much like they found middle ground on going from shotgun into the pistol and everything else. About every other series, we would go into our Top Gun series, and our Top Gun series was Peyton at the line. Use it. We had it was all like all our code words were Mavic Hollywood. We called it Top Gun because the code words came from the movie, right? And that was the Peyton Manning on the line of scrimmage approach. So we did balance it out. It was about every other series, maybe not every other, but at least a few times a half we were getting that mixed in.
All right, well, we'll get back to it as we go. We did send Grizz out to practice. Looking forward to that. But last night, look at this.
The older boys sometimes maybe just need a little bit of a rest. Just need tonight. Here's Nathan McKinnon down low. McKinnon, a backhander. He shoots and he scores. The best player on planet Earth is Nathan McKinnon. Forget a heart attack. It's the Mac attack. It's 4-1 Avalanche, and McKinnon is 2 away from 100.
Tyler, your favorite stat going on? It's 29 games in a row, buddy.
Here we go.
We got 11 to catch Gretzky, 12 to beat him.
We're getting closer.
It's getting there. Hockey reporter Josh Grismer down at the skate today. What are you here to say? What's going on?
It was actually really. Can you guys hear me? Just want to make sure. Okay, cool. Yeah. I want to make sure everybody can hear me. It was good. It was actually a lot busier on the ice than I thought it would be. It's a travel day, optional skate after a big game last night. I mean, I saw 10, 11, 12 players out on the ice. It looked good. They looked happy, obviously lighthearted, which is nice after a win. Got to talk to Bednar. It's his birthday today.
It's his birthday.
Not going to be doing too much celebrating. He's just going to be on a flight and then
All
maybe
right,
get some
let's go around the
Chicago
room.
pizza.
How old do you think Jared Bednar is, Tyler?
Ooh.
Don't
56.
cheat. 56. Scotty.
44.
Grizz, did you know?
I do know.
Don't cheat. Dan, do you know?
I don't. I'll say
What do you guess?
52.
He is 52 years old today.
52 today.
And he didn't get that haircut, by the way. I don't know
I
if you noticed
noticed.
that.
I did notice that.
He looks good in person.
He's committed.
He's got the flow,
he's
man,
going
yeah.
for a look, though.
Yeah.
It's not just
Sexy.
No, he's committed to a look.
Yeah. All right. What did he say about Val?
So he is looking to be back right after this road trip. That's the big news. He's not going on the road trip with them. He's going to be back the home stand because we got a couple home games after that.
Was Val out skating today?
No, he was in the building. He was not out skating today.
It was funny. I mean, you see him out there on the ice, and you're like, oh, he might be back out there. But I mean, logic would tell you, hey, let's give this guy a little bit of time. Let's not just toss him right back out on the ice.
Absolutely, and we've already seen it. Unfortunately / fortunately with Sam Girard. He didn't play right away. He took about a week to get back, get up to speed. There is nothing like hockey NHL speed right there. It's so fast, so quick. It's going to take a second to get back up to speed.
Did you go into the locker room at Family Sports?
I did, yes.
Have you ever been in that locker room,
No.
Tyler? Scotty? You ever been in that locker room?
Yeah, one time.
It brought back so many smells that I miss from being a young hockey player. Oh,
all I'll say is there's balance.
You put a tie on the wall when you smell that smell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's I'll just leave it there, I suppose. But it's you know, it's
What do you want to say about? Never mind.
I just have good memories of family sports. My kid used to play there. Okay, thank you, Grizz. Appreciate.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
Appreciate the report.
Why are you putting us there? Why are you putting yourself there?
I'm not. I'm moving on. I'm saying thank you to Grizz. We're going to have Jack Johnson join us here in a second. So good news for the Avalanche, and we'll hear from Bednar about the return of value is on with the fellas this morning. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, check this out. If you are not feeling as good, looking as good, sleeping as good as you want to, do what I did. Pick up the phone, call Revitalize Health today. They're going to get you taken care of. You're going to feel so much better. This is Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with them for about 7 years. They made such a big difference in my life. Guys, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, and of course, testosterone. They got you covered no matter what you need, no matter what your body needs. Go in there, let them draw your blood, check out your numbers, and see where you might be deficient and see how big of a difference they can make. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
We're anticipating Jack Johnson joining us. Oh my God, I love this version of this song. Lemonheads. Love this. Where'd you come up with this, man? What a cool throwback, bro.
It's in the rotation. He didn't create nothing.
Oh man, this is absolutely one of my favorite cover songs of all time.
Tell Springer thank you, or
well, whoever picked it out, I think it's cool as hell. Damn, Lemonheads, Mrs. Robinson. Oh, I get my little moments. Mel Kiper has a mock.
Yeah.
We'll get to it after 1 o'clock. See if he's paying attention.
I'm going to throw this out at you. I just saw something from Mel Kiper.
Okay.
Wow, he was.
Oh.
So 5 and 6, they had. I don't remember. It was either Mix, Penix, Nix, whatever. They were 5 and 6 quarterbacks. So we know the first two, the first three, because Jalen. In fact, I think
we know the first 4.
I think he's got Jalen above May. I think he's got Jalen as the second on his thing right there. Who's the fourth?
JJ. Yeah,
I forgot about McCarthy.
He's for sure solidified himself as the fourth.
Yeah, I forgot about McCarthy.
Well, you'll know about it after 1 o'clock. That's for damn sure.
So if McCarthy,
we'll get you there.
Yeah.
We'll get you there.
Yeah.
The Avs. Here's Bednar about Val coming back. First of all, this is from the morning show today.
That's huge. It's huge news for our team, and our record indicates that, just how big of a part of our team he is. And like you said, like he's involved in all aspects of our game. And when you get a guy that's big, long, strong, and fast like he is, and
You're saying good things about Val, and I do wonder, fellas, from your own experience, what it means to get a guy back. So not a new addition, but you get somebody back on the team that means something to you.
Oh, it's way different, man, because a new addition, it takes time, right? But you get somebody back, and it's like it should just be all cylinders firing, right? It feels that way. Now, in reality, it's probably not that simple, because you got a dude that hasn't been skating, and he needs to get his legs underneath him. But it does feel like when you get a dude back, that is like, now we go. Now it's time.
Jack Johnson joins us. You know, we sent Jack away for like 9 months to Chicago, but he came back, so that was good. We had him back.
Like a vacation, a winter vacation.
Little Chicago vacation for Jack Johnson. Joins us now. Hey, Jack, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys.
What does it mean to get Val back for the team?
I mean, all the obvious things. I mean, he's a great player for us, a huge part of our team, and plays in all situations. And I heard you guys really talking. It is a huge boost, and having an addition like that back in the lineup, only positive things can come from it.
Jack, this the game last night against the Stars, that easily could be a preview, potentially, of the first round. I don't know if you guys think about that or if you're aware of what matchups might be. Do you guys think about that stuff going into a game like that, and does it make it any more important?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing right now is jostling for position in the standings, trying to get home ice, but, we're definitely aware of it. We're trying to take advantage of, back-to-back for them, try and jump on them early and, get those crucial points in the standings. You got those division rivalries, it's a 4-point swing, and, you're getting down to crunch time this time of the year. So it's definitely something we're aware of. That wasn't total focus, thinking too far ahead. We're just trying to get home ice.
Hey, Jack, talk about you. Listen, you got a few miles in the NHL, and you've got other guys. Cogs scored 2 goals in a row or 2 games in a row.
By the way, Bo Byram is heckling Cogs after the game with the media, because the media goes over to Cogs, and Bo Byram screams out, "Hey, it's just like 04, huh, Cogs?" that was mean, Jack.
But what's kind of your role for you guys that are kind of elder statesmen on this team, these last 22 games?
Yeah. Well, actually, to go back, and I always get a kick out of Bo giving Cogs a hard time, because he always acts like he's far and away the oldest guy on the team, and I'm actually 6 months older. And Bo always leaves me alone and just gives it to Cogs. But,
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, what about Parisi now? I mean, you got Parisi there. He's older than everybody.
Oh, yeah. Well, Zach actually is older than both of us by a few years. So it's nice that I'm definitely in the clear of that title.
Hey, did you expect him to just come back off time off and just be all cylinders firing the way that he was? Now. I mean, it blows me away that he could just come off the couch looking like that.
You know what? I've known Zach a long time, and I've been fortunate enough to play with him in the past. I thought, there might be a little bit of getting back into the swing of things, maybe a couple games here or there, but to be honest with you, I wasn't totally surprised. I mean, he's a great player, smart player, and he's been great for such a long time, so I wasn't totally surprised. I was so excited that we were able to pick him up, and he chose us.
I think the big question when you look at your home and away splits, Jack, is who is this team? And I wonder if you have some of the same thoughts. Because it's obvious there's an unreal amount of talent, right? But why is it so different home and away this year? Why do you think?
You know what? I wish I had a really concrete answer for you on that. I mean, if I did, we probably wouldn't have the difference that we have in our record home and away. But at the end of the day, you do want to make home ice a real difficult place for other teams to come in and get points. And we've been able to do that. We love playing at home, love playing in front of our fans, and going on the road, you're trying to pick up as many as you can, but it's not easy. I mean, other teams are in the NHL too, and there's so much parity in the league. There's just no easy nights.
Hey, Jack, when you look at you guys as a defenseman group and the responsibilities of it, everybody, I mean, you always talk about this offense and what it could do, and obviously you've got some defensemen that can go up there and on the rush as well. That being said, when you guys come in a game, what is kind of the responsibility of the defensive guys as far as how you want to push, when you want to get up in there, or when you need to set back? How do you read that?
Yeah, well, I think it's just the way the game's evolved today, you have to have defensemen involved in the offense, especially in the offensive zone. You kind of get five guys moving together and being connected that way. And, you're expected to make plays. And, again, the way the game's evolved, all the D-men have to be able to skate and move the puck. Our biggest responsibility is obviously to defend hard first. But, part of defending hard is getting the puck and getting it up to our forwards as quickly as we can, because the less time that we spend defending, the more time we get to go play offense and get it in our talented forwards' hands.
A couple more quick ones for you, Jack, and we appreciate your time as you get ready to go to Chicago. You were in Chicago for a relatively short period of time. How and when do you expect the video tribute for your time as a Blackhawk to come to you in the next game?
I'm sure there won't be any video tribute.
What?
I'd probably be a little embarrassed at that. Hey, listen, I had an awesome time in Chicago. I have nothing but great things to say about my time there and the organization there and everything. But
all right, that being said, yes,
it was definitely a short time spent.
If one of your ex-teammates were just to mess around a little bit and you were to engage with an ex-teammate, you got anybody in particular that you wouldn't mind that happening with?
What do you mean by messing around?
I think
there's a little something going on. Is there anybody that you would invite to that party? One of your ex-teammates?
Oh man, gosh, I don't know on that list. Probably, maybe I go with Caleb's brother Seth, just to maybe stage a fight or something.
That would be Seth Jones, Caleb Jones, whose dad is Popeye Jones on the Nuggets.
Yeah, coach of the Nuggets.
Yeah, we go back a long ways, and we're pretty close and good friends. I'm good friends with Caleb, and maybe we could stage something. Just throw a couple and both hit the deck right away.
Oh, that'd be kind of funny.
Pretty funny.
Hey, real fast, and I don't think I've talked to you one-on-one or 3-on-1. We have three people here.
Yeah.
Go back to the moment you guys win the cup. You move on to Chicago for that one season, but the home opener
awesome.
and the flag raising, the banner raising is against you guys, against the Blackhawks. What was that moment? Was it set up for you to come out there? I was at that game, and I just thought it was beautiful because the guys embrace you. Your family for them forever. But how did that moment work? Did you know it was going to happen, and what did it mean for you, even though standing there with your fellas in a different uni?
Yeah, no, it was not planned that way. At least I didn't know it was going to happen that way. I just, obviously I knew the banner raising ceremony was happening, and, I was told that I could go out and sit on the bench and watch. Both organizations were so awesome about it to allow me to be involved. And, I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, all the guys went over to get closer to the banner when it was going to be raised. And there was a lady sitting there. I think she was working for the league, and she was on a headset. She told me to go on out there, and I was like, "Are you sure?" Because I'm standing there in my Blackhawks uniform, and she radioed again and to confirm it. And she looked at me, and she's like, "Yeah, get out there." And so that was kind of a surprise. So I skated out there, and I remember going right up to Darren Helm, who I was really close with. And he turned and he was like, "Hey," it was really special, and I was just trying to stay in the background for all the pictures, so I didn't totally photobomb all of them. But I was again, it was a really, really special moment for me to be able to be a part of that. And like what are the chances too, right? Like,
crazy.
I mean, just for that to work out in the schedule, for me to even be a part of that.
No, I think in Colorado sports moments,
that's one of the good moments of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah.
Of all time. All right, hey,
I appreciate it.
What the boys get Bedsy for his birthday today?
You know what? I didn't even know it was his birthday, so I appreciate you letting me know.
Well, you're driving. You're like driving to the airport. I mean, it's a little late.
He's 52, so we think he's only 6 months older than Parisi. So I mean,
all right.
I'll let Bo know so he can give him some more ammunition for
That's
Zach.
right. That's right. All right. Enjoy the reunion in Chicago, and we'll see you guys after Nashville, and you get back home against Chicago. Actually, 2 out of 3 against Chicago, and nice win last night, Jack. We appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jack.
There you go.
That was, you know what?
Oh, Chill's thinking about it.
That was one of the cool moments, seriously, of that run. I mean, the parade was great and all that stuff and all
sorts
those
of good
memories.
moments, yep.
Championship game. But then against Chicago, and then also you see this red jersey, because I think they were in their red sweaters that game, coming out, and you're like, that's Jack Johnson.
Unbelievable.
And then he's sitting there while they're raising, and it must have been Helm. It's got his arm around him and everything.
Well, I love the way he described it, because
cool.
I could totally put myself in those shoes of being on another team, seeing your older team, and you're watching it, and you're like, that's awesome, but you don't really feel like you should be a part of it because like you just don't have the jersey on, And then somebody tells you, go out there, and you're like, oh, okay. I didn't know if anybody was going to tell me to do that or not. And then to be invited out there, I can only imagine what was going on.
You know what's interesting? Football really doesn't have that moment, do they? They don't really on opening day.
There's no celebration the next year like that.
Not really. No, it's a unique thing to the other sports, not football, for whatever reason.
Well, I got to be part of 2. One, I was on the Pistons after they'd won, but I wasn't a part of that team. So that
must be weird.
Talk about a weird feeling because as you know, they give the rings out on opening night.
Right.
So all these guys are going out getting rings, and
what were you doing?
And I think myself, Gerald Henderson, and David Greenwood, and the rookie, I think Lance Blanks, we're just sitting on the bench, and these other 8 guys are going out, bing, da bing, da bing, da bing, da bing, and then they'll raise a banner and all that stuff. It was cool, though, the next year when you're actually out there and you shake the commissioner's hand and you got your ring, and that was cool.
Great stuff. Great memories, man. Awesome. Jack Johnson, appreciate it. And hopefully they can – the schedule's good. They're playing good. They're healthy. They're getting Val back. I'm thinking much more positives than negatives.
And he may be back that Chicago home game, right?
It would make sense. It would make sense.
Timing-wise, for sure.
Yep. Okay. Mel Kiper's got his latest mock. We'll get all of that for you. And, yeah, there's a name you got to know. It's your guy, too. Your guy.
My guy.
Your guy. It's coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. End of the month is the best time to buy a Ford, Chevy, Buick, or GMC at our good pals at Mike Maroney. Right now, you can get discounts of up to $20,000, $20,000 off at Mike Maroney Automotive, or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. Great deal. And with over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMarooneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Marooney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So please visit my great friends at Mike Marooney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Marooney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and where I bought my vehicle from, Mike Marooney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMarooneyColorado.com and tell him D-Mac sent you. I feel like this is for you there, Tyler. Tyler, Columbus music.
It's a good one. It's not my favorite. Oh, I did crush the Warped Tour, though.
Did you?
Crush the Warped Tour at least 4 or 5 times.
All right, I got Mel Kiper here for you. I got some sound from Mel Kiper.
Can I give you my first time I did last night, or do you want to do Kiper right here?
I think you just made sure we were going to do your first time.
No. Maybe how big of a wormhole will we go down when you reveal this?
Well, it's the first time. I mean, I don't know how big of. I don't know.
Save it for just a little bit.
Okay.
We'll get there. Save it for just a little bit. Save it.
Sure, I could do this instead of a mock draft.
I know.
I could really throw this in here.
Save it.
Find a way.
Draft.
Just find a way to fit it into the narrative.
No. We'll give it space.
I mean, I'm giving him. I'm just giving him ideas here.
This will only take a second.
No, it won't.
Don't let him. Don't let him
is
bully. See, I can already tell. I can feel it from you. You're letting Scott bully you into not doing the mock draft conversation.
Well, if I hear the music,
I can see you feeling rushed.
I hear the music, there won't be anything. Sorry, Scott. Yeah, wait a second.
Well, those views might fit my story.
All right, we'll get there.
Wow.
Mel's got the Bears taking Caleb
You went to the
Williams. Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels. Drake May to the Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals. This is almost the same for everybody. 5, J.C. Latham, offensive tackle, Alabama Chargers. Rome Odunze, Giants, wide receiver. Titans, Joe Alt, offensive tackle. Falcons, Dallas Turner, who we have seen to the Broncos every now and then. The Bears stay at 9, Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU. Brock Bowers to the Jets at 10. 11, the Vikings take Jared Verse. And the Broncos, with Penix, Nix, and McCarthy on the board, take...
It's so obvious. It's not even funny because it's just it's groupthink at this point. We have officially hit groupthink.
The JJ
McCarthy is the groupthink answer.
So then, why do we keep group thinking on the air?
I think it's interesting just to see how it's going because the more that you say JJ McCarthy,
Scott, when was the first time you realized you were wrong via groupthink?
Never.
Okay. he's so smart. He has never got caught up in groupthink.
That's what Sean Payton is with quarterbacks. I know better than everybody.
That's right.
Thank God we got a bunch of dummies.
Or their draft department. Thank God we're,
I told people, how do you have a career in radio? I go, do you realize the dummies that I actually have to compete against in radio? How hard do you think it is?
I do call it groupthink, but I mean, there's generally reasons why this happens. I mean, I'm not saying that all these dudes that are doing the mock drafts in mom's basement know how to evaluate. But if you follow the big trends, if you follow the ESPN guys, the guys that are really talking to the scouts, talking to the GMs, well, they don't get there on their own. I mean, they get through information that is being processed to them and their own evaluations. So I'm not dismissing it as in it's just entirely groupthink, but it's been obvious. I mean, you talk to people within the circles, you look at the mock drafts. JJ McCarthy just flat out has separated himself from Bo Nix and
he's throwing Saturday.
He is throwing Saturday. He is throwing Saturday. Okay. How curious.
All 3 of those guys are throwing though, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix, and
Penix.
How curious are you going to be to watch McCarthy throw on Saturday?
I want to watch.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'm actually
why
super pumped to watch.
And you called him this
because I want to see him compete.
It's
I
not
want to see him compete.
They're in their underwear.
It's just I almost
cursed. It's their underwear, and they're throwing it to guys that are not guarded by anybody.
Scott, I mean, to your point, if I'm running a building, if my overall evaluation of these guys, it's going to be about 85% film. I probably put about 10% into the behind-the-scenes conversations with the coaches, with the training staff, and everything else. And then you're coming back to about 5% that is left for the bowl games and the combines. So to your point, I'm not putting everything into the combine, but it is a piece of the puzzle, and it's just another opportunity to look at these guys.
I am going to be on pins and needles.
What's going on over here?
We're trying to get the TV to
because
it's got mock drafts on there, and it says keep watching. Yes,
I thought I had like a good point for him.
You did. I got you.
But yeah, 85% film, whatever.
By the way, Tyler, the mock draft that he's talking about, the show's NBA Today.
Yeah, well,
it's NBA Today.
I thought there was like an emergency going on.
It's NBA Today.
It's like, give me that.
Got to make sure he sees all the highlights.
We're in the counting games part of the season.
Now, let's see how the Wizards did against Golden State. We make sure we knock that down.
Well, they're 10th. They want to stay in there and get out of that play-in. Here's why. Listen, I'll watch it.
Watch
I
it.
won't watch it.
Rewatch it. Why? Just get highlights of it.
If you would have let me tell my story, this would be a perfect fade into it.
Well, let's go.
But I'm not going to now.
Well, now
I'm
you
not
have
going
to.
No, I'm not going to now.
You're being a baby.
No,
he's
I'll be in a hotel room in L.A. that will not have the NFL Network. In fact, I know it does. We've been there 3 times this year already. It does not have NFL Network. Friday morning, I'll watch. I'll get up, and as the combine starts, they start doing stuff. So I went to watch it. If a guy can't throw it to a guy in his underwear, in my underwear, and your underwear, and a guy open that's not being guarded by anybody, if that's competition, And if he can't make those throws and hit that guy, he ain't draftable. Well, we all know this guy's draftable. He's 4th on all the groupthink boards that Tyler just said.
He is.
So is there any interest? No, there's no evaluation to it. What's the evaluation? That he can avoid a rush? That he can read a defense? That he can get a guy in his timing route better? Well, you don't see anything other than, hey, he can throw it 60 yards.
I'm going to record
I'm smart enough to know when there is nothing I could say in rebuttal that would change his mind, so I'm not going to I've got no rebuttal.
I mean, but what is the rebuttal? I'm being honest. I'll be open for rebuttal. I just don't see it. I saw it now.
Hold on. Is the combine a competitive a competitive situation where other people are asked to do the same drills you are at the same time? Broadcast on national TV.
Not throwing the football.
You don't think the combine is a competitive situation?
Not for the quarterbacks throwing the football. No,
golly,
I do
man.
not. Do I think the 40 guys and everybody wants to be a 40 or the shuttle run or the defensive and all that stuff and the guys with the bench and press?
I think it's all competitive.
I'll tell you this. One thing you can absolutely see at the combine from when quarterbacks are throwing, you can quickly identify guys that do not understand timing, because this is the easiest time of the world when you should know when that ball is supposed to be released. Have they hit their break? When are they going to hit their break? Has that ball come out of his hands before the wide receivers even come out of his break? You can see
And
things.
the easiest time to do that is in underwear.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But when it exposes itself in situations like that, it becomes a huge part of the evaluation.
In the history of the combine, and to be honest with you, of all positions, more guys probably from the quarterback position decline to go there and throw, right? And maybe in any other position, draftable position. In fact, Cutler moved up the board, remember his year, because he actually threw and stayed extra to throw for the wide receiver days, and everybody liked him, and everybody appreciated that. But I listen, once what did they go, 14-0? Michigan this year?
Yeah, they're good.
I mean,
undefeated.
You got
National
14.
champs.
You got 14 games of tape, and you got what probably 7 of them against ranked opponents, pretty good teams,
But
right?
this is well, all right, Tyler. How about talking to somebody who was at the
I
combine?
mean,
Did you
but
feel
I
like
would
you were?
say if it was so easy, if these guys like just throwing on air was so easy, why did these guys turn it down?
That's a good question
Why?
too.
Because they don't need to do anything.
Listen, when you were running 33.5 yards of the 40-yard
well,
dash,
it was actually about 38.
38 yards. You almost made it. You got so damn close.
Yeah. I was falling for 10 yards, but I didn't fall.
Did you
until
fall
the 38.
over the finish line?
I slid through the finish line. The big photo on the front
right
page
there.
of Denver Post sports section.
If a guy can't hit a timing route in his underwear, don't draft him. He ain't draftable. If a guy can't finish a 40-yard run without falling down, don't draft him.
Well, to be fair,
as it turned out,
I was an offensive lineman.
Well, and you didn't get.
And I did not get drafted.
Can I say something?
That's okay. You can say it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And what I am interested in watching, I love and the bench press has nothing to do probably with football. I am.
It's well, bench press is a pass fail, and it does have something to do with football, but it's a pass fail test.
Yeah, but I'm when those things, I'm always watching that right there, because those guys, you're getting little safeties and they're throwing up 32, and you're like, God dang!
You know what Christian
That dude weighs
McCaffrey?
195 pounds.
You know what Christian did on the bench?
I'm gonna guess 29.
9.
Oh wow! You know what? I
Nine.
do remember that. As bulky as that dude is, does he got popcorn muscles? Does Chris McCaffrey got popcorn muscles?
But his everything else was like off the charts. The
Yeah.
explosiveness, all the other stuff was like ridiculous. But 9 on the bench press. That was
It'll be
it.
interesting to see if he can curl 40s.
You probably can't.
But
no.
I love watching it. You know what else I love watching? I love watching. I do get into the 40-yard dash.
How can you not?
I get into that. I like that one drill where the receivers are running down the middle of the field, catching the ball. I love those.
Because you
But the
know that
quarterback
one dude every once in a while is just going to get drilled in the head, as it's happened before.
But the quarterback throwing, I'm like, if you can't succeed there, why are you even there? And they'll have scrubs in there. They'll have dudes that aren't draftable that come in and throw because none of the top guys ever throw. So they'll have guys that a Brock Purdy will stay extra or whatever. So no, I'm not even interested in watching McCarthy.
So something happened to you for the first time in your life ever?
No.
We'll find out what that is coming up next.
You crushed it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalize Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, no dumb questions in 10 minutes. And if you get in on no dumb question, actually anybody can get in. Just send in the no dumb question, text or Twitch.
Get the voice of the people back rolling. Send it in on the app. Hit the microphone.
That would be great.
It's the best because then you get to yell at us. Then you get to actually make fun of us using your voice inflection.
That would be amazing to do that.
Which I don't know what that is.
And so anyway, you want to throw it in at 1:30, the winner at the end of the week, random drawing, gets a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. Scotty.
That alone right there should get you, to jump in.
First time ever something.
First time ever.
What?
And I swear to God, this is how bad this is, too. You know who I thought about as soon as this happened?
What's that?
You.
Oh, now I'm interested.
Yeah.
Okay, you got my attention now.
So.
He's a cockroach, man.
I'm
telling you.
Hey. Yeah.
Every time you think get rid of, if anybody knows that he's a cockroach more than me,
yeah,
like I know that dude is a cockroach.
See the little pitter patter
keeps coming back.
See the little pitter patter path all the way over to Kevin's office.
Oh yeah, right on over there.
It's worn out.
It's worn out. So I get there, the game's about ready to start.
What game?
Avalanche.
Oh, okay.
Avalanche game.
What?
And I'm sitting at home. I've been gone. So when I'm here, I try to stay here.
Oh, I got to guess what his first time is already.
First time. And so we're down there watching TV. My daughter is watching some show called Tori something about some girl named Tori, and they're singing. Ariana Grande's in the series.
She's a talented person.
But she plays a dummy on the show. It's hilarious.
All right.
Tiny person, by the way.
Tiny?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I got to catch the Avs.
All right.
I have ESPN Plus.
Oh. Foo she.
Wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
Sitting there, my daughter's right here watching this kid show. Pick up my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah.
Put. Boom.
Perfect.
I watched my very first sporting event
on your phone.
Live on a phone.
Oh my God. Dude.
Live.
I have done that so many times.
Scott uses technology.
Well, and what I say, who'd I think of?
Well, that me.
So
I really don't do it very often, like at all. I do it probably a few times a year when I'm at an event or whatever. But you do it at home.
I do it all the time.
I never do it.
That's what I thought of you.
All the time.
So I threw it in the fireplace, broke it. And I'm sitting there. God dang it, it's convenient. God dang it. And I didn't even have my headphones, but I had the volume down. But I could sit there and watch it. Got it propped up. The warden brought me a little bowl of rice and beans, and so I'm eating it and the thing. Not affecting the sounds, not too loud for my daughter who's watching her kid program.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go upstairs because I know if I went upstairs and put it on the TV upstairs,
don't need to.
I'm flat out, and I ain't going nowhere. My day's done, right? My day's done, and I knew I had a podcast I was going to do with Andy. So I was like, if I go up and lay down, I ain't going.
It's over.
It's over.
Right.
It's over.
Scott, you also got to remember, for an Oompa Loompa, that looks like a big screen.
Well, true.
Come on.
True.
Our eyeballs are the same size.
So I'm sitting there.
Hand sizes.
I'm sitting there just, and I'm going, I'm watching a game. Now, I've taped the Broncos games and stuff like that and said in fact, last time I think it was in L.A. or Sacramento, and I got my iPad out because it's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I tried to get my iPad because I don't know if I can remember my password, and I know on my phone it's my face recognized, so I can do it. So I couldn't grab a bigger screen. So I'm sitting there. I got a 70 inch TV right here to my left.
Forget it.
And I'm watching the Avs game live.
Yep.
On a phone. And I went there and I sat there and going, this is D-Max Live.
Can I tell you something pathetic? I have caught myself watching the Avs game on my phone while I'm at the Avs game. Because I'm watching Fubo. I'm watching Altitude on Fubo. And I
want to hear some commentary.
I want to know what's going on. So I put it in. Now it throws me off because obviously what's happening on the ice right in front of me is happening 40 seconds.
But that's kind of nice because you get a little recap.
So I have literally been at a game with the game happening where I'm watching on the phone, and all of a sudden you hear, like you hear the horn, and I go, oh, what happened?
And you look up and you miss it both places. You miss.
So I don't know if you know this, D-Mac, but Connor does do it on radio, like which most people use radio when they're watching it in real time.
We can do that way too. We could do that too, which is absolutely
you still
excellent.
think Connor's is good?
No, I think Connor is. Well, listen, we could have a fun debate. We can put that poll up anytime you want between Connor and and Moj. But
I mean, if you really think about it, why
Wedge-
is
you're a
Connor not
wedge
the one
builder.
on TV? Why, like Connor is so much better looking.
Wow.
I mean, Moj got the face of a radio dude. I mean, Connor is like he looks like he's built for TV.
Now I'm going to be Homer Simpson backing up into the hedges.
Yeah.
So you just think flat out Connor's better looking than Moj?
Not even a question.
Not even a question.
Yeah, no question.
Do you agree with that?
Well, no. Never mind.
I think Moj. I think Moj.
Knock it off. That really felt like that was real. Holy cow! Was that a soundbite? That sounded so real. I thought he was behind the glass.
God, I would kind of like to do that. Who's better looking, Moj or Connor?
Throw it up.
Put that on the
Yeah,
poll.
you can put it on me.
That's
fine.
kind of mean,
You
though.
can put it on me.
Yeah, and put it Altitude 925 Tyler Columbus poll.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't need to hide from my opinion.
All right. You like Connor more than Moj? I think
Well,
they're both.
no,
he's
hold
saying-
on.
he's saying
I said
looks.
he's more handsome.
No, I get. Oh, sorry. Yes. Even worse. You said that Connor's better looking than Moj.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't compare talents. I'm not that dumb.
Boy, I didn't know it was such a.
Although I do have an opinion.
I didn't know it was such a slam dunk.
Oh yeah.
Well, where's Kiefer then?
Oh, dude, you got him with that 30-pound loss.
What are you saying?
You're a better looking man.
Bednar's 52 today. Just keep it real.
And he's at the top of the peak.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Who looks older, me or Bednar?
You.
Older?
Dude,
Yeah.
Like, do you really want to know the answer?
Older.
You.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I am, but
Yeah. Well, did you honestly think that you're going to look younger?
I thought so, yeah.
No.
The Bednar.
No. Dude, he's fit, trim, and he's got beautiful hair.
No.
I mean, you're gray, balding,
Wait a
and
second.
you got a 5 o'clock shadow constantly.
How old do you think Bednar looks?
I guess he was 44, 46.
Are you being legit with that?
Yes.
All right.
Hey, I know that people think I look like I'm 45, so I understand.
Well, you're going for that. I mean, clearly.
What do you mean?
You're trying to look older for whatever reason.
Why? How am I trying to look older?
You got the beard is screaming that you're a woodsman in Oregon.
Yeah, but there's young dudes that live in Oregon. You think everybody 6 years old that lives in Oregon?
Exactly.
What?
Yeah. There's 30-year-olds old with great beards like that.
Yeah, where's your flannel shirt
I
and
did
your
notice
alternative
today
music?
when I was doing my hair, I've got like this
Gray
giant,
streak,
like
yeah.
it's streaked, like
Storm.
a solid streak of gray hair going right over the left side there.
What was the X-Men lady that had the one gray streak? Wasn't that
Was it?
Storm? Was
I
it
think so.
Storm?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That could be your new nickname.
Hey, do you like X-Men?
Storm. Yeah, I like them all.
Better looking, Vic Lombardi or Mosier?
Vic.
Mosier? Vic.
Wow. So where is Mosier?
He's just ahead of me.
I mean, I don't think Mosier is a particularly handsome dude. Why are you guys going so quiet over there? Like, why are you leaving me out on an island?
I don't know. I'm laughing
Because I can honestly, I
I'm
have
laughing.
never had this conversation with myself.
Yeah.
I have never sat there and go, I wonder who's better looking,
Yeah, but
Dan
we're having
Tanner
it now.
or Nelly? Is Nelly or Dan Tanner? I've never looked at that.
We're having it now.
Oh, dude, we have some ridiculous, like, good-looking guys behind the scenes, or not behind the scenes. I mean, you got Grizz, you got, Good Raj, you got Dan Tanner, you got Rob Trujillo.
No,
in a swarthy way.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you start sharing the soda?
Steve Nelson. I mean, we got a crew. We got some.
Yeah, but Grizz leads that department.
I'm looking at it, like, is it weird that today was the first time I noticed how big that streak is?
It feels redundant
It's-
that it's time to do no dumb questions because really, seriously, what have we been doing? But it's time.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
All right, no dumb question. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I've never put any dye products in my hair right now.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Have
No, we got it. Although I do remember you when it wasn't gray. I mean, when we first met, it wasn't gray.
Yeah,
A few years ago.
That's back when the canes were in the corner instead of in our hands, right?
Definitely gray the first time I met him.
Yeah, I started turning gray 31, kind of like Tyler's is on the side.
A little bit, huh?
Started getting to 31, which is, by the way, I know that's why you cut your hair short on the side.
Oh, dude, the sides are the worst.
Yeah.
Big time the worst.
So mine started about 31, 32. I had just little touches, like Reed Richards, just a little touch of gray right through here.
Yeah.
I'm throwing out all sorts of superheroes. Question, no dumb question, and I'll tie a story into this too. Would you ever, or have you ever,
that's a good one,
use dye products on head or beard?
That would be a big negatory.
Yes.
On?
When I was first growing my beard, and I wasn't super confident in my beard, my barber told me to use a little dye in it, and it's going to look super thick. And I did it, and then I felt like I'm an idiot. Why did I dye my beard? And I didn't do it again. But yes, I have done it.
Here's a story.
Not on my hair, though.
I'm talking to a guy that we all know yesterday who kind of wears
Vic?
no.
Because Vic doesn't hide that he uses
It's like, it's not a full Grismer beard yet. But, Grismer's had kind of big like you, but it's a beard. You can tell he's wearing a beard.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there talking to me. He's wearing a dress shirt, and I'm like, dog, that dress shirt, this might have my judgment, right? Dude, you might want to send that thing to the laundry a couple times,
dear.
Because it was like all this, like when you sweat and
on the
get
shirt,
get
the beard dye
on the inside of the shirt. And I finally said, it's kind of like, do you point out when, hey, do you got something on your tooth? When, do you tell people that they got that? I go, dog, you might. I told him, I said, hey, you might want to do something about that shirt. It's awful dirty up in here.
That's harsh.
He goes, I know, it's because I beard. All he got was beard. I go, you dye your beard. And all of a sudden, his eyes got real big because he was got my beard. Well, guess what? No white here.
Yeah.
No white's coming off on the shirt.
I
Right?
remember a
Right?
couple years back when LeBron was filling out his hair in the middle of the game. You could see the sweat streaks of it coming down on his head, and all of a sudden it would thin out by the time the game was over.
So I go, dude, no, it's my beard. I go, you dye your beard.
Well, you're saying as it's a negative thing. Is it a negative thing to do that?
I don't know. It is dyeing. Are you fighting your youth? Are you trying to fool people? Is it acceptable?
Here's all I know. There's dudes my age that actually put gray hair into their hair when they don't have gray hair. because the silver fox look is like a thing nowadays.
No, I know. My best friend from high school, who's a ridiculously good-looking guy, went gray early. He got better looking.
Yep.
It was ridiculous. I saw him a couple weeks ago, and I had a picture with him, and my wife was looking at it like, Jamie, looking good. Like about my face.
All right.
It's like,
All right, the way the wife says that, right?
And listen, my friend is so good looking. We literally had a conversation about people not taking him seriously throughout the course of his life because of his looks.
Him or Bednar.
I'll show you a picture of my guy, and I bet you he would fare well if not beat him. I'm telling you, he's that good looking. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Here's my no-dumb question.
Lead singer in my high school band too.
Before the show, somehow we got on the topic. Dan brought up the movie Meet the Millers. And my
Meet
memory,
the Millers.
My memory of Meet the Millers.
We're
I'm
the
I'm sure,
Millers.
or We're the Millers. I'm sorry. Yeah. My memory of that movie, and I'm sure everybody's got an experience like that, where you're watching a movie with your parents, and you're like, ooh, this is getting a little uncomfortable. Now, I was probably like, I'm guessing I was 28, 29 years old watching that movie, right?
Yeah.
At what age is it no longer uncomfortable to watch a movie with SEX in it with your parents?
I'm uncomfortable to this day.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I would have to turn away, turn it off. I could not do that.
Right?
Yeah, if I see a booby or something, I'm gone.
We powered through it, but I was like cringing the whole time, like just internally.
Wait, was there a sex scene?
I don't remember if there was a sex scene, but it was like all like sex comedy and everything, and it was just like, oh, like it was. I just felt like my internal 12-year-old Tyler was coming out again.
Yeah, my 63 happened to me on the break. I watched a show with my 80-year-old father.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden something started happening, and I'm like, woo, I grabbed the remote and fast forwarded right to that scene.
Yeah, it's zero. I think that is off limits forever.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever a moment where you can watch a sex scene on a movie or TV show comfortably with your parents.
So it's not a no-dumb question, but a little tie into what I just said. So last night I'm watching the show Young Sheldon, which is like the younger version of the Big Bang Theory guy, right? And it's a funny movie for little kids. It's a good one for parents and kids. But there was this one scene that they were talking about like sex education and all that stuff, right? And it was just like borderline a little bit uncomfortable. And so I turned to my daughter. I said, "Hey, fast forward a little bit." Literally 2 seconds later, before we could fast forward, young Sheldon goes into like deep thought. He's like, "How come every conversation in this world with your parents is okay, except for when it comes to sex conversations?" I had just told my daughter to fast forward, like literally 2 seconds before that happened.
Well, I don't have daughters, so I don't know how you do it as a dad with those type. I really don't know what you do. I've never done it. I didn't have a sister. I had 2 sons. I don't know when you ever talk to daughters about that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not there yet, but I'm dreading it.
You've been there?
When I was a kid, I got a book.
What was the name of the book?
Oh, I don't know, but it talked about and
wow,
it's impressive.
No,
Kama Sutra?
Yeah, I was like, no, dummy. It was like 50. It was like, it's okay. You're discovering yourself. You're not a weirdo or whatever. I'm like,
who gave you the book?
My stepdad, my
He
dad.
just gave here, son.
He goes, here's something you might find. Start reading it.
Just read up.
I do that. Yeah, because it's a.
Yeah, but what about with your daughter?
But here's the bad thing. It took me 20 years to realize they must know when I would go up in the middle, up to my room alone in the summertime at 2 o'clock. I was probably.
Trust me.
I told my son.
2 teenage boys were throwing away mattresses right now that we should just burn.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, my Lord. I'm telling you.
You ever take the black light in there?
Are you nuts? I would never even dream of that.
I told my son, I got out of the birds and bees conversation with him.
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 12.
Yeah, that's about right.
And I said, here's my entire conversation. I want you to pretend every girl you meet, the rest of your life is your sister. Don't touch.
What
No touching.
What kind of advice is that?
No touching.
Same type of conversation they have in Louisiana.
That's going to make family reunions interesting.
Easy.
Download the
I meant the opposite.
Download the Safeway app and get exclusive grocery offers and perks. Safeway, fresh food, local flavors for sponsoring the old Twitch stream. We appreciate you, Safeway. And boy, did you get a Twitch show right there with Scotty. So count yourself.
No, it was underneath it.
Nope, we saw it right there too.
We understand. Again, Twitch, we appreciate it. And
we actually
Safeway.
saw him do that. Never mind.
Okay. Jeff Lakewald. He's got some time on his own. He's at the Combine. We'll talk to him coming up next. All right, we got to Jeff in just 1 second, live from Indy. But great chance for you to win a pair of Nuggets Heat tickets for tomorrow night's game. Text CHAMPS to 303-504-0925. That's CHAMPS, 303-504-0925. And you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Heat for tomorrow night. That'll be a great game tonight. We'll get into the Nuggets here just a little bit. Kreckman and Lindahl giving away another pair today at 5:20. Live from Indianapolis is our guy, Jeff Legwold at the Combine, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Best or most interesting takeaway from hearing from the Paytons yesterday, Jeff, was what?
That they're not going to tell the truth. No, I think my most interesting takeaway was, despite all of the attempts to say all the right things, there was an awful lot of use of past tense and moving on type of dialogue, about what to do at the quarterback position. So, I know it's not a shock to the world that the Broncos will almost certainly release Russell Wilson, but they certainly acted more like they're going to yesterday than they ever have before this offseason.
Yeah, he certainly, at what point, he actually used the term, the next quarterback that we have, which I thought was fascinating. But one line that I actually found intriguing from George Paton, he said, I think where we're picking, if there's a quarterback there that you think is a franchise-type quarterback, you definitely want to have a look at it. But then he followed that up with, and this is like the ultimate D-Mac win of all time, and I got just like, ugh. And he follows it up. The final line is, no matter who you have there. Which I found that was an awfully I don't know if that was a revealing line or not, but what do you think that means?
Well, it means if, like any draft, that the Packers took Jordan Love when they had Aaron Rodgers. If you really love a prospect, when your pick comes up at that position, you take him no matter who you have. And I think that's just more of a, general manager 101 type thing in the league today. So, I still believe the most likely scenario in all of this is still Stidham and a veteran free agent to be named later for next season. And then, if the opportunity arises anywhere on the board to take a quarterback that organizationally they love, that they will do it. But I did not get the impression, and I even have asked them both face to face, and they've both said they can't force it. And I think, there's a segment of fans that just want them to take a quarterback no matter what.
Did you say D-Mac?
When
you
we're
said
there.
fans, did you say D-Mac?
Well,
fan club.
Listen, this is where we may butt heads, but in a very cordial, non-Nate Kreckman sort of way. And I'll just say, you can't choose when you suck, and if you don't got a quarterback, this is where you're at. So it's best not to get in that position, but to push it down the road. Jeff, in my opinion, it is what it is. It's one of those, you raise your hands. And frankly, the Broncos have avoided it, Jeff, for the past decade. So if not now, when?
I mean, I would argue they didn't, and that they've blown it with Paxton Lynch. They forced it with Paxton Lynch, and you set the organization back multiple years. Whenever you miss on a quarterback in the first round, you're missing on the depth chart because you've structured everything for him to be the starter.
All right, but I just
work out.
and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll just say I recognize where they took Paxton, because I am not a big fan of taking a quarterback that late. I think you've got to approach it relatively aggressively and take him early. So I agree with you. Like, Lynch was a terrible mistake, because that's a terrible spot, in my opinion, to take a quarterback, because you don't really love him if you're going to sit there at 25 or move to 25. I forget how they did it to get Paxton Lynch. I agree with you. That is ridiculous. But if you're already sitting at 12 or 9 or 10 or whatever like that, hey, man, there you go. Sorry. I wish it was better.
I guess I would ask, if you're sitting at 12 and 5 quarterbacks are already gone, do you take the 6th one no matter what?
I'd be close to doing it, maybe. I mean, that's a big maybe, and it's a sucky situation to be in. And that is literally why I was hoping the Broncos would lose that last game against the Raiders, because I knew we would be having this conversation later. That being said, forget about my philosophy. What is the vibe on J.J. McCarthy? Because, boy, is that catching some fire these days.
Yeah, I don't know that it's actually catching fire at Dove Valley yet, but, a lot of unknowns. I mean, certainly he will test well here. He will have a good day, or at least I will be shocked if he does not have a good day in the drills here. This will be a little like prom night for him, unhindered throws and lots of drills where he can show his athleticism and all of those things. But as a quarterback, there's just a lot of unknown. I see a lot of half-field reads. I see a lot of things going to the right only. He played 40 games in college, including, I believe, 11 as a freshman with limited playing time. And I think 27 of those games, he had 15 or fewer completions. So you're talking about well over half of his games, he didn't even complete more than 15 passes. So there's not a lot of resume there to look at. How did he do against quarters coverage? How did he do against man under? I mean, you don't have the data you do on the other guys, so you're going to have to project with him. And again, I just see a lot of half-field reads in that offense, and that is a tough transition for guys when they come to the NFL, especially if they're expected to play right away.
Jeff, to pass on and get past the redundancy of the last 72 minutes, just a big question.
Our show's great, though.
Kind of an Indianapolis kind of question for you here. Did Ike and Jonesies go away? Is it done in Indy?
I don't, Scotty, I haven't been down to that corner, so I can't say officially yet if it has.
Which during the combine used to be like headquarters central.
Yeah. All right. I have not been down that way, so I don't know. But yeah, back in the day, if you needed to find somebody late, that was a good spot to find somebody late.
Yep, and good music at that time, too. If it's not a quarterback, what do you see them doing right now?
Scotty, at this point, I know we're way out from the draft, but the strength of the first round is corner and tackle, which they could use either. So I really don't think they have a lose. I mean, I know there's a segment of people like if you don't take the quarterback, that whoever they take is terrible. But they're very possible to get a 10-year starter, at corner or tackle if the guy stays healthy. That the board's that deep, through there at those two positions, especially, or maybe an edge rusher. I think the run on quarterbacks is going to push some awfully good players down the board and be possibilities at 12. You may get a top 8 player at 12, or even a top 6 player at 12 if the quarterbacks go in a flurry. Broncos' problem is they don't have the juice to move up, so they either need the quarterbacks to stay on the board and hope, or they're not going to be able to participate or maybe get the guy they want, because they're really not going to be able to move, I don't think, to get there. And they basically said yesterday they know moving up would be awfully difficult, and they'd have to surrender resources they really can't afford to right now.
Hey, Jeff, break down for our listeners just all the details of this historic rise in the salary cap, how impactful that is, and in your opinion, does that make it manageable to actually move on from Russ this year?
Well, Tyler, I think what it does is it gives them the option of probably one we haven't talked about enough is they can, if they do release Russ, they can take the big part of the dead money this year if they want to. Like they could take that $49 million hit this year if they wanted to instead of next year, and this bump in the cap will be much bigger this year than it will be next year, because this year's includes all of the COVID money that was deferred and spoken for. So now that that's all taken care of around the league, that was the reason the cap jumped so big. It was an increase in the media revenues, but it was also the COVID money has been paid and taken care of. So that was a significant part of the jump. So that would allow the Broncos to take the most painful part of the dead money this year. And I think ultimately if and when they release him, and we all expect them to, I think they will take that big hit this year because of the jump.
How was dinner with Sean? I understand you were one of the very few select special people that got to go to the steakhouse with Sean. How was it?
It was fine, you know.
Was he more open? Was it? I mean, break it down.
You know, it's just it was just an informal gathering. It wasn't like, oh my God, we're
Best
all going
friends
to a
now?
wedding reception. You know, it was fine.
You and Scott are like the same dudes.
Let me ask you a question. Are you obligated to tip in a situation like that individually?
Oh no, absolutely not.
You're not?
No.
I'll give you the real tidbit then. No, I did not eat, so I didn't have to worry about it.
You didn't eat?
Oh, whoa.
Whoa,
Hold on.
whoa,
now, I mean,
whoa.
D-Mac's about to go Vic Fangio on you right now.
Wait, why
Hold on, D-Mac. Break it down.
You went to a dinner and you didn't eat any food? Nothing? Why?
I'm good. I wasn't there to eat. You know?
Wow. So did you feel like you were ethically taking the high road by not ingesting the food?
I didn't think I was taking the high road. I was.
Is some steak dinner ain't
Was that a power play?
By Jeff it was a little bit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we get into some.
I didn't. That's not my vibe, man. You know, give me a place where the menu's on the wall. That's what I'm really looking for.
All right, but do you think that then it crossed some sort of interesting journalistic line to bring people there?
Oh, God, no. It happens all the time. It used to happen with every coach the team's had, so it's not. Some people do it here. Some people do it at the owners' meeting. Some people do it, you know, in whatever city they're in.
So you're not passing judgment on anybody. It just isn't your thing.
Oh God, it's just not my deal.
Not your deal. All right, I respect that.
Look, there's plenty of people in the world that say I'm a pain in the ass. So you can find you can load a bus with that. But it's just not. You know, it's just an informal gathering, and it was fine.
Okay.
I was gonna say there's one person whose name starts with an EX.
Mm-hmm. All right, Jeff. Real quick one. Are there any red flags so far? You always hear about red flags at these things. Anything standing out to you?
No, you know, the only sort of player, you know, they're still early on, and only the defensive guys are here right now.
Right.
I think the quarterbacks got here today, or on arrival, but the only guys, the workouts start tomorrow, and of the defensive players in the front seven, the big defensive tackle from Texas, Sweat, that was asked to go for more medical, but I don't know if that was just a routine or if one team flagged a little something. They just wanted another look at, but that's the only thing that sort of happened here in the early going.
All right, great job, Jeff, as always, man. Enjoy Indy, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Jeff.
All good, fellas. We'll see.
Brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Just very quick, what do you think about Jeff turning down the food at the steakhouse?
I think you're going to have a lot of opinions on it. That's what I think.
It's interesting.
I think you have you've broke down Vic Fangio in detail on the hamburger. I think you're going to have a lot of angles on this. So I'm looking forward to hearing your breakdown on it.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I think it's a big deal. I respect Jeff. My breakdown on it is that's damn cool as far as I'm concerned. You go to a steakhouse, everybody's having, a little this, a little that, and you're just like, hey, that's not what I'm all about. Oh, no.
But you still showed up.
But he still showed up because that's the access that you don't want your competition to get access you don't have, but you don't want to be bought and sold by the team either. It's a really, really interesting decision by Jeff.
Yeah.
No, I got quite a deal of respect for that. By the way, there's still a pint of ice cream Sean Payton sent me in the freezer right there.
Oh, is that right?
If anybody wants that, the Christmas ice cream, it's still sitting in our freezer right
Perfect. Does ice cream go bad?
there. I don't know, but
No.
Sean Payton would want you to have a taste.
How much of that did you eat?
None.
Well, that was when you were doing the soda.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing soda yet.
Well, was it the same type of thing then?
Mm-hmm.
Good on you.
So
you didn't hand him a thank you card at the end of the season.
I did send him a thank you card. Because I still think that's a polite thing to do.
You're a journalist.
Why did you send him a thank you card?
Yeah, that's a little.
Like you went. That actually to me is weird.
Yeah, maybe I screwed that up.
What?
It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
She said, I think I remember that name.
Oh.
And as I recall, I think you don't sound like me.
Hey, guys, look.
One thing we got.
I love that
Look,
song.
There's Dirty Collar Guy.
What's
what?
that? What?
Dirty Collar Guy.
Oh.
Dye beard.
No, I got to get up and see.
He's walking that way.
Are you talking about Sean?
Brennan?
Sean's your guy?
You guys still have names out?
That's what you're talking about?
Sean, you're on the phone.
What? I didn't know that.
Beard dye guy.
Okay.
I just summoned him.
He's our boy.
Oh, he's going to be mad at me, though.
No, he won't. He won't. He's trying. I mean, he's the greatest. He's one of the fired crew. He's one of the It's just the land of misfit toys. If you want to win Nuggets tickets for the Nuggets and the Heat, text CHAMPS to 303-504-0925.
said we're on air.
Come on in, Sean. Come on in.
Yep.
So you have a chance to win those tickets. If you text in, Kreckman and Lindahl give away another pair at 520.
Hi, Sean. You,
Hey,
okay,
no,
okay,
no, no.
yeah. Are you wondering why you've been summoned?
I am.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, we heard a story today that
But
Scott, you want to go into the
No,
details?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I didn't tell D-Mac. Did you tell the story?
I didn't, but I'll just because I love Sean. Do you dye your beard?
All right. I have recently, being a middle-aged guy now, I have started doing that. And Scotty, my good buddy, we go way back, pointed out to me, you got shit all over your.
Oh!
See, I'm not used to being on there.
All right, get out of here. Get
Yeah,
out.
that was
Get
tough.
out.
All right,
Get
no,
out.
I got dumped. I got
Get
dumped.
out. Get out.
Yeah.
Get
Dude,
out.
you
Get
just,
out.
yeah.
Get out. We dumped it. You're good,
wow,
but get
wow.
out.
I mean, talk
Love
about
you, Sean.
Yeah.
Dude comes in and drops a bomb.
Never again.
Comes in and drops a bomb.
That was officially one of the funnious moments.
That's actually epic.
That was fantastic.
Wow.
Thank you, Sean. He's laughing. He should be laughing. We're all laughing.
He goes, you guys are on the air. We go, we know, come on in there. So it's not like he didn't know he wasn't on air.
Oh, boy.
But hey, even
Oh,
as
my
short
God.
as the
That
story
was
got,
funny.
I did point out
I
he
wouldn't
had-
have noticed that beard was dyed though. That was a good dye job
I
because it doesn't
never
look.
would
yeah.
never would have
I
thought.
think he's starting to let it go, though.
All right,
Okay.
let's get to something here. The Nuggets, big game tonight.
What are you gonna
I'm
point?
just transition.
Point at Tyler when you do
Harsh transition. I saw the schedule. I really looked at the schedule today because I knew they had the back-to-back, but I hadn't really looked at what's next. That Lakers game on Saturday is a stay-at-home game, I think, for some of the stars of the Nuggets. I think that Saturday game, the Nuggets should tell the league, up yours. Up your nose with a rubber hose, as they would say. It's a one-off road game, and you've got 4 home games after that one. This is a perfect opportunity to take a mini
And
bye
you already,
week.
3-0 with the Lakers?
You're fine. And if we said we wanted to see them go 20-7, and they're already 3-0 with 2 big games tonight and against Miami, back-to-back home games,
Be nice to
big
get those
games.
two.
Would be nice to get those. I think this game on Saturday, which is an ABC national televised sort of deal, I think it's an up yours game. I think the Nuggets should keep their stars at home, especially Nikola. Give them a break. Let them rest for a couple days, and let's go after those 4 home games after that. So you would have 6 home games in a row, and you give Nikola basically a 4-day break? Dude.
Well, it does feel like these things are pre-planned out. You did it against the Clippers in the almost identical situation. I don't remember on the back end of it, but it was a one-off road trip. Then was it Sacramento? When was the last time we did that?
Portland. It was.
So we did it against the Clippers, and then I thought it. Am I
I don't
crazy?
know.
Was it that first game against Sacramento?
You might.
Well, there was
might be
people
right.
hurt in that game. The Sacramento was a back-to-back game, and I don't think KCP or Jamal played.
Well, but we've done it twice, and both times that they've done it, it's been very, very similar situations. A one-off road game when you had an
One-off.
opportunity to leave a guy at home.
A one-off to the Lakers, who you've already beat 3 times this year? It's a throwaway, not important game in the big scheme of things.
But
what?
Yeah, I know.
At what, every game?
No,
Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
Now I'm go player status, and I know football's so different because it's week 7, 8 days in between games. It's ABC. It's national.
Up yours.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, for a player,
I get it.
Do you want to play in those games?
Jokic doesn't care about that.
Joker doesn't.
That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, even Murray, though, if he's not feeling great. If anybody ain't feeling great.
Well, I just looked. No one's on the injury report from the starters.
We'll figure it
Which
out.
I think it's going to be the first time they played Sacramento with all 5 starters.
Now, you got to understand, I'm like, hey, tonight, big game that stung against the Kings before the All-Star break. Let's get some more separation. Big game against the Heat. And look at those 4 games coming up. All big games. Won all of them. Go on a run. You're 2 games out of the West right now. The Thunder and Wolves are tied. You're just 2 games back. So let's get those 6 home games. The best that you can. This game on Saturday is BS. It's a BS, nationally televised, anti-Nuggets game as the schedule rolls. Forget it. Stay home. I care nothing about this game on Saturday because I think it's a crap game.
Thanks. That's me and Cause. I'm sure you'll be at home listening. Me and Cause on that.
Scotty, God bless you. Have fun. Go Peyton Watson. Maybe Hunter Tyson gets some run. I don't know. Yeah. But I see what the NBA is doing. I think this is a sneaky opportunity for the Nuggets to do the best for themselves in Nikola,
right?
Who you sent out to Indy as some form of all-star torture. Give them a break.
As I just said, I just checked the injury report, so no one's on the injury report except for Tyson Hunter and Vladko. Tyson has a broken finger.
He does?
Yeah, he's had a broken finger for a couple weeks.
Oh.
And Vladko, still coming back from the ACL. No one else. Thing is, pay attention to the injury report after the game going forward, because now if all of a sudden you're starting to see more and more names pop up there, then you may have something.
Hey, I'll tell you this though, that would be a huge middle finger to the NBA.
I know,
huge. I mean, because of all the games, the Lakers on a nationally televised game.
I got it.
This is what the rules were put in place for, right? This in particular. Now, I'm not telling you crazy. It adds up. It makes sense to me. And I say, forget him. And hey, I promise you, Nicole. Hey, you see those scratches on his arm? He needs a night off. You can justify it.
You can throw back. You got KCP and
but
even Aaron Gordon.
This game is the definition of why these new rules are in place.
I understand, but think about it. You're coming back for 4 games, and there are no back-to-backs in that either. It's good.
Yeah.
It's home game day
it's like
off.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Yes, it's really set up nicely. And you could give Nikola Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off at home to be with his family. That's giving him the All-Star break.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it, and I think in years past it absolutely. But what you got to do to protect yourself, as we found out with other teams in the league, start checking the injury report after tonight's game.
All right. Well, okay. Whatever you got to do.
Well,
that is a good point. You got to do it in advance.
But it's playing the game. Is all I'm saying. It's playing the game. You put back, questionable or whatever, ding. And then all of a sudden, when they don't get on the plane on Friday, you go, listen, we've had him on the report for 3 days now back.
Dude, I think this is a fun run for the Nuggets here. I like the back-to-back here, too, because you have 2 days of rest before this back-to-back. I mean, I think it's all right if you're going to have
the good and bad about the Miami game on Thursday, because today's Wednesday. So Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Is they played last night, so they're going to have a full day's rest, but it's their 3rd game in 4 days.
It's an advantage.
Yeah. Well, both teams are going to be kind of.
The Kings were on a freaking back-to-back. They had lost the night before in Phoenix, and that's why that win, even though they didn't have Murray and KCP, still stung because they had a 16-point lead at home and they gave it up to the Kings. I want to beat the Kings so bad. I don't know why I hate the Kings. I find something very annoying about the Sacramento
Kings. Well, because it's just 2 incredibly frustrating losses that it's just like, why? No, like fix it. And especially the second one that I felt like they were going to come out on a revenge tour on him, and it just didn't happen.
Is this really the first time they've had the starting 5 against the Kings?
I believe this year.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm pumped for tonight.
And not on a back-to-back.
Let's go then.
Real fast, can I bring down the temper of the room a little bit with some sad news?
Oh.
Well, we got 4 minutes.
Oh, that's 18. Okay, I'll do it. Well, when do you want me to do it? Richard Lewis passed away.
Oh.
Isn't that terrible? I love Richard Lewis.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I've been a fan of him for a long time, and I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Love Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. How old was he?
76.
Not that old.
Not that. That's young.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Was there something going on?
They say he was home peaceful, but he had a heart attack and passed away. So.
He's a brilliant dude.
Brilliant dude. Funnier than you realize. He was the kind of guy, the old school comedians, back when I was at 13th and Lawrence, back when the old days down there, and the Comedy Works was the only club, right? It was right downtown, and it's renowned for comedians.
Sure,
the downtown venue.
Of course.
He would stop by. He sat in one time for an hour in our show, and just talked. And it was hilarious. It was awesome.
I bet he was funny because a lot of times you bring on comedians onto a radio show,
That's terrible.
and like stand-up dudes in particular,
Yeah.
they just don't know how to have a conversation and be funny without it being planned. But that type of comedy, I guarantee you,
he was awesome, and it almost he made you feel like you're building a relationship. He goes and plays. And remember, when Glenn Fry used to have that golf tournament up in Aspen or someplace every summer, all these celebrities. He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna play in that. I'm gonna be there on Monday." Blah, blah, blah. I said, "Well, call us in. Tell us how you go." Freaking called us on the show
Did he really?
from Aspen on Monday after we had
That's
him
awesome.
on Friday.
That's
and I'm
awesome.
like, that's cool, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's sad news, man.
That is sad.
And that relationship with him and Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm was awesome.
He's on this. He's part of
this season, last season, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'm glad you
I'm
brought
sorry I
that up.
bummed you, but he's one of my all-time favorites.
We'll have Let's Football Go coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, you've heard a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels. That is all true. I've been over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it was interesting to hear about your sex drive, your love life, what it can do. And the stories are epic and really transformational. Listen, once you hit your mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production. And it happens gradually. You probably don't even realize it. But if you got the Love Life blahs and blues, low T may be the reason. Okay, how about this? Just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. It takes a couple of minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood. You get the results within 30 minutes. And then you go from there. The appointment's $99. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it's free. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm not gonna lie.
I think the underwear makes it challenging.
Every single day, I look forward to that moment right there to figure out what Dan Bud Tanner is going to just throw in the mix. It's fantastic. I love it. Yes, Dan, go ahead.
I look forward to hearing some stupid things you guys say to add to that. So I appreciate you guys very much for
Takes
adding
about
to my
one
content.
segment.
Yeah, that's right.
I was hoping that by now there would be a 3-minute open, and yet we've cut it way back.
Well, what's happened?
We did intentionally dial it back.
Yeah,
It was getting a little lengthy.
What's happened is
that was part of the joke.
The joke got played out. I mean, we got the joke.
Did it?
Actually, I do think so.
Did it?
In my opinion.
Really?
Well, I think. Do you want a 4-minute open at some point?
Yeah, and then that means the segment will only be about a minute and a half.
Be over. But now it's like a little bit of a donut. And all right. Anyways, what we got?
I heard that
Dan?
subtle dig.
Oh wait. Hold on. I gotta. MountainHighAppliance.com is the best. We love Mountain High Appliance. They are great. Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, Denver, offering every major appliance line and brand. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Bud Tanner.
All right, everybody's talking about what the Broncos are going to do at quarterback. Well, let's hear from Albert Breer, the lead columnist for the Monday Morning Quarterback. Here he is talking about if he thinks the Broncos just need to hit the reset button at the QB position.
I think, a fresh start makes the most sense for everybody. It makes sense for Russell. I think it really makes sense for Sean Payton. I think this right here is the opportunity for Sean Payton to hit reset at quarterback and go forward and execute his own quarterback plan, which I think in the back of his head he really wanted to do from the time he got to Denver at the beginning of 2023. And so I think the Broncos are going to be doing all of the work with the quarterbacks in the draft. I look at J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix as guys who stylistically actually make some sense, right? So could those guys be a consideration with the 12th overall pick? I think they'll talk to teams about trading up. Now, whether or not they can pull it off, I don't know. But I think that you're going to see – I think you're going to see a reset here. And I think the reset is going to happen because Russell Wilson could use a fresh start. There's the contractual issue that you'd have to work around to make it to even think about having him back. And this is maybe the one shot that Sean Payton has in Denver at hitting the reset button. I can't see him passing that up.
What's the question?
Do you guys think, okay, well, a couple of questions here. Do you think that Russell Wilson needs a fresh start? Because I thought the Broncos were supposed to be the fresh start, right?
I think he's done.
And if you had to put a percentage on the chances the Broncos pick a quarterback at 12, what would it be?
I don't know, man. I go back and forth on it. It seems very high. I'm going to say 80%. But I do go back and forth on it because I could sometimes I hear the way they talk and it actually makes me feel like they're intentionally trying to find somebody later in the rounds. I think it's just so obvious. And when it really did it for me yesterday was hearing George Payton talk about the quarterbacks and talking about, hey, look, we got to look at this no matter what. No matter who's on the board, we really got to look at this. And I know that you're doing that every single year. But to actually say that out loud, I think it's pretty revealing.
I'll go with 80%. I think fresh start. I mean, whatever. I mean, Russ is in the land of the Joe Flacco's of the world if he wants to keep playing in the NFL. And if you want to plow forward for the next 3 or 4 years, bouncing around as that kind of guy, I mean, sure, I think you'll find some sort of home. But,
I'll say this, though, about the draft. I would much prefer they stay put and select J.J. McCarthy at number 12. But if they've decided that's the dude and if he has separated himself, not what I would prefer, but I do think if that's the guy, you probably do have to jump up to number 9 because you can't wait. There's going to be a handful of teams between you and them that you just cannot risk it.
If Penix's medicals come out positive,
that'd be interesting.
I think you're going to see both Penix and we're already seeing JJ's stock go up, right?
Yep.
I think a scenario that Leggy presented a while ago could play out that now all of a sudden by the time you get to 12, if you haven't moved up, that you may have all the quarterbacks off the board, any one of them that you thought could be your guy.
Risky.
So then I think if that happens, that you're going to see them drop back and pick another player and get a pick. I think right now, 8 weeks out, it's 50-50.
If you're telling me they're not taking a quarterback, which of course you know how I feel, but if they're not, I'd be fine with dropping back and you get more picks. That's fine because and we'll find out because what are they going to do to restructure What are you doing with Simmons, with Bowles, with a bunch of these guys? Like, what are you? Well, we'll know that by the draft, so we'll have a better idea. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, well, let's hear from the general manager of the Bills, Brandon Beane, on back in 2018 when the Broncos took Bradley Chubb at 5th overall.
Yeah.
When he decided to move up for Josh Allen, here he is talking about that.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh, and I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway, and if he does work out, nobody's going to give a shit.
Sounds like one of our salespeople. Well, that's the right attitude. Not George Payton saying, there's a lot of quarterbacks that don't work out. No, that's the attitude. It's high risk, high reward, life in the fast lane, making $4 to $6 million a year as an NFL GM. And you will be defined, whether you like it or not on the back end of the draft, but what you do essentially at quarterback. So when you get to that moment, the fact George Payton still has his job is unbelievable to me. I got nothing against him. It's nothing personal, but goodness gracious, to swing and miss as mightily as he has, and he's still got his gig. But he's not in charge now.
Here's the problem. A lot of people care about their jobs. A lot of people care about their jobs. People in powerful positions care about keeping their jobs. And so when you hear him come out and say, yeah, if it doesn't work out, I'm out here anyways, guess what that means? GMs care about their jobs, and they don't always want to put themselves out there like that. I'm not telling you that should be a good thing or bad thing. That's just the reality. And people don't want to take a swing for the fences a lot because they don't want to get fired.
I've always said this, and this may not be anywhere close to reality, but if you've got guys in powers or position of decisions who are afraid to make decisions because they're protecting their job, you've hired the wrong person.
Agreed.
Totally
100%
agree.
agreed.
Totally agree. You need somebody who's got a dynamic vision of how
That means
things.
you don't have any true conviction. I mean, that's what that really means. You don't have any conviction.
This is another Billy Beane. This is Moneyball. Like, what are we doing here? Who are we? And you've got to have the courage or your convictions of why are you being paid that much for that job in the first place if you don't have the courage of your convictions? You can't have Waffle House there running your shop. You got to have somebody who knows what they're doing. And I think that is the problem with George Payton, frankly. He's been an assistant forever.
You talk about him so dismissively all of a sudden. Why are you so confident that he's got his job secured?
Because I think he's just following orders now, and he's just bringing Sean Payton coffee. And, as long as the coffee's hot, he'll be cool. And I think he's a get-along guy. I think he got along for 14 years in Minnesota. That whole concept that he was turning jobs down left and right tells me he's not courageous enough to take a leap in the first place.
Well, I always call BS on it anyways.
I
I just didn't believe it.
And
if it is true, I think it's revealing, but I just didn't believe it because what human being turns down an upgrade? What human being doesn't?
Another one was like Vic Fangio, 30 years.
People that are afraid of commitment and putting their necks out there.
Yeah. That's right.
Getting too comfortable.
And you know what? I have friends in my life that are fine living a life where they just don't take chances and they have fine, comfortable lives. That's cool. That's all right. I just don't want that person to be a leader. That's all. That's not the person I want in charge of anything. Next, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Mel Kiper. The Bears, DMAC, you've talked about. They control the 2024 NFL draft. Would an offer be big enough for the Bears to trade away the chance to draft Caleb Williams? Here's Mel Kiper on if he thinks the Bears could make a move with the number one pick.
Granted, you have to entertain offers because if you get blown away by some bonanza that somebody offers you in return for that number one pick overall, and you have Justin Fields, who has shown he can be a really good quarterback, maybe get into that tier behind Patrick Mahomes, where the other quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, are right now. Can he get to that level? Maybe he can. So if you get blown away and you don't have a second-round pick, that was obviously the Sweat trade, which was a great trade. You can recoup a lot of draft capital, have a lot of players you can add onto this roster. Build your depth, build your talent on both sides of the ball. You have to entertain that offer. Now, Justin Fields is going to get you, a 2 and a 4? Jeff can talk about that. Not nearly as much as Caleb will, that number one pick overall will. But you'll still get something. So either way, you're going to get draft capital, but you're going to get maybe a bonanza by trading the number one pick overall. That's if you feel strongly about Justin Fields. That's up to them and Ryan Poles to determine. But in order for me to not take Caleb Williams, it has to be an offer I simply could not refuse.
So if you guys are Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, what kind of offer would it take for you to trade away the opportunity to draft Caleb Williams?
I mean, I suppose never say never, but I've been arguing with this with D-Mac. I've been adamant for months and months that the Bears are going to select Caleb Williams. It just does not make any sense. I get it. They can collect 5 first-round draft picks, but look, man, when you got the chance to get somebody that could potentially compete with the Patrick Mahomes, and I'm not saying he's him. I'm not anointing him, but he's certainly got that type of potential. When you got that, you don't pass it up. Is there anything in the world? I'll put it this way. If you really believe in Caleb Williams, is there any offer in the world that the Kansas City Chiefs would accept in a trade for Patrick Mahomes?
No, it's
nothing.
This is where I'm going to call BS on Mel Kiper here, and I think he sounds wildly out of touch, frankly. It's ridiculous. There's literally 0 trades that would make sense if you want Caleb Williams.
No.
I mean, listen, to trade out of number 1, you're going to get rid of Fields anyway, so you're going to get stuff for him. I don't know, man. Like, Scotty, like, when you got one...
I thought a couple months ago, though, you thought the Bears were going to do that.
I thought they may keep Fields, but I don't feel like that anymore. Okay. So it's long gone because I see what the trends are.
And Dan just mentioned Bears going to control the draft. Could you not move down from 1 to 3?
Yes. If you like Jaden Daniels or Drake May, sure.
And pick up a second, a third.
Hell yeah.
If you still pick up a pretty good quarterback.
There's
of
no
course
doubt
you could,
about it.
But the only way you do it is if you just don't believe in Caleb Williams.
Right.
Because I'm telling you, my comparison is there's no offer worth Patrick Mahomes. None. And if you really do think that Caleb Williams is the best guy that we've had since Andrew Luck, which most people do, what in the world is going to give you, what would you pass that up for?
But I'll tell you this, Scott, you're right. If that's not how they feel, if they really do like Jaden Daniels or Drake May more, they would be stupid. Here's what would be dumb. Staying at 1 and drafting Drake May or Jaden Daniels.
Oh, that'd be idiotic.
Right.
Yeah, because you don't need to.
You don't need to. That would be dumb. Other than that, there's really not much to think about. You just sit there and hopefully you make it work. But that's why they make movies about stuff like these moments right here. So there is pressure on the Bears to figure this one out. A little bit.
What do you guys feel on Justin Fields? I don't necessarily agree with Kiper. I think this Kiper still protecting probably what he had on Fields in his mock draft 2018 or whatever, 2020.
Oh, you mean too high for a second and a fourth?
Well, no, I'm just saying, what do you guys personally think?
As
do
a
you think
quarterback?
he said he can move up in that next realm of quarterbacks with Herbert and
Allen. Did you see the offer Baker Mayfield's apparently going to get?
Yeah.
No, hold on. That was a super theoretical a projection of his value. That was like a spot rack projection of what
the
his
latest
value
Baker
could be.
Mayfield story?
Yeah.
All right. Well, the latest Baker Mayfield speculation story is $56 million signing bonus, $120 over 4 years, which would be $30 million per. Okay, that's the speculation for Tampa to keep him. That is actually I know it's a lot of money. It's ridiculous, $30 million. That's like a notch below, like the top tier. It's like tier 2.
I'm not, again, and we can get into the tier as far as money. I'm talking about ability to
I think
play.
he's Baker Mayfield. I think he's Baker Mayfield. I think he's exactly like that. I think he can win with them.
I don't even think he's Baker Mayfield.
I don't either.
I've never liked Justin Fields. I didn't like him coming in the draft, and I don't like him now.
I think he's Baker Mayfield. Who do you think he is?
Just another first-round bust.
Just a bust. That's it. End. No difference than Josh Rosen.
I guess a bust is a very strong word that I probably shouldn't use because he's a talented dude.
He's done some amazing things.
I mean, he's a very talented dude that will be playing in the NFL. But yeah, I guess for more or less, I don't see it comparable because I don't see like a rebound for him.
Well, bust Sam Darnold, Josh Rosen. Look at what's his face in
I think
New York.
Sam Darnold's actually fair because Sam Darnold's going to be in this league for a long time, and I think Justin Fields will be in this league for a long time. But he'll be more in a backup role.
I think he's a committed to opportunity given Drew Lock.
God, I think he's better than Drew Lock, but
he's definitely better than Drew. But, but I understand what you're saying.
Hey,
if Drew Lock had the same amount of commitment that the Bears have to him,
would he not be throwing up numbers?
Who was Tommy Maddox?
Nobody till he went to Pittsburgh.
What year did he go to Pittsburgh?
got like year 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Wasn't he out of the league for 1 year?
Yeah, something like that.
And then came back.
Do you know he was only 20 years old when he was drafted?
Yeah.
He was
in supplemental. Wasn't he a supplemental guy?
I think he went in the 20s. I know that, but he was very, very young out of UCLA. Listen, there are some guys like, would you be stunned if Drew has some sort of resurgence in his career?
Yes.
100%.
God, you're that low on Drew, huh?
Well, it's just over. I mean,
Is it? It's done.
This is the way the league works, man. You get your opportunity. When the opportunity is gone, the only thing that he would ever have a chance at a resurgence is if he had what he had last year, but it would have to be Geno gets knocked out for 8 games, and then you just ball out for 8 games. But nobody, and I do mean this, nobody in the NFL will bring him in with intentions of starting.
I just think what Seattle is trying to do is insane. They are really trying to win with a low budget quarterback.
No, I think they want to get a quarterback this year. They did
At 16. They're at 16.
I think they're 100% in the quarterback market.
Free agent or
draft
at 16.
And if they could, yeah.
Boy, that'd be a great spot for Michael Penix.
It would. Yeah.
Because I think he would be available. Washington, the whole thing. That would be. You think so, huh? That'd be interesting.
I know this for a fact. They are not committed to Geno Smith. They're not
agree.
game planning around Geno Smith.
Oh, okay.
So if Chicago again controls the draft board, selects a quarterback at 1, 9 becomes expandable to move down to 12 or to 16.
I've been saying this for a month. 9 is
whatever.
That is the magic number in this draft.
Dude,
that is the number.
If somebody moves past the Broncos and we find out the Broncos did like J.J. McCarthy to draft and they just sat there at 12 while somebody passed them.
The Bears will trade out of one of these 2 picks.
I agree.
They will.
I agree.
Number 9 is that's the sweet spot in the draft.
But think about this. They could trade out twice. They could trade down
Yes.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Pick up a pick.
Yes.
Still get a pretty good quarterback if that's what they want to go. Trade down for 9, get another pick or so.
Yes.
You could trade with Seattle and get a true lock and a third or whatever.
If they were to do all that, which they could definitely do, they would have 2 first-round picks this year and maybe 3 next year.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't have Caleb Williams.
Right.
You would not have Caleb Williams.
Which I just keep going back to. If you have the chance, and I whether you think that Caleb Williams is as good as he's been anointed, whether you bought into the downfall from this year, whatever it is, I am of the opinion in the last 5 or 6 years, there has been no dude that has come into this draft that has had the potential to match Patrick Mahomes and tell Caleb Williams. And if you got that dude, why in the world would you pass on it?
Everybody has the best group thread texter in their group text thread.
Wow, say that 3 times.
Good luck. But nobody has somebody like the Nuggets do. Details next. All right, dropping 30 plus pounds. I'll just say 30 for now, but it's actually a little bit more of fat has been just so transformational for me in so many different ways. And with Sota weight loss, it's been easy. Amanda, my nutritionist, has been incredibly kind and sympathetic, but yet you still have to be accountable. It works. It's not that complicated, but what they put behind it, well, it's not state of the art for nothing, that's for sure. So to understand just how to live life a better way has been just so rewarding at this time in my life. And right now, it's because of Sota Weight Loss. Sota Weight Loss offers clients generous calories per day, a dietary protocol that preserves muscle mass, and targets, like I said, that fat loss. It's over 3 pounds a week for me, and I'm getting closer and closer to my final goal. So thank you, Sota Weight Loss. Folks ask me all the time, how you doing and what's going on? Listen, SotaWeightLoss.com or just call. Simple. Today, 800-555-6521. Sota Weight Loss, state of the art.
To go 3-0 in these 3 games in 4 nights, and the offense has been outstanding. We're third in this 3-game stretch in terms of offensive efficiency, and the defense has been just as effective in these 3 games. So when you have an elite offense and an elite defense, that allows you to get out and run, and we're averaging 23 fast break points per game in these last 3. And that, to me, is when we're at our best.
So Michael Malone, big game tonight. I'm pumped for tonight. Here is KCP about the group text thread and Nikola Jokic.
I mean, we already got a text message from him right after the All-Star game, so we already knew what his mindset was and how he was going to come in at the All-Star break. So, and for us and him being one of our leaders, and our true MVP. We just had to follow. Like, we knew what his energy and his mindset was, and we can see it on the court. He's proven it, and for us, we just got to continue to pick him up, help him out, and just do our thing.
Was the text just like, all right, it's time to go? It's that time of
A
year?
little personal text right there, but it got everybody motivated, and we're looking forward to winning another championship.
We congratulate Neil Vlier for winning the Nuggets tickets for the Nuggets and the Heat. Nate and Andy at 520 have another pair to give away. And also, thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Scott, how surprised are you, if not, about that story about Jokic being a little bit of a rah-rah in the group thread?
I heard the story yesterday. One, it's nice to know he doesn't have social media, but he knows how to use the phone for text. So that's good. That's one. On one hand, it makes you proud that you follow the guy and that you enjoy watching him. And that, some of the knocks on him early on as he was just starting this climb, he needs to be more of a leader. But when he's texting guys, as soon as the All-Star game's over, I'm coming back to town. Let's go. It's time to go. Remember, it was not a good ending the last 3 games going into the break. Right? They went on vacation a week early, let's be honest. And now all of a sudden the best player in the world is texting you and going, hey, I'm going to be in town, Monday. Ready to go. Let's go. This starts now. It starts. And, to be honest with you, I don't even know if they've announced it. Him not being, if he's not the player of the week.
How could he not
For the first week after the All-Star game.
He's setting NBA history.
Then the NBA's stupid.
Right.
And I know Shea's had 3 games of 30, but, I mean, go look at what this guy's done.
Sorry, I don't want to totally derail us, but you just brought up Shea, and I actually meant on asking you this today. What do you think Oklahoma would have to do for him to win MVP?
Just doing what they're doing.
What does that mean?
You ask me what he has to do. Just do what he's doing.
So you don't think that, I'm asking, the team. You don't think it matters on what the team does?
They're tied for first in the Western Conference, so they just got to keep doing what they're doing. And I think there will be a push, like we saw a push for Embiid in the last 25, 30 games last year. Actually, it started much earlier for Embiid. Probably started around game 30.
Mm-hmm.
I think, in fact, I didn't have the sound on, but I'm watching some ESPN stuff the other day on one of their NBA shows, and it was Shea. And I think that'll be the guy that ESPN gets behind.
Well, I think there's something said about the new guy. I do. I think that there's just people get tired, right? And it's not smart. It's definitely not. It's not authentic. But I think that there's always danger when there's a new guy.
And listen, he's fantastic. I mean, he is an All NBA player. He's fantastic.
He is averaging 31.2 per.
He's fantastic.
So I would have to say, to have a shot,
I think they'd have to stay at first.
I do too.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was getting at.
I think they'd have to win the West, and he'd have to average over 30 points.
Yeah.
But I still don't think that's as valuable or as deserving, as great as that is.
No, but I do think that if he did that, I think it would be very, very difficult for a lot of voters to ignore. Because, and I do think it's simply because there's a little bit of fatigue sometimes when you get a
I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think it has all to do with politics and let's get a new guy in here.
Well, I guess we're saying one and the same thing.
But how much is the biased East Coast media going to get behind somebody in the middle of the country?
It's going to be a little tough. See, it was easy with Embiid in
Correct.
Philadelphia, big-time city.
Right.
I think why you probably haven't seen a stronger push is because he plays for Oklahoma City.
Correct.
So I think it's right now safe to say another smaller market will have an MVP this year, Oklahoma City. Now, I will say no one even talks about this. It's great for the league. I mean, I know they want the big markets for TV and all that stuff, but what are you saying about the girth of talent in your league when a dude from Oklahoma City can be considered an MVP and not just a guy from L.A., or a guy from Denver, Colorado can be considered an MVP and not just a guy from Philadelphia? And maybe it was good for Milwaukee.
Has Wembanyama wrapped up the Rookie of the Year?
Probably.
Okay, so the Holmgren's too far behind.
Well, but again,
because that's a hell of a story. If you got the Rookie of the Year and the MVP in Oklahoma City, that is a team to pay attention to.
You better be in the Western Conference. Holmgren's been more valuable to the team, but if you've got the MVP, you can excuse it and go, yeah, Wemby's doing it alone.
He is doing it
So he's
alone.
doing it alone. Holmgren at least has the league's MVP.
Okay.
So and because one team's really good and one team's not any good at all.
Right.
Right? So
Where are you with Wemby right now?
Ralph Sampson.
Do you think he's going to change? You keep asking him that
I don't
question.
know.
You think he's
I'm,
going to change?
But you think I'm dogging him by
I
saying
do.
Ralph Sampson.
I don't know why I feel like you're
Ralph Sampson's
like
in the Hall of Fame.
I know. It feels like Ralph.
How many times have we had this exact
it's probably going to happen
conversation?
for the rest of his
He's
career.
in the Hall of Fame. I know.
He'll be-
I don't know why I
Hey,
think it's offensive.
Scott, 18 years later. Well, what do you think Wemby now? Hey.
I think it's Homer Simpson.
And I think what I say, I think Holmgren's an Anthony Davis type.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but he's a slam dunk.
I guess
Hall
I
of
don't get
Famer.
that.
Can step out, shoot it from distance.
Yeah, but he also
can
is-
control the rim around the rim. And I'm talking Anthony
Soft
Davis that
baby
plays.
cutter.
Talking about dudes that play, he blocks shots, can control the rim, good rebounder. Holmgren's all those things.
Yeah, okay.
More of a face-up threat than an on-the-block
It
threat.
feels
That's
like an
Holmgren.
insult when you're saying that too.
That one definitely feels like an insult.
God, Anthony Davis. Do you want to go look at what Anthony Davis' career?
Yeah, but
is
like-
Anthony Davis in the Hall of Fame right now?
Yes, he is. Yes,
To
but
me, it's unbelievable that dude is not always on an MVP track.
well, to
I
me,
mean,
when you say Anthony Davis, it feels like unrealized potential.
well, because that's what he is.
Right,
That
that's
is what
it
he
feels.
is.
That feels like it is.
6 all NBA teams.
I know.
You know,
But shouldn't he
10
be more?
All-Stars.
I mean, with the talent he's got.
2-time NBA champion. I mean,
Okay.
college champion.
But injury prone, kind of soft when it matters, like just hasn't fulfilled all the expectations.
I'm just thinking pure talent and play wise. I'm trying to look for comparables.
Are we going to hear this song at the end of the night?
And you know who Joker is?
I don't know who Joker is.
Joker
Joker's-
is if Magic and Bird had a baby, they'd have Nikola Jokic.
That's the night of television that you cannot let your kids see.
Dynamics of that is.
But I mean, seriously, I think he's a mix of Bird and Magic.
We hear this song at Nuggets games when they're just dribbling out the clock and the game is done.
Is that why you pulled this song?
Mm-hmm. Because it's a good day.
I never hear it.
You don't hear this?
No, I have headsets on.
Oh, this is it.
Yeah.
And you know that moment they throw it on. They're just nobody's.
They know it's over. It's cause going, and this thing is
over. What's the score when this song plays tonight? They don't play it when they lose, obviously.
124-108.
Blowout City.
Oh. Well, that'll be a good day. We'll see you down the
See you in a
court.
few minutes.
We'll see.
Hey,
See you in a little bit.
Darren and I always greet each other in the presser.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. If he sees me first, he goes, "Hey, Scott!"
It's been a minute.
And if
Tyler, what time are you going to get a ticket? Where were you
Wow,
off to?
wow. Easy,
Right now?
easy. Don't put the radar on me.
We got to move because
I didn't get one yesterday.
Dan's got a 79-year-old man workout to get to, and we love
We
him.
gotta get in that tomorrow.
And Grizz,
I don't know about that.
do we have the sound of Grizz talking to the players about Bedsy and his birthday? All right, so maybe tomorrow we can get some of that. That'll be fun. He actually asked a bunch of players about what they're getting Bedsy for his birthday. And most of them had no idea, like Jack Johnson.
Right.
So we'll get all that tomorrow. Have a great day. Nate and Andy coming up next.
Story, this would be a perfect fade into it.
Let's go.
But I'm not going to now.
Well, now
I'm
you
not
have
going
to.
No, I'm not going to now.
You are being a baby.
No.
Somebody had to go back over there. He won't take up the whole.
No,
damn
you got 30 seconds.
I'm not saying nothing.
No, yes, you are.
I'm not. No,
Portland has lost
I'm
six.
not. I'm
Portland
not.
has lost 6 in a row in Denver, Shaq. How
We
do
do
they
that
win
all the
game
time. It's
two?
supposed to be 1, 2, 3.
I know, but look, we've got
I'm not doing
time.
it. No,
We've got time.
Go back over there to know it all.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
And it's amazing. Cogliano missed the game due to illness, came back, scores goals in back-to-back nights, and sometimes it tells you the older boys sometimes maybe just need a little bit of a rest.
It's neat tonight. Here's Nathan McKinnon down low. McKinnon, a backhander. He shoots and he scores. The best player on planet Earth is Nathan McKinnon. Forget a heart attack. It's the Mac attack. It's 4-1 Avalanche, and McKinnon is 2 away from 100.
And Nathan McKinnon. Who's Nathan McKinnon?
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
One goal, one assist. The home point streak is 29 games. 61 points at home this year, Andy. 23 goals, 38 assists. Hey, 29, that's fun, right?
Yeah.
You get it?
Oh, yeah.
That's fun.
That's synergy.
5-1 last night. The Avalanche down the Stars. 22 games to go in the regular season. The Avs are 3-0 this year against Dallas. Yeah, the Stars jumped out to a 1-0 lead. It was pretty much all Avalanche the rest of the way. That was good to see last night, Andy. That's more like it.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Now, the Stars are beat up in the back-to-back, all that stuff. Doesn't matter. You went out there, you gave us the performance we desired.
Yes.
And all is better.
We
for
desired
now.
a quality performance.
How
and we
about
got it.
Georgie getting a save with no stick?
That was not bad. That's a 35 save outing last night out of Georgiev. Cogsy has scored 2 goals, 2 games in a row. The Avalanche scored a power play goal last night.
PP.
You're going to take that every single time you can get it. We got a Rantanen goal. We got a Nate goal. We got a Yoel Kiviranta goal. That was a good victory last night. Old 2-game roadie coming up here, Chicago and Nashville. But yes, it seems as though for at least an evening, catching the Stars on the old Sega Baba, that things are looking good for the Avalanche.
Look, I'm not overly... Here's the thing. The Avs and Nuggets have put themselves in some very rare air.
Mm-hmm.
There's no need to panic about the Avs as far as making the playoffs and whatever. It's about going to the Cup. They've created the highest of bars for themselves, right?
I would say so.
And the window's open. You want to take advantage of the window. I don't know if you watched any of the intermission report last night, but Kevin Weeks throwing it out there. Who did he have? Henrique from the Ducks. There's Spring. I've not heard of him, but he's a forward that Weeks thinks that they're going to be all in. It's Henrique, not Henry. The French Henrique.
He's a center.
Well, so second line center with some secondary scoring is what we're talking, right?
Maybe not quite second, but
what about
close enough.
Probably, though, there anyway?
Yeah, in the neighborhood.
You like a Henrique?
Yeah.
Henrique. Would you like to pronounce it that way?
You know, my dad is a Henry, and his last name is Kreckman. So he's a Henry K. So maybe he's a bit of an Enrique.
He's a Hank to me. Hank Kreckman.
He's very much a Hank.
He's Midwestern, so he's Hank Kreckman.
He's as Hank as they get.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been calling the guy Hank since I was about 9. So
nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, the Avs, you got to feel good about that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're getting Georgiev back, hopefully after the old trip here. Georgiev. You're getting Nichushkin back. Hey, wrong Russian. Getting Nichushkin back.
To that I say niet.
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, but it does sound like it does. Oh, is it? Hold on. It's Yoel. Yoel Henrique?
Yoel. Sounds good to me. Yeah.
Have you watched a lot of Ducks hockey?
Guys, I cannot wait for the NHL trade deadline. It's my favorite day of the year. Because I get to do
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
I get to do my bit with Spring and with Raj, where they get really excited about all of this stuff, and I'm convinced they're making names up. I don't think any of these people are real people.
Some of them sound made up. Hey, who was the guy that Berto found last night?
Winnipeg got Kolarchuk?
You mean the first goal scorer of the game last night?
Yeah, I was late.
The lone goal scorer for the Dallas Stars?
Do you want to know why I missed that, Spring? Because I had to log into my stupid ESPN Plus and couldn't remember the password for 5 minutes.
So let me tell you.
So I got in time to see Kiviranta's goal.
Let me tell you who scored that first goal last night.
Spring was joking about it.
It's Logan Stankoven.
Yeah, so it is Stankoven?
Stankoven.
When they were saying it last night, I was like, oh, it's got to be Stankoven or something like that.
So do you
can pronounce it however you want.
Stankoven.
Stanky oven?
Do you know
I don't.
what his hockey nickname is?
Stanky.
It's Stanky.
Stinker?
It is Stanky.
Stanky.
And, I mean, you watch that goal. Wyatt Johnston of the Stars. That was a quality pass. And Stanky, he ripped one in close quarters, man. Let me tell you, that guy, he Dutch ovened the Avs on that goal last night.
It's a number 2.
How long after he scored was that in your mind?
It took me 4 seconds.
Did you tweet it? Did I miss you tweeting it?
I did not tweet it.
Okay.
The color
All right.
analyst called him Stanky, and right away, my brain went to, how do I somehow describe this and get to that quality of a fart joke? And I believe I did it. Also, you never know, because you don't know if he was going to be Stanky or Stanker. But it turns out they went with Stanky.
Well, it writes itself.
It does, very much
Stanker.
so. Stanker.
I mean, stinker is something your parents used in the 80s. You little stinker. Yeah, anyway, if we could keep the rest of the...
Stanky.
If we could just keep the rest of these damn games on altitude, please, that would please me.
Stankoven.
God, logging into stuff. I'm yelling at things. I got the stupid Athletic notification telling me they had scored. But again, I did log on in enough time in order to see Kiviranta put her home.
Well, good job, man. So last night, one other very important thing happened in that hockey game last night is that Cale Makar, 308th career point. He is now the highest scoring D-man.
Sure.
In Avalanche history. In Quebec, Colorado history, he is the highest scoring D-man, surpassing Tyson Barrie, 307 career points. I got to be honest with you, Andy, when I start diving into a lot of the historical stuff with this franchise, I tend to ignore like anything that happened in Quebec in the 80s.
Sure, we didn't witness that.
It had nothing to do with any
good.
of us. They were good.
Yeah.
They were good, and they had cool uniforms.
Sure.
And they were a good team, and they were fun, and all of those things. It had nothing to do with the Colorado Avalanche.
No.
Okay? Now, if you want to start talking about what the Nordiques were doing in the early 90s, all right, fine. Like, some of that actually does cross over. But since 1995, 1996, when the Avalanche arrived here, are we now in a place, Andy, where we can say undoubtedly that Cale Makar is the greatest defenseman in Avalanche history? Yeah.
I'm not
doing
there
it.
yet.
No?
I'm not there yet. It's coming, but it's not there yet.
Okay.
Well, here's what's going to be tough about this. Like, Adam Foote, to me,
played a lot of games.
Is still the standard for defensemen around here, but he did not play the game that Cale Makar does.
No, he does
Adam
not.
Foote was not launching bombs from the blue line on the PP.
No, his bombs were not coming from his PP. That is absolutely true. Okay. You don't want to go there yet. I mean,
Look, I love me some kale. We got the jersey. I'm not eating it, but I will root for the hockey
I was going to
player.
say it's very good fiber.
No,
It's very good
no,
for you.
No,
It'll
not
clean
your
you
Athletic
out.
Greens. No, but I will root for the hockey player.
More of
Our
an-
cherub-faced,
More of an endive
best
guy.
defenseman in the NHL.
Red cabbage for you.
I don't think Foote ever won a Norris.
Never
so
won a
you will be
Norris.
right.
Yep.
But to
Cale
me,
Makar's got a Norris.
What's funny about it, though, is that it is...
Cale Makar's got a Conn Smythe.
It is, yeah.
Highest scoring
Yeah,
defenseman in Avalanche history.
Can I just let my Footer hang out just a little longer at the top of the list?
I don't think he can.
I know.
I believe he has indeed been surpassed.
But I also like Patrick Waugh, which you guys all hate now, too. So, whatever.
I'll love you. I'll let you love Patrick Waugh.
EJ says, what, no Martin Skula? By the way, someone else wants to ask. Aaron says, how about Stanksky? Could he be a
Stanksky? That's what I would call him.
See,
if he was on the team.
I just like Stanky because there's a lot, the extra consonant, you really got to hit them all.
I like
just leave it easy.
I like making everybody Polish. I don't know why. That's fun for me.
Because you're Midwestern.
Defenseman in Avalanche history. Footer still number 1 in games played. EJ is number 2. Again, I'm going since 95, 96. JML is number 3 on this list. Cale Makar is 14th in terms of games played in the burgundy and blue, and he is the leading scorer in franchise history. That's right there, man.
I love Cale. I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I also like a tough guy that used to smush Brendan Shanahan's face into the glass.
Yes.
And get him from yapping.
Yeah, Cale's a little
I
more.
still come from that era.
McCarr's a little more fresh-faced.
Yeah, I don't need McCarr slamming anybody any glass. Just go ahead and, do your thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go ahead and score some goals. Go ahead and remember when he did that to the Blackhawks? Was it last year where he did the I'm going to 360 and just go?
Was that last year or 2 years ago? God, that goal was
he's done
awesome.
it both years.
Yeah, that goal
It was sick.
Yeah.
You know what? He did
the
it to the
overtime.
Predators once in the
zapped
playoffs,
them.
right? Then he
Mhm.
did it again to the Blackhawks in the regular season.
Yeah. He's the best defenseman in Avalanche history.
I know.
This has been a good segment for me. I've enjoyed
me just giving up
the arc of this segment.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know that much about hockey.
No, I like not Ozelinch. Ozelinch was not here very long.
Nate Ginnon.
Hey, who had who had a big goal for the Avs? That was a defenseman. That wouldn't be on that list as far as best all time.
Who's that?
Still very important.
Mm-hmm.
He was German.
Sandis Ozelinch.
No, he was Russian.
Oh, he was Russian. Okay.
Yui Krupp.
He's
got
Krupp,
the
yes.
Krupp.
Mm-hmm.
Yui, don't give me the Krupp. What would you do with that?
He was German.
Big bomb that won the first cup?
He was German, Andy, so he scored the goal.
Oh, here we go. What was that with yesterday? What did that come up from? The Z-board?
The Z-board.
Gets Z rebound?
Nikola Jokic is...
How in the hell did we do a segment that allowed him to bring... And now you're laughing. You're laughing way too much at
It's
that
a great
joke for my
joke.
liking.
I like no sarcasm. It is a great joke.
There we go. See?
How old are you? You're hitting your AARP years if you think that's hilarious.
We are America's 20th favorite afternoon show, and you're only going to get B-plus material like that right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Boy, we got a lot to do on this here radio program, okay? Our pal Nick Kosmider is going to join us from Indianapolis. We must find out whom is combining today, so we shall do that here on the show. Our buddy Brian Roth is going to join us from Fort Collins. You know what, Andy?
Hey, cool move by you to be like, hey, want to come on the show and talk about the most gut-wrenching loss of the year?
Yes, we book guests after their team does something awesome.
Yeah.
Instead, what we decided to do today is we are going to have the voice of the CSU Rams on our show a day after his team's heart was ripped directly out of their chest. Yes, because we got to talk about what that's like when you lose a game. Granted, Nevada was the better team all night, but when you lose a game on a 52-foot heave at the buzzer, it was happening all over the place. Last night, we're going to dive into this, was a weird night in sports. There was weird crap happening all over the place. We got to talk about that today on the show. Plus, we have Nuggets and Heat tickets for tomorrow night. We're giving those away today at 5:20.
The rematch.
The rematch, 5:20.
Can you do In the Paint tomorrow?
For a little Cool Carl
Yeah,
action?
let's see. Will they call back?
Carl. See if one of Lebitard's goons will call in tomorrow night.
Will one of Lebitard's guys decide they're feeling spicy after a regular season matchup? I got to find out.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Thank you.
I'm not available, but still, maybe an encore performance.
Do it from Twin Peaks, where we're going to be.
We are going to be at Twin Peaks in Broomfield tomorrow in the Flat Irons. That's going to be an awful lot of fun.
You should be in the paint out there.
So, yeah, these are all wonderful suggestions by you. I don't understand anything that you said.
Hey, thanks for wheeling and dealing with my free time.
Yep. The only time that ridiculous Nuggets call-in show ever went viral, and I had to be the guy that was there, of course. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We talked to Nick Kosmider from Indianapolis. Combining next.
I think one thing that's hard to measure is their ability to multitask and process and make decisions. It's one thing, like you can visit with someone and, you know, they can be intelligent, but man, how quickly can they deliver the information and how quickly can they get through the progression? Are they accurate? There's some fundamental things that we have to see that are present. And so sometimes it's not as difficult as we make it out to be. And then sometimes, listen, it's very difficult. And so I think we'll be really good at this. And I think to some degree we're glad that a lot of people aren't.
Big words out of Sean Payton yesterday as he spoke to the media. We go to Indianapolis right now, and we welcome onto the Ramos Law Hotline our friend Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com and the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He joins us as he often does on a Wednesday afternoon. Nick, how you doing, man?
Well, I'm good, but you know you've been in Indianapolis too long. When you go to the Shake Shack at the Indy Airport, the little food stand there, you grab a water out of the fridge before you order your food. You start idly flipping that water up and down. You get your food, you step out, and all of a sudden when you open it, it explodes because you didn't bother to read that it was sparkling water. So, you know, that's how things are going.
It's like a day. Okay.
Well, hey, listen, the Broncos have drafted quarterbacks like that just to tie this all together. Oh, wait, you're a spread option team. My bad. We wanted to run the West Coast. What do you mean? Paxton Lynch, you can't call a West Coast play. It's too long. What?
Yeah, that's the exact metaphor I had in my mind for this.
Nick, I know you can't definitively answer this, but what Sean Payton had to say right there, we think we'll be very good at this. Will they?
They better hope so. They really better hope so. Look, the longer that you've been, you're kind of looking at this puzzle, right? Getting a little bit of space from the end of the season. And just sort of really evaluating where teams are at in terms of their own individual pursuits of the quarterback. Like, getting one of these guys is going to be hard. And so when we're talking about quarterback, whether it is in the draft or some other pursuit, like, they're up against it in terms of actually getting a guy right now who could change your fortunes as quickly as next year. Like, that is a really tough task given what they are facing. It just is. And, the more you're here, you start to hear things like, the Patriots seem pretty set on wanting to take a quarterback at number 3. And so, if Washington feels the same way about number 2 or are willing to trade with a team that wants to get to 2, you have quarterbacks going the top 3. So now is J.J. McCarthy the one guy that's left and our team's fighting over him? Like, it's just a hard road to get to. So they better be good at it because, they're going to have to kind of turn over every stone with that evaluation process in order to find a guy that's going to somehow pilot what it is that Sean Payton does efficiently enough to where you can take some kind of leap offensively.
All right. So here's what's been interesting for me, Nick, as I talk to more and more people about the quarterback thing and the processing thing. And, there's questions about McCarthy. Can he read things quickly? I think you've even talked about that on the show. Again, I'm getting thrown off by the announcement in the background, Nick. I've got too big of ears for that. Again, where do you think, what can they do at the combine? I guess I'd even ask you, what are they going to do with half these guys working out at the combine? I mean, do you think that'll affect their Broncos' chances at all? You mentioned right there, Washington, will they trade? Well, didn't it feel like they hired Cliff Kingsbury so they could maybe trade up and make sure they get Caleb Williams and all that? How do you think some of these guys opting out is going to affect things, especially Drake May, who I think is one of the bigger unknowns because of where he played?
I think anymore, like, it's a combination of, having enough on tape that you see that would show you what these guys do, in the pocket with the processing that we talked about. It's about, getting to their pro days. It's about, kind of getting them in for visits. I don't know how much the actual throwing at the combine really flips things one way or the other. But, again, for a guy like Caleb Williams, where it's almost as if, given all the things that his father has said about, how he wants to come into the league and all the equity stuff. It's as much for the Bears. It's almost like he's interviewing them, given kind of the power that he might be trying to hold there. So That's really what the combine is about. I don't think it was a surprise to most teams from people I talked to that they weren't gonna, those top guys weren't gonna throw. It kind of seems like the other two may have, followed Williams' lead to a certain degree.
Real quick, Nick, Sean Payton to me feels like the master of subterfuge, right? The fact that everybody is talking about the Broncos and an interest in McCarthy, and I think Pelissero talked to George Payton, who just said they're meeting with McCarthy, which again is no big shock. They're also meeting, I think you talked about, they're meeting with pretty much every quarterback out there in a tweet earlier today. Does it feel to you like if they're going to be that obvious about who they like, that maybe that's not the guy they like?
Yeah, I mean, and you always have to see where it's coming from, because you mentioned it. It's not just McCarthy that they're gonna meet with, and George had a comment about McCarthy because that's sort of the one quarterback that he was asked about during his time on the podium on Tuesday morning here. So whether it's coming from the Broncos themselves or not, or that's just people connecting the dots to say, hey, like I said, he might really be the only guy left for teams like Atlanta or Tennessee or Minnesota or the Raiders if they want to come up, that kind of bucket of teams that is looking perhaps for a new quarterback. And so I think that makes a natural connection, obviously, with Sean Payton being, who he is in the league and not having a quarterback. I think it's been something of a natural connection. I don't know where they're at with their evaluation with him. I think it's fairly early still in that process in terms of what they're still trying to gather on him, getting around him, and those kind of things. But he's a guy from people I've talked to that say when teams do get around him, and especially teams that need a quarterback and just sort of start to understand the competitive side of him, he's going to do well for himself. But at the same time, you're down here today with just these edge rushers, this amount of really talented defensive linemen that that are going to be drafted in the first and second round, and it's a reminder of how much else the Broncos need as well.
Yeah, they sure do need a lot of stuff, and they need to figure out whatever they are going to be doing with Russell Wilson, which is going to be happening, once again, Nick, sooner rather than later. Talking to Nick Kosmider in Indianapolis. Nick, what are the last few items, T's to be crossed, lowercase j's to be dotted, etc., with Russell Wilson before the transaction actually goes down?
I think these are all things where it's just sort of like putting your – I'm not being reductive enough to say it's just down to kind of like a messaging thing at this, but I think that's kind of where they're at. Sean Payton mentioned that they're going to meet with ownership on Tuesday and Wednesday. A lot of that is about kind of giving them the bullet points, the highlights of what they took away from the combine, where they're headed at that point in terms of, quarterback direction, but also, that's right before free agency. So they kind of have to get aligned with what the spending plan is going to be. But that will obviously be a situation where there's also talk about the Russell Wilson thing. Obviously, this thing is all but decided, and it's going to just come down to how they're going to do it. Again, the one sort of hang up is how they take that dead money. They're not going to take it in 1 year, but there's an option in there where they can kind of choose which of these next 2 years will be the bigger slice of the pie. And so really it's those kind of things. That's kind of the housekeeping on that contract. But I would say I would assume by late next week they will have made that decision.
I want to ask you both though, because I thought about this today talking to one of my buddies. They don't have to cut it. I mean, the cap hit's the cap hit, right? And they're more worried about an injury guarantee. I mean, Nick, could they go ultimate salty with each other and just make him sit and wait for the first few waves of free agency to be done before? Because again, he's a post June 1st cut anyway. Could they just hold on to him to kind of be salty about the transaction?
But they'd have to take on the dough.
But that's the whole thing.
It's the injury guarantee?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then there you go.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. If he's on the roster March 17th, it's the $39 million for 37-39 for 2025. And so then you're ultimately ending up paying him more money than you have to. He's the money that you owe him in 2024. That's the stuff that's already guaranteed. But if he remains on the roster, then you're committing more money to him, which they obviously wouldn't want to do.
When's the league year start? Is it the 17th or is it a week? I could see them basically.
The league year never ends.
I know, but again, I could see them holding on just to be salty.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Andy. The first couple of days, whatever the case might be. But look, as much as it's gone down, and there, I wouldn't say it's gotten to full toxic levels, but it hasn't been pretty. It's been this kind of, work behind the scenes, a little bit of like almost like a polite war of words publicly, but there's some clear animosity for how things transpired on both sides. So they're ready to be, both sides I think are just ready to be done with it.
Hey, Nick, one more thing. NFLPA player survey comes out today. It's interesting because you look at the head coach grades, and boy, a lot of guys seem to really like their head coaches in the NFL, save for the Raiders. They didn't like Josh all that much, and the Raiders got a D on that list. But I think over half the league pulled A's, including the Broncos, who got an A- when it came to head coach. What did you make of that? Is Sean Payton maybe more well-liked inside the building than he is outside the building?
Yeah, I think what was interesting about that, because I was in the NFLPA meeting where they sort of, right when they unleashed those results and then had a bit of a Q&A with J.C. Treader, the president, and then also the new executive director of the PA, where they're sort of talking about it. And the coach thing is really, again, it has nothing to do with on-field performance or even necessarily how they're coaching the film room. It's about are they maximizing, are they efficient with time in the building, and are they collaborative? Do they listen? It generally is they're looked at as sort of the lead of that workplace, the work environment. And so, I wasn't, entirely surprised. Again, even though it's anonymous, I just think that there's a lot of an element of well, heck, man, if this coach who decides this and that, could somehow get wind of the fact that player X or Y or Z has issue. I always think that there's a little bit of probably some paranoia involved in some of these responses. Although, like you said, the Raiders certainly weren't worried about that part of it. And again, it's Sean Payton's first year. These survey was conducted late August through November. So. It would have been toward the beginning of the season when the Broncos were doing their losing. So I think it says something that they were probably in a funk while a lot of these guys were taking the survey, but thought enough of the way that he was going about the day to day to give him relatively high marks.
Nick Kosmider, everybody. Subscribe to The Athletic. Get his latest. It is all about the impending Russell Wilson divorce, although I have a feeling, given his time in Indianapolis, Nick's going to have quite a bit to be empty in the notebook out here in the coming days and weeks. Nick, good work as always, buddy. Thank you.
Nate, the latest is on the big boys at camp today, including Devontre Sweat, who says at 365 pounds, he's going to run a 4.440 tomorrow. So, if he does that, I'll definitely be taking notice.
I'd pay to see that.
I'm going to watch it anyway.
Yeah.
That guy's funny. I think he's even bigger than Jordan Davis. It's pretty wild.
Nick, good stuff, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right. Nick Kosmider with us, Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
You talk about the big guys running the 40. You know what I'd forgotten about? Or maybe I didn't even just process it. Remember the big dude that fell out of his running gear running the 40?
Yes.
Did you realize that was Chris Jones from KC?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I only remember it because he was on the Kelsey Brothers podcast talking about how he said he was going fast and he knew, he's like, I think something's about to slip, but he didn't want to slow down. And then he was describing feeling how the whole process played out.
You got to get that time, man. You can't mess around with that stuff. You only get to run it once. In all seriousness, would you be allowed to stop and be like, can I start over, guys? I don't know if you know this, but my genitalia is hanging out right now. Can we fix this? You remember in the Olympics when Tanya Harding started skating, and then she was like, she got all upset because wasn't there her shoelace broke or something like that on her ice skate, and so then she skated over the side and she was sobbing, and she was just like, I need to start over.
I don't.
And they just let her because they were like, listen, white trash princess, you go do your thing, okay? You aren't going to win anyway.
All I remember is Nancy Kerrigan going, why?
The whole thing was
and I
so
feel
good.
bad for her, but
It's for the kids these days that didn't get to live through that. And granted, it kind of
You're
seems
lucky.
like a bit of an innocent time. No, you're not. It was amazing. I completely dispute anything you're saying. Tanya and Nancy was one of the best things
All right.
to ever live through.
It was not. You know what I loved? Wasn't it? Who were the two guys going against each other that were supposed to be the star American track athletes?
Dan and Dave.
Dan and Dave.
Yes.
And it's all we put up with for 3 months, only for both of them to suck. Didn't one of them not even qualify for the big events?
Yeah, I think it was Dan didn't he blew it at the US
At a trial.
championships.
Yeah.
At the trials. Dave made it
and stunk.
He might have gotten like a bronze.
He did not get anything like we were promised.
Right.
It was
good hype in the commercials.
It was.
Those guys got paid.
That sucker was as good as Geraldo Rivera opening Capone's vault only to find nothing in it. As we all sat through live TV for a while.
Bit of a letdown.
What's in there?
Uh-huh.
Nothing.
Let's take a break. When we come back, Andy, I'm going to give you 4 names right here. How do the Broncos do this? Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and
Allen?
Jordan Love. How do the Broncos do that? We'll talk about that next. 5:20 this afternoon. We're giving away a pair of tickets for Nuggets Heat tomorrow night. We'll have the Nuggets and the Kings this evening. The Kangs right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, Andy, one quick note on Sacramento before we get to this quarterback thing.
Sacktown.
Nuggets are 0-3 this year against the Kings. But did you realize they did not use their primary starting five in any of those 3 games?
Yeah.
Jamal missed the first one. KCP and MPJ missed the second. And Murray and KCP were out for the third. We believe everyone's going tonight. So that's a little bit of good news, and it's just a completely different team when they got their dudes. So we know that to be the case. When the Nuggets have their primary starting five, they are 26-8 this year. When they don't, they're 13-11. So good news for this evening's matchup. But again, at 5:20, we'll tell you how to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Heat tomorrow night. All right, I give you 4 quarterback names before the break. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love. Okay?
Josh Allen.
Not all created equally, not all as equally accomplished, and yet all 4 of them franchise quarterbacks for their team currently, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
No,
okay.
yes.
We'll see about Jordan Love. It's been 1 year, but okay.
He's their franchise quarterback.
For now.
So, for now. Franchise quarterback
I
means
believe he's going to be there.
Yes.
He doesn't have the same resume as the others. Go ahead.
Yes. No, he does not. That is correct. However,
look, you're the one usually splitting the participle there or whatever.
As you will hear.
Okay. All right.
There's a reason why I put these 4 names together.
Fair enough.
Because I think they're in the same sort of category that the Broncos are going to be shopping in. And I mean it this way. None of these guys were QB1 in their draft class.
Okay.
Mahomes was not.
Just shocking, but yes.
Mitch Trubisky. Josh Allen was not. Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield were taken above him. Lamar Jackson, even more dudes, including Josh Allen, were taken.
And Josh Rosen.
Above Lamar Jackson. Jordan Love, very much not QB1 in his draft class.
Now, him I don't remember.
That was the year of Joe Burrow, Tua, and Herbert.
Pretty good class.
It's a good class. It certainly is a good class, but that was the 2020 draft, and those are the guys that all went above him. All right. All 4 of those guys, Andy.
Yep.
And people may not remember this, were flawed prospects coming into the NFL. Like all of these things that we talk when we talk about the Penixes and Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy guys, and we point out like, they got their flaws, and J.J. McCarthy, does he have the deep ball and intermediate accuracy, and does he have the touch on the ball and everything else like that? Like we were saying the same things about these guys. Okay, Jordan Love, funky mechanics, maybe lesser competition.
Concerned
in the
about
Mountain
the
West.
offense,
Smaller frame, absolutely. Those questions existed. Lamar Jackson. They literally thought he might be a wide receiver in the NFL. Josh Allen, inaccurate, makes bad decisions. Patrick Mahomes. Here's what's crazy. So I Googled this. So this is courtesy of one of the draft guru sites, WalterFootball.com. And I have Patrick Mahomes' draft profile. Okay? And yeah, the strengths are there. Excellent arm strength, cannon for an arm, serious fastball, accurate passer, has all those things. Then you get to the weaknesses, and the list is also massive. Gunslinger, can be reckless, mechanical issues, throws too many passes across the field, sales balls, will need to work to learn under center, will have to work on footwork, will need to work in an NFL huddle, will need to improve development for a pro-style offense. He ran a college offense and ran a lot of plays that he won't run in the NFL. Needs to have more checkdowns. That part of it is particularly funny because that's really what he had to be able to master. Needs to work on staying in and being comfortable in the pocket. Right now, there's not a human being on the planet that is better in the pocket than is Patrick Mahomes. But these are the kind of things that they were saying about the guy who is now the best quarterback in the world. So what worked with all of these guys to get to the place today where these guys are all franchise quarterbacks? None of them were QB1 when they got into the league, and they were all drafted by stable franchises that were completely bought into them. I can go through the list, and we can find the long list of failures in the draft, Andy, but I'm actually looking at the successes And this is what the Broncos have to be able to figure out is, okay, what can we take from what worked with these guys that turned them into franchise quarterbacks, and how can we apply that to our situation here in Denver? That's the puzzle they got to solve.
I will say this, on the plus side for Sean Payton, I believe that guy knows better what he wants from a guy than some of the previous head coaches here.
Yeah.
And some of the GMs trying to figure out, which offensive coordinator would work. See, here's the thing. With Sean Payton, here's one thing the Broncos do have going for them that plays into your analogy here, or your examples here. Sean ain't changing the offensive coordinator next year or the year after that.
Right.
He's the OC. He's here to stay. There won't be any drafting a guy, having to see if he fits your offensive coordinator's desires, which they did under both Vance Joseph and Vic Fangio, only to figure out that, they changed the guy because maybe, like, for example, I'll get very specific. Bill Musgrave was it was first Mike McCoy was brought in for Paxton Lynch because they felt like Gary Kubiak's West Coast offense and the long play calls were too long for Paxton to understand, and too long for him to spit out in the huddle, and too long for him to process. So I still specifically remember talking to people and reading articles. They brought in Mike McCoy because he had shorter play calls, and they were easier to get to, and it was a shotgun offense, and it was more like what Paxton did in college. Well, that didn't work.
Yeah. So
then they went ahead, and again, it didn't work for anybody, not just Paxton, for anybody trying to play it. So then they go to Bill Musgrave. With the Broncos now, whoever Sean picks can teach the person the offense, and that QB he knows at least he'll have the offensive coordinator as long as both he and Sean are here.
Yeah, that you walk in and you know exactly what system you were going to be in. You know exactly with Sean in place who that guy is going to be. I mean, one of the big keys here is that these dudes are all still playing for the coach that drafted them,
which is huge.
Is absolutely massive. I mean, and again, there's no one size fits all, but you can go through it and look at the list of quarterback failures over the years and just find example after example of like, oh, you got drafted into an organization that was in complete upheaval and you had to be developed. That's the thing about when you take a quarterback that is not QB1, that is not just walk in a ready-made John Elway, Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck product. You do have to develop these guys. Whoever you get, if the Broncos take a quarterback if they trade up to 8 or 9, or if they take a quarterback at 12, they're going to get somebody that is going to have to get some stuff fixed. And all of these guys did when they got to the league, but do you have the infrastructure in place to be patient with these guys and to help them fix them? Development of quarterbacks in the NFL, if we're being honest, it mostly sucks anymore. And a lot of it has to do with complete turnover. A lot of it has to do with lack of quality practice time, lack of game situations for these guys to be able to play in. So, like, what gets taken out of those situations? And to me, the biggest overriding thing here is that you had consistency with your coach, you had stability with your franchise, and you had patience with the player without just throwing him to the frickin' wolves. And if the Broncos draft J.J. McCarthy, I know nobody is going to want to hear this, but your week 1 starter has to be Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, I'm with you. I completely agree with that. You need to let Sean teach him the system and let Sean, because there's some things that's got to be. I talked to someone today who gave me some. It is amazing the different opinions about J.J. McCarthy and how things could work. You know what? I'll even borrow I talked to Mike Sanford, our buddy, last night. I asked him specifically about Drake May. I'm curious to see what his opinion is of Drake May by the time this is done. And though Mike has said on this very station that he doesn't think Drake May is going to work out too well, he did say he gives Drake a shot, and someone texted in, situation matters.
Absolutely.
He said if he can go someplace where he's not thrown to the wolves and they can't actually teach him an NFL offense, then maybe it'll work. There's still plenty that Mike has doubts about. There's still plenty about the guy. I know a lot of my football people just don't love Drake May, don't love the tape, don't love the offense. But anybody that gets a chance to be, and look, Jordan Love's more proof of it from your list right there. Frankly, most of those guys are.
Yeah.
Lamar didn't play the first year. It was Joe Flacco, right?
Mm-hmm.
Josh, I think, did have to
Josh
start.
did, but Nathan Peterman actually began the year as the starter.
Right.
Funnily
They
enough.
gave him a few games to just get it started and I guess get everybody to just be chill about it.
Yeah.
But again, the coach that's patient in the right system, that's what's going to matter. And again, a positive for Sean Payton being here is we know the offense won't change, and I do believe he knows better than any of the previous. You have to go back to Gary Kubiak for them to know what they wanted in a QB.
Guys are going to have to get better. You do have to coach them up and improve them and have the patience of those things. If you do it, like, again, it's really easy to pick all of the bombs that happen in drafts, but there are also successes, and it's harder to do, and there is no perfect approach to it. Otherwise, everybody would use it, but there is a way to get it done. To me, the biggest key right now for this team is they drafted Paxton Lynch, and the organization over the next few years was a mess. They drafted Drew Lock, and the organization, low over those years, was a mess. And I will absolutely criticize either of those players for the way that they went about it as well, but also were they put into a situation to perfectly be able to succeed? Hell no.
Justin Fields is an intriguing prospect because everybody knows all they've done is change the offense on him.
Yeah.
And they're not really sure what the guy can do.
Yeah.
Fortunately for him, like he would be a very intriguing prospect for most teams if his contract wasn't coming up.
After the break, I don't know if everybody was just on peyote last night in sports or what was going on, but it was a weird evening in the great wide world of sports, including half-court buzzer beaters, power outages, and a guy with a mullet getting dragged out of an arena by the cops. We'll have all of that for you next. Hey, it is the second hour of the show. Coming up 4:20, our buddy Brian Roth jumps aboard. Yeah, we're going to talk about the CSU Rams after they had the heartbreaking defeat. In fact, we'll get to that this very segment here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Plus, at 5:20 this afternoon, we're giving away tickets for Nuggets Heat tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We got a pair of tickets to give to you. Sold-out game, rematch of the NBA Finals. You want to be listening at 5:20 to find out how to win those tickets. Andy, we will do so via trivia question.
Of course we will.
Via the trivia.
This is a good prize, which requires some Nate Kreckman hack off half the audience trivia.
We got a good one today.
We need to, you know what? I think we need to name your trivia.
They're going to hate my guts.
So do we need to work that in?
Is that the name trivia that'll
Nate's
make you hate my guts?
Stupid trivia.
It's going to be a fun one. It's you'll like it. So we'll give you the question at 5:20. We'll announce a winner at 5:45 this afternoon on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. So make sure that you are listening to find out how to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Miami Heat tomorrow night. Okay, last night in sports, I don't know what was going on, but there was weird crap happening all over the place. Okay, let's start in the NHL, where Andy, I didn't know you could just have a power outage and then keep playing. But we learned.
You can't in the Super Bowl, but apparently in the regular season.
Because that's what went down last night in Philadelphia. The Lightning and the Flyers, first period action, and then everything just turned off. Roll it, Spring.
All kinds of different delays. This one is the longest, I would say, that I've been around for a power outage in a hockey game.
Usually the glass is always an issue at times.
Yeah. All right, they've blown the whistle. I think they're going to play as
they
is.
Are going to play, okay.
Probably checked with the goalies, I would assume. I didn't see the officials go to the goalies, though, but the goalies would be impacted the most, wouldn't you think?
Yes. I mean, you wonder. I mean, it feels like when you look down at the ice, it feels like you're almost – LA's dark like this in the stands, and then the ice is lit up. Sometimes I think MSG may be like that, so it'll be a challenge for the goalies. We'll see how they adjust, that's for sure.
All right, so back we go. Face off to the left of Sam Ersson. The lighting on the actual ice is probably as good as it was back in the 70s and 80s and most of the rinks.
Yeah.
Notice the shadows perhaps of the players a little more.
Fewer people smoking cigs in the crowd, but other than that, pretty close.
It's not this fog in the building.
So they had a transformer malfunction.
Whoops.
Last night at the Wells Fargo Center. Most of the in-arena lighting, the giant video board, and the sound system shut off. So they blew the play dead because it happened as the action was going on. The officials and arena officials got together and chatted. They talked to both of the coaches. The coaches were like, I don't know, I guess we can see well enough. And they just started playing hockey again with the power out.
I wonder, I'd be curious to know if you ever could talk to a player, did it feel any different than it did like in an arena series? Or not arena, a stadium series?
So, actually, there were players that made that comp. They said it felt like the outdoor game with both the darkness that was around them, and then they noticed that the ice started to get warmer. Apparently, the way the chillers of the ice work, they like to run two at a time. Apparently, with the generators they had, they were still able to run one of them, and they were like, well, We'll get the game done in time. The players, they did say you could feel a difference in the ice, and you could feel it getting a little bit warmer as the game went along. But yeah, they just kept going, and the Flyers got a 6-2 home win last night over the Tampa Bay Lightning.
You think the Flyers? Who was the home team?
Philly.
They were probably just like, can we just get this done?
Right.
And I'm sure Tampa's like, whatever. Let's just get out of town.
Getaway day. We want to leave.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Hey, both Torts and John Cooper were just like, screw it, we're going to go play. So that was what happened in the NHL. Now we go to the world of basketball. We'll start with one of the college stories from last night. So we got some Big 12 action going on last night, Andy.
Some big angry.
Some big angry.
A lot of big angry people there.
In the Big 12. So, Texas is at Texas Tech last night, and it's a pretty ugly rivalry, and the game gets pretty chippy. In fact, tensions boil over when Texas forward Brock Cunningham, just a big stiff of a dude, is assessed a flagrant 2 and ejected for body checking Texas Tech guard Darian Williams near the scorer's table. I mean, he popped him into the boards. It was a pretty damn big hit. Well, during the review, Texas Tech fans got a little salty up there in the stands and then just started firing bottles and other debris out onto the floor. The officials announced the ejection of Brock Cunningham and got him off the floor. Did you see the footage of him, by the way, running off and he gave the horns to the crowd there at Texas Tech? Ooh, those people were pissed.
Lubbock's a miserable place. So. There's a lot. You even go to Texas. Most Texans are trying to avoid Lubbock.
And the garbage is raining down onto the floor, so much so that Texas Tech has assessed a technical foul, and then their head coach, Grant McCasland, has to go get on the mic and go dad mode on his own fans. Here we go.
They may give it a second one for throwing debris on the floor.
And Rodney Terry's holding up 2 fingers like this is the second time it's happened. And here comes another water bottle.
I think Grant McCasland.
And even more.
This is not good.
Things are getting out of control.
Yeah, this is not good. If I'm Grant McCasland, I get on the microphone right now.
And the entirety of the Texas bench is near midcourt.
Listen. Hey, right here. Everybody listen. Everything that gets thrown on the floor, we're going to get a technical foul. Listen to me. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. Nothing else on the floor. Am I clear?
It's got to stop. Am I clear?
He goes full Sam Weish. Who's your favorite coach yelling at the crowd moment? Remember when Sam Weish was yelling about snowballs? You don't live in Cleveland, you live in Cincinnati. Didn't some other basketball coach have to do this?
I mean, my personal favorite, it wasn't directly to the fans, was Lee Elia ranting about the unemployed losers that came out to boo his baseball team at Wrigley Field.
That. And then we got the video. Were you going to talk about the video?
So the best part of it was they did eject a fan.
Yeah.
Okay?
He had a few, or maybe he's just angry. Again, it's Lubbock.
Either way, the one guy, and, in the postgame, McCasland said it, even Rodney Terry said it, the Texas coach, he was just like, it was a few idiots, okay? For the most part, people were just being sports fans. It was just a few idiots. But the one idiot that they got, dude with a blonde mullet who, Andy, he was straight up just getting carried out by 6 cops.
Yeah, he was handcuffed and still fighting people, still yelling.
We've got the
There's
footage.
Like 6 guys as if he's in a casket without the casket, carrying him up to the top of the arena.
They were like pallbearers, and this dude with a mullet is just still screaming at the Longhorns. He literally has a police officer holding each of his 4 limbs, taking him out of the building. Oh my God,
and he's
stupidity.
Still just in full rage.
He's so pissed,
dude. You got to calm it down, bro.
I was waiting for him to yell, "Don't tase me, bro."
Yeah,
My God. Somebody needed to tase that guy. So that happened last night. Again,
here it comes. It's coming on Twitch. Here it comes.
Then we had the coach having to, again, yell at the fans and tell them to stop doing this.
And that doesn't look comfortable. Like, wouldn't you just simply chill out, judging by the position your arms are in?
It wouldn't, yeah. Miserable time. That guy, I got to give it to him. He had that dog in him. His heart was in it all the way.
You're committed. And you're going to be committed.
NBA last night. Cleveland and Dallas. Last night in the NBA. PJ Washington bucket. Cavs inbounding. Max Strus. Let's roll it first, Spring. Let's get some Cavs TV. Let's listen to people having fun with the whole thing.
You can't have anybody get an easy shot. Kleber has that tip by Mobley, but Doncic gets it back. Doncic dumps inside Washington, puts it in. 2 seconds left. The Cavs are out of timeouts. They have to go 94 feet. Strus from midcourt. Oh! Do you believe this? goodness. Max Strus from midcourt has won it for the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers called up heaven for a prayer and is answered by Supermax.
Yes.
Matt,
so that's the fun.
That's the fun.
I love this one more.
Now let's get to, we always love the loser call. Here we go. Mavericks TV of the Max Strus 59-foot buzzer beater.
Kleba will take the ball out of bounds.
I love this guy.
Love it a lot more if they make a shot here. Deflection! And Luka comes away with it. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, underneath. Washington, 2.6 to go. They're out of timeouts. Dallas leads by 1. Mobley, Strus, a heave. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Max Strus, I don't believe it!
They got to review it.
Max Strus hit it from 60 feet. Absolute heartbreak sitting.
I love color analyst guy. They got to review it.
Yeah.
He got it off,
No,
dude.
they don't, bro. That sucker was in. That sucker hit its arch before the red light on the backboard went off.
How about Max Strus last seen going 0 for 10 against the Nuggets in Game 1 of the NBA Finals, and yet that thing was nothing but net from 59.
Hey, we had a sequence where he kept him in the game at the end. Boy, he hit like 4 or 5 threes to pretty much get him back in that sucker. That play-by-play, what is going on? At one point is what he yells after one of them. They're just beside themselves.
Unbelievable finish last night. Max Strus from 59 feet.
It's so much better when the Backstreet Boy's not doing against the Nuggets.
It really is.
Wasn't he our Backstreet Boy last year from the Heat?
Yeah, he got us in Game 2. He hit a bunch of threes in Game 2.
That guy.
Old Max Strus right there. Yep, Joey Fatone hits from 59 feet last night. Okay, one more half-court heave.
Are you going to do this to them?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Let's start with Spring, our buddy Brian Roth on the call, because CSU really struggling at home all night last night against Nevada, and yet they clawed their way back in it in a whistle-heavy, ugly, heinous, just dumpster fire of a basketball game. But Isaiah Stevens, for a second there, we thought he was going to be the hero.
All right, Lucas on the line for 2. First one is up. Missed it! Rams are alive. The heartbeat remains.
What's Alford going to do here? Is he going to foul if you go up 3? I'm trying to see if he's telling this guy something.
One more coming for Lucas, trying to make it a 3-point game. Airborne. Missed it! 8 seconds to go. Rams have it in the forecourt. Stevens drives right. Pull up 2. Yes, sir! We are tied at 74 with 2.2 seconds to go. Timeout, Nevada. And the Wolfpack will have one final chance here to win it in regulation. But Isaiah Stevens, the 15-foot jumper to tie it up.
Oh, Moby was electric.
Alive.
They came all the way back. They tied it up. They're going to overtime. There's no way Nevada's winning this thing on the road in OT. The only problem is they didn't go to OT. Let's, as always, we start winner call and then loser call. Winner call, my buddy John Ramey, the voice of the Nevada Wolfpack, on the call. Here we go. It was joy in Reno last night. Spring?
2 5/10 remaining in regulation. 74-74 tie. Nevada at Colorado State. Foster moves laterally. Comes to Lucas at 3/4 court. Lucas at half court. Lucas at the horn. He got it! Lucas puts it in for the win!
And then does a victory lap.
Stunned silence at Moby. Jared Lucas beats the horn and vanquishes the Rams. 77-74.
That right there is how I felt when the Leafs put the goal in against the Avs Sunday night or Saturday night or whatever it was.
He dropped a vanquishes.
Vanquished.
Vanquished.
That is a good word. Yeah.
My buddy John
Vanquished.
Ramey is a wordsmith right there. Okay. As always, loser call is second. Our buddy Brian Roth.
Oh, no.
On the call.
Is he going to answer the phone when we
On
call?
Learfield. This one, by the way, is Chef's Kiss loser call. Here we go.
Tied up at 74. One last chance here for Nevada. 2.5 seconds to go. Length to the floor. Inbounds to Lucas. Drives to the half-court line. Heaves it up with a buzzer. Good. He banked it in from half-court. Nevada wins it on a half-court shot from Jared Lucas, who had just missed 3 of 4 from the foul line. Inconceivable.
Oh, now I can't wait to talk to Roth. You can hear the quelled anger in the call. He wanted to go, are you bleeping kidding me with that? Guy can't hit a free throw, but he's going to cash that?
A dude. When you're the radio guy, your job is to capture the sentiment inside the arena. I don't know if it could have been done better than what Roth did right there.
You know what always makes me laugh? Connors isn't quite as salty as Mosier's, but I like the goal.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Just beyond annoyed. Goal.
He banked it in.
So he doesn't yell an F-bomb. Goal.
And he went full Princess Bride. Inconceivable. Our buddy Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams, he will join us after the break. We got to talk about how Colorado State is going to get this thing turned around. Currently on a 3-game losing streak, taking a knife in the heart last night. That's coming up next.
Tied up at 74. One last chance here for Nevada. 2.5 seconds to go. Length of the floor. Inbounds to Lucas. Drives to the half-court line. Heaves it up with a buzzer. Good. He banked it in from half-court. Nevada wins it on a half-court shot from Jared Lucas, who had just missed 3 of 4 from the foul line. Inconceivable.
And yet it somehow happened. 77-74 the final last night at Moby. Rammies lose to Nevada, third loss in a row. Back at it, coming up this weekend against Wyoming, and then they'll get a week off before they finish up at Clune Arena against Air Force, and then it's the Mountain West tournament, but a brutal loss for the CSU Rams. You know, normally we go and get the guest after the big win, but we can't ignore what happened last night in Fort Collins and Jared Lucas hitting a 52-footer to win that game. Joining us right now, the voice of the Colorado State Rams for Learfield, our buddy Brian Roth. Hi, Brian.
Nate, thanks for getting me after a big loss. I appreciate it.
It's the Kreckman experience there, Brian. Yeah. Hey, Brian, real quick, I want to ask you, because I had, just listening to your voice get slowly angrier and angrier as you describe the shot at the end, as you properly should do. Was that the hardest one of the year? I had a game against San Diego for the Mammoth a couple years ago, where the guy I hated the most on the Seals, and I mean, I hated, and we got to do a neutral broadcast. I had to act excited that this guy somehow sent the series back to San Diego, and I just kind of related to the anger that was growing in your voice.
Disgust. Yeah, absolutely. It's well, that's one of the good things about being a play-by-play guy for an actual team, is because you're allowed to get those emotions out there and stuff. And I've done plenty of TV games and national radio calls where you play it right down the middle, and those kind of feelings and emotions don't come out. But yeah, I know for sure, because look, Colorado State was scratching and clawing the whole way back in the second half, and they finally looked to be a game-tying shot that was going to send us into overtime, in which, as a home team and a 7.5-point favorite and a team that has just come back, you feel good about your chances in OT, and you're thinking, man, we're going to steal one tonight. And obviously that's not what happened. And it's shock and disgust and anger and depression all wadded up into a ball, man.
I mean, Brian, I would ask you, take us inside the moment, but we literally heard the moment. We were as inside the moment as you can get. So that game in and of itself, everyone's talking about the Jared Lucas buzzer beater to win it, but Isaiah Stevens hits a great shot to get that game tied up. Nevada calls timeout. The second half of that game sucked, okay? 34 fouls were called in the second half of that game. It was absolutely atrocious. Just the game flow was terrible. Both teams were in the double bonus. I think at the 12 or 13 minute mark of the second half. The game had no flow at all. And you're right, CSU did claw itself back in. But given the way it ended, the fact that you didn't get to celebrate any kind of comeback, and just the part where the officials made that thing unwatchable, how tough was that thing last night?
Yeah, no fun. And I've been doing college basketball for a long time, and I just hate when the whistles are coming fast and furious. And they were inconsistent last night too, because you'd get just little bumps out front, 50 feet away from the basket that have no bearing on the play. That the game is better when you let those things go, but they're calling those. And then you come down the next time down the floor, somebody just gets hammered and it goes uncalled. And I think both coaches were getting frustrated, and then I think the officials just said, well, look, if we call everything, we're not going to make anybody mad because we're giving the coaches what they want. But then it just kind of, the referees were kind of reaping what they had sown earlier in the contest. But, one of the things that, as I mentioned in the highlight there, though, why the whole thing was so inconceivable, Colorado State was down by 2 with 8 seconds to go, and Jared Lucas, who's a 91% free throw shooter, steps to the line. The dude had only missed 12 free throws in 148 attempts all season long, and he missed 2 just to get him to that point. So everything put together in that second half, the fouls, the intensity of the game, Lucas flopping all over the place. I mean, he's not a fun player to watch when he does that. And then to see him miss the 2 free throws, the crowd was on him. Then he hits the 3, and man, he let the crowd have it right back. He peacocked and clowned the entire crowd. He did a whole lap around the arena instead of celebrating with his teammates. His teammates were chasing him around the arena as he went and doing jersey flashes to the fans. So yeah, it had it all last night for sure.
Brian, I'm curious, how bad does this team need to get to the tournament? I mean, it's been a little bit of an up and down roller coaster for you guys, right? But you know they're a good team. You know you're getting to the tournament. Do you think do they just need to get to the point where they're just locked in because they know all these things are big now? Or where do you think the mental state of this team is at?
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is you've got to win games, and this is a Colorado State team that, as Nate said, has lost 3 straight, and they've lost 4 of 5. But, Colorado State also, and let's say this, the Mountain West is really, really good. And you look at, teams in the top 50 of the net, the Mountain West has 6, and I think only the Big 12 and I think the SEC maybe are the only 2 other conferences that have that. So the conference is really good. But CSU put together the best non-conference resume of any Mountain West Conference team. And right now, thank goodness they did, because they're still squarely in the tournament. Now, that's really disappointing that, back on January 2nd when the Rams opened up conference play against New Mexico, CSU was ranked 13th in the nation. And you're thinking conference championship. And you're thinking, gosh, could the Rams play themselves into a 4 or a 3 seed throughout the course of conference play? And now here they're sitting at 8-8, and the conference championship hopes are long gone. But because of what they did in the non-conference, and because they really haven't taken any bad losses, save for the Wyoming game back in January in conference play, they've only lost to the top teams. Their metrics are still very, very good. And again, that's a tribute to the Mountain West Conference, the fact that CSU at 8-8, they have 8 losses in conference play, yet they're still firmly in on that 7 line as we sit here today in the NCAA tournament projections.
Yeah, it's funny. We do bubble talk at this kind of time of the year. It's not really what this conversation is about right now. CSU, they beat Creighton, they beat CU, they beat Washington in conference. They've beaten New Mexico. They've beaten San Diego State, like they've beaten Boise, they've beaten Utah State, they've beaten the top of this conference. They put themselves in position. They're going to be a tournament team. We know that that's going to be the case. But Brian, I can't bring you on and talk to you about the Rammies without having to ask you about what probably every CSU fan was doing on the bar stool last night, debating the most painful loss of the year. Wyoming and Laramie, New Mexico at the Pit, or last night, the Jared Lucas buzzer beater.
Yeah, all 3 painful, and if all 3 go the other way, Colorado State could be on a 5 seed line now, right? All painful. But the Wyoming one is still at the very top, followed closely by the one last night, and of course the one at the Pit last week when you have a lead with 7 seconds to go and you give up a full court, drive and layup to lose. That's painful as well. But the Wyoming game, look, Wyoming's not very good. The metrics tell us that. Their record tells us that. But that's a rivalry. And Colorado State up by 11, under a minute to go, up at the AA and Laramie in a quad 3 game against your rival, who essentially that's their Super Bowl, and to watch their students storm the court, and that's the most painful one still to the state, because you look at all the metrics. Colorado State, they have one quad 3 loss. And it came to Wyoming without that loss, without that blown lead at the end of the game in the final 50 seconds. CSU literally does not have a bad loss on their resume. So that one's at the top. But, man, you get beat by a half quarter on your home court in a big, quad 1, quad 2 game. That's painful, too. Let's not even start talking about football either, gentlemen.
Hey,
let's leave that out of the conversation until July.
Brian,
okay?
real quick, we do have some of your fan base going in absolute panic mode on our text line and on Twitch. What would you say to them? Is there reason to be worried? And again, their main worry is, one and done in the tournament. What would you say to them?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's plenty of reason to be worried that this team hasn't lived up to the non-conference slate that those non-conference expectations set. Maybe the expectations were too high. But, yeah, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is March is coming in a couple of days, and Colorado State has lost 4 of their last 5 games. So there is a little concern there. But, you know, I think we saw it last year with UConn. UConn had a horrendous stretch in February last year. They turned it around, went on to win the national championship. I'm not saying the Rams are going to make a run to a national championship, but what I am saying is Colorado State has been right there. To go and win at the Pit's not easy to do. CSU literally was 2 seconds away from doing that. Winning in the Mountain West against the top teams, not easy to do, but Rams are right there. They just got to find a way to pull some of these wins out. And listen, you can easily turn this around, win your final 2 games of the regular season, get into the Mountain West Conference tournament, make a run there, start playing really good basketball in the right time of the season. So is there reason to be disappointed, frustrated by the way the conference season has gone? Absolutely. The team and the coaching staff are disappointed and frustrated, but that doesn't mean that this still isn't a good team that can all of a sudden find their stride when it matters most in the coming weeks.
Our buddy Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams, will be back on the call Saturday, 2 o'clock in Fort Collins. Border war. Rammies getting their revenge on Wyoming, hopefully, this week. Brian, good stuff, buddy. Thank you, and thanks for coming on the show and talking to us on a difficult day in Fort Collins.
That's right. Well, if the Rams lose at home to Wyoming on Saturday, then it's time to go into panic mode for Ram Nation. But anytime, gents.
There we go. We're gonna get it turned around for CSU. That's what we're doing.
You can call them again after that if they go into panic mode.
Yeah.
No, real quick. Will we ever see a Sweet 16 team in the state of Colorado?
Yes, we will.
How soon?
Yes, we will.
Which school?
It might be the CSU team.
Okay. So you don't have the same panic that some do.
No, this team's good. This people throw arrows at me all you want. Okay,
I'm not. I'm asking.
I think this team is good and unlucky.
Okay.
Last night's unlucky.
Proves it.
Okay,
Guy that missed 3 or 4 free throws, banks one from half court.
Exactly. That's just stupid. Okay. Their next 2 are Wyoming and Air Force. They'll have to play a first-round game of the Mountain West tournament. They'll get either like an Air Force or a San Jose State. They'll blast those dudes. If they win out the rest of the regular season, which you should, you're playing teams that you're better than. Win a couple of games in Vegas at the Mountain West tournament. Like as of today, don't forget this. Lenardi has them on the 7 seed. Jerry Palm has CSU on the 6 line in the NCAA tournament. Like they're entrenched now. If they mess around and lose the next 2 games, like then it's going to become a conversation. I don't believe they're going to do that. I think this is a really good team. It is a veteran-laden team. This Colorado State thing, they're impressive. Buffs right now, as of today, Lenardi has them out. Jerry Palm has them in, I believe, as a 9 seed. They've got Cal tonight. They got Stanford on Sunday. Have to take care of business, win both of those games. They played really well the other night against Utah. Look, CU's got 3 NBA players on their team.
But they're hurt. I talked to Johnson.
They're
today.
banged up.
He said they got to win out at home, but the injuries are becoming a concern.
They're a banged up team, but again, they have 3 NBA dudes, meaning like if those 3 dudes all go play to potential in a one-off matchup in the NCAA tournament, they can rip off a victory. Now, CU's got to improve the resume a little bit, and the Pac-12 ain't helping them. But yeah, that's right now. Like, first off, I'm going to be optimistic about the entire thing because I do believe we have good coaches here with our programs on the Front Range. But also, like, CSU's fine. CSU's fine. Buffs have work to do.
How much did Roth enjoy saying Wyoming sucks? You know, he liked that. He had fun with that.
Yes, he did.
But you said they have to play Wyoming this weekend?
They play them on Saturday. That's still the worst loss.
That better not come back to bite.
You're up 11 under a minute to go and you lose.
Yeah, our guy Lovelander's saying the exact same thing.
That's not okay. That's not okay. It's Kreckman at Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, we haven't checked in on Chiefsaholic in a while.
Oh, God, this is great.
We probably should because I don't think things are going to go well for him. That's next. Hey, make sure you listen in at 5:20. We'll tell you how you can win a pair of tickets for Nuggets and Heat tomorrow night right here in Denver at Ball Arena. We're giving away tickets on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll, of course, have the game for you. Tonight, Nuggets will take on the Sacramento Kings. Much more on that matchup coming up today here on the show as well. But right now, Andy, we've everything's been, going well for the Chiefs. Parade's notwithstanding. But winning a Super Bowl and Taylor Swift and, yeah, good for you guys. Let's not forget Chiefsaholic in all of this.
Our guy.
That's right.
Not really our guy. Hopefully he's nobody's guy. By now he's got a record.
So Chiefsaholic, a.k.a. Xavier Babudar, was the dude that dressed up as a wolf.
The wolf.
At Chiefs games.
In Chiefs clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Hi-oh.
Yes. And today he officially
Listen,
pleaded.
Z-boards, you're not going to give me one little thing for Wolves and Chiefs clothing. Well, let's cruise right by that, but we'll bring up Z-boards 2 days in a row. Go ahead. Dad joke?
See, that's Andy.
Thank you, Spring.
If you don't,
that's all it deserves.
If you don't pat your own back, nobody's going to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So Chiefsaholic pleads guilty today in federal court to charges related to a string of bank robberies in 7 states. He could face up to 50 years in prison. Yeah, he admitted to stealing more than $800,000 from bank robberies throughout the Midwest in recent years and then using the stolen money to place bets on Chiefs games. The 29-year-old pled guilty to 1 count of money laundering, 1 count of transporting stolen property across state lines, and 1 count of bank robbery. Xavier Babudar, a.k.a. Chiefsaholic, faces a prison sentence of up to 50 years without parole. His sentencing is scheduled for July 10th. As a part of the deal that he made today, reduced the amount of charges officially against him and perhaps made his sentencing a little bit lighter, but as we talked about, could still be up to 50 years. He must pay $532,675 in restitution to the victim financial institutions. He has to forfeit any property he obtained through money laundering, which includes, Andy, an autographed painting of Patrick Mahomes that he purchased at an auction.
It's like the Kramer,
right?
But it's autographed.
And it's Mahomes.
So who gets the painting?
I don't know.
Go back to the artist?
Do they give it to Mahomes? How does that work?
I think he's probably
he's probably
good.
like, I'm good.
It was up for auction for a reason.
I'm all right. So today, outside of the federal courthouse, his attorney, Matthew Merriman, talked to reporters about the plea deal that Chiefsaholic agreed to today as a result of pleading guilty. I don't know what this guy charges.
This guy reminds me of the lawyer in Sleepers that they have to, Dustin Hoffman, who they have to sober up long enough to get through a trial they're going to throw.
This guy honestly feels like if Michael Scott was a lawyer. Here we go. This is Chiefsaholic's lawyer today on the steps of the federal courthouse.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing. But today, Xavier stepped into the pressure. He took responsibility for his actions. He stood up in court, humble and repentant, and admitted what he had done. Now, if I know anything about Xavier, and if the Chiefs Kingdom knows anything about Chiefsaholic, we know that he doesn't give up. We know that if he stumbled and he fell, he didn't let his knee touch the ground. And that's because he's capable of doing a great thing. And he knows that there's still hope. We still have a lot of work to do on his case, but Xavier wants everyone to know that he loves the Chiefs Kingdom, he loves Kansas City, and he hopes that you'll rally to his support. Thank you and God bless.
Hey, thanks for the God bless.
Don't you think arrested Chiefs Kingdom is like, nah, we're good.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Like, no.
We're set.
Yeah, we're cool, fella.
No, we're all right. You go. Good luck with all that.
Yeah, he could still do a great thing. What? What?
Andy, he stepped into the pressure.
Sure. He made sure his knee didn't touch the ground.
Pretty sure when you step into the pressure, that's when the brain damage happens, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he stepped into the pressure the way that Trevor Siemian did as Melvin Ingram was coming unblocked against the Chargers in 2017.
His spine has been severed by federal prosecutors.
We almost needed to put that up because you need to look at the guy, too. It really is funny. You're like, where did is this his first case? Where did we find this lawyer?
Affordable.
Yeah.
It's like,
hey, I'm going to come out here even though we've done a plea deal.
It's like when you go down to the dental school to get the cheap dentistry, you know?
Yeah.
You just, you pay some 21-year-old $10 to put a drill in your mouth or whatever. That's the kind of lawyer that this dude got.
Yeah.
I'm actually a first semester law student, and it's not going well so far. I'm thinking of going back to my job at Starbucks, but I will take
So I got a question. Did the plea deal come before or after this presser? Did Chief Saholic hear the presser and was like, hey, get the DA, I'll take the plea. I'll take the plea. Never mind with that guy. Just give me the plea deal.
I don't think this is a good idea. Mm-hmm. Good luck, Chief Saholic.
We got a lot of work to do. You already pled out. What is there to do? Pick a new suit for the day? Chiefs Kingdom, he wants you to know, Chiefs Kingdom ain't listening.
No, they probably are. They're just having a good laugh over
what
it
part
exactly
of
like
Chiefs
we
Kingdom
are.
is worried about this? Seriously. Didn't you have the friend like Red Rider 88 or something we had the story about years ago? Remember that guy?
There's got to be.
Didn't he get in a fight with Chief Saholic?
Andy, here's the thing about football fan bases, though, is that somewhere there is still some guy that is just like, we should have never cut Alex Smith.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'd have won 6 Super Bowls in the last 6 years if we would have never gotten rid of Alex Smith. That guy's worried about Chief Saholic. That's the guy. There's one in every fan base. Somebody out there. There's one Chiefs fan that's like, not really sold on this Mahomes guy.
Yeah.
I don't know about
Mahomes,
this dude.
I don't need him. We'd have won without him. Why is he getting all the credit? Hey, did the guy, did he go to the Wikipedia of football cliches to fill his speech up? Hey, I need some football cliches. Can I get my intern on that?
The government is blitzing. He's under pressure, and he must sidestep the pressure that is coming his way.
We have a few people wanting to sue Chief Saholic guy's lawyer for what they just heard.
Speaking of the Chiefs, real quickly, and I know he's on the Miami Dolphins now, but he probably has to work his way into this segment. Have you seen the lawsuit that Tyreek Hill is facing right now?
I have.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
How did this happen? What camp was this that this took place at?
Oh, it wasn't a camp.
I thought it was a camp
where
she
okay, here's the story. Okay? A social media influencer is suing Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill for, quote, violently charging at her during a friendly football lesson, according to the Miami Herald. According to the lawsuit filed in Broward County, Florida Circuit Court, Hill is alleged to have broken Sophie Hall's leg last summer while the two participated in football drills at Hill's residence.
Okay, I thought this was a camp. I guess not. It was a football lesson?
It is connected to a camp because the social media influencer / it should be noted, plus-size model. And she's a very lovely-looking woman.
Yes, yeah.
She signed her son, her 10-year-old son, up for Tyreek Hill's football camp. Tyreek Hill then slid into her DMs.
Sure.
And at one point, I believe, even offered up, according to screenshots that she had put out, he offered up that he would make a wonderful stepdad.
Doesn't he have 3 babies working with 3 women already? What's one more?
Well, he's experienced,
Sure.
apparently.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's got time.
So, according to the lawsuit, the social media influencer caused Tyreek Hill during a private football lesson to be pushed backwards during one of the drills, which then caused laughter from the witnesses that were present, including members of Hill's family. The incident allegedly angered Hill shortly after. During one of the plays, Hill, quote, violently and with great force charged into the woman per court documents.
Cool.
So she is alleging that Tyreek Hill decleated her. During a Tampa 10 interview, Hall described herself as 6'1", 250. So she definitely had a size advantage on Tyreek Hill, listed at 5'10" and $191. Last July, Hill reached a settlement to resolve a June incident in which he was accused of striking an employee at a Miami marina. So that's just the latest with Tyreek Hill. Again, plus-size model, trying to send her son to Tyreek Hill's football camp. Hill slides into her DMs, invites her over, says we'll play some football. She holds her own. Tyreek Hill takes her out.
Why was everybody there then? What kind of,
I think
it
everyone's...
sounds like you wanted to play some tackle football, all right. Why didn't you just arrange that on your own?
I think everyone's just around in Tyreek Hill's life.
Yeah, that was just it. Like, what gathering? We having a picnic? What were we doing?
Well, he has a football practice field at his residence in Florida.
Who doesn't?
So, yes. I think he was hoping to play some two-hand touch and then some full-body touch afterwards. It didn't necessarily work out.
He was hoping to reenact the scene from Kingpin with Bill Murray, where he starts calling out signals and identifying the defense.
So that's the latest with Tyreek Hill right there.
Good to see.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that is your Rockhead of the day, presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Hey, we're thrilled to be with you here on a Wednesday afternoon, 5 o'clock hour, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz right here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Before we get to the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, you want to be listening in to 20 minutes after 5 o'clock because we are going to tell you what you have to do to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Heat tomorrow night at 8 o'clock at Ball Arena. That's right, sold-out rematch NBA Finals, Nuggets-Heat tomorrow night. You could be there. Coming up at 5:20, we'll tell you how to win. It will be a text contest. It will be a trivia question. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to have to earn this one.
It's Nate's Jerk Store Trivia.
Yep. NBA Finals rematch. No layups, folks. Nope, I'm sorry. Max Strus sitting it from 59 feet. That's what we need.
That's your range.
Out of you. Coming up here at 5:20, we'll tell you how to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Heat tomorrow night. Right now, it's time for football news. Mark Springer, let's go.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. And we have results from this NFL season's Players Survey, and the two-time defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs were the second lowest graded team in the NFL, ahead of only the Washington Commanders. More than 1,700 players, up about 400 players from last year, participated in the survey between August and November. The top two teams in the NFL, number one was the Dolphins, number two was the Vikings. Last year, the Vikings were 1 and the Dolphins were 2. What seemed to hurt the Chiefs was their facilities.
Yeah, probably also Chiefsaholic. I'm sure that didn't help their situation.
There were a lot of facility complaints on the thing.
Really were.
So nobody really complained about their head coach. They all just decided to say the facilities suck.
No, for the most part, head coaches generally graded pretty well. Minnesota, Detroit, Kansas City were all at the top, A+, A+, A+. So O'Connell, Dan Campbell, and Andy Reid are apparently the coolest coaches in the NFL. After that, Mike McDaniel from Miami did quite well for himself. Nick Sirianni did well. I think they did this back when Big Dom was still around, so I think that makes a little bit of a difference. Buffalo got an A on this. The players, willing to overlook using the 9/11 hijackers as inspirations. The Niners did very well. The Broncos got an A- on head coach. Sean Payton pulled himself an A-. The teams that graded low, and I'm saying B- or lower when it came to head coach, New Orleans and Dennis Allen, apparently not too popular. Cleveland and Stefanski. Belichick in New England got a B-. Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay got a B-. Old Art Smith with the Atlanta Falcons, he pulled a C+, Andy. Ron Rivera in Washington got a C, and Josh McDaniels got a D.
It was interesting because we talked to Nick Kosmider about the grading, and he said even though it's anonymous, players like all of us, I think we're all, when we take something at work, you're like, all right, I'm not giving you totally the real answer here.
Mm-hmm.
It is funny, the three lowest are the guys out of a job. Ron Rivera's gone, Arthur Smith is gone, Josh McDaniels obviously gone.
By the way, for ownership, it should be noted, Pittsburgh, Arizona, and Kansas City actually graded out the lowest. In fact, Kansas City's owners, the Hunt family, a.k.a. the Children of the Corn, they pulled an F-.
That's pretty low.
I can't do any
Was there
worse.
further insight as to why?
Nope.
It's just their refusal to upgrade the facilities. Yes.
So it all goes back to
Yes.
that. There
Facilities.
you go. All right.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
They did quite badly across the board.
The Broncos' facilities were graded poorly. I think it was their lowest score on the table, but
they're fixing them.
The ownership got their highest grade because they're literally they're not tearing it all down, but they're going to completely rebuild the complex.
Yeah, they're fixing it. And they're gajillionaires, so I'm
No
sure
big deal.
that everybody does like them. Absolutely. So, Also, Rams ownership. Top-notch, best in the biz. Spring.
High five. A++. Speaking of the Washington Commanders, who graded the lowest in the players' survey, FedEx Field will no longer be called FedEx Field. FedEx has decided to opt out of its agreement to pay about $7.5 million a year to have the Commanders Stadium called FedEx Field. The Washington Post reports that the decision by FedEx took the Commanders by surprise.
Wasn't the old CEO of FedEx, a.k.a. Arthur Smith's dad, suing the organization, or was he just suing Dan Snyder?
He was suing Dan Snyder.
Either way, it's awkward.
But he got conned out of money, and now his son gets fired in the league, so maybe they're just tired of being in business with the NFL. I don't know.
Well, he's got a gig with the Pittsburgh Steelers these days. Old Art Smith's going to be okay.
But he's not a head coach.
No, he's not.
New York Jets GM Joe Douglas said today that he has given Zach Wilson the green light, permission to seek a trade.
Do the Broncos look into this? Wasn't Sean Payton talking about him a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, they'll look into this.
It was during Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, they
talking
will,
about the high grades and this and that.
They will absolutely look into this.
What are you giving up, though?
I don't think they'll do it, but I think they'll look into it. 8th rounder,
6th. Go back to 1984. You can have my 10th rounder.
What was that pick they used for Mecklenburg?
Yeah, 11th.
Whatever that one
12,
was.
I think he was 12.
Yes, one of those. Sure. Yeah, just see if they'll go for it. Who knows?
How
Have
about
a
a
good
12th
laugh.
rounder?
Yeah, I'm not giving up.
Do
anything.
one of these. I'll give you the second in the NBA draft.
In all seriousness, with Zach Wilson, okay, he is a guy that I think if he could get in the right situation, get the right, attention, build his confidence, back up, all those kind of things. Like, who Zach Wilson would have to go play for? And he would be a backup. He's got to go play for Mike McDaniel. He's got to go and play for somebody that's going to find the cut up. Like, remember how, he found the cut up of the 800 good plays from Tua? So with Zach Wilson, he'll find like the 7 plays where Zach Wilson didn't look awful in the NFL, and he'll show them to him and maybe build the guy back up. This place would not be a good place for Zach Wilson right now.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you at all. And secondly, if you're an NFL team, don't you just wait for the release?
Yeah.
Like George Payton said yesterday, I've got no calls about Russ because we all know you're letting him go.
Again,
you don't know when, but
you should absolutely look into Zach Wilson. If there's something you discover where you're like, there's a spark of inspiration that we could save this guy, sure.
If you're another team, but Nate, we
don't.
talked about the processing. The hardest thing to judge is processing. Hasn't Zach Wilson shown you he's not processing?
Yeah, he literally can't. That guy needs to get away from Aaron Rodgers, that's for sure.
High five. We have updated odds for who Justin Fields' team will be this upcoming season. And as I look at these on DraftKings, I will note that for Russell Wilson, the favorite is still the Steelers at minus 225. Movement over the course of the day for Justin Fields. The Falcons continue to gain steam. They were minus 225 earlier today. They are up to minus 300 for Justin Fields. Bears plus 275. Steelers plus 380. Raiders plus 800. Patriots plus 1,500. Broncos plus 2,500.
Hey, they made the list right there. Seth Walder of ESPN put out his predictions yesterday. He had Justin Fields in Pittsburgh. He had Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, and he had Russell Wilson in Minnesota with Bo Nix. That was sort of his prediction for what could go right there. I don't know, guys. The wheel's going to spin.
Well, real quick on Justin Fields, there was a TikTok that got out, hit social media. He was dancing in something in the kitchen, and they could be heard in the background, "You ready to go home?" as they're all kind of celebrating home as Atlanta.
Sure, absolutely. Which, I don't know, maybe he's taking a trip home. Who knows?
Yeah, sure.
High five. And finally, new Patriots head coach Gerard Mayo talking to the media today. And he was asked, as it certainly seems like he's more chill than Bill Belichick, if that's a point of emphasis for him and his staff to be a little different from Bill's staff. Here's Gerard Mayo.
Look, it's going to be different, but at the same time, I would say, look, Bill did a great job for a long period of time. I don't want you guys to take this as because we're changing as shots toward the previous regime. And saying that we will do it differently and it'll feel different. But at the end of the day, we would like to replicate the success that the prior regime has had. And so I learned a lot from Bill and also his staff. but now we'll see what this chapter looks like in the franchise.
Have you connected with him at all since you took the job?
That's more of a personal question. Like once again, I would say that I've learned a lot from Bill on the field and also in the classroom and how to be a professional. So I'll keep that. You ask him that question.
Wow.
That's an awkward thing, Andy, to sort of present this as the narrative of like, oh, you're doing away with everything that Belichick did in his time there. Jerod Mayo he's going to be a very different football coach than Bill Belichick is. Like, no disrespect to Jerod Mayo. He is not going to be the X and O's robot that Bill Belichick is. However, I promise you, Jerod Mayo, longtime beloved NFL player, is going to be better with his guys, better with relationships, better in the room. He needs to build his strengths off of that, and that can be his foundation of success versus Belichick, who was just smartest football guy alive.
Well, and that final question is weird. You just took the guy's job. Why would I get together with him? By the way, how long has Jerod Mayo worked for Bill Belichick? I don't need to get together with him.
Right.
I saw how he did things. I've been around here for 3 or 4 years
I
or
played
whatever.
for him. I coached with him.
Come on. Yeah, I'm well aware how it was done.
Yeah,
I don't need to get together with the man.
It's really easy, I think, to set that up as like a binary or a rivalry or anything else that's going to go on right there. And yes, that's what happens when you replace a legend and when you replace a legend with a guy that worked with him. But if you're Jerod Mayo, you can't worry about any of that kind of crap.
And if Robert Kraft wouldn't have kept the same way, he wouldn't have gotten rid of Belichick.
We're giving away Nuggets and Heat tickets for tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We'll tell you how to win those right after this break. All right, the Nuggets will take on the Sacramento Kings tonight. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kaz will be calling the action with the tip-off at 7 o'clock. Berto's got your pregame at 6:30. Big Nuggets night. First of a back-to-back. It's Sacramento tonight. It's the Miami Heat tomorrow. 8 o'clock, and we have a pair of tickets for you to win right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
In Nate Kreckman's Jerkster Trivia.
That's right. So,
why do we say it that way? Tell people how do people feel about your trivia?
You know, if you're new to the program, we do trivia questions.
You come up with very good trivia, but you're the Alex Trebek of Denver radio trivia. When Andy jumps on, it's just sort of like fast and loose, and 1,000 people get it. Nate wants you to, you're upper crust with your trivia.
Look,
you're pinky in the air drinking your wine.
That's
trivia.
right. And we're giving away.
It's a good prize.
We're giving away NBA Finals rematch tickets. So this is what you have to do. I'm going to ask you a question here, and you have to text us the answer at 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text in your answer along with your name. Okay? And if you get it correct, you are entered. And then Mark Springer will pick one of you that got the question right, and we'll announce a winner coming up at 5:45. Now, again, because this is NBA Finals rematch ticks, this is Nuggets tickets on Leap Day, Andy.
Oh, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot happening, okay?
It's not every day you get to attend a game on 2/29.
That's right. Well,
it's not every year you get to attend a game on 2/29.
So we're going to make it a little bit tricky for you.
A little bit saucy?
That's right. And I like this trivia question. This was something I read.
Of course you did.
When I read this today.
Hold on. Who are you stealing this from?
I'm stealing this from Dan Hyatt.
Oh, so Dan Hyatt's the jerk store
That's
today.
Right. That's right.
All right.
Yes. Dan Hyatt gave us an obscure note today in his pregame set of stats that he sends out to us, and I was like, ooh, I like that one. I'm going to use this. So here we go, okay? Tonight, Andy, the Nuggets play the Sacramento Kings. The Nuggets play the Sacramento Kings tonight. Did you know, Andy, the Sacramento Kings have gone 19 seasons without a playoff series win. They've gone 19 seasons without winning a playoff series.
So used to Kevin Garnett backing me up now.
That is... Finally, he was there. Andy, that 19-season drought, that is tied for the longest active drought in the Western Conference. Name the other team in the West that is tied with Sacramento for the longest active stretch since their last playoff series win.
The Washington Generals. No. See, that's not helping anybody.
If it was Washington State, that could have worked for you. But yes, again, the Sacramento Kings have gone 19 seasons without a playoff series win. That is tied for the longest active drought in the Western Conference. Name the other team in the West that is tied with Sacramento for the longest active stretch since their last playoff series win. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text in your answer along with your name.
No bounce back on this one, folks.
You're not getting a bounce back, and if you get it right, Mark Springer will put you in the hat, and we might pick your name at 5:45, and you can win tickets to Nuggets Heat tomorrow night. By the way, one rule, limit one guest per listener.
All right. So, real quickly, I want to throw some out as we give people a chance to get on this before we get back to Sirius.
Fire it.
Thanks, Dakota, because I forgot about this.
We do Sirius?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Compared to what I'm about to bring up to you, anything will be serious.
Okay.
But I told you yesterday, I think we got beef with Wendy's.
There's Wendy's beef?
Not where's the beef, but beef. Have you heard about what Wendy's is planning to do?
I did, but there is an update to this story.
Give me the update, because for those that hadn't heard,
yeah,
I believe they were starting in New York, where just like for those that have trouble getting the concert tickets without the price going up as there's more demand for your seats, Wendy's was going to do that during prime burger hours. The more burgers being bought, the more expensive that burger was going to be.
Yes.
Now, I've not seen the update.
Right. Surge pricing like they're
Surge
Uber.
pricing.
Which...
Look, when I'm hungry, you can't go throwing another $1 on there and taking advantage of me.
Yes.
If I need the Baconator, damn it, you're going to make the Baconator for the price on the... This is not a steakhouse. I don't want to roll up and guess the price of the burger. You put it on there, and that's what you charge me.
So you won't have to pay market price on the Frosty, Andy.
Oh, that's right, market price.
Because... Wendy's floated this, and then it got a ton of bad press, and then today Wendy's was like, oh, we didn't really mean that.
Yeah, you better not really mean that, Wendy's. First off, sometimes they get a questionable burger past me to begin with.
They're already backpedaling on this one. So
the beef is squashed?
It seems to be. So if the answer is where's the beef, it's still on the value menu. You're going to be good to go on that one. All good.
How dare they try that?
How dare they?
Huh? I'm showing up at lunch. I'm a little bit hungry.
Going full Kelly Kapoor.
All of a sudden, it's a buck more.
Yeah, how much is the surge? Like, is there a
all
point?
Of a sudden, it's a $6 burger.
Exactly, where Wendy's just like, hey, you know what? It's going to be $14 for that junior bacon cheeseburger. Good luck to you.
Now come again?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Hell no.
Damn right. I can't do this.
No.
You're at home making vegetable soup, so I don't even know when you run into this problem. But
not really an issue.
What did
for
you
me.
make? Roasted vegetable soup?
Roasted vegetable soup. Mm-hmm.
How'd that go? Did it have the effects you were fearing last night?
It certainly did.
Okay. It did okay. Good to know.
Yes.
Good to know.
It
Did Abby
certainly
ask
did.
you to take it downstairs? Should I put you and Tom in the same room and just see who gave up first?
We did recently just... Here we go.
For those that don't know, Tom is my dog.
Here's the news on the inside of the Kreckman household.
Okay, all right. Inside edition, Kreckman.
We did recently get the second bidet. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she wasn't going to share one with you.
It's just it's good to have the second option on a given evening.
Right.
You
After
never
roasted
know
vegetable soup.
What's going to happen? So it's good to have the second option. So
good to know.
Yeah,
Thanks
exactly.
For the update.
That's
so anyway,
the least that I can do for
listen,
you.
It's all coming up roses. There's a second bidet in the Kreckman household, and Wendy's isn't going to upcharge your burger during lunch.
So Dave Matthews Band has a new
boards in again. Come on, where's the consistency?
The boards is top shelf.
Hey,
so now the standard is too high.
They can't all be singers.
What's going on with your TV? We got a Netflix deal going on all of a sudden.
I know.
Someone's daughter is not in a good position. It's asking me if I'm still watching.
Have you realized
we're still watching?
Last 3 games, Andy. Jokic 27 points and a very nice 69% from the floor.
Nice.
Jamal's averaging 22.5, 54.5% from the field. MPJ 22 points, 52% from the field here over these last 3 games. The Nuggets are the only team since the All-Star break with 3 players averaging 20-plus and 50% shooting. So it seems like that Jokic text message, it's had the desired effect.
So Scotty and I were doing a podcast last night. Scotty had not heard that story.
Yeah.
I wish you, Nate Kreckman, probably the King Nuggets fan of this station, which is saying a lot with Vic Lombardi, but you love Jokic.
He's the mayor of Nuggetsville.
Scott's eyes he was like, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, Scott basically said, you can't measure the effect that had. Like, I think we can because we were all around Peyton Manning, right? But when Jokic says, we're showing up back early from the break, we're practicing, and it's go time.
Right.
And then you go win 3 of 4. Ugh. I'm trying not to get too hyped about the repeat because a repeat is really tough in the NBA.
I would tell you, Andy, get hyped about the repeat.
Because, I think the lighter's been lit.
Get hyped about this team.
As long as they stay healthy.
They're in the window, man. This is it. Yes, obviously, health withstanding. That's sports, right?
Don't you feel like you always got to qualify it with that? But
we know it. Because, and we went over the numbers before, when their starting five is available, they're just a completely different team. Like that's the story on this. In fact, this will be the first game this season tonight where they had all their dudes against Sacramento, and that makes all the difference in the world with this team. If they have the dudes, then this team is they're championship ready. I think the Clippers are a very good team. Give James Harden all the credit in the world. He has fit in very well with that thing. He has helped unlock another level of Kawhi Leonard. They got new uniforms. They're getting the new stadium, the new arena, the toilet bowl. It's all happening now for the LA Clippers. That's a good team. They're going to be tough, okay? There's no doubt about that. OKC and Minnesota are going to be spicy matchups. The West is better this year. The Nuggets are the best team in the entire Western Conference when locked and loaded. And I hope it's Boston. I hope that if they get to a finals, I hope it's Boston. I hope they beat those guys.
Yeah, because again, with Boston's backstory and history, they've not exactly shined in the biggest of moments. Mm-hmm. Remember, they had Game 7 against the Heat.
But yeah, this particular core, you're right about it. Yeah.
So,
they've gotten there, but they haven't been able to do it, and the Nuggets know how to be able to knock that team off. So, it's we don't know exactly what Jokic said in the text. It could have been something along the lines of unforgiving. The lightning is coming. We have no idea what Nikola said.
But who cares? Mm-hmm. Honestly, does it even matter? If Nikola texts you and says, "Fellas, let's go," that's plenty. As KCP told Vic yesterday, the assembled media yesterday, Vic was there. When your guy says it, when the clear MVP, the undisputed dude on the team, and frankly, I think for many, the undisputed dude in the league, okay? I know they all love the debates, but more and more people are coming around to just, like we talked about, when Donovan Mitchell in the player survey at the All-Star game says, don't get bored with the greatness of Jokic, a guy he's had nothing but intense games against. When he says it's time to go, there's nobody that's got any excuse not to follow. And I think that's why they all got back to town early and got some practice in.
One more fun note on this game. Both Jokic and Domantas Sabonis are coming in on 3-game triple-double streaks. Sabonis actually leading the NBA in triple-doubles so far this season, 6 in his last 7 games. Jokic coming in on a 3-game triple-double stretch as well. So should be a fun one tonight between Nikola and Domas Sabonis. Last night, Andy, Nathan McKinnon extended
Nathan McKinnon.
home
Who's Nathan
point streak
McKinnon?
to 29 games so far on the year. We started the show with me asking you, with Cale Makar passing Tyson Berry for the franchise's points lead, is this now indisputed? Is he the greatest defenseman in the franchise's history?
I knuckled under it and said yes.
The answer is yes. Okay, now I ask you this question. We're having fun legacy conversations. We were talking about, is Jamal the best point guard in Nuggets history? Is AG the best power forward in Nuggets history earlier this week? Nathan McKinnon, with what he has now done to this stretch, is Nathan McKinnon the second greatest center in Avalanche history? I knew you'd hate this question.
Well, you got Joe, right?
He's number one. Undisputed number one.
Wasn't Forsberg a center?
Forsberg was a center.
Yeah,
the other
really,
way
those three are the conversation.
The other way to phrase this question, has McKinnon passed FOPA?
Gosh, here's what's so tough. The guys I like when I tried to offer up Adam Foote to you, so much different a defenseman than Cale Makar, and then you remind me of all the hardware, and it's just like Peter Forsberg he was good.
Yep.
See, it's all, how about this? And I need some help from Avs fans there, 303-504-0925. If you're relating the game, if you were comparing Nathan McKinnon's game, like, would it be more to Sakic or to Forsberg? Forsberg was a physical force, but Nate has some of that in his game.
He does.
Forsberg was the first guy I saw, and granted, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to tell you I watched all of previous to Forsberg, a bunch of hockey in the early, 90s or late 80s.
Forsberg's physicality was above and beyond what McKinnon has.
But I'd never seen a guy, period. Forsberg was the guy that saw you coming in. I'm going to check you. You know why? I'm probably going to drop you and then just take the puck and continue to go about my way.
Yeah.
McKinnon has a little of that too. What I also remember, so it always stuck with me. I guess the short answer for me, Nate's almost there, but not quite yet. Give him the Hart, give him the Conn Smythe, something like that. It's easy to put him ahead.
Forsberg did win a Hart Trophy.
He did.
And he has 2 cups.
But, I'll remember when Forsberg, and 2 cups is another good point. When Forsberg got back to the Avs after the absence, I'd forgotten until he came back the space, and now Nate does it too. Frankly, I hadn't seen another guy do it since Nate got on the team. But Nate, you'll know what I'm talking about, Kreckman. The way guys get back, the way guys have to get back in the zone, give space, are worried about you going back. For Forsberg, the space he also created for everybody else. I'm worried about Forsberg. All of a sudden, Hayduk is wide open.
Yeah.
I can't, golly, I just can't put Nate ahead of Forsberg yet, but I imagine he gets there.
Right now, games played, McKinnon 769, nice. Forsberg 591. Goals, McKinnon 319, Forsberg 217. Assists, interestingly enough, right now, tied at 538.
Really?
They're both tied at 538. Points, obviously, in the favor of McKinnon at 857, Forsberg at 755. The plus-minus in the career plus-minus, again, it's 5-on-5, it's not everything. But Forsberg was plus 210, McKinnon is plus 130. Plus 210 is insane. Penalty minutes, Forsberg 556 to McKinnon's 340, speaking to the physicality and the way that they played the game. McKinnon 90 power play goals to 57 for Peter Forsberg in the career. And again, the reason why I'm not reading Sakic in any of these is because he has these guys in all of them because he's the greatest player in franchise history.
Peter Forsberg was so fun, and it's Forsberg and Terrell Davis for athletes where you really wonder what they could have done had not, if not for injury.
Yeah, McKinnon has the longevity going for him right now. By the way, on the Hart Trophy odds, as we sit here today, McKinnon and Austin Matthews tied atop the leaderboard. This is at BetMGM at plus 180 apiece. Kucherov's at plus 250, and McDavid is at plus 350 right now.
Let me ask you this, because this always factors in, which takes a little fun out of the conversation, but what are you going to do? If someone texts in, and it's always pertinent, different era, different rules. And I bring that up only because I wonder what Forsberg and even Sakic could have done in an era without the 2-line pass.
Right.
People forget there was a center line in hockey. You could not do a 2-line pass in hockey during the height of the Avs' powers. And with the speed that they'd put together on those Avs teams, they already won. They were already winning President's trophies. What could those dudes have done with the ability to break out and not worry about a 2-line pass?
So let's say right now, okay, in this very era that we're sitting in today, February 28th of 2024, Nikola Jokic is the greatest Nugget of all time. Jamal Murray is the greatest Nuggets point guard of all time. Aaron Gordon, healthy debate that he is the greatest power forward in franchise history.
But even Scotty, he loved that conversation, by the way. He told me he thinks he might have to give the nod to Aaron. So you were on the right track there.
Cale Makar is the greatest defenseman in Avalanche history. And Nathan McKinnon
he's a candidate to be the best center when this is all done, is he not?
Very much so.
With all due respect to Joe Sakic, who I think would take it because he's the guy that drafted him.
And also, the story is not completely read yet. There is a chance that Nathan McKinnon will be the greatest center, maybe the greatest player in Avalanche history by the time it's all said and done. He obviously still has an awful lot of work to do, but maybe those are the kind of conversations that we are having.
Is there... God, now you got me thinking about this. Pat Surtain is probably literally the only other player between the Broncos and Rockies that has a chance to be best of whatever on his team. We do not have a Rocky that's up for best Rocky of all time right now, right?
Chris Bryant.
You're going to need to go sit in timeout in the corner, Blair Witch style.
Best at making the most money while playing the least baseball in Rockies history. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, we've got our trivia answer. We will announce the winner of the Nuggets and Heat tickets for tomorrow night. So we'll do that next.
Here's your winning game plan. Shop online at Applejack.com for free delivery on orders of $150 or more. And shop our stores in Wheat Ridge, Thornton, and now in Colorado Springs. Always Applejack.
You know, losing
Nuggets and the Kings tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Jason Kosmiski will describe the action without pictures starting at 7 o'clock. Nuggets looking for their first victory of the season over Sacramento. Could be win number 40 with a win tonight over the Kings. Okay, so tomorrow night they'll play the Miami Heat NBA Finals rematch, and we have a pair of tickets to give away, and we're going to give them away right now here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show. So if you were listening back at 5:20, hey, good for you. You're making solid life choices. I like your chances, okay? So we asked the trivia question. The Sacramento Kings have gone 19 seasons without a playoff series win, tied for the longest active drought in the Western Conference. Name the other team in the West that is tied with Sacramento for the longest active stretch since their last playoff series victory.
I wanted to joke Seattle Supersonics there, but too many people are already guessing Oklahoma City Thunder, and I thought that might be not a good deal. So
if folks don't remember, the early part of the last decade to mid part of the last decade was very kind to the Oklahoma City Thunder. In fact, that included an NBA Finals appearance. No, Andy, the answer to the question, do you know it, by the way?
I didn't. Now I do know it now. Obviously, I heard you tell Spring, but no, I didn't know it. I did not know it at the time of the question.
Shout out to our buddy Kevin Garnett. Yes, it is the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's right. The Minnesota Timberwolves have not won a playoff series since the 2004 Western Conference semifinals when they beat the Sacramento Kings.
Synergy.
There you go. Wow. Andy, do you remember who that Minnesota team beat in the first round of the playoffs to get to the Western Conference semifinals? 2004.
That'd be your Denver Nuggets.
Your Denver Nuggets. That's right. That was Melo's first playoff series.
Was that a Carl team or was that Buzdelic?
That was a Buzz team.
All right.
Mm-hmm. That was.
And then Buzdelic would get relieved middle through the next year, right?
Yes.
By Carl.
Mm-hmm. And then George Karl would eventually take over. Wasn't there an interim in there? Was a Michael Cooper for a minute?
Yes. Good job. Yes.
That's wow. That was a deep pull right there. So there you go. The Minnesota Timberwolves have not won a playoff series since 2004. The Nuggets beat them last year. Minnesota, by the way, currently is tied for the top seed in the entire Western Conference. So Spring, who was our winner for a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Heat tomorrow night? Spring, get us a little drum roll. Get us a little pageantry here, okay? Because we're talking about, everybody, tickets for Nuggets, Heat, Bam, Jimmy, Spo, the Joker, Spring.
His name rhymes with Drew Brees. The winner is Rick Drees.
Rick.
Nice. What are you doing that's got you stunned silence?
I had a moment I was like, Brew Freeze?
Yeah.
No.
Bee's knees?
Rick Drees.
Hey.
Yes. Rick Drees Nuts is going
come on now.
to see the Nuggets and the Heat tomorrow night. Way to go, Rick. Well done, Rick Drees. He got it correct. Everybody else who participated, thank you.
A lot of people got it right, including Erica Fambro, which makes me think of Cranbo. Do you remember that Tom and Jerry skit with the little cowboy mouse that was like the uncle of Jerry, and he sings Cranbo?
This is where Andy's brain wanders off for a moment.
It's dinner time. Getting close, and this is what happens to me. Cranbo!
The cartoon cat and a mouse running around inside his brain. He eventually finds his way out.
I need that properly priced Wendy's burger right now. Not the upcharge, the normal
hungry
price.
Guy.
Yeah. What were you going to tell us about the Clippers and bathrooms?
So tonight, Andy, did you know we got Clippers-Lakers tonight, nationally televised affair at 8 o'clock on ESPN. This is the last game that the LA teams will play against one another while sharing the same arena and home floor. Next year, the rebranded LA Clippers move out. They're getting their own building, the Intuit Dome, put together and built by gajillionaire Steve Ballmer. But yes, the new arena in Inglewood, the Intuit Dome. And if anybody remembers this was from almost a year ago now. But I've heard this being said more and more often. People have been calling the Intuit Dome the toilet bowl.
Nice.
Because if you recall, during construction, Steve Ballmer was very excited about the amount of facilities that were going to be in his new building, as only Steve Ballmer could.
Toilets! 1,160 toilets and urinals! 3 times the NBA average number of toilets and urinals. We do not want people waiting in line. We want them to get back to their damn seats at the end of the half, before the game. Clocks!
He sounds like a Chris Farley character, right?
Every time this, it's one thing where you're like yelling about being excited about Kawhi Leonard and Paul George.
Pretty cool!
But
Dude, no, who does he
Pretty
sound
damn
like?
cool!
But it's a whole other thing where he's talking about the facilities.
Toilets!
Dude, you know who he is? He sounds like McGinley, John C. McGinley. The actor that's always with the co-host, the side guy. See, again, the dinner thing's kicking in Talladega Nights.
John C. Reilly.
Riley. My fault.
What?
It's close
I'm
enough. Does he
confused.
not sound like him, though? Who's McGinley?
Clocks!
Did he shoot a president? Yeah, come on. You can't tell me he doesn't sound like he's the third stepbrother.
The irony is that John C. Reilly plays Dr. Jerry Buss on Winning Time, the owner of the Lakers, or the late owner of the Lakers.
You were way psyched about that series. I think I got through
Oh, it was good.
an episode.
Yeah, Winning Time was great.
Eh,
You didn't get into it?
I didn't.
No.
I did get all the way through True Detective.
Who did it? Spoilers!
Josh
Can't do it.
Allen.
Oh, I almost said it too. You know, a bunch of people are big mad about the ending of that thing. It's fine.
About True Detective?
You know, I feel like all the True Detectives start out like 70, and I love them because we've talked about that.
Sure.
And they, like, the last 3 episodes, you're just kind of like, hey, it's like The Mummy. Meh. I mean, it's fine. You finished it off. Whatever.
This is the problem with the discourse about anything anymore, okay? Is like, and I find this happening all the time, all right? I'm 43.
Yeah.
I have a 6-year-old. I have a 2-year-old.
You ain't got time.
If I stay awake to the end of a movie, that's like, for me, I'm Siskel and Ebert. I'm 2 thumbs up. I was entertained enough to watch the entire thing, okay? If I can finish a season of a television show.
Sure. This was 6 episodes, Nate.
Like, that's an achievement for me.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
I watch a lot of mid-major college basketball. Like, if I made it to the end, it's because I enjoyed it enough, right? And then, like, you go on
whatever,
IMDb,
sure, anything,
Twitter,
yeah,
and it's just all you see is just sucked. It's totally sucked. That sucked.
Toilets!
And that's the world.
Oh, you could have done better, huh?
Sucked.
That was terrible.
And that's why, like, you know what? I don't need to read anything about anything. I don't need to look at a comment section.
No, but you know what?
Sucked.
Some of these shows do. Like, they build it up. Like, again, 7 was one of the ones where you're about, like, the devil did this, is what I'm concerned. We're going to meet the devil.
But this is just it. You watched a whole
but at
show.
the end, he was chef's kiss for how bad a dude that guy was.
You were intrigued enough to hit play on an episode 6.
Yeah, but part of me...
That's all you need. That's all you need. That's as good as it's going to get, Andy. Nobody's making anything better these days. I promise
I was
you.
kind of thrown off by how old Jodie Foster had gotten.
How old Jodie was?
Well, yeah, because, again, she's aged properly. Shout out to her.
Not going to stay in
She
contact
didn't go
shape
Friends
forever, man.
reunion where, everything is... she's basically a walking wax museum. But, yeah, she's, she's definitely old.
What was the problem with True Detective? Jodie Foster's aging.
She got old. She's quite aggressive with her lovers, too. She's walking in demanding things.
Did you have a sex scene with John C. McGinley?
Hey, someone said he's a doctor in Scrubs, so I feel a little bit better. That's where I got the name from. Somebody always helped me. Most of the names I pull out, they're real people. They're just not the right people. I'm not just slapping names together.
Thanks again to Rick Dries. Thanks again to Brian Roth. Thanks to Nick Kosmider. They were all with us today here on the show. Mark Bertinoli has the Blitz coming up next. And then it's Nuggets and Kings. Enjoy it, everybody. Good night.
Toilets!